Chapter 2001. Indifference. Leonel sat in silent meditation. Absolutely nothing was happening around him, and the same was true within him. His mind was completely clear, and his thoughts seemed to have entered a state of dormancy. He was truly doing nothing at all, simply waiting. It was a novel sort of feeling. He hadn't been able to clear his mind like this for a long time, staring at the blank, dark space of his own eyelids. But it did nothing to change the negative emotions stirring within him. He could feel it bubbling upward, that cold indifference toward everything, that look that gazed down upon the world itself as though nothing was important before his whims. It was the very same emotion that he had feared taking root in himself for so long, and yet he had inevitably reached this point despite his efforts, and the greatest shame of it all was that he simply didn't care. He originally valued lives only because he couldn't think of a logical method to differentiate human lives, but there was another reason. It was because his father had instilled certain values within him, and if he ever reached a point where he simply stopped caring, the result on the other side wasn't something that he would want to see. He had said himself many years ago that this was the case. He had avoided it, he had dodged to the best of his ability, running away from his own nature, and yet here he was, he could feel that there was something inside him. That very same feeling his usual laziness stemmed from, the same feeling that encroached on disregard for all life, it was the kind of feeling that came from someone who already sat atop it all. He was lazy because nothing was worth his effort. He was indifferent because he had already seen it all. He didn't care about life because he had already seen too many people die, and maybe he was waiting for someone to finally kill him. Too bad they were all too weak, insignificant creatures, all of them, rushing around the world, pretending as though they were accomplishing something when, in the end, they were just pawns on the chessboard of someone else. When those ancestors looked at him as though they were so much more knowing, so much more experienced, so much stronger, it took everything in him not to kill them. Quite frankly, he didn't know why he had. What use was this worthless Morales family? Why was he even trying? It felt like it was out of habit, a muscle memory that extended beyond him, or maybe it was the muscle memory of a version of him that still cared. Little princes and princesses, was it? He could do that. But it was amusing. The woman he was doing it for, he had hardly looked in the eye in the last several weeks. He could see that hopeful expression in her eye. The hope that he would smile and turn everything around in a blink like he usually did, that disappointment when he inevitably didn't. He could see something similar in his mother's eyes. They probably thought that they had hidden it well, and maybe they had, in the face of someone else, that is, but he could practically see the fluctuations of their souls. He couldn't read their thoughts, but it might as well have been the same, and maybe that was also part of where the indifference came. The fleshly nature of a person was so irrelevant, it told nothing but lies, it was far too weak and fragile, able to collapse at just a single touch. What worth did it have? She was trying, though, that woman he hardly knew. It wasn't her fault. She had been forced to stay in the Void Palace, that place that he would raze to the ground soon enough. She wanted to support him, to be by his side, and it was admirable, especially considering how much her soul was hurting, how much she wanted to no longer be in this world. Maybe that was the kind of weight a parent's love should have. He wondered if he would look at his children the same way, or if it would be just like this. Maybe he would be able to love them as babies, but what about when their thoughts became more complex? When their cries turned from something instinctual to something manipulative, as though they could fool his eyes? Or maybe they would be like him, their father. Would they look upon the world with indifference as well? When they gazed down upon the structure of all that was, realizing that their father had handed it to them on a silver platter without even their effort being necessary, just what kind of person would that make them? How could they not end up like the current him, carrying that same indifference to all things? And maybe that was why his own father had always been that way. Velasco had thrown him to the wolves, forcing him to fend for himself every step of the way. If he never reached the pinnacle of the world, then maybe it would have been a perfect tactic, so long as there was someone above him, that indifference would sit at bay. Maybe his father wanted to be that very person, but he couldn't be that anymore. He was gone, forever. He knew it was useless to even think about. He had already asked Ina exactly what that version of himself had said, and he had already deduced the meaning of those words. This time was a failure too. Even with all the strength in the world, it was useless, entirely useless. Without his father, it would be impossible for another to be above him, and so the cycle would continue. That cold indifference, that certainty of the meaninglessness of life, and maybe that was his purpose. His father couldn't be here, so maybe it was simply his task to become that insurmountable mountain for his own children, so that they wouldn't experience this level of coldness. Chapter 222, Ancient History. Chapter 222, Ancient History. Leonel slowly opened his eyes. As he did so, there was a knock at his door before it opened. Ina walked in with a tall bundle of paper and handed them to him. They seemed to carry the recipes that he had asked her for. He nodded lightly and accepted it before he waved a hand, and it vanished, likely off to whomever he had tasked with doing such things. "It's also about time to return," Ina said. Leonel stood, understanding her meaning. "What are the details?" "Alienor says that it's a 4-person entry. The name of the subdimensional zone is Merlin's Prophecy. Earth's Ancient History." Leonel frowned. Earth's ancient history? What was that supposed to mean? It didn't pin down any sort of era, nor did it mention a myth. He assumed that this would be a mythological zone, but maybe that had been an incorrect assumption in the first place. After all, there had also been Joan's Zone, which had such a prefix, but it was a normal zone that went back in time to an obvious era of history, just like one might expect. Just because Camelot's zone was mythological in nature didn't mean that the next would be. It was impossible to establish a pattern with just two, but maybe this zone would be purposely unlike the first two. But all of this was questionable and uncertain. Earth's ancient history could mean too many things, and many of the matters that had occurred prior to the establishment of the American Empire were far too blurry, and it only got worse after the Ascension Empire took over the world. Emperor Fox had a very tight rein on information, but there was very little about how the Ascension Empire had come about, and also what the world was like before the war began, at least not much beyond the immediate past of the situation. On top of that, because the tectonic plates had been moved and manipulated, forging a large Pangea-like supercontinent that brought everyone together, whether it was former historical sites or even regions that could have been used for carbon dating, it was all thrown away. It could be said that matters before around 1000 CE, and certainly anything before, was far more blurred than anyone wanted to admit. The profession of archaeology and history was mostly dead, although still taught in some lesser form. Emperor Fox probably had his reasons for doing so. He had truly come out of nowhere, and he likely wasn't even a true native of Earth, at least not in the sense that could be widely accepted by everyone, so doing things like this was obvious. Just to put matters into perspective, monuments like the pyramids or the Sphinx or anything of the like had long since been destroyed, removed, and replaced by monuments of the Ascension Empire instead. As for archaeology, whereas it had once been a profession of field study, language, and deduction, it had mostly become one of deduction and theory, not much different from the field of cutting-edge physics, and yet much less useful. There were many on Earth who still speculated that the pyramids were built by ancient beings, or that Atlantis had truly once existed, or even that the Library of Alexandria held secrets that they as humans of the mortal world couldn't even begin to imagine. Leonel had learned all of this at Royal Blue Academy, from a bit of a cookie professor who went by Teacher Midnight. That wasn't even his real name, he just insisted on calling himself that as he felt that the world of archaeology was in a dark age. He found this to be very lamentable and changed his name in solidarity. He was quite well known as the Crazy Teacher, and Leonel had only taken one of his classes. Funny enough, it was that very class that he had learned the history of Joan of Arc that helped him quite a bit during the Joan Zone. Teacher Midnight had been a 5-star archaeologist, a shame considering he could never put his profession to use. He was actually the only one on the whole of Earth with that title, but he taught at the 3rd-ranked school instead of the 1st. One could see just how little the title was valued from that alone. That man was probably dead by now. Leonel hadn't bothered to check, but the situation in the school wasn't good at the time, and the World Spirits portals would have only picked up the youths. That meant he would have been stuck in a maze of invalids without any fighting experience. On top of that, even if he had been alive, Leonel wouldn't have bothered to go and find him. He was likely too weak, for one. And everything he knew was mostly theory. Leonel could read more and know more than him in a single sitting. It wasn't worth his time. Plus, the way he would approach zones now was very much different. "Let's go then," Leonel said lightly. "Who are you taking?" "You, Mother, and, as for the last, it will have to be little Tolly." Ina's gaze flickered. Indeed, Tolliver counted as a living existence. It wasn't possible to casually take others. But she had a feeling that Anastasia might have a workaround for that. If she could think of it, Leonel definitely could. It was just that he couldn't be bothered to deal with anyone else. That made her feel both grateful, but also worried. How far down this path would he go exactly? Leonel left the Morales territory with more confidence than one should have expected. He had barely taken control of the situation, and yet he had directly left for a period that may very well be a very long time. Days later, he stepped foot onto Earth once again with his mother and Ina by his side, directly appearing before the massive portal. It was the largest that he had seen outside of the Cataclysm Zone's descent, and he could also smell a keen sense of danger from it. Although his gaze sharpened, he didn't say anything else, entering with confident steps. Chapter 2003 Corpse Ship. Chapter 2003 Corpse Ship. When Leonel's opened his eyes, his gaze was quite sharp. He immediately realized that he wasn't in his own body, something that startled him partially. His first thought was immediately the Valiant Heart Zone. Though, back then, he had been in his own body, he had been dropped into a story that wasn't his own, having already formed relationships with a great deal of people he simply did not know. This seemed to be just a step beyond that, but the body in question was far too odd. His skin was a grayish hue with a slight tinge of blue. His body was tall, standing at almost 4 meters, and while he was lean, he was extremely muscular. His hands were powerful and curled with short but sharp claws, and his head was smooth, without the slightest sign of the hair that he remembered. His body was covered in tattoos, ancient and deep, seemingly a mixture of an inking and a burning technique that made them slightly elevated, but also a rich dark bronze to dark gold color. Interestingly enough, he had just been thinking about the Valiant Heart Zone, and his current form of dress was very similar to their style of dress. Thick white hammer pants covered his lower body, a soft, silky fabric belt wrapping around his waist and forming a banner that swung between his legs with a powerful force art that Leonel couldn't quite decipher immediately. The only real difference between this uniform and that of the valiant Heart Mountain was that there was no necklace ornament. Instead, his bare and powerful chest was exposed to the world, rippling with that familiar grayish-blue hue. Finally, there were the steely blue eyes that now reflected from his irises. But within, a ring of violet couldn't be hidden, giving him an even more mysterious air. Leonel looked down for the first time and realized that he was seated on a throne, one so high up that he overlooked the earth itself. Before him, there was a vast last of green, filled with flowing water. However, in the center of it all, there was a flat of sand that was surrounded by dunes. In the middle, dozens of workers that looked like smaller versions of himself worked. As for what they were building, the pyramids, Leonel had never seen them before, outside of pictures, that is. It wasn't even remotely complete now, and most of it was large constructions under the earth, and yet he understood instinctively just what was happening. What kind of zone was this exactly? Was it a true recounting of history? But this race didn't exist amongst the many he knew of, and even if they did exist in some other world, what would that have to do with the fact that they were here? This was meant to be history. It wouldn't take into account unrelated parties. With such looks, they could be mistaken for demons, but Leonel was intimately familiar with the aura of demons. These guys didn't have the same sort of chaotic aura usual of demons. They were clearly a race of beings completely separate. Of course, it wasn't impossible. They could be like the Oryx, a smaller group of beings with a population size unable to take control of their own domain. But why were they so powerful? It felt to Leonel as though he could destroy the world with a snap of his finger, as though a single claw would rip through the fabric of reality, as though a single clench of his fists could bring two realities together and force them to be one. This group of being, even if there was just one of them at this level of strength, could easily command a domain, if not the entirety of the dimensional verse. What was most shocking was that this strength didn't seem to be regulated by the regulator at all. It didn't make sense for this to be real history in this case, but this couldn't be a mythological zone either. A mythological zone necessitated that it be a prominent legend. Many people had to be aware of it. It had to still be talked about, to still be passed along. He had simply never heard of these people. It was impossible for them to still be talked about because no one knew about them. Even if this was a legend surrounding the pyramids, it didn't make any sense because there was no conclusive theory on what had happened with the pyramids. There wasn't even a popular guess. It just wasn't talked about enough. There was another important matter as well. Aside from the fact he had no idea where Aina and Alienor were, the stronger the mythological zone, the more prominent its legend could be. The fact that this zone hadn't appeared until now should mean that it was one of the most significant events in Earth's culture. That only made it more impossible that it was a mythological zone. Logic all seemed to point to this being a normal subdimensional zone. It couldn't even be a zone placed in the future because it was the pyramids being built right now. This couldn't have been any further in the past if it tried. Even after all of this thought, he still didn't have any answers. But what was more suffocating than that was that he realized that he didn't have the segmented cube or his mother. That meant that he had no method of telling what the goal of his zone was supposed to be. His father's dictionary was inside of the segmented cube. His mother, with the world spirit, should be able to tell the goal with just some thought, and yet she was nowhere to be seen as well. There is an entry limit of 4. If I've taken over the life of someone else, that should mean that they have as well, but more importantly than that they should have taken over the lives of figures just as important as me, whether that be in status or in what role they played in history. In that case, Leonel's gaze sharpened. He raised his head, and at that moment, the oddest ship he had ever seen in his life began to descend from above. Suddenly, his pupils constricted. No wonder why it was so odd. That wasn't just a ship, it was a ship formed of the corpse of a beast, and not just any beast, but the strongest beast in existence, the Void Beast. Chapter 2002-4, Just the Same. Chapter 2002-4, Just the Same, Void Beast. The greatest interaction that Leonel had ever had with Void Beasts was with the vial of blood that had changed much of Little Blackstar's future. However, the more he learned, the more ridiculous he felt that matter was. Back then, Kira had told him that her family found the corpse of a Void Beast that had already died long ago, and thanks to that, they were able to gather up its blood. But even though she had admitted that they hadn't killed it, Leonel had still found that master odd. In fact, he felt that the idea that a Void Beast could exist in the dimensional verse at all was far too ridiculous. This kind of world couldn't accommodate such a powerful creature. So, where could its corpse have come from? Looking at the carcass of the beast formed into a ship above him, he realized that he might be looking at the answer right before. What if it was precisely this ship that Kira's family had found in the past? But then, that left another question. Just where had it come from? This led him down the very same rabbit hole that had left him silent for so long in the first place. Just who were these race of people, and where had they come from? And why did they make him feel like the spirituals that he had placed on such a high pedestal were worthless beings? Leonel slowly stood from his throne, stepping out and into the air. With a flicker, he had appeared on the back of the corpse ship, his hands clasped behind his back and his movements slow and deliberate. Those that were watching didn't think much of it, but if they had known that this was the first time Leonel had ever seen such a thing, their reactions wouldn't have been so casual. It was said that the first time anyone saw a Void Beast, they would be immobilized with fear, faced with an existential dread that could consume their lives. In truth, many never recovered. The lucky among those spent the rest of their lives in depression. Those that landed in the middle might push on for several more years before finally succumbing and committing suicide. As for those that were the unluckiest, they would never awaken, frozen in a state of fear for the rest of their lives. Unable to eat, breathe, or circulate their own force, they would die standing, vanishing into the wind in a swirling stream of ash. This was the Void Beast, the most powerful creature in all of existence, the wielder of archaic force. The Void Beast didn't immediately look as though it had any form. It was a mass of swirling shadows that sometimes solidified, but seemed to prefer to be free-flowing and unrestrained. Just its presence alone darkened the skies for more reasons than just blocking out the sun. However, the more you looked at it, the more the defined patterns of movement cleared in your sights, and the more the true form of this beast imprinted itself into your mind. It had many eyes, what seemed like countless, all concentrated onto a single pointed surface that barely resembled the majestic head of a dragon. Its body was both scaled and furred, but seemed to be formed of twisting masses of thick, condensed lines of darkness that looked somewhat like a being skinned to reveal the muscle mass beneath. It looked as though these muscle fibers could pull themselves apart or retwist together into an entirely new form so long as the Void Beast willed it, and it was also this flexibility that allowed the countless rows of dark windows that made up the ship to call its sides home. Once this image imprinted itself into your mind, the fear would then take root. The image would fade and etch itself into your soul as though it was a force art designed for the sole purpose of crushing your dreams. It was hard to tell if this form that the Void Beast seemed to have was real or not, or if it was all a ploy from the very beginning to force you to experience the greatest fear there was in all of existence. And yet, Leonel simply landed on its back, his expression unmoved and his movements unhurried. This was precisely what one might expect from Elrion, Prince of the Pluto race. However, who it was not expected of was Leonel Morales, human. Leonel walked forward with slow steps, as though waiting for something. By the time he had made it across the deck, the doors had finally opened. Out from within, a being with skin as dark as night appeared. It looked as though the cosmos was hidden within its flesh, its eyes as bright as the sun's rays. It was no less tall than Leonel, standing at almost 4 meters, but it seemed even lighter on its feet. On second glance, it actually seemed to be a woman, carrying a peculiar sort of beauty that felt more like how one would feel watching an eagle soar through the skies, like a husky rushing through thick snow. She truly seemed to have a beauty carved out from Mother Nature herself. But what was odd about this comparison was the fact that in all likelihood, in her eyes, she was the lofty being while all others were the animals by the roadside. This woman, seemingly naked and yet not at the same time, was Shan Rei, princess of the Void race. Leonel could tell at a glance that she was neither Aina nor his mother. At the same time, looking into her eyes despite the brightness, he could tell that she wasn't an ally, nor was she an enemy. So, the next words flowed out from his mouth smoothly. "Why are you here?" he asked coldly. Just the same as usual, Shan Rei spoke with a layered voice that sounded like 3 beautiful women harmonizing at once, cold, detached, above it all. "It's no wonder your Pluto race has sunk to the point of having to repay a favor to a mere human." Chapter 22.5. Disdain. Chapter 2005. Disdain. Leonel looked toward Shan Rei with an unreadable expression. It was impossible to tell what he was thinking, mostly because in reality he was trying to deduce what this woman meant. A favor was being returned? To who exactly? And who could make a race of people on this level return a favor? There only really seemed to be one answer, the Fox family. It was the only logical answer, but it was also one that Leonel wasn't willing to accept immediately. There was an obvious flaw you didn't even need to be as intelligent as him to comprehend, and that was the fact that the pyramids had been destroyed by Leonel's time. In fact, they had been destroyed before Fox truly came into power. Also, if this favor was returned so early on, where was Emperor Fox? And if he had the help of this race, why in the world would it take him so long to conquer Earth, a place filled to the brim with mortals? He was still missing something. No, he was missing a significant part of the story. He didn't say this, though. Instead, he directly attacked, his fist descending like a shooting star. Shan Rei's pupils constricted, clearly not having expected this, but it was already too late. She was struck in the face. Leonel frowned. His fist felt odd. It was as though he was punching something far larger than himself, but also akin to a bundle of clouds. At the same time, it was as though all of his power was sinking into the depths of space, dispersing an infinite number of times before it turned to nothing. Even so, he followed through and then retracted his fist as though he had expected it. In the end, it came off as more of a slap than anything else, but without the same sort of disrespect that came with an open palm. Shan Rei's gaze flashed with fury, but then something peculiar, as though she had realized something. By the time her head turned back from being turned to the side, and she looked toward Leonel again, it was as though nothing at all had happened. "Watch your mouth," Leonel said lightly. "I asked you a question. Answer it, and nothing else." Shan Rei smiled. "Oh my, I'm sorry, my esteemed prince." This humble servant should have been more selective with her words. She couldn't have sounded more sarcastic if she tried. In fact, Leonel faintly felt that she had seen through the fact that he wasn't the real Elrion, but for whatever reason, she didn't do anything about it. Or maybe she was unable to do anything about it. Just what kind of races were these? She could see through something like this with just a single touch? This wasn't a normal matter. It was shocking enough that Leonel could see through her thoughts, but it was even more shocking that she could see through him. The matter of subdimensional zones dealt with the folds of reality themselves. In a lot of ways, they were the action of the regulator pulling together to points of time, or two-dimensional folds. How could a living being see through such a thing? Even Leonel was certain that he would have no ability to do so. Seeing that sarcastic smile, it was hard to tell if she was making fun of him for trying to pretend to be something he was not, or if she was making fun of Elrion for actually having his body taken over by another. Something told Leonel, though, that it was the latter. This woman seemed to be so indifferent to the existence of lesser beings that it just might be impossible for one she deemed to be so to move her emotions, whether in anger or disdain. Would one feel disdain toward a dog even if they ate right out of a garbage can? You might give it a glance and nothing else. This was a sort of arrogance that Leonel had simply never seen before because it wasn't born or created. Rather, it was hereditary, passing down via the very blood rushing through her veins, if this sort of being had blood at all. Leonel suddenly felt supremely pissed off. His mood hadn't been the best in recent times. Seeing that smile, the ring of violet turned crimson. The woman chuckled again, not taking it very seriously, but Leonel had already attacked. This time, the result was far different than what it had been in the past. Before, he had only tried to fire a normal fist. This time, he stirred something deep within this body, a power that he couldn't quite describe outside of a single word: creation. Bang. The woman's expression changed, but due to her indifference and disdain, it was already too late to react. She was blown backward, unable to catch herself. The skin of her face cracked like glass. She shot through the door she had just come from, blasting into a wall. However, the corpse of Void Beast was so sturdy that she didn't blast through, instead slamming to a stop and coughing up a mouthful of blood that looked like a silver star vomiting. Those within the ship were suddenly alerted, many of them rushing forward. What Leonel noticed immediately was that they were all far smaller than Sean Ray, and the cosmos that covered their skin was far less elaborate. Sean Ray slipped to the ground and coughed once. She looked up slowly, wiping the blood from her lips. Her gaze now carried a look different from her former disdain. Some of that rage had come back, but on the surface, higher than it, was surprise as well as a hint of wariness. Was she wrong? Was this still Elrion? Slowly, Sean Ray remembered what she had come here to do. Elrion, I would advise that you place that arrogance of yours down. I have come for a very clear purpose. The Void Beast is the symbol of my Void race. Do you think that I would be allowed to take it with me as a junior if I didn't represent my... Sean Ray's eyes widened as Leonel attacked again. Chapter 226, Incomplete World. Chapter 2226, Incomplete World. Bang, 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 bang. The Void Beast's corpse was simply far too sturdy. No matter how hard Leonel punched, it didn't give way, and Sean Ray only suffered for it all the more. Her body rattled like a drum. Having been caught off guard once, she couldn't seem to find the momentum to retaliate. In the end, she even felt like her life was slipping away from her. No way, I can't die like this. If Sean Ray was confused before, now she was absolutely certain. There was no way that Elrion would kill her. Although it was still within his personality to punch her like Leonel had before, the consequences of killing her wasn't something that he would be willing to take on. This person was an ant-like existence, but he actually dared to kill her? Sean Ray felt a rage bubble up inside of her, but it was suppressed even more quickly by another one of Leonel's fists. It was absolutely relentless. Each one was plain and simple, and yet they seemed to carry the power of the world. "Eno!" Sean Ray roared out, but this roar seemed to take a lot out of her. The glass-like fractures on her skin expanded rapidly, and it looked like she might crumble like porcelain in the next moment. Leonel's pupils constricted. It was the most emotion he had shown in recent days, and the reason was quite simple. He couldn't track Sean Ray at all. He dug deep, checking through this race's body to find a kernel of the power he had used previously. But trying to do something like that mid-battle, especially when Sean Ray was as familiar with her own body as she could possibly be, was practically a death sentence. Leonel barely dodged to the side, and his spear-wielding arm shot into the air. At that moment, his blood dripped down. Despite the ghastly wound, it was shockingly only 3 drops. 3 drops of a radiant gold with hidden flecks of royal blue within. But this very blood, when it fell into the body of the Void Beast, collided akin to an atomic bomb dropping on the earth. Boom, boom, boom. This indestructible Void Beast corpse was blown through with 3 heavy craters. The blood almost fell through the entire ship, only stopping after blasting through dozens of floors. Sean Ray sneered. To think that she would be able to see the mighty blood of the Pluto race. Although they were on the decline, it hadn't reached a point where one of their princes could be harmed to this extent. But this was the price to pay for rolling around in a pit of mud with trash. Her scythe swung again. It was the kind of strike that Leonel couldn't even fathom. It seemed to be impossibly simple, and yet carried the mysteries of a universe within. It was a level of skill she couldn't even begin to grasp, and he couldn't deduce what level her force manipulation, or rather, force folding was at. He couldn't react and his leg was taken, those droplets of blood falling once more. However, it was as though the laws of reality themselves refused to allow this race of being to bleed too much. Even after losing an arm and a leg, he had only lost 6 drops of blood. At the same time, although he had lost 2 limbs, the coldness in his eyes only deepened. And then it clicked. Leonel spun on the tips of his remaining toes, thrusting out his spear with a momentum that shrouded the skies. Sean Ray, who had been indifferent and sneering, froze. A spear shot through her chest, her fragile as porcelain skin collapsing as a black hole forming within the depths of her soul. Her eyes glazed over. But just when it seemed that she would truly die, a pressure the likes of which made the both of them look like children appeared. A figure that dwarfed the size of Earth appeared. In fact, he dwarfed even the Milky Way galaxy. If not for the portion of this mind that he had tapped into, Leonel wouldn't even be able to perceive that it was a living being that had just appeared. An eye that was impossibly large locked onto Leonel. An ant of an incomplete world dares? The figure snorted once and Leonel went flying, but this time it was truly Leonel. Elrion stood frozen in place, confusion appearing in his eyes, while Leonel's real body flew out like a broken kite, every bone in his body broken. Erdiel's note. Surely it's note. Another humiliation character development moment from the author. I hope I'm wrong. Kind of tired of the author constantly using humiliation as a way to develop his MCs. Chapter 2007. Boiling Chapter 2007. Boiling Leonel landed heavily on the deck. One would have thought that with the level of strength this being had, he would have flown much further than that, or, even worse, would already be dead. But it seemed that the strength was applied in breaking the rules of this zone, separating him from a body that he should have been one with. In the simplest words, it could be said that he had already failed this zone. In the most complex, this existence had the ability to ignore the rules of this world, stepping through reality and manipulating it to their desires. However, rather than feeling fear, Leonel was only more enraged. Why was this man able to ignore the restrictions of the regulator, but his father was not? Who did he think he was? A furious roar left Leonel's lips. He didn't seem to feel the shattered remnants of his body as his force pushed him up. If he couldn't move his body, then he would move other things. He looked up into the skies. He could no longer feel it. He was certain that there had been an eye there, but his current perception wasn't even able to understand what was before him now outside of a large mass that blotted out the skies. He had no way of telling how it had appeared, or why it was seemingly able to stand both here, and not both in existence, and not somehow taking up all space, and yet not interfering with any of the existence planets, stars, and worlds. But he knew it was there, he was certain. Boom! Leonel's Tier 3 armor appeared, a radiant bow wrapped in black and gold taking shape. He raised it and pulled, his arrow aimed toward the skies. Then he felt it, that very same annoying sneer. He couldn't see it, but he could sense it. It was as though that very emotion prickled the deepest sense of rage within his heart, a part of his sense of self that was so solidly and deeply ingrained that it existed across all time and reality. He knew his arrow would never reach. He knew that trying to attack this existence was meaningless. All those that dare look down on this king, clink. Leonel's visor snapped into place, his divine armor rumbling to life, and the pressure of force, or lack thereof, coming from Earth's atmosphere rushed toward a single direction. Even the slowly expanding desert below accelerated its growth. Deserved death. Leonel's arrow suddenly lowered, and he released his bowstring. The echo of the twang of his bowstring roared across the folds of reality, the depth of meaning behind his words shaking even the regulator awake. At that moment, the regulator who had been prepared to take action against this being that had suddenly appeared felt some of its strength being snatched away by the arrow of Leonel's bow. A swirling mass of dense and destructive force took hold, appearing before Sean Ray in a blink. The entity's expression changed. Leonel still couldn't see it, but he could feel it. He could feel that annoying disdain changing to something different, something filled with shock and a lack of understanding. The only explanation was that the words of Leonel were so profound that they had stirred even the regulator, stripping it of its usual control. But this was impossible, definitely not by a seventh-dimensional ant, and especially not an ant of an incomplete world. No, it was too late. Leonel's arrow pierced through Sean Ray's forehead. One after another, the stars that twinkled across her body began to dim, collapsing one by one. But, just when it seemed that she would die, Elrion, who had been in a daze, not quite understanding what was going on, or how he had suddenly lost not just an arm, but even a leg at that, finally reacted. He took a leap forward. In that instant, the energy of the regulator reached balance once again and was stripped from Leonel's arrow. At the same time, his remaining arm reached forward and his hand wrapped around the arrow's body, stopping it in its tracks when it was just half an inch into Sean Ray's head. Elrion took a deep breath, looking around again as he slowly pulled the arrow back. He couldn't remember the last time he had been in such a stressful situation, and he could never remember being injured in his life. This sort of feeling was novel, but his expression remained cold and indifferent, unreadable. With a thought, his severed arm and leg flew back to him, his droplets of blood doing the same and becoming like the glue that put him back together. If one understood the culture of the Pluto race, and how they treated their own bodies like a temple, the indifference in Elrion's reaction would have truly been shocking. Just the idea that someone else would be within him should have set him off, let alone losing 2 limbs like this. However, this was just the type of person he was. At the same time, Leonel's own reaction was colder than an iceberg. His expression didn't change, but that bubbling fury within him threatened to boil over. He stood in his armor, looking down before he looked back up at the sky. He didn't know who these people were, but if he didn't die today, he would most definitely not forget this. For the simple act of disdaining him, he held a grudge so deep it seemed ridiculous. Leonel had gone from a man who didn't seem to care much whether he had to kneel to King Arthur or not, to a man who took even this insult to heart. It was difficult to tell just how far he would go. What was certain was that his greatest hatred was aimed at the fact he didn't have the strength right now to change much about the situation, not without preparation. At that moment, Elryon slowly looked back, meeting his gaze. Chapter 2008, Laughter. Chapter 2008, Laughter. The gaze of a Pluto held the vicissitudes of the world. If gazing upon a void beast could send one into the pits of despair, then meeting the eyes of a Pluto was akin to being forced to question one's very existence. It was beyond despair. It was a feeling of being inconsequential, of feeling meaningless. It forced you to live out your life in the blink of an eye, only solidifying how worthless your accomplishments would be. Most would look away immediately on instinct, but it would have already long been over. It only took an instant to realize just how insignificant you were. However, this gaze lasted longer than Elryon would have ever thought possible for someone outside of his race. Leonel even looked like he would directly attack to kill him if he had the strength to do so. The only reason he hadn't was because he was logical enough to know how idiotic it would be. Maybe if he had known that such a thing could happen within a zone, he wouldn't have attacked Sean Ray so freely either, but what was done was done. All he cared about now was finding a method to move toward victory. He no longer feared failing a subdimensional zone. Since he could find a way to exit once, he could do it again. And since others could ignore its rules, he could find his own method of doing so. All it required was him staying alive. So while he looked at Elryon, it wasn't for the purpose of a meat measuring contest, although that was inevitably part of it. It was also because in a fight of this level, a single moment of hesitation or distraction would cost him his life. Elryon slowly looked away. This time, it wasn't disdain, but it might as well have been. He didn't even take Sean Ray seriously, let alone Leonel. What did you come here for? Elryon's voice wasn't layered like Sean Ray or her ancestors, but it seemed ancient in its own right. Leonel hadn't noticed when it was his own voice, but now the effect was multiplied several times over. It was almost like even his voice could force you to fly through a gateway of time. Sean Ray coughed up blood once more, her body in a truly sorry state. But when she looked up toward Elryon, she realized that he actually couldn't be bothered to talk to her at all. Instead, he was paying attention to the skies. Or, in other words, her ancestor. Watch your tone, boy. That layered voice echoed once again, the stars in the sky blinking in and out of existences, only to collapse and reform once again. Elryon directly ignored these words, not even responding as he waited for an answer to his original question. The ancestor felt as though he had swung and hit nothing but air. The skies rumbled, but he didn't say anything. In truth, he had wanted to attack to kill Leonel directly, but he wasn't willing to pay the price to do so. He was more surprised than anyone that Leonel had actually lived. The only explanation for the fact that Leonel was still living and breathing was the fact that he was tied to someone decently powerful. But that shouldn't be possible on this weak, incomplete world. What a farce. He had sent Sean Ray here specifically so that he wouldn't have to deal with this. But now that he was here, he couldn't just leave, or else it would be an insult to the Pluto race. The gods haven't sanctioned this sort of action on your part, the entity spoke evenly. Since when has my Pluto race needed the acceptance of your races? Elryon replied indifferently. The entity chuckled this time, not feeling the same ire he had previously. Maybe it was because he was mentally prepared this time, or maybe it was because he knew something that he wasn't saying in so many words. Either way, his layered laughter echoed with that very same emotion that Leonel hated so much. I won't say what doesn't need to be said. I'm sure your seniors know better than I. However, the act of handing over the rights to so many fledgling worlds to the human race of all races is a ridiculous waste of resources. The Pluto race can do as it pleases, but what it can't do is use the hard work of us all for their own personal gain. As for the matter of a god personally coming here to oversee a project, it's even more ridiculous. But that is your personal matter, and I won't say anything. I am here for only one purpose. How will you compensate us? The overseeing of incomplete worlds and how they're used is the jurisdiction of my Pluto race. It has never been the turn of your races to tell us how to use them. Compensation? Why would you be compensated for something you never owned in the first place? Your races might have forgotten who the kings are. Would you like to be reminded? The laughter of the entity echoed once more. Elryon couldn't react. He was sent flying backward, his chest caving like crumpled aluminum foil. Even with such an injury, he didn't bleed, nor did he cough up a mouthful of blood. Even his gaze and expression remained indifferent and unmoved as he skid to a stop beneath Leonel's feet. At that moment, the regulator came roaring back to life, but the laughter of the entity didn't fade. You would do well to remember your station as a junior when you speak to me, boy. Your Pluto race might be king of gods, but that was built on the backs of your ancestors, not you. Since I've received your answer, farewell. I hope your Pluto race doesn't regret this in the future." The entity waved a hand, and countless stars blinked out of life. What must have been over half of the galaxies in the dimensional verse were snuffed out and poured into Shanray's body. Only then did the entity slowly vanish. It was clear that he had acted this way on purpose. Bleeding or not, Elryan was heavily injured. Even if he could finish off Leonel, Shanray definitely would. He left with his laughter still echoing through the stars. Chapter 2029. Too Strong, Chapter 2029, Too Strong, 2009. Too Strong, Elryan touched the dent in his chest as though it wasn't his own. He looked back up toward the skies as the entity faded. He didn't seem to be enraged, nor did he seem to be in pain. He simply stood up slowly and looked away. He stumbled slightly, but he regained his bearings quickly. Even now, he didn't seem to notice that Leonel was above him. Leonel also observed these matters silently. His gaze shifted from Elryan to Shanray, who was suddenly brimming with power. Her glass-like skin quickly recovered, sealing. At the same time, the number of stars that made up her cosmos seemed to have multiplied several times over. She rose to her feet under a mysterious power, her expression a cross between a grimace and anger. She had almost died, not just once, but twice. She waved a hand, and her scythe, which had vanished earlier, appeared again. It looked as though it was forged of blue glass, even somewhat ice-like, while being far more radiant than it had been previously. The last time she had summoned it, she was already in a heavily injured, half-dead state. But now she was at 100%. She didn't even look at Elryan, her gaze landing on Leonel. This human had actually almost killed her, not just once, but twice. Although Elryan was heavily injured, she still had an innate respect for the Pluto race that was etched into the depths of her soul. If she didn't have to fight Elryan, she wouldn't. Her ancestor injuring him wasn't for the sake of killing him. Injuring a Pluto and killing them outright were two completely different things. Rather, it just made what she wanted to do here far easier. Clearly, she hadn't just come for the sake of passing on a message. In fact, it might very well be possible that the Void race had expected all of this to happen from the very beginning. Leonel was a bit of a variable, but it was hardly worth caring about. She raised her scythe, but Leonel had already reacted. His dream force flourished. What he hadn't expected was that even though he had reacted first, he would still be a step slow. Shanray's scythe appeared before him, ready to swing down. Leonel actually couldn't tell what Shanray's dimension was. He just felt that she was completely unfathomable, and yet she was a junior. He didn't know what any of this meant. There should only be the 8th and 9th dimensions beyond him. There was nothing above. Could you still be considered a junior if you were in the 8th dimension? Leonel's bow vanished, and a black rod appeared in his hands. He didn't bother to take out his divine spear because he knew that it wasn't strong enough. Now that he had been expelled from Elryan's body, whether it was his spear domain ring or the segmented cube, they had both returned to his possession. A shadow sovereign domain erupted from him, shrouding the space. But, to his surprise, the instant it touched the void beast's corpse, it dissipated, twisting apart and vanishing. This narrowed the scope of his domain considerably and made his force sluggish. He dodged backward, just barely tilting his head to the side. The scythe tore through his divine armor as though it was wet tissue paper, carving through his forehead, just barely missing his ethereal glabella, and curving out from his chest. The wound was deep, at least 3 to 4 inches. Although it hadn't cut all the way through his body, it was a devastating wound that would have ended any other human's life, especially as this energy roared and twisted, looking to destroy him from the inside out. Shanray frowned. This human actually survived her strike? No, he should be dead. Her force wasn't something a mere human could withstand. Just as she was thinking this, Leonel's Scarlet Star Force roared to life. His Golden Tiger and Death Pulse Deer bloodlines pulsed, rushing into his divine armor and mending it. Horns grew from his head, wrapped by the beautiful black and gold of his armor. At the same time, plates of white gold fur formed, making him look like an armored beast warlord. He released the seals on his Scarlet Star Force, allowing it to rampage and push against the odd force that Shanray controlled. Shanray's gaze narrowed. Leonel was clearly using a force beyond his ability to control. No human could produce a force that could fight against her own. It was nonsensical. Leonel suddenly thrust his spear out, aiming for between Shanray's brows. And yet, due to his domain, it felt as though it was coming from everywhere. When this was layered with his absolute spear domain, it likewise felt that it was coming at all times. His skill in the spear had been pushed to the absolute limits. Paltry skill. Shanray waved the butt of her scythe and collided against just one of Leonel's many spear tips, and yet they all dispersed at once. Not even at that impetus state, and you want to fight me? Just die. Leonel's gaze was just as cold as always. He didn't seem to react to Shanray's taunt at all because he had found it. His gaze flashed with a furious violet light. Come. Earth trembled and shook. A dormant spirit hidden deep within came to life, forced to move long before it was ready. This time, when Leonel moved his spear, the world itself moved. However, even he was surprised at this moment. This world spirit is far stronger than it should be, especially at this stage. His gaze sharpened as he looked down at the pyramids and the desert rapidly forming around them. He understood at that moment. Those were definitely not just normal monuments. His spear spun in his hand, and he struck out again. Damn it. Shanre's expression changed and her power surged. But just as she was about to cross a certain limit, a black chain slapped down on her arm, nearly ripping it out of her control. Bang! Leonel's spear landed on her body. Only the smallest crack formed, but he didn't seem to care at all. She was sent flying back, but he didn't move an inch, raising his spear into the air. The world spear and earth rumbled, a force art quickly beginning to form, roaring with spear force. In a location across the dimensional verse, the vanishing of the galaxies hadn't gone unnoticed, and the devastation it had caused was even worse. A certain man sat on a throne, his brows tightly furrowed. If Leonel had been here, he would have recognized this man as the very same puppet that had fought his father, the Silver Emperor. The problem was that this person wasn't the Silver Emperor at all. Rather, it was Aina. Once Chapter 2210, once more. Chapter 22210. Once more Aina was very familiar with the history of the Silver Empire. She had, of course, entered their zone before, although that zone was heavily distorted. However, given Aina's instincts, she was very good at telling the fake from the real. The problem here wasn't this, though. The problem was that according to her understanding, the Silver Empire would be destroyed very soon. In fact, there was a rush at the doors of the throne room and a messenger rushed in, heaving deep breaths. This messenger didn't even get the chance to speak before it happened. The palace rocked and quaked. Aina's expression changed, and she quickly stood to her feet. Her force imploded within her body, and she struck out. Compared to Leonel, her ability to adapt to this new body was on a completely different level. She had access to 100% of the Silver Emperor's strength immediately. In fact, as time passed, she was actually faintly surpassing the Silver Emperor until she would reach the point where she could entirely suppress him. The power of Aina's palm was mighty. It almost matched the rocking scene seen before her, blasting a hole through the double doors and out of the palace, surging into the skies and meeting a rippling wave of raging star chi. Despite the power of her strike, Aina's expression was quite ugly at the moment, or rather, the expression of the Silver Emperor's was. Her strike managed to protect a large segment of planet Silver, but it was still only a segment. And, large in this case, wasn't nearly large enough. The capital city and its surrounding lands were all well protected, but the rest of the planet was practically blown off the map, some of the destruction even wrapping around and destroying the opposite hemisphere. Just what had happened. The messenger shook in fear. At first, he had thought that the Silver Emperor was attacking him in rage for interrupting, but now he realized that he had been just this close from dying. Your Imperial Majesty, the messenger huffed and puffed. The galaxies, our territory, it's... Aina's expression went completely dark. She had thought that the skies had seemed far more lively than she was used to. It practically felt as though a net of starlight was cast over them. In fact, it was so vibrant and gorgeous that the stars could be seen like the moon in the middle of the day. But now the skies looked like the skies she remembered, dim, uninteresting, obedient to even the smallest hints of light pollution, weak. Who could even do such a thing? Destroying so many galaxies with a wave of the hand? But worse than that, and especially pertinent to the current mission at hand, what did it mean for the Silver Empire to suddenly lose so much of its strength? They had the largest territory in the human domain currently. There was no doubt that they had suffered the greatest at the hand of this destruction. What was the point of this zone exactly? Was she supposed to do the impossible and save the Silver Empire? That couldn't be the mission, right? But then where was Leonel? What about her mother-in-law? And what about little Tali? Leonel's spear tip trembled, his force art roaring to life. Using the world spirit, he had limited the strokes of his spear from 999 down to less than a dozen, relying on the power of the world to forcefully raise the standard of his spear force. Shanre's expression changed. She had just spoken about the impetus, and now this ant had brought out something infinitely close to it? That's enough, Elryon spoke lightly. Leonel's spear pierced out as though he hadn't heard anything at all. To others, the words of a Pluto were law. To Leonel, it was nothing more than whispers of the wind. When he wanted to do something, no one would stop him. Elryon, beaten and ragged, appeared before Leonel, his gaze just as indifferent as ever. Standing almost 2 meters taller than Leonel, he loomed over him, his presence imposing and domineering. Someone else might question him. Why was he trying to help someone related to an existence who had just almost killed him? Why was he stopping Leonel when he had nothing to do with this situation at all? It might even make sense to question the unfairness of it all, but Leonel didn't have such a change in expression. Elryon was stepping forth? It sounded to him like he wanted to die too. Leonel's spear thrust forward, roaring like the wave. Elryon shook his head. Killing her will do nothing but bring you trouble. As for you, you're no match for me even in this state. Why are you wasting your time here? Elryon reached up a finger, almost too slowly, and yet he still managed to touch the tip of Leonel's spear. Leonel's spear force veered violently out of control, splitting like a tide and roaring out in all directions. Some danced across Elryon's bluish-gray skin, but it reflected off of it like a light on a mirror, spiraling out in all directions and leaving him unscathed. Leonel was forced into a retreat, and Elryon looked down at his finger. There was the faint mark of slightly white gold. It seemed that he had almost bled again. This world was truly filled with bad luck for him. With a strong surge, Leonel came to a stop, lowering his spear slightly. He looked forward coldly. He had seen demons before, many of whom he had thought to be exceptionally powerful. But he had never in his life seen a body so powerful, and that was saying something considering his metal synergy lineage factor, or rather, what it had become, was truly excellent in this regard. At that moment, Shan-Rei recovered and moved, her scythe screeching out in humiliation as she shook the regulator's chains off of her arm. Her power multiplied, that mysterious energy flaring once more. Chapter 2211 Hourglass. Chapter 2211 Hourglass. Elrayan looked back toward Shan-Rei and waved a hand. A palm appeared in the air, formed of force. It somehow looked as though it was a part of Elrayan's body, despite the fact it was clearly entirely separate. Almost like a breath of air, connected and yet not, but as important as life despite the latter feeling. Shan-Rei frowned, not liking what she was seeing at all. She had originally made the assumption that Elrayan had stepped in to stop this human so that she would leave him alone later after he was dead, but she most definitely didn't expect that he would step up in this way. However, if he thought that he could deal with her as easily as that human, he was sorely mistaken. Palm and scythe met, the planes of the earth below being completely flattened. The strikes they sent out casually collapsing Leonel's strikes. Shan-Rei's expression changed, and she retreated quickly, managing to remain unscathed. Leave. Elrayan said coldly. Are you really in the state to talk to me like this? Shan-Rei asked coldly. Do you think that you are your ancestor? Elrayan replied, taking a step forward. Since you won't leave, I'll send you on your way. Elrayan flipped a palm, and an hourglass appeared. It was simple, small, and unadorned. In fact, it was so uninteresting and ordinary that it was even cracked. However, the moment Shan-Rei saw it, all of the stars across her body lit up at once, her expression, or what seemed to be her expression, changing wildly. Are the Plutos crazy? How could they give you such an item? Shan-Rei shook from head to toe. Even if her ancestor had still been here, he would react like this. This seemingly small and insignificant hourglass was the most fearsome item in all of existence. It was a treasure that even the most senior powerhouses of the Plutos should have never taken out. It didn't make sense for Elrayan to have access to it, especially not for a meaningless mission like this one. This item was known simply, almost too simply, the hourglass. It didn't have any fancy prefixes or suffixes, it was that and nothing else. But it was because it could stand out with such a simple name that it was so special. The hourglass gave one control over maybe the most mysterious force in existence, that being time force. However, it was on a level that could manipulate existence itself. Usually, time force manipulators were restricted to small regions, whether that be a limited time or a limited region, usually both. If you could ignore any one of these parameters, you were a genius the likes of which even the gods would have to respect. However, the hourglass had no such limitations. To make a complex matter simple, when the hourglass turned a second of time back, every world, every planet, every star, every universe experienced the same reversal. No matter where you were, no matter how powerful you were, no matter how high you had reached or how low you had sunk. But this was said to be the simplest ability of the hourglass. Fundamentally, it could warp reality. It just so happened that doing so was made simpler and more convenient with time force as a base. That was right. The manipulation of time by the hourglass was nothing more than an act of convenience that made the rest of its abilities simpler and less complex to execute, eliminating the need to care for karma and the laws of cause and effect entirely. The instant it appeared, Shan-Rei no longer hesitated. She didn't even look toward her ship, nor the members of her race that lagged behind. She brought out an item of her own and crushed it, vanishing into a swirling black hole that blinked out of existence the moment she did. Elrayan didn't do anything, he just felt that Shan-Rei was foolish. What did an escape mechanism mean in the face of the hourglass? He could easily reverse time to a point where she right back where she had just escaped from and then killed her. But he didn't say anything. This result was exactly the result he wanted. He put the hourglass away without a word, but when he looked back to Leonel, he noticed that the latter was entirely focused on the hand that had just held the hourglass, even following it to exactly where it had disappeared. Elrayan didn't think that the look in Leonel's eyes could get any colder. He seemed to have already reached his limits before, but at this moment, even Elrayan felt a chilly wind tingle his smile. Leonel raised his spear. Elrayan's gaze narrowed. It can't do what you think it can. Leonel didn't say anything, his spear tip growing incomparably steady. A gentle and almost mist-like swirl of spear force slowly gathered around him, his divine armor growing brighter and brighter. That item can kill quite easily, but when it comes to life, it's a completely different matter. The only way toward eternal life is through rebirth. Nothing that can be reclaimed so easily was all that important to begin with. Leonel's gaze only became sharper. When did you become so talkative? Take it as pity, Elrayan responded. Wrong answer. Leonel's aura flourished, his blade becoming sharper and sharper. His spear force rose, emitting the aura of the seventh dimension. Elrayan closed his eyes. His patience was wearing thin. He was a mighty Pluto, and yet just in the last hour his body had been taken over by a human. He had been disrespected by the junior of the Void race. A so-called ancestor had attacked him for nothing more than words, and now this boy was spitting in the face of his efforts to help him. Leonel had no idea what kind of consequences he would face for killing Sean Ray, yet he wanted to do it. And yet, whatever those consequences were, they would pale in comparison to him actually succeeding in taking the hourglass for himself. Orion took a breath and opened his eyes to find that Leonel's spear had already closed the distance, but in his palm, the hourglass had already appeared once again. Leonel froze in place, completely unable to move. Chapter 2212, Bipolar. Chapter 2222, Bipolar. The atmosphere was quite somber, and maybe the location didn't help very much. Leonel's brothers sat in silence around a table, bottles of alcohol sitting half-finished as they reclined, lost in their own worlds. The smell was so strong that it felt as though a mixture of 99% rubbing alcohol and a field of roses were smashed and mashed into one, releasing a peculiar scent that made one's nose red. They had been stuck like that for quite a long time. It was as though they could feel the heaviness of Leonel's mood, and it had been transferred over to them. This couldn't be helped. After being resurrected under Leonel's power, they felt the influence of his soul. Once they regained their own bodies, they no longer felt that sort of fanaticism that his soul constructs did, but they could still feel Leonel more clearly than they could in the past. This was only more exaggerated since some of them had experienced that feeling not just once, but twice. Leonel hadn't come to see them since his father had died. He didn't even have much patience for Ina and his own mother, let alone others, but that didn't mean that they weren't very worried about him. James suddenly sighed. "That guy, what do you think, James? Is he finished?" Raj asked somewhat absent-mindedly. James laughed. "Why are you asking me? Do I look introspective to you?" "We're asking you about someone else. What would you need to be introspective for?" Milan mumbled. "Smartass, don't you know you're supposed to be a dumb jock?" "Then what's your excuse?" Milan snorted. "What are you trying to say? Don't think I forgot. All those dropped passes in the championship game? You can't even call yourself a jock, so what are you exactly? Just dumb?" James's gaze flashed. He seemed to be about to lose his temper, but in the end he sighed, just leaning back and pretending as though he hadn't heard anything. He truly didn't have much of a right to get mad about this matter. "What happened that day anyway?" "You never told us," Raj asked. He didn't seem to get the memo that they were trying to move on, but truthfully they felt it was about time they talked about this matter. James had been gone for so long, he couldn't just come back after betraying them not just once, but twice, and expect not to have to explain himself. Of course, the championship game was a minor matter in the grand scheme. They already had 3 trophies, and they didn't really care all that much about winning again, especially when the metamorphosis came afterward. But the reason why they separated in the first place, the matters of the Royal Blue Fort and how Leonel and Ina almost died, those were completely separate matters. In reality, they wouldn't even know the details of this matter if it wasn't for Leonel getting drunk that one time on planet Luxnix. He had been with Joel back then, and he opened up about a lot, including the matter that separated him and James. If not for this, who knows if they would even be aware of what had happened. That man hated explaining anything. James sighed again. Fine. I guess I should be an adult and own up to my mistakes, huh? Oh man, he finally grew a pair. Look at my boy grow up. Fuck you, James said with a laugh. It's not that complicated. You know that the quarterback of the Angels Academy pricks was Conrad Siegfried? The Siegfried family is a Governor Duke family, or rather was. My old man wanted a favor from them. Well, it was probably more complicated than that. What's that supposed to mean? My old man rarely has one-step plans. Conrad is also a bit of a dumbass. He would be an easy pawn to use so long as he was buttered up. Too bad my sister-in-law killed him for being a horn dog. Too bad, is it? Milan sneered. James shrugged. It's fair of you all to be mad, but quite frankly, I still can't be bothered to care about football. It was just a means to an end to me, and it was also too easy. But in typical Leonel fashion, he went and won it on his own without considering anybody else. You actually still have the cheek to say that? Franco laughed. Well, I do know him the best. I just accept him for his flaws. What about your flaws? James laughed again. I didn't say I didn't have any, but Leonel's flaws, well, they're more complicated. So you do have an answer? Then what are you tiptoeing around it for? Because even if I said it, I don't know if you guys would believe me. Just say it. James fell into silence, his gaze flickering. His eyes were half closed due to the alcohol. Leonel's a bit of a sociopath. He doesn't have normal emotions, I don't think, and he fakes most of it because he's smart enough to do so. You wouldn't even realize if you didn't spend a long time with him, and even then you wouldn't notice unless you piss him off enough like I have. But that's not the important part. I don't even really think it's his fault, not that it's a choice to be a sociopath. Before the metamorphosis, I thought he was bipolar. He had 2 personalities. If I had to name them, I'd say that one is probably his true self, and the second is the man his father raised. Well, that's what I thought before the metamorphosis anyway. But now, I think I have a better explanation. You know how everyone's always saying that the future affects the past? I think that Leonel is in that sort of situation. His 2 mentalities, one is his true self, as in his current immature self, and the second is his future self. The reason he's so arrogant, the reason he's so indifferent, it's probably the reason he loves my sister-in-law so much. The reason he doesn't take anyone seriously isn't because he's stupid. It isn't because he's a prick, but it's because there's a very important portion of him that's already earned the right to have that level of confidence. Unfortunately, his current self hasn't earned that right yet. Chapter 22113, Weight of a Planet. Chapter 22113, Weight of a Planet, what's all that supposed to mean? Milan asked. James shrugged. You asked, I answered. I don't know what else you want from me. Believe in my guess or don't, not like we can do anything about it anyway. That man won't listen to anyone right now. The only person he would listen to is dead now. Not necessarily, Joel suddenly spoke. You think Aina can do something? Maybe, but that's not what I meant. Though, probably not. He still has that silver dictionary. Maybe it can talk some sense into him. The group fell into silence again. It made sense, the trouble was. Who would do it? That silver disc was probably the possession Leonel valued the most right now. It would always be in his possession and on his mind. It also didn't respond to anyone's voice but Leonel's own. Expecting someone who was hurting to find their own path to healing was like asking a baby to feed and dress itself. Just like that, even if they felt that they had the solution, they would never be able to use it. Maybe only Aina or his mother could get him to try and use it. Like James had said, the so-called true Leonel was the man his father had raised. The other Leonel wasn't exactly a real person, but rather the influence of one. The first usually trumped the latter, unless the first completely shut down. James shook his head. You lot are too depressed about this. Fuck off. You said all of that and now you want us to act like everything's fine? What if he goes out there and gets himself killed? What then? No one's going to be there to resurrect him like we were. He's the only one with that ability. James laughed. I did say all of that, but I also didn't hold back in one aspect. The operative word was yet. He hasn't earned that right yet, but every time he's been given an opportunity to prove it, he has. Does the process matter if he wins in the end anyway? Milan took another swig of his beer. Winning a football game is a little bit different than challenging all the families of the human domain on a revenge vendetta. That depends. It's all relative. A normal, third-dimensional boy facing off against a team with far more 5 stars than his own, while his only 5-star receiver is throwing the game on purpose, probably has no business winning that game either, right? The room fell into silence, and James closed his eyes with a grin. Now he's in the 7th dimension with access to far more weapons than just his arm alone. All I'm saying is that if I had the choice, I probably wouldn't piss him off when he's in this state. James fell into silence, his smile slowly fading. Pissing Leonel off now wasn't just a small matter. In fact, it could very well be an existential matter. The usual Leonel had an off button, he had a limit, he had values that he would usually stick to. As for this Leonel, it was doubtful that he even had a conscience. Leonel stood frozen in the skies, unable to move even a single inch. It wasn't a matter of effort, because the truth of the matter was that he couldn't even try to move. He couldn't feel his muscles flexing. He couldn't even send the command to his brain to try. Even his thoughts themselves had been frozen in place. This was what it truly meant to be frozen in time, and this was the power of the hourglass. One didn't even have the right to fight back. However, Elryan's expression changed, but he was a step late. Sure you. An overwhelming power pierced into Elryan's wrist, cutting through it and almost exiting from the other side. Although it failed to make it all the way through, it didn't matter. What needed to be done had been done. The hand that Elryan had been using to hold the hourglass was rendered almost completely useless. Elryan was in shock. What had just happened? How was it possible? It had to be known that fooling the hourglass was next to impossible. He hadn't even aimed it. He had just thought of Leonel and willed him to be frozen. It shouldn't have mattered what schemes Leonel had in store, even if he used a clone as a decoy, even if he vanished from his divine armor and left it out in his stead. Nothing should have worked. Of course, Elryan had miscalculated one very important thing. The Leonel that he thought of in his mind was in a very special state. Not only was he fused with the world spirit of this world, but he was also, obviously, in this world. While it sounded convenient to just be able to think of someone and freeze them, it was also more involved than it seemed. A significant change to a person's state, especially since Elryan wasn't intimately familiar with Leonel, could easily throw the lock off. In that moment, Leonel had indeed used his divine armor as a decoy, disappearing from within it. But he had also disassociated from the world spirit, and at the same time, he had entered the segmented cube, an entirely different and complete 9th-dimensional world. When Elryan was confident in his success and was ready to speak with Leonel calmly to try and talk some sense into him, Leonel had appeared again, this time with one of his starships, concentrating all of its power into a fine line that attacked Elryan's wrist. Leonel appeared in the air, his divine armor slowly fading away. The hourglass tossed and turned through the air. He simply extended his hand, allowing it to land there as though he had calculated even this much. When he made contact with it, he looked down, his gaze cold. It felt light, almost too light, like it was a flimsy toy rather than the powerful tool he was certain that it was. Suddenly, Leonel's body trembled, and the ultra-lightweight hourglass multiplied in weight several times over. In the blink of an eye, it had become so heavy that even moving planet Earth itself would be easier than holding it up. Chapter 2214, Hesitation. Chapter 2214, Hesitation. Leonel frowned. He was able to hold it up for a while, but it was clear that the hourglass planned on getting heavier and heavier until he was truly out of options. Realizing this, he immediately tried to send it into the segmented cube, but then he realized something even more devastating. In order to send items into and out of spatial devices, it required internal sight, namely, the intention of internal sight. It was the locking of senses that allowed the ring, brace, or the world, in this case, to understand that something wanted to be transported inside or outside. It was similar to El Ryan and his intentions of locking Leonel down with the thought of him, though a bit different. To make a complicated matter simple, it felt like Leonel's internal sight couldn't wrap around the hourglass no matter how hard he tried. It was as though every time he was almost there, its size would increase, requiring more and more effort, more and more internal sight to make the attempt. Leonel was a person who had never struggled with such a thing before. Others had a limit to how large an item they were moving in and out of a spatial device could be, and for some who didn't have limits, there was a definite and long lag that took place the larger the object in question was. But Leonel had never worried about this. He could even move something the size of a starship in and out of the segmented cube in a split moment. But now, this hourglass in his hand, that was still the same size as always, seemed to be forming a larger and larger picture in his mind. He realized instantly that no matter how large his range was, the hourglass would always be just a hair better. His frown deepened, the coldness in his gaze flickering. In another split second, any attempt to continue holding on to this item would shred his muscles off the bone. But more importantly than that, there was El Ryan. He had just used a starship capable of one-shotting most ancestors, and yet he hadn't even managed to sever El Ryan's hand completely. No, it was even worse than that. The starships in his possession were upgraded using the blueprint of his enlightened self. They were easily twice as powerful as Cynthia's already modified and improved starships. On top of that, he had concentrated all of the power into a thin line barely 3 to 4 inches thick, and yet he still couldn't sever maybe the weakest part of El Ryan's body? How would he continue to fight this person? In terms of a straight-up battle, Leonel didn't fear him. While he had long since acknowledged that there was a limit to what scheming could accomplish, he still firmly believed that he had yet to run into that peak just yet. But if he couldn't at least store away the hourglass, even if he couldn't use it himself, it would definitely land in El Ryan's hands once more. At that point, he wouldn't stand a chance. When the hourglass appeared, he had realized how special it was immediately. Other ignorant individuals would think it to be a worthless ornament, maybe even making the assumption that the reason Sean-Ray was scared off was because the item was akin to a badge, representing someone with a bit of an eccentric personality, but he could feel it. Any item that he couldn't completely cast into his dream world was one that existed on a plane far beyond his understanding. So, the instant he had seen it, he had already thought of thousands of methods to get his hands on it. He felt that it might be a chance to reverse what had happened to his father. So long as he could figure out how to use it, he could return to that moment, he could be more prepared, he could find a method to deal with the regulator, Leonel's teeth clenched. It was only a split moment, but his mind simply worked far too fast. It had only gotten several-fold faster after he entered the 7th dimension, and it was prone to overrunning even its own self, accelerating past what maybe even Leonel himself was consciously aware of. Leonel clenched his jaw so hard that some of his teeth cracked, but no matter how fast his mind ran, he couldn't figure out a solution. Ironically, he had run into that peak schemes were useless again just when he thought he would be undefeatable. That was actually a lie. He did have a solution, but when he was about to use it, his mind working in a frenzy, he hesitated. It was something he never thought he would do in such a situation, and especially not in his current state of mind. But he simply couldn't bring himself to do it. Unfortunately, a split moment of hesitation was all it took to lose a battle like this one. Crack. Leonel's arm snapped like a twig. The recoil was so strong that even after the hourglass fell from his palm, his bicep tendon snapped and his arm swung down and back. The sight was grotesque, but how could it not be when the back of his hand slapped against the back of his shoulders? El Ryan appeared before Leonel, almost carelessly catching the hourglass. His eyes, though, seemed to carry more emotion than they usually did. He had actually been outmaneuvered by a human? This ending was still inevitable. That was only logical. The hourglass was forged by the constellation of the Pluto race. How could it respond to the call of anyone else? Even if he left it in the middle of the road of the busiest city of the God domain, no one would even dare to touch it. But why did he still somehow feel that this had ended far too simply? He looked down at Leonel, his wrist having already healed, his thoughts unreadable. Chapter 2215, this year. Chapter 2215, this year. El Ryan looked at Leonel, but the latter seemed to be in a bit of a daze. Despite this, El Ryan still felt a prickling sensation at the back of his neck, one that grew stronger every time he hesitated. Even though he felt this way, he didn't move, his expression remaining the picture of indifference. It was hard to tell if this man had any emotion at all. Even after being humiliated like that by the entity, he didn't even so much as clench his fist, nor did he care to take it out on his descendant. This kind of man was one who had a mind that was impossible to pry into. But interestingly enough, though Elrond felt that Leonel was quite easy to read as someone who was grieving, he still couldn't seem to grasp the exact depth. As for the depth of what exactly, even this was a blur, as though even making guesses about Leonel's state of mind was impossibly muddled. At that moment, Leonel suddenly looked up at Elrond. The height difference between them could only be said to be exceptional. One stood at 2 meters or so tall, but the other was almost at 4. Even so, Leonel's gaze didn't seem to give off the impression of a person who was inferior in any way. "Why aren't you attacking yet?" Leonel asked coldly. In a battle like this one, Leonel knew that he couldn't take the initiative. His ability index worked best when he had data. And in order to have data, his enemy had to take action. Only then could he read, react, counter, and force his enemies to regret their choices. The only reason he had attacked first before was because he had already predicted how Elrond would react. Others might find this man to be unreadable, but Leonel felt that it was obvious enough. His Emperor's charm had only made him better at reading people. Elrond was a carbon copy of his cousin. The difference was that Elrond had unmatched talent while Noah did not. This simple difference is what had led to a deviation in the direction their personalities had brought them down. How had Noah reacted the first time he met Leonel? Of course, he was a stickler for the rules, and he had acted in accordance with the law. Unfortunately, that had gotten him beaten within an inch of his life by Leonel because he had dared to touch Aina. This man was the same. He was probably ordered to come here by his family, so he had. He wasn't angry with the entity because he felt that it only made sense someone so powerful would have a temper. He also felt there was no need to get angry because he would surpass this individual soon enough. As for taking it out on Sean Ray, why would he do something to put his family in a poor situation just for his own personal grudge? He was better than that, and most importantly, the likes of Sean Ray weren't worth his effort. He was arrogant, but only rightfully so, and he was the furthest thing from a hypocrite. Although Leonel asked him why he wasn't attacking, he already knew the answer. Attack Leonel? Why? What would that get him? Even compared to Sean Ray, Leonel was even more inferior. Attacking him out of rage would only be like admitting that he had suffered a loss, and that he took it more seriously than he did. Of course, that didn't mean that he didn't acknowledge Leonel's victory. He did, and he would also adjust his expectations and future actions such that this wouldn't happen again. However, it wasn't worth attacking over. It was infuriating indeed. It was even worse than disdain. Like he had said before, would a passerby disdain a dog for digging into garbage bins for scraps to fill their belly? Of course not. What human would waste their time disdaining a dog? The only appropriate reactions would be indifference, maybe a bit of aversion, but most importantly, they would feel that it was just natural. That's where a dog belonged, digging in the trash, so what was the use of an overblown reaction? However, this time, Leonel didn't attack. He just stood there, looking up at Elrond as though he was trying to remember this person's face. "The hourglass doesn't do what you think it does," Elrond explained simply. "Well, it does, but it won't work out in a way you think it will. In addition, the Pluto race wouldn't be willing." "Make sure you keep it safe," Leonel replied just as simply. "Soon enough, it'll be mine. The more you stall, the greater price it'll have to pay." Leonel's meaning was simple. The more time passed, the more time would have to be rewound, and the greater pressure there would be on the hourglass. Elrond looked toward Leonel, but he didn't reply immediately. Both of them seemed to be exceptionally okay with silence. If it wasn't for Leonel's hostility and the fact that he was too weak, they might have been able to be friends. While he didn't disdain the weak, Elrond wasn't a fan of the idea of watching such a weak species of people die long before he did. His gaze flickered. What a peculiar thought that was. Friends? With a man who had tried to steal the symbol of his Pluto race? If others found out about this, even just the threat he had levied just now, even his bones wouldn't be left. But he suddenly felt compelled to change Leonel's mind. "Do you understand what you are saying?" "It doesn't matter," Leonel replied simply. "It does," Elrond responded. "Do you understand how strong the existence who separated you from my body was?" Leonel didn't reply. He wasn't a fan of repeating himself. Since he had said it didn't matter, he meant that it didn't matter. In order to do what he did, he would have to have the power to ignore the regulator of your incomplete world, Elrond continued as though he didn't need a reply. "If that's not enough of an answer for you, do you have any idea how strong Sean Ray is? How strong I am?" Leonel once again didn't reply. "This year, if converted to your time, I am 14 years old. My strength level, if converted to your understanding, is at the quasi-6th dimension. Chapter 22116, maybe. Chapter 2216, maybe. The reaction that Elrond might have expected wasn't the one he received. If anything, he was underwhelmed. Leonel had already seen just how far apart the strengths of various races could be. Setting aside the spirituals, there was himself. When that figure in the blood pool moved, it had to be understood that Leonel's dimension didn't change. The only thing that changed was how much access to his own personal talent he had. That meant the man who could kill ancestors and even overlords as though they were wet tissue paper had been the very same 6th-dimensional Leonel. Of course, that was still not as impressive as Elrond, who was only in the 5th dimension. Though the latter had said quasi-6th dimensional, this was the reality. Quasi or not, it was still the 5th dimension. However, it wasn't enough to completely upend Leone's reality. As for why he was underwhelmed, it was because he would expect such an existence to be further along at 14 years old. If he had been born in the Morales family, he would have most definitely been faster than that. He had entered the dimensional verse at 18 years old. He was now 26 years old, and most of that time had been spent struggling on his own. It was completely unlike Elryan, who even had access to such a treasure. That said, Leonel still stored away several things from this information, much of which was speculation. Elryan had said if his age was converted, it was very possible that he had experienced much more than 14 years. But just like dog years, different species experience the years differently. This would explain why there wasn't even a hint of childishness on his face, though that could also be explained by his race itself. The second important speculation was that he didn't believe that Elryan was actually just slow to progress. Or, rather, even if he was slow, every step he took was far more substantial than Leonel's own. That meant that the Pluto race had a different method of progression, one that Leonel was very much interested in. A part of his senses drifted down to the members of the Void race that Sean Ray had left behind, a cold glint lighting his eyes. Elryan shook his head. It seemed that this kind of man couldn't be swayed in such a way. He didn't know why he had wasted his time. It was truly uncharacteristic of him. There also wasn't a point in converting his strength and age like that. This man would have no reference for what that truly meant. Seeing that Leonel seemed to have some intention toward the other Void race members, he was rendered somewhat speechless. Laying a hand even on a servant of a god race would get your entire race eradicated. He had yet to get to it because Leonel didn't seem to be paying attention. But if Leonel had truly killed Sean Ray, it would have been like sentencing everyone to death. He didn't know why, but he didn't want to see this man die, at least not in such a ridiculous and unfair way. He truly wouldn't even see his enemies if he made such a folly. He would likely spend his years in eternal damnation, never laying eyes on the person who put him there in the first place. At that moment, Elryan suddenly remembered something his father had told him. He was used to being reprimanded for his straightforward ways. He might be talented, but he lacked in charisma. As a leader, this was a deathly sort of flaw. His father had once said that smart people couldn't be convinced with reason. Usually, they had already thought of every possibility. Telling them facts would do nothing to change the situation. He had already assumed that giving a person the facts was only right. Any logical person would obviously come to the same conclusion as him, right? But his father had said no. Humans were emotional creatures no matter how smart they were. If you wanted to convince someone of something, you had to understand their why and manipulate that. Unless you could understand that, it would all be useless. Even if a person was stupid, so long as they had enough bias, even if you laid out all the facts before them, they might nod to your face, then return to their ingrained beliefs later. But what was Leonel's why? Elryan's gaze flickered, and he remembered that the world spirit had responded to Leonel. The only way that would happen would be if, don't, Leonel suddenly said, raising up a hand. Elryan froze, not quite understanding. I don't care how powerful your people are. I also don't care what your original purpose here was, or how you might be related to my grandfather or the Fox family. I truly do not give a damn. I can see it in your eyes. You're looking, trying to find the light of reason, trying to understand me, trying to convince me. I originally didn't know why you were deviating so far from your original personality, but now that you've told me your age, it's too obvious. You're still a child and still don't have any sort of real conviction. Elryan frowned for the first time. I wasn't even trying, but I was already leading you by the nose. What do you think I am? A broken vase you need to put back together? Maybe because your family gave you a mission to fulfill that promise, you want to complete it to 100% of your ability and maybe pull me out of an abyss to help the descendants of your benefactor. Is that it? It's all worthless. You may have all of the facts, but those facts are just your understanding of your race. Do you even know who I am? Do you know what I'm capable of? Did you check to see who you were speaking to first? Or was it that because I'm a human ant in your eyes, you believed that you could understand me in just a few seconds of thought? Leonel rose into the air until his nose practically touched Elryan's, looking into those eyes that held the weight of the universe within. Since you're being so helpful with your words, I'll ask you a question. Do you have any idea how close to death you were just now? That cold shiver Elryan thought had vanished appeared again. You might not believe me, but I'll lay it out for you. You see that beast corpse over there? Elryan subconsciously looked toward the Void Beast Corp ship. I have a beast companion that's been by my side for almost a decade. He's an adorable little mink. His fur is quite soft, and his soul would be very useful to me. If I killed him, animated him, and then used this beast corpse to breathe life into him again, making him my puppet for life, how powerful do you think he would be? Would your little prepubescent body be able to handle it? Would Sean Ray be able to handle it? I have a feeling that even her entity wouldn't be able to handle it. The more Leonel spoke, the colder his gaze became, and the worse the shiver up Elryan's spine became. Do you know why you're still standing here, alive? This time, it was Elryan's turn to remain silent. Leonel turned and walked away. Maybe it's because I'm not angry enough yet. Chapter 2217, Sturdy. Chapter 2017, Sturdy? Elryan found that his heart was beating too rapidly for him to control. Leonel had already gone off far into the distance by the time he regained his bearings. He didn't seem to snap out of it until he realized that Leonel was actually going down below to the location of the partially built pyramids. Elryan took another deep breath, trying to settle himself. He looked toward the corpse of the void beast. Controlling that? Wasn't that too ridiculous? Who was he trying to fool? Who would believe that a human could take control of a void beast's corpse? He had some understanding of the Fox family's ability. Of course, he knew that Leonel wasn't talking about taking control of the corpse. He was speaking of using Arise on Little Blackstar and then using Assimilate and Breathe on him. That way, Blackstar would gain the strength of the dead void beast. If such a thing succeeded, Blackstar would indeed become an existence the likes of which even the entity feared, and he would indeed become a puppet of Leonel. But how could such a thing be possible? Killing Little Blackstar and animating his soul was easy enough. Leonel could easily use Arise on the ancestors of the dimensional verse, so Blackstar was well within his abilities. However, while Assimilate and Breathe worked better the material was, the energy couldn't come from nowhere. It would obviously need Leonel to provide the catalyst for the fusion. If it was too far beyond Leonel's abilities, how could he possibly succeed? Orion was smart enough to think of all of this. If the Fox family didn't have such limitation, it would be they who were the gods and not the other way around. In Orion's opinion, the so-called ninth dimensional lineage factor was barely passable. Of course, that didn't assume that there were 10th dimensional lineage factors and above. Rather, it was that the title of 9th dimensional was just a world, and the ones that Leonel knew of were just the outskirts of this world. In fact, Elrion didn't call lineage factors by such titles. He divided them into complete and incomplete. Only when you were 9th dimensional could you barely be considered complete. Orion knew all of this. So why was it that he still felt that Leonel wasn't lying to him just to save face? Was it truly because he was too young and easily led by the nose? Or was it because there were other matters that Leoni couldn't be bothered to explain? If Elrion had known Leonel, he would understand just how rare it was for Leonel care to explain anything in the first place. The idea that he would explain everything, especially to a potential enemy, well, wasn't that too ridiculous? After one final breath, Elrion exhaled another breath and managed to fully reclaim his calm. He descended after Leonel, wanting to understand what this man was doing. Regardless of the circumstances, he had entered a state of complete curiosity. Someone else might have already been completely enraged, but Elrion was someone who had taken the humiliation at the hands of the entity as though nothing at all had happened. So how could he take a few words from Leonel seriously? Leonel landed on the ground, gliding across the grown sandy plains. The world spirit that had been fused with him had long since separated, but now it followed over his shoulder, an amorphous blob of energy. Somewhere inside, Leonel wondered if this world spirit had followed his mother because it had truly chosen her, or if it was his fault. After he left this place, he couldn't very well take the world spirit with him, so it would be stuck here until Alienor was born. Who knew, maybe it attached itself to her because it had finally sensed an aura similar enough to Leonel's. Though he thought this, Leonel didn't accept it right away. For one, world spirits weren't foolish creatures. They had enough intelligence of their own, though it didn't manifest in the same ways. Secondly, he felt that this current world spirit was very different from the one he knew. It was too strong. Leonel had noted this the moment it appeared, but since he was in the midst of battle, he couldn't exactly explore this idea. But now, he felt that he had quite a bit of time on his hands. Because he had been forcibly expelled from Elrion's body, for all intents and purposes, they had already failed this zone. This was unfortunate because his mother wouldn't be able to gain the benefits of completely understanding a new magic system this time. But it was fortunate in that he didn't have the same restraints. At the same time, although the rewards would be lost to them, there would be other rewards here. There were still the Void Race members above, and there was still this pyramid being built here. How much had Leonel gained just from entering the zone of the mere dwarven race? It benefited his combat prowess even now, and it was a large part of the reason he had mastered his spear so quickly. The benefits waiting here for him were on a completely different level. As for why the Void Race members above had yet to run for their lives, the truth was that they didn't dare to. Only the likes of Leonel would dare to even speak so brazenly to a Pluto. As for them, the moment Shanrei escaped, even though Elrion had yet to speak even a single word to them, they acted as though they were captives. Leonel waved his arm and his injured elbow snapped back into place. With a clench of his fist, it was soon as though nothing at all had happened. When he entered the range of the pyramid, his eyes narrowed. With the evolution of his lineage factor, he had gained a great deal. One such thing was that his Earth Force affinity had risen to an entirely new level. So, when he stepped foot into range, he felt as though he was standing upon the sturdiest earth he ever had. It was a completely contradictory feeling. What about sand could possibly be sturdy? Chapter 2208, Incomplete World. Chapter 2208, Incomplete World. It reminded Leonel of Elthor's chaotic particle force. It was formed of granules of Earth as well, and yet it was the #1 Earth force in all of existence. Well, he wasn't sure if he could say that anymore. He wondered if these force evaluations were just limited to the dimensional versus understanding of them or not. Although he reacted as though it was nothing much, that didn't mean that he didn't take note of the existence of the Pluto and Void races. Their existence clearly meant that this world was much larger than he knew. There was a second pressure Leonel had felt just now as well, though, and that was the pressure of the others of the Pluto race. They were dressed simply, but even the shortest was at least 5 meters tall. It seemed to be reminding Leonel of Elrion's age again and again. They didn't seem powerful outside of their size, and yet their every moment seemed to rock the earth. As Leonel walked forward, he felt that Elrion was holding back a great deal. At the very least, when a Pluto sweat, it seemed that the entire world worked as well. Every drop of a Pluto's body was precious and couldn't be shed without an equivalent exchange. A powerful race, indeed, Leonel thought to himself. Even so, it didn't stop his steps forward. He didn't even react when Elrion appeared by his side. He really didn't understand this boy. But he had learned that different cultures of humans could react to things differently. The Morales were a prime example. They were almost all fiery and battle-hungry, but that wasn't entirely because of their blood, it was also because of their culture. It was clear that the Pluto race had its own unique culture. They felt that they were so above everything that they weren't quick to any emotion at all. Even though Leonel had appeared, they had ignored him. Only when Elrion appeared did they look over, but even after this, they looked away. It isn't appropriate to call them servants. They don't seem to be despite their style of dress. They're artisans, and those are most definitely not limestone like the history textbooks say. As for what they're resonating with, it seems to be quartz back in this era, or rather a few hundred years later, would be quite widely used. It was one of the most abundant substances on Earth, and it was useful in a wide range of applications from glassware to powering watches. It was completely unremarkable, at least at the time. In Leonel's era, though, the importance of quartz skyrocketed, and it was likely also part of the reason that Earth hadn't reached the point of having to gather energy from the stars either. On Earth, by the time Leonel was born, they were able to build surface cities around quartz deposits, using the existence of these quartz deposits to power the cities entirely without the need for fossil fuels or other types of renewable energy. The best part was that this energy seemed endless and inexhaustible because it relied on the natural chemical bonds of quartz, bonds that were incredibly difficult to break as it was the fourth strongest material on Earth at the time. Quartz was quite fascinating, at least to a third-dimensional Leonel. The current Leonel had already long since stopped caring about this level of material and had already come across a countless number that had similar and even stronger effects. Compared to third-dimensional electrochemical effects of the like, just how far beyond was a trickle of force from a fourth-dimensional ore? It could completely crush the former. But then why? Why were the artisans of this mighty race relying so heavily on this material? Leonel could tell after a few moments what was happening. They were using the pyramids as a foundation to resonate with the quartz of Earth. This would thus execute some unknown action still elusive to him, but wasn't there a better way? The obvious answer to this question seemed to be that they were on Earth, so they were just using what was available on Earth. But something was telling Leonel that things weren't as simple as they seemed. He was missing something. He would have to get closer. Just as he was going to, Elrion suddenly spoke. This pyramid is one of the symbols of our Pluto race. It's being used to harness the energy of your planet. It will ultimately downgrade its level, an unfortunate price to pay. Leonel's gaze narrowed, and he looked up and toward Elrion. In the past, a member of the Fox family did a member of our Pluto race a favor. It has been many generations since then, but the favor was cashed in upon the destruction of the Fox family. This place is what you call an incomplete world. You see how all the planets and stars are scattered? This is what happens when a world fails in its birth. What you call stars are not technically real stars, they're kernels of a universe's energy. You would normally not be able to see them as they would all be fused into the land. The fact you can see them so clearly is evidence of this world being incomplete. A complete world has one land, one star, one being. An incomplete world does not, and phenomena like subdimensional zones appear as a result. Though Elrion trailed off as though not wanting to explain the rest of this matter fully. Leonel's brows furrowed. Why was this man explaining this to him? He suddenly found himself getting annoyed. He knew that his temper wasn't the best in recent days, but this was ridiculous even for him. It was then that he calmed down. He understood that maybe the rest of the Pluto race was quite calm, but Elrion was still a child. How could he be as unbothered as he seemed? It seemed he had begun to understand more about Leonel. A person that Leonel had just reprimanded explaining things to him that he didn't understand? Was there even a better way to annoy him? Usually, incomplete worlds are disseminated to the gods as they're still valuable commodities. But this time, my Pluto race commandeered them to return this favor and help in something they called the Dream Project. The parameters of this Dream Project, though, are quite strict. The last remnants of the Fox family need safe passage, and the only way to allow that is to weaken this world. But should everything go well, this world may rise again. Leonel's gaze turned frighteningly cold. What did he just say? Author's note. Sorry everyone, I've been feeling like shit all day and tried to write it out, which is part of the reason Gab chapters were so late today, though many of you DD readers probably didn't notice that. I'll spare you the more gory details as this is a family-friendly server. Only managed to write 2 today. The good news is that I almost just wrote 1, yay? Tears, Chapter 2299, 1 or 2, Chapter 2299, 1 or 2, The Dream Project. This was only the second time he was hearing about it, but there was something that he had already deduced about it, and that was that the so-called simulation and this dream project should be one and the same. But, even beyond that, the man who had tried to strike down his father, the very man who was felled by just a single strike, a man who called himself king, should be one of the masterminds behind this dream project. Just the name alone, and the fact the demoness had such strong Dreamforce affinity, made Leonel feel as though it was almost a near certainty that the Three-Finger Cult was intertwined and related to all of this. How else could an organization of a so-called incomplete world like this one possibly open up a path to a complete world? The deductions seemed to logically follow from one another, flowing freely and easily. The simulation was created to help the complete world with some troubles it was having. His father became an uncontrollable variable that the complete world felt that it had to get rid of, and maybe his grandfather had fallen into that category as well, leading to the both of them being killed. Ultimately, the purpose of this dream project would become clear and obvious in the end, but if Leonel had to guess, it was likely related to demons and their invasion. The so-called complete world, or the land that he had called the Cataclysm Zone up until this point, had a very clear and obvious demon problem. Their complete world was actually divided into segments as though it was in the middle of fusing with another complete world, a demon world at that. This was why their cities and the demons seemed to overlap so considerably. Of course, this was all speculation on Leonel's part, using bits and clues that he had learned of this while stuck in the Cataclysm Zone, or rather the complete world. But he had no idea just how close to the truth he was, nor did he know that the final seal blocking the demon world had been undone upon his return to the dimensional verse, causing the paused fusion to continue once more. What made this matter set with him even more obviously was how cheap the Dreamforce-type items were in the exchange. It seemed that someone with great Dreamforce affinity was trying to make certain that they could help out as much as they could, and that was why Leonel was able to trade for so many Dreamforce items that had helped him considerably until this point. Items like the Dreamstar Gathering Beast Formation, or the Focus Crystals, or the Perfection Stone. The purpose of this incomplete world, or rather these series of incomplete worlds, was obviously an extension of that. To build up an army of soldiers that would live in accelerated timeframes and be able to create all sorts of new methods to control and manipulate force, methods that the complete world would absorb and use to strengthen themselves as well. It all made perfect sense, until El Rion mentioned the Fox family. The last remnants of the Fox? That was obviously his grandfather. But if his grandfather was the reason this simulation could even exist, then how was he related to the Dream Project? Didn't that mean that it was him and not King who was the true arbitrator? But if his grandfather was in control of all of this, why did his father have to die? Why didn't he have more control over the situation? Why didn't he save him? The more questions Leonel had, the more agitated he became, and the more than crimson light flickered in his eyes. Did he have the best impression of his grandfather? Not particularly, but the reason for why was because of his choice to massacre so many for what was ultimately just convenience. But was it still fine for him to hold this against his grandfather? He had already killed far more than the number of citizens of Earth that had died during the metamorphosis, and quite frankly, he couldn't be bothered to care even now that he had done so. Was it moral of him? Probably not. Did he find those people to be innocent? Also probably not. Who else would benefit from the conquering of the human domain if not them? And now many humans would have died to allow them such comfort? Of course, Leonel wasn't saying that this justified his actions. Quite frankly, he couldn't be bothered to justify them. He didn't care to. They had enraged him, so they suffered the price. He didn't think any other justification was needed. But by the same token, he could no longer blame his grandfather for the same things, though he still felt that killing your own for such a reason was far too ridiculous. Now, though, he had another reason to not let go of that anger. Just what was the truth here? He found that despite how enraged he was, he couldn't quite blame his grandfather as much as he thought he might. It was all too obvious that there were certain matters tying Emperor Fox's hands, and the fact that the four great families were seemingly trying to interfere and ruin things for him spoke volumes on their own, but that didn't mean he didn't have questions. You've probably already guessed the purpose of this world, and that's to both create warriors and gather resources. Incomplete worlds are less desirable as places to live in, but they're great commodities. Many gods even use them as a form of currency. The saying goes that existence doesn't make mistakes. Even the birth of incomplete worlds can serve their own purposes. Because of their unique structure, the zones you know can appear, and they can reshuffle reality, allowing yet unknown theories and conclusions to be drawn. Some of the most powerful existences in all of reality use incomplete worlds as computers, as you might call them, calculating the best ways to improve their strength. 1 or 2 incomplete worlds might be born every decade or so. The others are enraged because my Pluto family allocated 100 or so to repaying this favor. Chapter 222220, Crack. Chapter 2222, She-C-R-A-C-Ek. Leonel remained silent. His calm had returned. He simply let El Rion speak. He didn't interject. He simply let the Pluto, who he was starting to see more and more like a little boy, speak. While incomplete worlds are very useful, for many more ways than I listed as well, they're very finicky and difficult to properly control unless you have very specific methods. The Void Race, for example, are able to fuse with incomplete worlds. It's the source of the cosmos that covers their bodies. However, without their bloodline, doing something like that is impossible. This is all to say that entering an incomplete world as an existence of a complete world is not easy. Not only are there heavy restrictions on dimensional level, but there are also restrictions on how much you are allowed to affect the world. The descendant of the Fox family needed to enter, but he was much too powerful, especially since he had set his sights on Earth in particular. We're building this pyramid and a few other structures to absorb the latent potential and weaken it further, though it wasn't entirely for this reason either. Elryan moved on without explaining. He seemed to take some satisfaction in being able to give Leonel some of the information he wanted, but to also dangle the rest in a place that was impossible to reach. Very childlike indeed. Leonel was almost in a mood to say that it was adorable, though it was hard to say such a thing about a 4-meter-tall behemoth. To make a long story short, the Fox family descendant needed our help to be able to not only enter this world but truly become a part of it. That takes quite a process, but it's not a complete loss. This incomplete world is quite interesting, and it happened to have a material I've never quite seen before. This quartz is very interesting. It seems to emit a substantial enough amount of power whenever pressure is applied to it. No other ore quite works exactly like it. He had already realized that they were working with quartz, but why would these existences find it to be so interesting? He had already said that there were similar enough materials at higher dimensions that worked a bit like quartz did, so he didn't believe that Elryan had never seen anything like this before. Though Leonel didn't seem to be paying attention, he was entirely focused on Elryan's words. His pride wasn't overblown to the point of ignoring an easy well of information right before him, even if he didn't ask any questions of his own. That's right, it seemed that he was still missing something, and then it clicked. The ores that he was thinking of that were similar enough to quartz had a very clear defining difference. Their energy was stored while the energy of quartz was innate to its very chemical structure. For example, a force crystal would have a large well of force within, but it could be easily used up. But not quite in the same sense. The energy of quartz doesn't run out. The energy of quartz is an innate property of its chemical structure. Although it can be taken too far, it couldn't be depleted in the same sense. Leonel had never really made the distinction. To him, wasn't the energy within a force crystal part of its chemical structure? This was a difference he had never thought about. His eyes flashed with a blinding light. Of course not. What a stupid mistake. A force crystal was just a vessel capable of holding force. He had assumed that because they could be purified into pure force crystals, that they were all of one entity, one existence, but this wasn't correct. If he changed the way he viewed this, then Leonel entered a hint of a daze. Were the chemical structures of materials and the force they produced separate? His finger twitched, and he almost subconsciously called out Little Tali, but then he realized that because he had taken the little metal spirit in as the fourth entry, it had probably fused with the body of an unknown existence by now. Even so, that didn't stop Leonel's thoughts from running faster and faster. Foundation-type ores, vein-type ores, domain-type ores, if what distinguished them wasn't their force, but rather how their chemical structures interacted with force, this would be a huge matter. It would fundamentally change how he approached the life grade and the things that he could create. He wouldn't be limited by force any longer, or more accurately, not to the same extent. The wind whipped around Leonel, and he suddenly felt that his divine armors weren't nearly ambitious enough once again. His enlightened self had no way of knowing how long it would take him to figure this out, so he had made them to the limit of Leonel's understanding. But this changed everything. His mind flashed to the gears that made up his father's dictionary. The way they moved in relation to one another, like a single thought and existence capable of reacting to every order of variable that it should ever meet. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it resembled the complex lattice structure of a chemical bond, building atop of one another. Then he thought back to the token that had allowed him to enter the dimensional cleanse trial zone. Back then, he had to rearrange what almost amounted to the chemical structure of the token, piecing it together and sliding them into their proper position, all so that he could open the portal. Wasn't it just like this too? In that case, Leonel stretched out a hand, and the earth rumbled. Deep underground, a vibrant piece of quartz broke off and tore through the layers of the ground before snapping into his palm. His eyes glowed a fiery violet, and then, crack. Leonel vanished, his eyes glazing over. When he appeared again, his heart skipped a beat. This starry road, that blazing blue star in the distance, he had entered the dimensional cleanse trial zone once more. Chapter 2221, Who? Chapter 2221, Who? Leonel's hand squeezed down, and the quartz in his fingers shattered. The only thing he had done was dig into his memories and replicate the chemical structure of the token of entry, and he had actually been let in just like that. It seemed that he was correct. His crafting ability had taken another enormous leap forward. He had already felt that he was no worse than the life-grade ancestors of this incomplete world, but now he felt that he had definitely surpassed them firmly. In fact, they probably couldn't be said to even be in the same class any longer, and yet he felt that he had only just entered the threshold of his father's level. In fact, saying so might be overestimating himself far too much. Leonel closed his eyes and subconsciously took out the dictionary. He hadn't been able to bring himself to even look at it in recent days, but for some reason it now gave him a great deal of comfort. Whereas in the past, it was like a reminder that his father was out there somewhere and couldn't be by his side. Now that he understood more of how it worked, he felt far more at ease with it in his palm. When he opened his eyes again, they were sharp, and the dictionary had vanished. "Since you're here, why don't you say anything?" A laughter rang out, but Leonel couldn't help but frown. This laughter sounded too familiar. Others might find it charismatic, but he knew of fake laughter when he heard it. It was probably the same fake laugh he had been using ever since he was old enough to know that he should probably learn to socialize properly. The cadence, the tone, the hidden hint of disdain, all impossibly subtle and yet one that he was intimately familiar with all the same. Why was there a recording of his laughter here? My, I really am an arrogant prick. Leonel's gaze flickered. It was richer, a bit deeper, a bit more wizened, but he was certain as well. That was definitely his voice. He would easily remember the voice of a person he had met just a single time, let alone his very own voice. It was impossible that he wouldn't recognize it. I don't seem to like to follow rules either, it seems. You know, you're supposed to wait until all of the roads can be filled before you enter this trial world. Wouldn't it be too unfair if you can just walk through unchallenged now? Leonel still didn't respond. For some reason, he found his own voice incredibly annoying. He had already concluded that this person was trying to mess with him. It would probably be trivial for an existence that could create dimensional cleanse to change their voice. When I'm speaking, you listen. The voice became a biting cold, and a piercing pain threatened to run right through Leonel's chest. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, falling to a knee, his eyes bulging. Man, the voice became light and cheery again. Is this considered masochism? Well, I've done far worse to my body in these years. This is probably the least of them. It probably wouldn't even deserve to be ranked last. Leonel clenched his chest, the pain only slowly fading. It felt as though it had been done on purpose. This is the only real way I can communicate with my younger self. Jokes aside, I already expected myself to figure out how to enter this place alone. If I can't do it, then probably no one but my old man could. You probably won't believe it. We're stubborn like that, and ironically quite foolish, especially now. You'll probably do many stupid things between now and the moment you snap out of it. Going through a teenage angst at 26 is a bit embarrassing, don't you think? The only stain on my record, honestly. Unfortunately, everyone else is too weak. Maybe if I suffered a loss or two, it would have happened sooner, but I can't blame the world for being too incompetent. Leonel was frowning. This arrogant prick was far too annoying. He remembered the first time he had learned about dimensional cleanse. The introduction practically made him roll his eyes. In fact, he had called this bastard narcissistic back then. Those were his exact words. It seemed that he was even worse in person. I haven't appeared to give you a boon or anything. In my opinion, it would be better if you fall flat on your face soon, maybe even die a few times. I'm really only here to tell you two things. First, because of your stubbornness, Tolliver entered this world and is currently fused with the last barrier of this trial world. I originally built this in to stop most others aside from myself from reaching the final leg, but in usual fashion, you've gone and screwed it up for yourself. Since you're smart, you figure out a way to separate them unless you want to kill your own metal spirit. Or don't, I don't really care. I'm sure your father would be proud. Leonel's gaze went red. One of the very first lessons he had learned from his father's dictionary was that metal spirits were partners, not tools. But that didn't mean that this person could just casually mention his father like that. However, the moment his gaze went red, that suffocating pressure descended again, and he coughed up another mouthful of blood, almost passing out entirely. Second, you had better take this seriously. Despite what I've said, you think about why I would still make this world to help a far lesser version of myself out. After this, the voice completely vanished along with the pressure. His meaning was quite obvious. This was a world filled with vital star force. Though Leonel used it offensively, it was also the reason for his exceptional stamina. Aside from his lineage factor, of course, what else could this world be used for if not helping increase Leonel's chances of saving someone? If his future self had already admitted that saving his father was impossible, then who was he intending to save with all of this effort? Chapter 2222, Control. Chapter 22222, Control. Even after the voice had long since vanished, the pain in Leonel's chest dulled just as slowly as before. It felt that he was still somewhere in the background, hiding and slowly turning down his pain as though there was some sort of hidden dial that he could tweak up or down. It was extremely frustrating, but there was something about being on your knees and being entirely unable to fight back that left one without the same room to grow angry. It was almost as though he had been forced into submission. One part of his body was billowing with rage, and the other part, the part that was still fueled with that pain that was dulling far too slowly, was bearing down like a wet blanket, suffocating his flame. Leonel was so infuriated that he roared, but as though it had sensed it, the pain heightened, and what should have been a mighty roar capable of causing a mountain to collapse and a planet to quake came out instead like a muffled whimper. This time, the redness in Leonel's eyes came out far different than the past. Tears threatened to spill over, the frustration blowing over to the point he felt like throwing a fit as though he was nothing more than a child. The only thing that stopped them from falling was his pride. That sort of sickening voice in the back of his head that told him that that man might still be watching, and even if he wasn't, he was Leonel Morales. He didn't know where such thoughts came from. He didn't think himself to have such strong emotions about crying in the past. He never really thought about it, the same way he hadn't really thought about what it meant to kneel. He had definitely cried in the past, but it wasn't something that lingered on his mind, making him feel as though he was less of a man. But now it did feel that way, though maybe not for the reasons it seemed to be. Rather, it felt like he would be acknowledging something. Those tears that had fallen when he knew his father had died had dried up as quickly as they had formed. They didn't get the chance to sit and stew, to stir his soul and vent out all the frustration that wanted to rush out from his heart like a swimming tide. The whimpers that came out in place of his roar were like a rope pulling taut, stringing his throat into a tight tube that caused his neck to spasm. His heaving breaths couldn't seem to bring enough air, and his muscles seemed to have forgotten how to move. A stinging sensation in his eyes grew fiercer and fiercer until they spilled over. The weakness overcame him, his body collapsing onto the starry roads. Nothing about them seemed to be beautiful any longer. When he had first entered this world, it had felt to him that he had been entering a fairy tale, but now it felt like any normal road. And how would one feel when their face had been pressed into the ground? Maybe if it was by a boot, one would feel rage or fury, but what if it was by one's own weakness? Somewhere inside, Leonel knew that that man had definitely vanished. He knew that such a man couldn't be bothered to stay in a single place for even one moment longer than he had to. He wouldn't feel the need to pull such petty tricks either, especially with how arrogant he was. But that only made it worse. He wasn't being pressed down by anything. He even knew that that pain in his chest wasn't even the doing of that man any longer. That was just a darkness sitting in the pit of his chest, overwhelming and latching out like the venomous sting of a cobra. It wasn't a physical pain, but that only made it worse. Leonel's lip trembled, his fingers digging into the road that removed to move for him. His nails fissured and cracked, a dripping, dense blood that almost shaded black coming out. He clawed with everything he had, almost as though he could pull it back, to bundle it back up, to stuff it on the inside like he was always able to. He was Leonel Morales. His emotions had always been a phosphorade, right? He had always been able to compartmentalize with great ease, right? He could easily flip his emotions off with a flip of a switch, right? So why was that ache getting worse? Why was it overflowing? Why was it getting stronger? Leonel tried to roar again. It was his final attempt, the last bit of strength he had left to push it away, to wrench his control back, but it once again didn't come out properly. It wasn't a roar, it was a wail. It echoed into the emptiness, reverberating into the illuminated darkness like a broken record. Leonel's stomach lurched, his body curling into a heaving motion as though he was trying to get something disgusting out of his mouth. He retched, but his stomach had nothing to give. He couldn't remember the last time he had eaten anything. He didn't need to eat. He was a machine. His force was enough. It could sustain him. He retched again, saliva and a croak coming from his mouth. The feeling of disgust welled up even stronger than before, but this seemed to be the straw that broke the camel's back. The tears poured out like a flood, blood vessels in his eyes popping in a vain attempt to stop them, and soon after, the wails echoed once again. He gripped his chest, his bloodied fingers sinking into his skin. His forehead scraped along the ground, his own broken voice reverberating back to him to the point even his ears began to bleed. But in a way, the pain was a relief from the grief that washed over him, his tears falling in an endless stream. There was no one to hear it, no one to witness it. He simply curled up in his own self-pity, his body too broken to control itself any longer. Chapter 223, Don't Talk Big. Chapter 223, Don't Talk Big. Leonel lay on the starry road. He was a person very much used to being on top of everything. For the past several years, his mind had worked on such a high level that he could even tell how much time had passed without even being consciously aware of it. It was like there was a ticking clock in the back of his mind, constantly rolling forward with the seconds. After he had woken up from his coma just this past month, he had been aware of exactly how much time had passed without even having to double-check with anyone. But this time, he had no idea. He didn't know whether it had been a few days or weeks. For all he knew, it could have just been a few seconds. It was as though everything around him had shut down, and when he came to, he had his dad's dictionary in one hand and his glasses in the other. He wondered if he would have even been able to come to himself if not for these two things. Even so, he didn't quite feel like he had the energy to stand. Every cell of his body had been wiped clean, moving in what felt like slow motion. His high vitality had no ability whatsoever to help him recover, or at the very least, not anytime soon. It was a feeling that he would have called suffocating, if not for the fact he couldn't quite remember if he had breathed, or if he even needed to breathe. He lay on his back, looking up at the endless depths. He wondered, no, it seemed that this trial world was actually an incomplete world of its own. But it was completely devoid of life, well, outside of those that would come here from time to time. It was quite fascinating. He wondered how the creator of Dimensional Cleanse had managed to make it so easy to cross from one world to another without an extraordinary power source. Although he could copy the method and rearrange the chemical structure as he saw fit, copying and understanding were two completely different things. It was so far beyond him that he couldn't wrap his head around it, but it was also fascinating for exactly that reason. What other discipline could allow a layman to copy a master so precisely and execute the same results with repeated certainty? It was unlike anything he had ever seen before. Leonel's head shifted, and he looked down at the pair of glasses in his hands. He had squeezed them pretty hard, all of his strength in fact, but they didn't so much as creak. It was an odd feeling. He was sure that even if there was an eighth-dimensional item in his hand, even if he couldn't destroy it, it would at least have some give to it. But this had nothing of the sort. He wondered how much effort his father had put into it, how many hours of work. Leonel looked away. That was the thing with tears. If you let them go once, the second time would come even easier, and the third even easier than the second. Eventually, you would be as worthless as a crying baby, curled up on a starry road when there were treasures to be had not too far away. He thought this, but he still didn't move. "Say something, old man," he mumbled to himself. Ping Leonel's gaze flashed, but he didn't react as violently as one might expect. In fact, he didn't even look toward the dictionary. Finally finished crying? I'm quite touched. What was that, 27 hours? Sheesh, not bad if I do say so myself. Leonel's lip curled into a slight smile. He knew that it was a message. By now, he understood enough about crafting to know how his father had done it. The usual mechanical voice of the dictionary, a version of his father's voice without life in it, was done on purpose to lull Leonel into a certain belief. In reality, all of the dictionary's messages could be in just as lifelike of a voice if his father had so chosen, but he preferred the chance at pranking his son instead. That said, there were indeed many things within the dictionary that were pre-recorded, but there were even some pre-recordings within that presented themselves as such that were, in reality, just the dictionary speaking. This was one such example. The finally finished crying. Part was pre-recorded. The 27 hours. Part was deduced by the dictionary on its own. The dictionary was definitely a complex system that brought most AI to shame, and if not for his father's pranks, Leonel would have noticed long ago. This dictionary was maybe the greatest invention of his father. It wasn't casually cobbled together as Velasco had made it seem. In fact, if its intelligence were to be measured against Leonel's, it would definitely be smarter, and not just by a small margin either. If there was one item in the dimensional verse that was the equivalent to the hourglass of the Pluto race, it was definitely this small silver disc in his hands. Its abilities were simple, but it was in this simplicity that it was so shocking and amazing. "Yeah, I'm done crying, old man," Leonel muttered. "Lame. I thought I could at least milk this out for a few more years. Who knew that my seed wouldn't be as useless as I thought him to be?" Leonel remained silent, still not answering. "If you're hearing this message, I'm dead." "Shut up," Leonel almost rolled his eyes. "You couldn't come up with anything less cliché? All that brain power? Wasted. You should have used it to at least leave me behind a few starships." "Bah, starships, what useless things. Even you managed to single-handedly down one. What good would they be to me? Don't talk big when you're dead." The dictionary fell into silence. "Some things have to be done. How far you go now will be up to you. Now stop moping. There's only one thing I programmed this thing to tell you because I knew you would be too stupid to ask. Whatever you do, do not trust the demoness. She only wants one thing, and that's to see the world in chaos." "Why would I trust her in the first place, stupid old man? You now have daddy issues, who knows? It might be easier for another member of your family to slip through the cracks. She's your grandmother, after all." Chapter 2224, Snores. Chapter 2224, Snores. Leonel didn't react violently either. Maybe he was just in a numb kind of mood, but this was also how he always was. He had spent most of his life thinking his mother was dead. Actually, he had felt that that was probably the lesser possibility, the greater of which being that she had abandoned them. It was the only reason he could think of for why his father didn't tell him about her. Of course, now he knew it was just a matter of necessity. Telling him about Alienor would have meant exposing the Void Palace because, on modern-day Earth, there was simply no excuse for not being able to see anyone. You could travel from one end of the planet to another in just a few minutes, and even if there was some reason you couldn't, even 21st century Earth had countless communication methods, let alone modern-day Earth. If his father had tried to lie that way, rather than being indifferent toward his mother, he would have probably been resentful toward her for making his father have to come up with so many lies. When he had finally learned that his mother was alive after the metamorphosis, he had reacted with a shrug. He never really cared. He never cared enough to ask about her, and he didn't care enough to find out the truth about her, so why would he care that she was alive? It was only after awakening his dream force and recalling every bit of his memories did he know that he could have love for his mother without letting her off the hook for something so egregious as not staying in her own child's life. So, when he learned that this mysterious woman was his grandmother, he didn't care. Even when he thought about the so-called love triangle between King, the Silver Emperor, and her, he still hadn't cared. The idea that his grandfather was potentially a cuckold didn't really move the needle for him at all. There wasn't much you could do against such a powerful woman. Plus, that love triangle was nothing but a folktale. He had no real evidence for it. If she wanted to bed you, you could probably only accept it. If she wanted to leave you afterward, well, it was only right. You should thank your lucky stars at that point. At best, Leonel's thoughts just drifted to the fact that the lineage factors of the Morales and the Silver Empire were so similar. It seemed that the connection all along was this woman. But beyond that sort of understanding, he was still indifferent. However, Velasco obviously knew his son well, so he wasn't waiting for Leonel to ask questions. As he had said, this was the very reason he had left behind such a message, so he wouldn't let Leonel's tendencies stop him from speaking. He rarely explained anything, so the fact he was going out of his way to do this meant that it was important. I don't understand much about the relationship between your grandfather and grandmother, but what I know is that she was never of this world. This place was nothing more than a playground for her because something had caught her attention. I'm not sure what that something was, but I have my deductions. It's likely related to the simulations. Velasco spoke this as a matter of fact that everyone should know. It was either he was trying to get a rise out of Leonel, or he simply felt that if Leonel hadn't figured it out by now, he would be too foolish to be his son, or rather, his seed. That dumbass who calls himself king, who can't even withstand a single spear of mine, most definitely isn't strong enough to create these worlds as they are. Only a race of being far above could allow this to happen. Turning worlds into a playground of breeding just to form a large group of powerful soldiers in a short amount of time is beyond what the Three-Finger Cult and their backers are capable of. I believe that this is what caught the attention of your grandmother. If you hate her so much, why are you still calling her that? Leonel muttered to himself. Even now, he was still acting as though he was alone. It was easier that way. What would he look like allowing an AI to become his new father? I call her that out of respect for my father and nothing else, Velasco suddenly said coldly before continuing as though nothing had happened. Only something of that magnitude was enough to catch her attention. As for why she did all the things afterward, I have no way of knowing why she did. But I know that she has an eye on you. That's something you're going to have to deal with on your own. If you hated her so much, you should have tried to kill her on your own. She never had a direct hand in your grandfather's death. That was entirely the work of King, and precisely why he is now dead. As for her, she's a puppet master that prefers to be hands-off. Her plans are probably only known and understood by her. Silence fell. All right, I'm off. What you do with this information is up to you. Also, stop being such a crybaby. You're a grown man. Stop chasing the impossible. Focus on what you can do with absolute certainty. Only fools overestimate themselves. Then there's me, who finds it impossible to overestimate myself. Haha. The voice faded, and Leonel fell into his own silence once again. Leonel continued to stare into the vast emptiness above him. Himself, and even the endless starry road, and even the enormous vital star in the far-off distance seemed to be entirely too small. Leonel closed his eyes, and his father's glasses and the dictionary disappeared from his hands. Then he simply fell asleep. Soon his light snores filled the trial world. Chapter 2225 clicked. Chapter 2225 clicked. Leonel woke up quite slowly and casually jumped to his feet. Without much thought, he turned toward the enormous star in the distance and began to walk toward it. The feeling was familiar. Even with the strengthening of his body, the limitations were all the same. He couldn't access his other abilities, and the only thing that seemed to respond to him was the very same vital star force that was around him. But such a thing was hardly able to stop his steps. The avatars he faced fell down one after another, and he didn't even feel the need to lift a finger. They died beneath the rampaging of his force, a feeling that seemed to carry a hidden sort of anger despite the fact he felt far better now than he had before. It wasn't long before he had already crossed past the distance he had already traveled before. Of course, there were no human enemies to face this time, so the path ahead was leisurely. He came to only a brief pause when he crossed the region he had fallen to Amory in, but that was a shadow that he had long since gotten rid of. It was no longer enough to move him so greatly. Soon he found himself beneath the enormous blue star. This close-up, he could see that the dancing runes on its surface were unlike anything he had ever seen before. It made the runes on his vital stars seem insignificant and small, not just in size but in raw complexity and even in beauty. Leonel knew with a glance that this was most definitely past the impetus state. It was likely even past the life state, though he had no reference to use to make certain of this. If he fused with his star, his greatest force would likely no longer be his dream force, and it wouldn't even be his Scarlet Star force either. Even so, he didn't even want to think about the implications. What kind of stamina drain would it be to try and use such force? How much focus would it take? Would forming a wisp of it suck his dream force dry? It was a joke to even consider it. That said, due to the words of that man, he had felt that there was another secret stored away within Dimensional Cleanse, and he finally understood what it was. Dimensional Cleanse was a technique that he had originally chosen because he felt that it matched together with his ability index quite well. He had felt that it could strengthen his Dream Force, or rather Soul Force at the time, and help him upgrade his ability index from the C-grade ability he had thought it to be back then. As he continued on with his practicing of the technique, he had learned quite a lot about it. For example, the oddity of the sixth-dimensional layer in forming a complex natural force art that could allow for the breeding of auspicious air, or its seemingly odd connection with universal force. But after he had broken through into the seventh dimension, and also came to understand some things from that man's words, he understood what the true purpose of Dimensional Cleanse was. It was a technique that used Dream Force for the sake of polishing one's other forces. The connection with auspicious air, the melding with universal force, these were all foundational layers that could allow one to reach the ultimate goal, the cleansing of one's force, its refinement, and its compression into higher and higher states. It was obvious if one thought about it, how else could it be compatible with every other technique? That was the ultimate truth. The reason Dimensional Cleanse could be used along with other techniques was because it wasn't like other techniques at all, at least on the surface. Staring at this star, and having reached the conclusions he had, Leonel had thought of a very obvious question. If Dimensional Cleanse was so free and loose with its restrictions, then why Vital Star Force? To save someone? That's what that man seemed to imply he would have to do, but why would Vital Star Force be the best for this? If anything, of the healing forces, Vital Star Force would probably be the worst at saving someone. It was a type of life force that could only be used on the body and was useless against the mind. It also couldn't be transferred over to others, or else Leonel would have long since built a healing force art around Vital Star Force instead of the light force he always used instead. It just didn't make any sense. And if he took a step back and took the man's words as skeptically as he wanted to, then it made even less sense for Vital Star Force to appear here when this was obviously a technique best paired with Soul and Dream Force. Using Vital Star Force in place of it wouldn't even work. But then Leonel thought of something. Star Fusion, Combustion, Star Fusion, King's Might. These were 3 techniques, though really just one, that he had personally created. It was interesting, he had created these techniques while he was still within the 3rd dimension, and he had broken through into the 5th dimension in this very place. And yet, despite his inexperience at the time, aside from some tweaking, he found that his Star Fusion technique was even more useful now than it had been in the past, and it was perfectly flexible. But it finally clicked. Dimensional Cleanse wasn't just a technique of the mind. The reason it could be paired with other techniques was because of its innate flexibility, but most importantly because it was never paired with a bodily portion, a portion Leonel felt that he finally understood now. The reason Star Fusion was so good was because when he had created it, he had been deducing the 4th dimensional layer of Dimensional Cleanse, a layer that was, ironically, related to the body, and also a layer that he had neglected until now. Star Fusion just might be more related to Dimensional Cleanse than he had originally assumed. Chapter 2226, Useless Ability. Chapter 2226, Useless Ability, that's right. Leonel suddenly thought back, trying to remember his exact state of mind back then. For some reason, it felt a bit foggy, something that he wasn't used to. It was as though 2 separate memories of the same thing were overlapping, but both just slightly different from each other. But then those 2 memories became 3, then 4, then eventually they weren't memories of anything, but rather probabilities and deductions. His mind went blank, and he felt a heavy overflow of fatigue and dizziness that didn't stop until he forcefully stopped himself from thinking about it anymore. What was that? Leonel frowned. He had never experienced something like that before. It was like he was trying to deduce his own memories, but that was ridiculous. No, it's like I was trying to think of other possibilities that might fit with that timeline, but that's... Leonel was taken aback. He understood. He was making an attempt to find a perfect string of events that could have occurred in that moment, leading him right back to where he was now. But the number of possibilities was truly infinite. No one in existence should have a mind that powerful, let alone his current self. Though he understood the what he couldn't understand was the why, and even if he had succeeded, what would have been the purpose? He had a dark thought, but he didn't even want to go down that road. It threatened to make him frustrated once more, and it almost brought him right back to that broken state. The words that El Ryan had spoken echoed in his mind, and the supposed uselessness of the hourglass was put on full display. Wasn't it obvious? He could think of thousands, tens of thousands, billions even, of possibilities that would lead him right back to this very same state, as though the present was a rubber band fixed at 2 ends. No matter how much the past changed, the beginning and the present would stay the exact same. Leonel clenched his fists. He had thought of many useless abilities of the ability index in the past, but this one was most definitely at the very top. He took a breath, steadying his beating heart and going back to his original thoughts. He made himself calm down and focus. Then, he finally completed the loop on his initial thoughts. It goes right back to the soul again. It seems that I don't need cleansing waters after all. From the very beginning, Dimensional Cleanse was capable of doing it for me. Not just this, but it should even be able to steadily increase the state of my body as well. That man is an arrogant prick, but this technique is truly genius. It wasn't that Leonel didn't understand the man was implying that he was himself. Only a fool wouldn't understand, and Leonel was probably the furthest from. He didn't acknowledge it for one reason and one reason alone. If even that version of him couldn't bring his father back to life, he didn't want to be him. He would become someone else. That was all the thought he needed on the matter. He didn't care about anything else. And now that he had understood how Dimensional Cleanse truly worked, he didn't have the time to think of anything else either. But first, the star path beneath his feet rumbled, and the star before him quaked and then suddenly split right down the middle as though it was hiding a ship within. But out from within, tendrils of white gold shot out, piercing toward Leonel like roaring vipers. Leonel's body flickered, and he danced out of range. He had never thought that tentacles could be beautiful, but that was precisely what was before him, a gorgeous sight. The movement of this enormous tentacle beast was like watching streams of golden light descend from the sun, peeking through the misty beauty of a day right after rain. Unfortunately, it was just as gorgeous as it was deadly. There were two problems that Leonel needed to figure out, both of which were probably quite important. If this was little Tali, why was he attacking him? While he was in Elrion's body, he had had full autonomy, and that was a Pluto. Why didn't little Tali? Or did that mean that little Tali did have autonomy and simply chose to attack him anyway? Had the mutation failed and was his little metal spirit still rampaging? Or was it something else? The second problem was, obviously, how to separate little Tali from this beautiful creature. The Void Race entity had done it with a simple shout, but Leonel obviously wasn't at that level, so what could he do? Surprisingly, Leonel had only just thought of the question when he had thought of an answer, for the second anyway. As for the first, well, he would just have to find out. Leonel came to a grinding halt, the tips of his toes gliding along the starry road until he came to a stop. With a pulse of light, his divine armor manifested, his halo bouncing to his feet then back up. Before his armor could even solidify, he had already surged forward, his speed impossibly fast. He weaved through countless golden tendrils. The creature felt sluggish for some reason, as though it had yet to wake up properly. If he wanted to do this, he had to do so swiftly. His body shot into the splitting star, looking for something that could be considered to be a core. But for a creature that could fill up the insides of a star, just how large was it? I've seen bigger just this week alone, Leonel thought to himself, flashing forward and appearing in a mass of tendrils so deep he had to continuously move about just to avoid being crushed to pieces. By this point, he almost believed that this creature didn't even know he was here. He was too small and insignificant. But there was no telling what would happen if it truly awoke. There. Leonel dove in and crashed down, his body suddenly lighting up with a roaring vital star force. Chapter 2027, especially when Leonel had deduced something quite profound. From the very beginning, Dimensional Cleanse had had three aspects. The first three stars were meant to be related to one's most confident forces, the second three related to one's body, and the last three in relation to one's mind. Leonel had done this in an inappropriate order. His first had been formed from his mind because that was all he was thinking about when he was forming his techniques. Forming his stars had been so easy in comparison to others that he had been able to easily skip steps that others had to worry and slave over. But it was also precisely because of this that he had always considered Dimensional Cleanse as a supplemental technique, a technique that was most useful on the mind. The most shocking part was that his mind was so powerful that he often didn't use the benefits of Dimensional Cleanse either. How infrequent was his use of auspicious air? How much time did he even spend meditating on the natural force art of the sixth dimensional layer of Dimensional Cleanse? The truth was almost no time at all, and that was more of a shame than anything. Now that he had put it all together, it slotted into place nicely, and everything seemed to make perfect sense. From the third dimensional layer that laid the foundation of the force, to the fourth dimensional layer that laid the foundation of the body, to the fifth dimensional layer that opened up one's mind and made it sharper, faster, to the sixth dimensional layer that opened one up to the universe, linking one with universal force and forging a path that transcended the God path, forming the universal path, to the seventh dimensional layer that finally stood tall upon this foundation, linked them all as one, and began to unearth the truest, deepest secrets of Dimensional Cleanse. Dimensional Cleanse was exactly what it sounded like. It was always a cleansing technique, one that existed even beyond the scope of cleansing waters. Using your stars as a foundation and the universe as a cauldron, one could refine not just one's body, but one's very existence toward the limit of perfection. To make a complicated matter simple, the problem of humans and their fused souls could be fixed by Dimensional Cleanse. Not only could you break free of the restrictions, but with enough effort you could even transcend your original limits. Many months ago, when Leonel had spoken with little Nana's elder brother, he had said that the reason the four great families hid the matter of force manipulation from lessers was so that they could maintain control. If one had enough comprehension, it would be possible to break free of talent constraints, so they had to keep the restrictions in place. But even when he had said that, he hadn't thought that the changes that one could make were actually so substantial. Not only were they substantial, but just understanding a portion of them would be enough for Leonel to free little Tali. Hidden deep within the enigma that was Dimensional Cleanse, there was a foundation that allowed the soul to not only separate from the body, but one that allowed the soul to be used as a foundation to refine the body into a more perfect state as well. What better technique was there to accomplish his goal? Almost the instant his force blazed to life, he could already sense little Tali within. He and little Tali had a strong connection with each other. Maybe if it had been another existence, it wouldn't have come so naturally, but for his metal spirit, it came as easily as breathing. Comb. Leonel found little Tali and pulled hard, but very quickly his expression changed. Something was wrong. Little Tali was fighting back against him. Leonel's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. This creature was quickly waking up quicker and quicker. If he couldn't separate little Tali and use its momentary daze to kill it, he would definitely die here. He didn't know what this creature was, but it was beyond his understanding, and he didn't have a way of facing it. It would be fine to continue to let little Tali control it if the little one was of its right mind, but very clearly his metal spirit wasn't on his side right now. Leonel took a breath and exhaled. There's only assimilate. Leonel had never tried to use this 1-2 living existences right now, but he thought that since they were already of one body, it had a great chance of working. But there was immediately bad news. Well, good news and bad news. The good news was that it had worked. The bad news was that it had worked far too well. His dream force was sucked dry in an instant, and he almost directly passed out, even his hair and eyes completely dimmed from a vibrant pale violet to a sickly, flat white. How? Leonel's expression changed. The only explanation was that this creature he was trying to forcefully assimilate to little Tolly was far beyond him. In fact, saying things like that didn't quite do it justice. He even vaguely felt that this creature had to be close to the level of the void beast corpse, if not on its level. Leonel's gaze sharpened. In that case, face pale and breathing haggard, Leonel began to move again. He truly hadn't been bluffing when he said that he could give little Blackstar the strength of the void beast, and now it seemed that he would have to prove it. With a wave of the hand, an illusory force art appeared, so large and all-encompassing that it looked like a twinkling starry sky within the waving tentacles of white gold. This formation was none other than the Dreamstar Gathering Beast formation. It was a formation that Leonel had exchanged for the sake of passing on force mantras to little Blackstar and any other beasts he might reign under his control. It was meant as a shortcut to help elevate beasts past their usual talent, as they couldn't just learn like humans did. But how could such a formation be useful in the current situation? Especially when the beast beneath Leonel's feet now was a legendary beast more rarely seen than even the mighty Void Beast, the Infinity Beast. Chapter 2228. Another Chapter 222228. Another, the Dreamstar Gathering Beast formation, was one that used Dream Force as a foundation to communicate deeper concepts to a beast, concepts that couldn't always be explained by word of mouth. It was akin to translating the abstract into the manageable, at least in layman's terms. In reality, what it did was convert, extract, and transfer thoughts in their most perfect states, allowing a beast's more subtly manipulatable minds to understand things that they otherwise wouldn't be able to. It was akin to bolstering the talent of a beast in a certain aspect, and it was made easily digestible to them in the same way their talent usually allowed. Beasts in the dimensional verse, or any verse for that matter, were able to progress extremely fast. This was part of the reason why Earth's oceans were still so shockingly dangerous despite all the time that had passed. In fact, there were still beast tides from time to time that threatened the Empire, and every time Earth evolved, these beasts would get stronger much faster than their human counterparts did. Even so, there was a price to pay for this as well. Beasts could progress extremely quickly, but their talent was decided at an early age, and abstract matters like force manipulation were beyond them. Essentially, while humans and other humanoid races could somewhat change their fates based on hard work and other factors, the talent of a beast was immediately decided by their ability index and beast crystals from birth. Once they reached whatever that pre-decided limit was, progressing would be impossible for them. Little Blackstar was extremely talented, and this only became more true after absorbing so much Void Beast blood. However, Leonel had already seen some flaws with Blackstar's progress, especially since he had someone else to compare the little guy to, Mordred. Mordred, or M as Leonel liked to call her, was a shadow sovereign just like little Blackstar, but the flexibility and unique flair she added to her ability index was unlike anything Leonel had ever seen little Blackstar perform. Of course, there was a simple answer to why, and that was because of Camelot's magic system. But that was precisely the point. Beasts couldn't even learn techniques and magic systems in the usual sense. This was where the Dreamstar Gathering Beast formation came into play. But this was a lengthy explanation for something that seemed entirely useless in the situation. What good was a formation like this? What would he do with it? Ask the Infinity Beast to kill him swiftly and make it painless? The secret lay in the mechanism with which the formation worked, taking complex concepts, simplifying them, making them easily digestible. When Leonel broke down the fundamentals and how this formation worked, he immediately realized that it could do more than he had given it credit for. To make a complex matter simple, the formation could become a proxy through which he applied his abilities. But this wasn't the important part. The lineage factor of the fox had been refined across countless generations. There was even a generation of them worthy enough to have the Pluto race owe them a favor. This simply wasn't the kind of lineage factor technique that could be so easily simplified, especially not by the likes of the people of the four great families and the Dream Pavilion. What was important wasn't a modification of the lineage factor's technique, but rather that the formation could be powered by external items, one. And secondly, whereas in the past he would have to first filter what information came from the items he was assimilating through himself, and then pass it on to the target, now the filtering and passing on process became one and the same, lowering the energy requirements by a large factor. In order to use assimilate, Leonel's lineage factor had to break down a target into its component force arts, making them easily digestible, binding them with his dream force, and using said dream force as a binder to his body, thus altering his talent or that of his souls for a short while. Breathe worked on this principle by taking it a step further, sacrificing some of the immediate strength in exchange for more permanence. The two worked together like a pair of peas in the pod, but the more troublesome the target, the more difficult it was. Doing it to himself was the easiest, although he couldn't use breathe on himself as he was a living being. Doing it to his souls was an extra layer of difficulty. Doing it to a living entity like little Tolly with its own thoughts and will? It was an even more difficult task. Ultimately, this formation would be what allowed it, but the true core to it all, Anastasia, I need your help. Of course you do. At least you said something and didn't just expect me to act. It seems you've woken up a little bit. I am a mighty world spirit, you know, more mighty than you know. Leonel shook his head. Now wasn't the time for showing off, but luckily Anastasia had already gotten to work. At that moment, a large amount of vital force surged forward, being converted to dream force through Anastasia's means, and then being filtered right into the formation. The star that had just split to reveal the beautiful monstrosity within became the fuel through which Anastasia worked. That was right. From the very beginning, as early as Leonel could remember, Anastasia had had an ability he didn't quite understand until just now. It was an ability that could only be described as one of a god's, to be able to freely turn a force of one kind into any other you cared to. At that moment, the slumbering infinity beast felt its strength being whittled away, but it had been asleep for too long, and its mind was groggy and unresponsive. In the end, it took this as a sign that it was still tired, not realizing that its life was being devoured by another. Chapter 22299, A Better Pairing? Chapter 22299, A Better Pairing. What Leonel didn't know was that this infinity beast was more than just tired. It was old and worn. For a creature to be so beautiful, and yet so close to the end of its lifespan, was probably something a human like Leonel, who was destined to grow old and wrinkled, could never truly understand. It was tired of life, tired of existence. Maybe it was fully aware of what was happening and simply couldn't be bothered to care anymore. That was all it had done in its life, care, and it cared too much. It wasn't like the void beast that destroyed all things, because it was, in fact, all things. It was all forces, all beings, and as such, it understood all forces, all beings. Its sympathy was boundless, but this was like a curse, one that ate away at its very being and suffocated it for all that it was worth. Marred by this beauty, no one had ever seen its true self, that hidden interior awashed with darkness and suppressed by its own care and concern. In its final moments, it exhaled a breath of relief. Someone else would have to hold on to its burdens from now on. It was no longer its cross to bear. Leonel began to fall from the skies, the infinity beast's body having vanished into a clump of silver he held onto. He couldn't fly at all in this dense den of force arts, because even though the entire vital star had vanished, the runes that had once colored its surface were only released from their shackles, unleashing onto the world a wide range of changes that made an eighth-dimensional world's pressure feel like child's play. However, Leonel couldn't focus on the fact that he was falling right now, because it wasn't the time to. He still needed Anastasia's help to cast breathe. Even now, Leonel didn't know what kind of beast he had just killed, nor the kind of weight that had been on its shoulders. When he had looked at the void beast, although he had reacted indifferently, he had still felt that mighty pressure coming from even its corpse. He couldn't imagine what that beast would have looked like if it had been alive. Knowing that, how could he know that this creature that he felt nothing from could possibly be its counterpart? When looking at the infinity beast, he felt that it was somewhat forgettable aside from its gorgeous exterior, as though he had never seen its true self. Due to this, the only thing he was focused on at the moment was making sure that the impermanence of assimilate didn't ruin little Tolly's chances. Of course, he was also worried about little Tolly turning on him, and the best way to deal with that was to use the excess energy that little Tolly would have now and turn it into the little guy's future potential instead. With that move, he would both weaken little Tolly significantly and make any potential rampage manageable, and he would also secure his metal spirit's future. It was a win-win situation, so he acted immediately. This time, little Tolly didn't resist. Leonel could sense a faint bit of the little one's intention to devour the power itself, but it immediately realized that it simply had no ability to and left matters in Leonel's hands. Leonel almost laughed when he sensed this. One, because this was the most complex thought that he had ever heard come from little Tolly, so he was certain that the maturing process had gone well, and two, because this little guy was exceptionally greedy. While he didn't know what kind of beast that beautiful creature had been, he was certain that it was at least beyond the level of the ancestors of this world. So, the fact that it could be so strong, and yet not dealt with by the regulator, made Leonel feel that just maybe it might be closer to the entity of the Void Race than not. Whatever the truth was, Tolliver was truly too greedy thinking that he could devour something like that on his own after only just entering the sixth dimension. Anastasia helped Leonel with the force conversion once again. Luckily, this burden was much lower because much of the energy came from the residual force of the Infinity Beast itself. So, even though the vital star was gone, there was plenty left to deal with this situation. Boom! Leonel crashed to the ground and coughed out a mouthful of blood. It had been a long while since he had been worried about gravity of all things, but looking at little Tolly, he grinned, feeling that it was worth it. In truth, he had been a bit worried. That beast didn't look like it had metal attributes, and Leonel had learned long ago that more abilities wasn't as good as abilities that coincided with your current path. For example, with the silver tablet, he had been able to steal the ability indexes of others for a long while, but he never had. That was because he knew that he could very easily cripple himself doing so. But looking at little Tolly, it seemed that he had worried too much. He didn't know why, but he felt that little Tolly had reached a level he couldn't imagine, a level that reminded him of those two god races he had just seen. Despite being of the sixth dimension, the pressure the little one gave him was suffocating. Little Tolly was still that same adorable little silver blob, but within that silver there were densely packed runes of white gold that looked like the ancient markings of a long-forgotten temple. Leonel looked up toward the floating and fading force art runes in the twinkling skies and immediately sat upright. He had to study these as much as he could before they faded away completely. Comprehending them himself was far better than just assimilating them, that way he wouldn't have to worry about anything else. In his focus, he forgot about Tolliver's changes for a moment. Of course, Leonel had no idea that he had just helped his metal spirit assimilate one of the strongest beasts in all of existence. What better pairing could there be for a crafter's partner than the beast of creation itself? Chapter 2030 Harmony. Chapter 2030 Harmony. Leonel's gaze flickered again and again as it danced across the floating runes. Part of his senses were focused on little Tolly, just in case the little guy still felt that it was necessary to attack him, but outside of that, he was entirely focused. Right now, his vital star force was the weakest of his force, most probably. Even his void star force was able to keep up because he could use it as a reflection of his scarlet star force. It hadn't even stepped out of the unfurled state and that was quite pathetic. If his vital star force was at the same level as his spear force, for example, just the strength of the lowest level of his star fusion technique would be hundreds of times more powerful, and by extension, his divine armors would be as well. Honestly, even that might still be an underestimation. The potential of star fusion was probably beyond what he knew it to be now that he could subtly feel its connection with Dimensional Cleanse. They could feed into one another, and he could use it to strengthen himself far more with Dimensional Cleanse as a foundation. That said, the importance of Vital Star Force was beyond just this alone. If Leonel was correct about the true purpose of Dimensional Cleanse, then it along with his Dream Force would be the foundation upon which he brought his body beyond its current level and shed past the original weakness of the human race. This was more important for Leonel now than it ever had been, especially since he had learned who his supposed grandmother was. Someone had messed with his uncle. This was one of the few things he was able to recall from his experience as his enlightened self. It was also possible that someone had messed with him as well, though he wasn't certain. What he did know was that the reason he was only able to spend such a short amount of time in that enlightened state was for one reason only: his body could handle the strength of his soul. This made sense because he was a human. What didn't make sense was how such a soul was born into such a weak body in the first place, and the answer to that question was exactly why he felt that someone had potentially messed with him, just like they had his uncle. Thinking back to how his father had also placed some sort of seal on him, Leonel felt that this matter likely still wasn't as simple as he thought. But he didn't want to waste time asking the dictionary questions now. There would always be time for that. His only goal right now was to increase the state of his vital star force. His body shook and his eyes blazed with a blue light that calmed quickly. First layer, he mumbled to himself before focusing once again instantaneously. His mind split countless ways, analyzing each one of the rules one by one, splicing them together and forming a complete picture. The more he did this, the more the back of his mind rumbled with a certain thought. This feeling, wasn't it similar to his current mage core? Those branches, those leaves, each one adorned with a partial rune, separate and yet whole. It was quite a fascinating feeling. Second layer, Leonel's progress sped up as an auspicious air formed around him. Dimensional Cleanse was actively aiding him in comprehending faster and faster, and in a reverse sort of scenario from what he had expected, comprehending seemed to get easier rather than harder. Then it clicked. While he was analyzing all of these runes one by one and piecing together the ones that made sense, he was also discarding many of them at the same time. The ones that he discarded didn't just vanish from his memory, they were recycled and then used again when it made sense. Recycled and then used again. The words reminded Leonel of nature, of how the death of one being could easily become the fuel for another, a fertilizer of the earth, a fertilizer that could grow plant life, sustain wildlife, to give trees life. Within Leonel's ethereal glabella, an ancient tree with rainbow-colored leaves stood at the center of it all, looking as though it held up both the skies and the 10 stars that surrounded it. It was gorgeous and looked like a being that existed beyond imperfection, beyond stain and impurity. A gentle wind blew by and its leaves lifted, rustling. This common feature of nature came with a gorgeous sound, a resonance that could enlighten Buddha and force devils to turn over a new leaf, beautiful in its bearing, simple in its grace, peaceful in its presence. Leonel's own hair seemed to rise up and the complex force arts of Dimensional Cleanse began to grow as well. For as long as he could remember, the natural force art that he had formed at the 6th dimensional layer of Dimensional Cleanse had been buried within the soil. It didn't seem to matter to him as where it was hardly relevant, until now. The magic system of Camelot and Dimensional Cleanse seemed to fuse into a single being. Leonel didn't know how to describe it, but as the skies of his ethereal glabella fell into darkness and then slowly brightened, only to fall into brightness once more and continue to cycle, but it felt as though his ethereal glabella had reached a state of absolute harmony, as though a collection of images had become one beautiful painting, perfect and whole. His hair gently waved in this mysterious wind, and the undersides of their filaments radiated with a familiar rainbow color. The speed of his deduction became even faster, and he slid into the third layer, and then soon the fourth. By the time the last of the sparkling runes had vanished, he stood at the quasi-impetus state, his body thrumming in harmony. Chapter 2231. Bad Taste. Chapter 231. Bad Taste. Leonel opened his eyes slowly and exhaled. His strength hadn't improved in a tangible way, as he was still in Tier 1, but if one was to say that his power was the same, they would be sorely mistaken. In fact, he felt that staying at Tier 1 was the far better decision as well. If he could, he might even choose to return to the 6th dimension. He had been too hasty in progressing. The more powerful you were in terms of tiers, the more difficult the hurdle to clear was if you wanted to improve your forces. Leonel could also feel that within Dimensional Cleanse, the best state for him to improve his body the most would have been in the 6th dimension as well. While he could still feel large progress in the 7th, he felt that he would have gained even more had he been weaker. There was no use in regretting it, but it was something that he kept in mind for the future. It would be a harder path, but he could still reach the end. He also couldn't help but note that the creator of Dimensional Cleanse hadn't given him the 8th dimension layer or the 9th dimensional layer. The meaning behind this was obvious. He wanted Leonel to deduce the rest just like he had the first several layers. It would benefit him far more to do this. Leonel stood to his feet. To his surprise, little Tolly reacted, squirming up his arm and spreading across his hand, wrist, and up his shoulder and even part of his chest. He coated Leonel like a sleeve, turning his left arm into a gorgeous pattern of silver and white gold. A slight smile spread across Leonel's face. He could feel that the little guy was trying to say sorry. It seemed that it was still forming more and more complex thoughts. He felt like a parent watching his little toddler grow up. After a while, his expression grew more serious and his gaze became cold. He could feel the forces singing around him, so he also knew that this world was going to collapse soon. The unfortunate part was that he didn't know how to go back. He had to actively enter this space by clearing the puzzle, but when you were sent out, it was automatic. There obviously wasn't the same clear process. He had to figure something else out. Suddenly, he felt movement from little Tolly. The little guy was just messing around, feeling happy that Leonel didn't blame it. But the movement and the strong connection between the two of them made Leonel suddenly realize something. I'm thinking faster, but my dream force didn't increase. The only explanation, little Tolly, was acting like something akin to an innate node, but this time for his dream force. Leonel's eyes widened and he suddenly remembered something. That was right. One of the paths for metal spirits was related to crafting stamina and helping their partner to be able to craft for longer periods of time. But this felt like it was beyond that. Leonel subconsciously felt that it wasn't just crafting stamina that little Tolly could help with, but there was a noted improvement to all of his forces. Though not as exaggerated as improving an entire stage, this was surprising. Leonel knew that helping little Tolly break through like this would give him access to all of the spirit's paths, but what he didn't expect was that the power would be so immediate. Taking this path was supposed to be like making your metal spirit a jack of all and master of none. But for Leonel to be able to feel this change so intimately, it felt more like little Tolly was already a master of all. It could only be that beast. That's the only explanation. Leonel shook his head. He had to think about this less and more about how to survive. The obvious answer was to reverse the chemical structure he had used to get here, but that was stupid. He knew it was, so he didn't even try it. He didn't even know what reverse would mean in this context. What surface would he use to reverse the chemical structure? Up and down? Left, right? Across all planes? He didn't even know. The truth was that returning would likely have its own unique chemical structure, one that he wasn't strong enough to even begin deducing. There had to be something else. Leonel's gaze flickered again and again. How to return home, how to return. Suddenly, Leonel's left arm raised into the air on its own and tapped. Little Tolly did a small happy dance in his mind as though it had done something great, and Leonel's brows raised. Well, even if he leads me into the middle of a black hole, I might be able to live a few more seconds. Leonel jumped into the portal, but to his astonishment, he stood right where he had left, right beside El Ryan, and the latter even seemed to still be talking. I'm not sure why you did that. Quartz has an interesting structure, yes, but it's ultimately still a third-dimensional material without any force to speak of. It's only useful here because the target is Earth itself, El Ryan trailed off, looking at Leonel for the first time since he began his payback. He could feel just how different Leonel was, and when he looked at the silvery white gold sleeve on his left arm, his pupils constricted. From his words, it was clear that El Ryan was most definitely not a crafter, but he was still a Pluto. He knew the aura of an infinity beast when he saw it. No, it was more accurate to say that those of his family line would. Even weaker Pluto, though still far beyond the human race, wouldn't recognize what they were seeing. That was because the infinity beast was the rarest creature in all of existence. But how did Leonel change in the blink of an eye? And that quartz crystal? Wasn't it just in his hand? Where had it gone? You, Leonel gave the boy a glance. At this point, that was all he could be bothered to see him as. Your Pluto race is quite strong, right? Then you should probably be able to understand what's supposed to happen in this zone. How about you tell me? El Rion's brows shot up. he almost subconsciously answered as though he owed Leonel a response. This sort of feeling shouldn't come from a human, and why did him saying the Pluto race was powerful leave such a bad taste in his mouth? Of course, you could not tell me, but then I'd make repaying this favor of yours impossible, Leonel said with a bright smile. How embarrassing would it be if the mighty Pluto race couldn't repay their benefactors? Orion's expression darkened. Chapter 2232, he did. Chapter 2232, he did. Leonel's words hit a sore spot, but it was also probably the easiest deduction he had made today. One didn't need to be nearly as smart as him to understand what was going on here. The Pluto were in a strange situation. That much was obvious by the conversation between Elryon and Sean Ray, and even further by the actions of that void race entity. Leonel also now knew the value of these incomplete worlds. This world was valuable enough to be used as the top currency of these god races, and more importantly than that, as the currency of the most powerful among them. And yet, in order to repay this favor, the Pluto not only made the decision to use these incomplete worlds that could have been of great benefit to helping them out of their current situation, but they had also offended the Void race and supposedly several other god races. As though all of that wasn't enough, Elryon, a junior of the Pluto race, albeit of high standing, was given the hourglass to command. No matter how you sliced it, repaying this favor was so important to the Pluto race that they were willing to make sacrifices to do so. Of course, Leonel was very curious as to why this was. He didn't believe that there was anyone with such a good heart, and the current Fox were far too weak to demand anything of the Pluto race. In fact, Leonel believed that they had never been even remotely strong enough, and it was instead a unique set of circumstances that allowed them to have the ability to cash in such a favor to begin with. That meant there was a deeper reason, a more fascinating one that he probably wasn't even of high enough standing to be privy to. But whatever that reason was, it didn't matter to him for now. All that mattered was that this could be used as the leverage he needed to make this matter far easier on him. He had already failed this zone, that much was inevitable. However, his current understanding of zones was beyond what it had been in the past, far beyond. Just because he had failed didn't mean that he couldn't still reap the rewards, and it also didn't mean that he couldn't force the zone to recognize itself as being cleared. Ever since he had entered the Dwarven race's zone, he had come to understand that zones were large constructions of Dreamforce. That said, 8th dimensional zones like this one were very different. It had to be remembered that from the 7th dimension onward, treasures would be taken out of zones. That meant they had a more physical form, a form that transcended beyond what could be expected of lower-level zones. While this would make them more difficult to manipulate, Leonel was still quite confident. He wasn't even worried about returning home. All he was worried about was maximizing his chances here, and in order to do that, he would need information. He could gather this information himself, but it would likely take months, and time wasn't something that he felt like wasting if he had other options. As for dealing with this rather large baby here, he felt that it was as easy as turning over a palm, especially since he doubted it would cost Elryon anything to speak of these things. Thinking back to the hourglass, Leonel believed that it was exactly because it existed that Elryon and the other Pluto were so free here, and it was also because of this that he was confident that Elryon would be able to meet his demands. That said, none of this meant that the Pluto would be very happy about it, especially when he had just believed himself to have the upper hand. I don't. Leonel shook his head and sighed. Let's skip the back and forth, shall we? You'll say you don't believe me, when in reality you already do. Then you'll ask me to prove myself, which I inevitably won't. And then you'll take action and do something to piss me off, and then I'll do the thing you claimed I couldn't, that you already believed I could, and then we'll both be unhappy. So how about instead I just say, sorry for my rudeness, oh great Pluto. If you'll allow this humble human a chance to see his mother and future wife again, I'll be ever so grateful. Orion's lip twitched. He had had more changes in facial expression today than he had in his last 14 years. His mother had always said he came out a deadpan baby, but now all of that seemed to be getting thrown out of the window. Leonel's praise was even more grating on the ears now than when he had called the Pluto powerful. He had never thought that hearing positive affirmation would be so disgusting. He could tell that Leonel didn't even mean a word, and worse than that, he didn't even try to hide that he didn't. He could understand if Leonel was ignorant to the matters of the god race, but it was impossible for him to be so after all of these events, and especially not with. He looked down at the coat of silver and white gold runes that had taken over Leonel's left arm, feeling the annoyance within him growing. After a moment, he simply stopped and exhaled a breath. It was as though he chose to not be annoyed anymore and simply wasn't. Leonel smiled. He found that action to be somewhat familiar. He wondered when it would be Elryon's turn to boil over and lose it. What do you want to know? Don't you already know? This zone, what is it? What's its purpose? Which other bodies were taken over by the 2 other entries, and how can I get the most out of it? Elryon's expression flickered for a moment, but then he took out the hourglass once more. The seconds ticked by, and Leonel remained silent. He didn't seem to be impatient in the slightest. He was quite confident that Elryon would answer, and then he did. Chapter 2233, Mistake. Chapter 233, Mistake. This zone seems to be related to a so-called Silver Empire. It's facing destruction at the hand of outside forces. It seems that you were given my body because these forces include those from outside of this incomplete world. Leonel's gaze narrowed. When he realized what this meant, he almost smiled a bit bitterly as well. These so-called outside forces could only be those from the Cataclysm Zone. Compared to the Pluto race members, what were they worth? Had Leonel been able to keep Elrion's body, this zone wouldn't have been able to be any easier. It might even be the easiest zone he had ever completed. That said, there was no going back, and the matter also wasn't as simple as it seemed either. That's because without Elrion, he wouldn't be able to understand this zone so easily. He had gained Elrion's body, not his memories, so he hadn't even known that a treasure as valuable as the hourglass had been on him. He couldn't remember Elrion holding any spatial treasures. Setting aside those feelings, this explanation didn't feel complete, and there were too many questions. Was he supposed to save the Silver Empire? But with how real this zone felt, wouldn't that change the timeline of the future? Or was the goal something else entirely? The Silver Empire is meant to be destroyed, but there is a tablet that you must recover before it can be. From my understanding, your future wife is currently the Emperor, while your mother is the current leader of a family that goes by the Luxnix. She is called Northern Star Order. Leonel frowned. Northern Star Order was one of the hegemonic titles of the Luxnix. Northern Star Order, Wise Star Order, and Snow Star Order, these three represented great things. The problem was that according to Wise Star Order, there had only ever been one Northern Star Order in the history of the Luxnix, the rest having all been fabrications by him, all 13 of them. Knowing this, the problem was obvious. That one Northern Star Order should be his grandmother. His grandmother was old, but she wasn't this old. This timeline at best should be around the time Wise Star Order was born. At worst, it was a generation before even Wise Star Order's father was born. From Leonel's understanding, Northern Star Order should have been one of the very first Luxnix, so this didn't make any sense either. The only explanation was that Wise Star Order didn't even understand his own family's history, or that Old Man had tried to con him again. Now that he thought about it, basically everything he knew about Luxnix family history was told to him by that con man. But even worse than that, even if he had gone to the family record directly, Wise Star Order had already manipulated them so that it would appear as though 13 Northern Star Orders had appeared in their history, effectively weakening his grandmother's influence on the family. Why wouldn't he have altered everything else? This was why Leonel hadn't even bothered to double-check. There was nothing to double-check against, until now. Wise Star Order was an ambitious man, and it wasn't easy to whittle that ambition down with just a few chains. He was a man who had experienced countless years and generations. He had even survived in the spiritual domain. His patience was far greater than Leonel knew. At the same time, though, the current Leonel wasn't the same Leonel of the past. Wise Star Order couldn't think faster than any longer, and even without his father's protections, he could kill Wise Star Order him. Leonie's thought came to a halt. His father's death had taken quite a toll on him, and it had also exposed the fact that he was a far more caring man than Leonel knew, but that didn't change the fact that his old man was very particular about the kind of help he gave him. Even when he was in the Rapak's nest, his father hadn't done anything to help him, and there had been countless seventh-dimensional experts present. It could even be said that Velasco had made the situation worse. Because Velasco had appeared and killed all the scholars, the Rapak's elders were freed from their battles and were able to close in on Leonel and the others. Of course, in the end, they did so to reward Leonel with the Black Rod, but that could have very well ended badly. If Velasco's glasses had told Leonel anything, it was that while his old man was soft at heart, he was hard in his actions. He wouldn't help Leonel with such a thing, unless he had to. Back then, Wise Star Order had run circles around Leonel. Speed of thought or not, Leonel wasn't a fool, but he felt like a toddler. Could Wise Star Order be stronger than he knew? And what was his purpose exactly? Why did he feel the need to hide the history of the Luxnix? And also, beyond that, his grandfather and his grandmother, Emperor Fox, didn't seem like the type to randomly fall in love. As cruel as it sounded, Leonel had believed his grandmother to be a pawn in his grandfather's schemes for as long as he couldn't remember. But at the same time, his grandfather seemed to be restricted to staying within Earth's territory. How had he even met his grandmother? And if he could leave Earth for a price, then why did he insist on paying it to meet his grandmother? As Leonel was lost in thought, thinking of countless possibilities, he suddenly realized that Elrion had fallen into silence despite not having explained everything quite yet. He looked over toward the young boy to see that his expression was actually quite solemn. It wasn't a normal solemn. It was the kind that only appeared when one felt that they had made a mistake. A huge mistake. A mistake they couldn't reverse easily. A mistake they'd have to stay true to toward its ends. And that expression had come right after mentioning the Luxnix family. Chapter 2234. The God Beasts. Chapter 2234. The God Beasts. Leonel didn't say anything, but he felt that he should have known after seeing that enormous void beast corpse in the skies, ridden by a race of beings he couldn't even fathom until this very moment. It was easy for Leonel to ignore the legends of the Void Beast because this world was so weak. Even a reasonable person could conclude that the Void Beast and Infinity Beasts were only legends in this incomplete world. However, what was becoming clearer and clearer to Leonel was that, if not for the appearance of the Pluto race, leading to the appearance of the Void race and their corpse battleship, this incomplete world wouldn't even know about these questions. This wasn't the only matter to consider either. The Luxnix family was a mere sixth-dimensional family in his eyes. Although they had gotten stronger after his grandmother's return to the Fox family, they were still subordinate to the Fox. Even though they only had the lowest level of the light side of the Northern Star lineage factor, why would he assume that they had the capability to have access to anything at this unconscionable level? Suddenly, Leonel's pupils constricted. Who had told him about the highest levels of the Northern Star lineage factor? Wasn't it Y-Star Order? He wouldn't have even known otherwise. The more Leonel thought about it, the more he felt that something was off. Elrion suddenly opened his mouth. Just when Leonel thought English would come out just like it had every time before, a language that sounded like the roar of dragons with punctuation akin to claps of thunder came out instead. Leonel felt his eardrums burst and begin to bleed, but he didn't cover them, even circulating his force so that he could heal them and hear more. It only lasted a brief few seconds, but Elrion turned to Leonel soon after. "I will go with you." Leonel's gaze narrowed. It seemed that his previous assumption was incorrect. If Elrion insisted on coming, then his thoughts that this would be an easy matter with him wouldn't be even remotely true. It seemed that there were no cheat codes to 8th-dimensional zones. "Are you going to tell me why? Or are you going to just do as you please?" "This isn't a simple matter to explain," Elrion said somewhat exasperatedly. "You seem far too concerned for someone with that hourglass on you." "That isn't that hourglass, it's the hourglass." This distinction seemed very important to Pluto Raceboy, who was growing more agitated by the second. "Also, that item can't be used as freely as you think. You used it on me just fine. You're insignificant. The ties of karma and the wear of time and space are almost non-existent on you. The more prominent the target, the deeper the folds of reality, the more effort it would take. Judging by what I've understood, it would take one of my seniors coming for the hourglass to still be effective." "And are they?" Leonel didn't react as though he cared about Pluto's slander at all. He was far more interested in the answer to this question. "No, we've already paid too high a price for this. It's up to me." "And me," Leonel added in a playful mood. The more agitated he saw this Pluto boy, the funnier he thought it was. Elrion looked at him as though he might try to strangle a chicken. He was really running out of rope to give. He knew that Leonel was doing it on purpose, but that didn't make it any easier to deal with. Maybe god races were too prideful to use such tactics, but he had never met a person with such a foul mouth before. He still didn't know how Leonel seemed to have changed on a dime, but he didn't have time to think about it. "Just come," he eventually said, placing a large hand on Leonel's shoulder and taking out the hourglass. Leonel didn't resist, but he still raised an eyebrow. "You're obviously taking me because you need me. If not, you would have already left. So are you going to ruin your chances by not telling me what's going on?" Elrion's jaw set as the two vanished into thin air. Leonel didn't ask again. He understood people quite well, even if they were god race beings. He only needed to say it once and then let enough time pass by that Elrion could pretend that it was his idea to explain. Sure enough, the explanation came. "You don't know why the god races exists. The management of the formation of worlds is something that's done out of necessity, not out of a will for power. There's only a limited amount of resources that existence can provide. Worlds need to die off, and you can't allow too many worlds to sprout up in their place. Before the god races, there were the god beasts. They were the embodiment of creation and destruction, and they were able to keep the balance. This was the natural path of evolution, a path that existence allowed to occur. But for reasons unknown, existence also tends toward chaos, towards disorder, towards death. Due to this, the god beast of creation has always been at a disadvantage. The greatest embodiment of this disadvantage are the regulators. They're born with every world, and their responsibility is only to make sure that a cap of power is never exceeded and the rules of practice are followed. However, the problem is that they work using the very same force that the god beasts of destruction use, anarchic force. The more regulators do their job, the more anarchic force a world is filled with, and the closer to death it approaches. Eventually, a balance will be tipped once the concentration of anarchic force reaches a certain stage. At that point, just as quickly, a world will die like a house of cards. If things continued like this, the god beasts of destruction would eventually win, but the process would be slow, too slow for them. The god beasts of destruction were not known for their patience. So, they created henchmen that shared a small portion of their bloodlines to spread chaos to the worlds. Chapter 2235, The Northern Star. Chapter 2235, The Northern Star. Leonel's pupils constricted. He could tell what Elrion was getting at immediately. He had only reacted like that after he mentioned the Luxnix family, and it was the Luxnix family that had access to the Northern Star lineage factor, the very lineage factor that ended in the Void Beast and the Infinity Beast, or in other words, the God Beast of Destruction and the God Beast of Creation. The so-called henchmen of the Void Beasts had to be those of the dark side of the Northern Star lineage factor. That was the only conclusion. And sure enough, the god beasts of destruction realized a problem, though. Their bloodlines were far too powerful. Even the current god races couldn't take them without dying agonizing slow deaths. So they took a different approach, splitting the aspects of their bloodlines into 5 pieces and building them up like stepping ladders. They created a legion of beasts: the Shadowtail, the Dusky Steel Bat, the Aurora Black Panda, the Crimson Clawed Ape, and the Death Pulse Deer. Each one took up a position in the armies of the god beasts of destruction, and they were powerful. They were enormous beasts with wings that could crush the planets of this incomplete world of yours, and claws that could sever stars into countless pieces. In the beginning, the god beasts of destruction felt that this would be enough. Their envoys were more powerful than they thought they'd be, and far more helpful as well, so it no longer seemed necessary to pass down their bloodline. They were haughty creatures to begin with, impatient, disdainful, and arrogant. If they didn't have to share their bloodlines, they wouldn't. But the god beasts of creation didn't roll over. Seeing the state of things and how the god beasts of destruction were acting, they realized that they could fight back in the same way, and it might even give them a chance at reversing the tide. So, they created their own beast envoys. The snowy star owl, the white stone elephant, the starry-tailed fox, the twinkling light bear, the golden tiger. The god beasts of destruction were on their back foot. Their beast envoys were incredibly powerful, but they couldn't compare to the beast envoys of the god beasts of creation. After all, they were beasts of destruction and chaos. How could they compare to god beasts of creation in creating? Having given the god beasts of creation such an idea, the god beasts of destruction regretted their action, but it was already far too late to reverse things. At the same time, the god beasts of creation felt that they could seal things, to put a final nail in the coffin, to finally end things. So, they did what the god beasts of destruction couldn't and passed down their bloodline. At first they looked through the various god races, or what they had once been, and realized that they couldn't do what needed to be done, and neither could the others. But interestingly enough, there was one race that was able to do so, and an unexpected race: the human race. Leonel fell into silence. He knew that there was much more to this story, and that Elryan was far from finished, but his mind couldn't help but spin at 1,000 miles an hour. It was suffocating the number of questions he had. The human race is born with a birth defect, but it's also that defect that allowed them to take on the power of the god beasts of creation. Their souls are born fused to their bodies, but this also makes it so that there's only one variable to consider from start to finish. As you change their bodies, you can easily change their souls at the same time, given that you have enough power. Like this, one of the weakest races of existence gained maybe the greatest power, and existence gained itself prosperity. A golden age the likes of which had never been seen before and would likely never be seen again. Unfortunately, this didn't last. Elryan fell into silence, looking toward Leonel with a darker expression than usual. Luckily, his rationality seemed to win over, and he managed to calm himself. As for what his rationale was telling him, Leonel could guess by the way the story was going. It seemed that the palpable disdain of the human race didn't just come from their weakness. He had vaguely felt that Sean Ray's vitriol whenever she spat out the word human was much deeper than it seemed to be on the surface. But even when he realized this, he just chuckled. What was this? A cliché line about how corruptible humans were and how much better other races were in comparison. What a joke. How about they be granted infinite power first and see how they dealt with it? From what he could see, these god races weren't much better. An entity that attacked his junior out of rage, what high horse did they have to sit on exactly? As I said, existence tends towards chaos. It's just a simple rule of law. Absolute chaos must be formed first before everything can return to step 1. The more energy existence expends, the closer toward death it grows. Existence is the only immortal in all of reality. The pressure of the Golden Age wasn't missed by existence, but it did nothing. It could do nothing. Existence isn't an entity. It's simply an arbitrator of rules, and the god beasts of creation didn't break any rules. They simply followed their instinct. In fact, they did exactly as they were meant to and created. But, as existence is the only immortal, it is also the only infallible being in all of reality as well. They went overboard, spreading too much wealth and prosperity. Existence was quickly becoming overwhelmed, and worlds began to collapse. Death and destruction spread ironically without even the god beasts of destruction doing a single thing. And that was when it appeared, the Northern Star. Chapter 2236, Unchallenged, Chapter 2236. Unchallenged, Elryan looked up, his expression solemn, a touch of sadness and forlornness on his expression. It wasn't the kind of face that a child should make, but Leonel felt a hint of subtlety within it. The kind that told him that this expression wasn't perfectly his, but rather one that had been passed down. It was an interesting feeling. But he felt that if the future could impact the past, then it wasn't too unacceptable. That said, he felt it was more complicated than that. A race like the Pluto had abilities he couldn't fathom. Even turning back time across existence wasn't outside their purview. Maybe they had a method of passing down important thoughts and feelings to their highest priority descendants. The Northern Star is quite beautiful, isn't it? Elryan suddenly said. Leonel's heart skipped a beat. Why did he suddenly feel that the Northern Star Elryon was mentioning was the very same Northern Star he was so familiar with? The Northern Star was the hope of sailors and adventurers of Earth, no matter how lost you were, so long as you pinpointed that star in the skies, you could find your way home. It was the single constant even when death had you by the ankles. However, these were mostly just folk tales. The Northern Star couldn't even be seen on half of Earth, so most of the fanciful tales around it were just overblown and exaggerated. But that didn't change the fact that even the smallest child of Earth knew of the Northern Star and the kind of hope it represented. Elryon couldn't be talking about the same star, right? He was. It can be seen from everywhere. It's the constant in all of our lives. No matter where you are, it can orient your direction. But what most people probably aren't aware of is the fact that the meaning of the Northern Star is far more real and simultaneously philosophical than just that alone. The Northern Star is the central point of all of existence, but it isn't at the center of all things, it's rather at the end of all things. It's the point that we all go toward. It's the final flash of light, the penultimate representation of life before only death is left. In the past, it didn't have a prominent name because it was too far away. But the closer we get to the death of existence, the more prominent it is in the skies, the brighter it becomes, the more hope it seems to spread. Elryon fell into silence once again, trying to gather himself. His solemnness retreated and his deadpan expression took hold as he looked forward. The calmness he feigned only seemed to make the previous agitation all the worse in comparison. The source of all Starforce comes from the Northern Stars, and it's also the greatest center of death. Not many understand what Starforce is or what it represents, but I can tell you there is really no point in trying to in the first place. Just think of it as the fabric of reality. It's what gives existence substance, but more importantly than that, it brings balance, or rather a relative balance. The more success the god beasts of creation had, the closer the star became, the stronger by comparison the god beasts of destruction became. Starforce fueled them and they began to make a comeback, fiercer and stronger than before. This time, the god beasts of destruction succeeded. They passed down their bloodlines to the human race, and suddenly one of the weakest races of existence became the center of a blood war that ravaged reality. The details of this war are murky, but ultimately there was no winner. Although the god beasts of destruction had become stronger, the head start of the god beasts of creation was substantial. At the same time, it wasn't yet time for existence to collapse, so the Northern Star shifted the balance once again when the time came, whittling away the strong advantage the god beasts of destruction had, but not before they had sunk their claws into every aspect of existence. The gods' beasts practically went extinct after that war, but existence continued toward destruction, getting closer and closer. Every day, the Northern Star grows larger, and as it does, the void beasts of destruction grow as well, and soon they'll likely make a comeback of their own. Unfortunately, the time of the Infinity Beasts has passed. There isn't enough momentum of creation left. Elryon fell into silence. Leonel didn't say anything. He felt that he was beginning to understand how important these incomplete worlds were now. They might very well be among the last worlds that existence could create before everything collapsed. In fact, the fact there were so many incomplete worlds might be a sign in and of itself. If not for the slow weakening of existence and the approach of the Northern Star, there might have been far more complete worlds in this batch than what had actually occurred. Even so, Leonel had more questions than answers right now. Elryon still hadn't explained how these two separate lineage factors had suddenly become linked. Was it because of the Northern Star? In that case, Leonel's eyes narrowed. Could the Northern Star be the constellation of the lineage factors, forcefully linking them and causing the strength of one to be dependent on the weakness of the other? In that case, what happens to Leonel when the two are fused like this? Also, how is it even possible for Leonel to fuse them? It can't be that he's the first if the people of the Cataclysm Zone had both tablets as well, right? That doesn't make sense. More importantly than that, how are even the likes of the Pluto allowing such tablets to circulate at all? Why haven't they gathered them all up yet? More dark side henchmen would only speed up the descent toward chaos, while more light side henchmen would only exacerbate the problem. No? Both should be eradicated? And there was something else that Elryon had conveniently not mentioned. If even the human race could be disdained for a now faint connection, then how were the Void race allowed to prance around unchallenged? What was their relation to all of this? Chapter 2237, Timeless Event. Chapter 2237, Timeless Event. Leonel frowned. There was something obvious that he was missing, and that was Elryon's reaction. Since he had reacted so violently, and even insisted on joining himself, then it likely meant that he would do something about this and they weren't ignoring the problem. But wasn't this too nonchalant? If this was such a big matter, why were the Plutos sending a junior? Something was off here. He was missing large bits of information. If this matter is so important, why are they sending you? Leonel asked. Elryon looked slightly offended when he heard this, but he quickly settled down. You don't understand. So politics, Leonel answered simply, and Elryon seemed to be quite embarrassed because Leonel's answer was spot on, so much so that he didn't even want to continue explaining. But, in the end, his better judgment won out. There are many factions among the god race, each one with different thoughts on how to deal with this situation. Most believe that pacifism is the best choice. The last time the scales were tipped, the timeline toward destruction was accelerated. Leonel nodded. The good guys won, and instead of that being a win, it ended up being a loss. And obviously, they couldn't side with the bad guys, or else they'd just be shooting themselves in the foot. Indeed, it did sound best to just sit back and ignore everything, hoping that the natural path of balance would extend their lives for the longest. But this also seemed quite defeatist, no? The mighty god races were just waiting for their deaths? It was almost amusing. Then again, maybe they were just like humans. Elrion had said that the only immortal in all of reality was existence itself. That meant that even these gods had finite lifespans. Maybe they felt that they would long be dead by the time the Northern Star was the only star in the sky. It would be someone else's problem by then. They just wanted to hold on to the power they had for now. As expected, Elrion's expression was quite dark when he said this. Clearly, he wasn't resigned to this sort of fate either. Leonel found it to be a bit cute. Then he felt that maybe he was being a bit too nonchalant about this. He didn't know why, but he couldn't quite drum up the momentum to give a damn. Elrion took a breath, steadying himself. He really was all over the place today. Just what was happening to him, he was better than this. Their thoughts have some logic to it. The humans that could reach the highest realms of the Northern Star lineage factor all died in the war. Those that are left can at most reach the level of the highest envoys, but those bloodlines within humans are far weaker than they would be in the real deal. This is also true for the god beast of creation and destruction as well, but even a fraction of their power was enough to place humans on the same level as us god races. Well, at least near the middle levels of us god races. Leonel thought about the visions of those massive beasts he had seen whenever he progressed his lineage factor, and then he thought about the power he had in comparison to that, and he couldn't help but nod to himself. The snowy star owl he had seen when he awakened his lineage factor initially had been able to cross an entire galaxy with a single flap of its wings. The dusky steel bat could envelop a planet with its wings. But in Leonel's eyes, they were mere 6th-dimensional and 7th-dimensional lineage factors. They weren't even worth much in this incomplete world, let alone in the outside world. So, staying hands-off made sense. Their existences were inconsequential while they risked the end of everything if they interfered with the wrong matter. Seeing Leonel be so amused with himself, Elrion gave him a glance. There is also a minority faction who think the best thing to do to remain neutral is to eradicate all humans from the face of existence. Elrion unfortunately didn't get the response he wanted out of this. Let me guess, the Void Race? Leonel asked with a laugh. Elrion's gaze flickered. Number? Oh? Leonel responded, seemingly somewhat surprised, but not really. He felt that a void race wanting to commit mass genocide was too on the nose. They're even more extreme. They believe that the best way to extend the life of existence is to erase most of the worlds that remain. If there's a second faction after those that want to remain perfectly neutral, it's them. That's because the void race had evolved into a race that seemed to have an ability that might be able to reset existence. Leonel raised an eyebrow. You saw it. They can destroy worlds and absorb them into their being. Just this action alone maintains the balance exactly as is. Every time a world is about to be destroyed, one of their ancestors absorbs it instead. That action hides the destruction from the Northern Star, and everything remains the same. The Northern Star hasn't moved any closer in the last at least several generations. Leonel chuckled. Wasn't there an obvious weakness to this solution? What happened when one of their ancestors died? The worlds they had absorbed would surely be noticed by the Northern Star then. At that point, it would just be delaying the inevitable. You seem to have thought of the problem as well, but they feel that they can find a solution. It's just that their ancestors haven't grown powerful enough yet to break through that final barrier, to exceed the limits of the 9th dimension. They want to sacrifice as many worlds as they need to toward that end. Once again, Elrion didn't receive the response he wanted, so they want to be the universe's janitor. How noble of them. Elrion was truly speechless this time. He really didn't know how to deal with this man. You still haven't told me, though. Leonel changed the subject. What's got you so agitated this time? There's a timeless event that's about to begin. Timeless event? It's an event that will occur no matter what changes in the past or the future. Chapter 2238. Why bother? Chapter 2238. Why bother? A timeless event, huh? Leonel said softly. Timeless events usually happen when the Northern Star reached a new stage. Existence won't allow anyone to reverse such a thing, or more accurately, it's impossible to reverse. The one thing that can't be fought against is existence itself. And this time, Elrion came to a stop. The stream of stars and galaxies that had been blowing by them came to a stop, and they stood above a familiar huddle of 3 planets, but they were much different than what Leonel remembered. The 3-pillar sector was the home of the Luxnix family and 2 others, namely the Viola and Montex. The other 2 seemed to be irrelevant to the matter at hand, but Leonel still kept their names in the back of his mind because he felt that none of this was as it seemed. If all of this was really a scheme of Y-Star Order, then in all likelihood, everything had been done for a very specific purpose. Of course, Y-Star Order was also a master at sleight of hand and could very easily make him focus on something that he shouldn't be focused on at all, but his mind now was on a completely different level than it usually was. He wouldn't be tricked so easily. In the past, the three planets were in a perfect sort of harmony. One golden with swirling white clouds, another violet with dark hues of black, and the final with countless mountainous regions that could even be seen from the depths of space. Today, this territory was that of the Silver Empire, and the planets didn't look like what he remembered at all. This force, how can it be here? Alrion's expression changed once more. I've made a mistake. I shouldn't have come so casually. This really isn't something that I should interfere in. Alrion's expression settled down, and his words came out in a calm and calculated analysis. He had clearly seen something that he didn't like in the slightest and wanted to back out as soon as he could. Leonel didn't say anything. He felt that he understood what Elrion was trying to get at, or more accurately, he seemed to have instantly understood what force he was talking about. A spark went off through his dreamscape, and it all pointed toward a single person, Richard of the Viola family and his violet force. And if that was the case, it explained everything he was seeing below. It was like he had been transported back to the 19th century Earth. There were billowing columns of black fumes projected out from factories that looked as though they had been pulled out straight from a black and white movie. Workers moved around like slaves, transporting things in and out of these large factors that took up all three planets. They seemed to cover every inch except for a single patch on the former planet Luxnix, or rather soon to be. This patch was vibrant with greenery and a river of violet. This violet, though, he felt something far different from it. Even when Richard used that force, he didn't feel moved. But now, he felt a great amount of danger. If he had been there when Richard lamented his lineage factor, maybe he would have understood somewhat. Richard had said that it felt like someone had played a sick joke on his family, giving them a power that they couldn't make proper use of at all. It was like a tumor within their soul, leeching away their lives with every passing moment. It was a truly devastating chain to be burdened with. Leonel's smile faded, and the coldness of his gaze returned. He still didn't understand what was going on, but there was one person who could give him an answer. He looked within the segmented cube. He probably should have expected it. The script practically wrote itself. Y-Star Order was nowhere to be found. In fact, if Leonel thought back, he had been nowhere to be seen ever since his father died. He just hadn't bothered to take note of it because he didn't care. And why would he need to appear at all? If this was a timeless event, then that meant that he didn't need to put his hand on the scale anymore. He had already done his job, and victory was his. You shouldn't have come at all if you thought it was a timeless event, Leonel said casually. Elrion froze, but he didn't know how to respond to that. Indeed, he was far too impulsive. What could he do to change a timeless event? No, he said, somewhat forced. Timeless events are variable in that no one knows exactly what aspect of them definitely has to happen and what parts can be tweaked. A bomb might have to explode and kill many people, but the word many might be variable. It could be that only a select combination of people have to die, while the rest can be saved. You made resurrecting people sound like it was impossible, but now you want to save people who should die? Leonel asked blandly. He didn't seem to be accusing Elrion because he had never taken his words seriously in the first place. You are a truly aggravating individual. Thank you, Leonel said. Now can you tell me what this supposed timeless event is? Soon, many citizens of this Silver Empire will be gathered up and slaughtered for their parts. They'll be brought to this factory and will be refined, and it will be allowed because they are demons. Sounds simple enough to stop, just destroy the factories. What about timeless event, do you not understand? Alrion's voice nearly came out in that dragon's roar once again. If we destroy these factories, they'll come up with another method, a different approach, a different path that leads to the same thing. Leonel smiled. Then tell me again, why did you bother coming? Elrion saw red and suddenly punched out at Leonel, his fist carrying the weight of worlds. He had completely forgotten to hold back. Chapter 239 Dream Step. Dream Shock. Chapter 239 Dream Step. Dream Shock. Leonel's expression was already cold, but it was even more calculating than that. He had already felt the twitch of the start of Elrion's action before he even moved with intention. Inwardly, he still found it amusing, but there was nothing amusing about the power of the fist approaching him right this moment. There was no facing it. The only option was to dodge. And luckily, he was ready to do so. His steps moved at the same moment Elrion did, his head tilting to the side and his body narrowing from Elrion's perspective. For a long while, Leonel had thought about maybe learning a dedicated technique for his movement, thinking that it might help boost himself to an all-new level. But every time he entered a situation like this one, he realized why he never had. Calculating which step to take was far better than any movement technique he could learn from someone else. Let's call it Dream Step. His hair fluttered as the roaring beast that was Elrion's strike flashed by his cheek, leaving a searing heat on their surface. But when had he ever feared heat? Boom. Even in the depths of space, there seemed to be the boom of wind and the collapse of the sound barrier. But Leonel realized that it was far more devastating than that. It was more like reality itself. The fabric of space, the folds of reality had collapsed. It was truly ridiculous that a 14-year-old had such power. What would he be like after finishing puberty? Leonel reached forward with 2 fingers and jabbed them into the Pluto youth's ribcage. The latter was so large compared to him that his fingers would easily fit through the gaps, but slipping through was one matter. Actually piercing through this tough, grayish-blue skin was a different matter entirely. However, Leonel didn't plan on piercing Elrion's skin. He had been in the latter's body already. He knew that it was very similar to that of humans aside from some small difference. He had not 1 stomach, but 4 of them. He had not 1 heart, but 2 of them. His muscle fibers made what Leonel was proud of seem like more of a joke than anything else. But the liver was still the liver. Spear force raged to life on the tips of his fingers, growing pointed and flashing with a bright gold. Bang! Leonel's 2 fingers pierced into the right side of Elrion's body, his timing perfect. Elrion was slow to react, having regretted his punch the moment he threw it out. That was when he felt a sudden, jarring pain. At first, he hadn't felt that it was anything. He only wanted to let Leonel hit him out of apology, or that was what he told himself. He didn't know if he could dodge, even if he had tried his very best. But right then, his nerves seemed to have been fried, and his entire body shut down. He shuddered and fell to a knee. He would have even fallen to the planets below, if not for Leonel grabbing onto his shoulder with a palm, squeezing down. Even with him kneeling like this, he was still much taller than Leonel, and the latter had to reach up to grip him. Even so, he suddenly felt very small and somewhat embarrassed. He looked down like a child that had done something wrong, and for the first time, Leonel felt that this behemoth actually looked like he was 14 years old. Leonel actually felt somewhat bad for a moment. In truth, he had cheated as well. In the last moment, he realized that his strength wouldn't be enough to pierce Elrion's defenses, so he had added something unexpected to his spear force, Dream Force. His spear domain lineage factor was perfectly designed to accept the power of other forces. That was maybe its foundational strength. So, it had happened seamlessly. He used his Dream Force to amplify the feedback Elrion felt from his strike, amplifying a dull quake into a flood. He had never been able to emit his Dream Force in the past, but now that he had his Emulation Spatial Force innate note, not to mention his domains, it was no longer that difficult for him. He had gotten much more used to the feeling after assimilating Lionel as well, though that power had already faded. Elrion's body had shut down, but it was just a trick of the mind, one that he would have probably shrugged off quite easily if he wasn't a child who felt that he was in the wrong. Leonel let Elrion rise after the latter had recovered. 2 new abilities in just a short few seconds, not bad. I should spend more time on my ability index. Let's call this one Dream Shock. Elryon didn't respond. He felt bad, but that didn't mean he had stopped thinking that Leonel was a bit of an asshole. That said, he realized that this man was doing this on purpose, and getting frustrated was only playing into his hands. This time, he would truly take his time to calm down. He was a Pluto, he couldn't keep allowing this to happen. Leonel smiled, but he didn't say anything. An agitated Pluto wasn't a useful Pluto. How would he make use of him if he was a loose cannon? Things were much better like this. At that moment, a starship suddenly flashed from the distance, coming out from a spatial tunnel. The markers of shield cross stars rose to the skies, and those familiar cool uniforms were lined across the bow of the ship. Leonel's senses pierced by them and into the ship, finding several barriers. But with the release of his dream domain, seeing through those barriers was as easy as breathing. He froze. Initially, he didn't care very much. There were just a large number of prisoners, likely being taken to those factories down below. However, deep within, he saw a man chained up, wearing broken silver armor that was all too familiar with. Then Elrion's words flashed in his mind. Aina? Leonel vanished before Elrion could react. Chapter 224 crushed slowly. Chapter 224 crushed slowly. Leonel didn't spare the time to think about what relation shield cross stars might have to this matter, nor did he think about how this might be tied to the timeless event. His body moved on its own, and his speed was blazing. Why should he be surprised? It was a deduction he felt was obvious, even though he had never thought about it too clearly, especially after he had decided to crush the human domain. After he had thwarted the plan of God and the bishop, then continued to do so once again in the Camelot zone, he had offended a mysterious organization. Then, not long afterward, shield cross stars targeted him, leading him to become a fugitive. Could there even be such a coincidence in this world? He could feel his mage core rip forced from the surroundings, forcing the spatial force to bow in obedience as he crossed into the flying space of the starship instantly. Those of shield cross stars didn't expect to suddenly be attacked like this. Their flags were flying high, and who of the human domain didn't know of their standing? Such a standing had only solidified further after they had crushed the Silver Empire beneath their boots. Who still dared to attack them? Spatial Force user, deploy the barriers. Cross Elder Avon had yet to be born yet. Maybe even his grandfather hadn't even been born yet. This current mission was being led by a certain Cross Elder Crystal, a woman built like a behemoth, standing with hulking shoulders and an even fiercer face. The way the patented metallic skirt of shield cross stars swayed between her legs beneath the forceful nature of her force made it seem as though it was made of silk rather than metal. She spotted Leonel with a sharp gaze. Although she could tell that Leonel was only in the 7th dimension, she felt that something was off about this matter. While it was possible that he was a straggling member of the Silver Empire taking a long shot at revenge, having lost his head to fury, Anyone who knew Cross-Elder Crystal knew that she did everything by the book. Even though she could crush a seventh-dimensional expert with a single look, she still forced them to deploy the shield, solidifying the spatial force in the region and ripping away what she thought was Leonel's greatest advantage. But soon enough, she realized that her caution actually wasn't enough. At that moment, the pull of Leonel's mage core surged and shredded the barriers apart. The restrictions that had once been able to hold him in place were torn apart, fueling his spatial force further and allowing him to jump forward even faster. Cross-Elder Crystal's eyes narrowed. The defensive barrier was already up, so one could say that by deploying a spatial lock she was doing far more than was necessary. This wasn't a Tier 2 starship like the ones in Leonel's possession. This was a tried-and-true Tier 1 starship. Its power wasn't just a small bit greater, and its size was at least that of 10 planets. Ready the cannons. Another crew might have questioned why their commander was taking things so seriously, but this group had long since learned that questioning Crystal was a quick path to death. They aimed the cannons that could kill even overlords with a single stroke toward the swiftly approaching seventh-dimensional expert, already ready to fire. Fire. Leonel vanished. He appeared before the defensive barrier, his hand stretching out. Under the astonished gazes of the crew and the almighty Cross-Elder, the barrier crumbled beneath Leonel's palm as though it was nothing more than ash in the wind. Leonel's current craftsmanship was on a level even life-grade crafters couldn't fathom. If he still allowed this sort of barrier to stop him, creating as the peak technology of a race not even capable of being at the peak of an incomplete world, what breakthroughs he had made would only be worthless. With a step, Leonel crossed the shattered motes of light, a sort of deathly beauty surrounding him as his spear appeared in his hands and his third-tier armor surrounded him. Morales? Cross-Elder Crystal barked. State your name. How dare the Morales interfere in the matters of Shield Cross stars? Leonel's abilities weren't exactly like she remembered the Morales to be, and she had also never seen a Morales without dark hair and eyes, but it was also hard to deny what she was seeing before her. She instantly decided to probe to see if she was correct about her assumption, but all she got in return was a blade. No, it wasn't a blade. It was a raging tornado of swirling spear force. Cross-Elder Crystal went pale. When had the Morales produced a spearman with this level of skill? She didn't even realize that she had already forgotten that Leonel was only in the 7th dimension. The spear force didn't even touch her, but the instant it vanished, her subordinates fell to the deck one after another, and Leonel had already crossed by her, vanishing into the ship. She was violently shaken awake. Alert! Leonel, who had already entered the ship, found that all the highlights were turned off, replaced by flashing, deep rouge warning lights, supplemented by a blaring sound that made the ears want to scream. To his back, he sensed an oppressive aura pressing down on him. His spatial force felt more useless in this place than anywhere else. The best barrier was dense force of all kinds. It made it unstable to teleport anywhere, and unfortunately, the walls of this starship were flooded with force pouring in from the core. Leonel could only run the normal way, and obviously, he couldn't outpace an ancestor. But he could outsmart one. His gaze flickered with a dense cold light as his stance shifted, dodging out of the way of a strike coming from his back and cutting a corner. He understood this ship like the back of his hand, and he had a feeling that even this Cross-Elder wasn't intimately familiar with this maze-like ship. At the same time, this ancestor couldn't attack with her full force for fear of injuring her companions. He would crush her slowly. Chapter 2241, not enough. Chapter 2241, not enough. Leonel moved like lightning, his agility hitting a completely different level. Every time he came across a Shield Cross star member, he slaughtered them without mercy. Although he didn't think about it much, it was almost amusing how difficult it used to be for him to kill. But he felt like he was a boulder one had rolled up from the bottom of a steep mountain. He reached the other side now and was tumbling with such speed that it was hard to tell what would happen when he got down to the bottom. Would he smoothly roll out and crush everything in his path, or would he smash himself into countless little pieces? Leonel turned another corner, but this time his fist flashed, coated with a beautiful gold-black armor. Death force erupted from in a raging steam. It didn't seem to want to form into something solid, preferring to be an amorphous fog akin to dark force, but Leonel's mage core compressed it down, forcing it into a gauntlet that smashed through. A rush of pressure came gushing out. Screams filled the room as a dense heat and a leak of the fusion core spilled boiling energy into the region. Leonel seemed entirely unaffected. Could this fusion core's energy be hotter than the innate nodes that burned in his kidneys? Hot star force? Was there a hotter star force than scarlet star force? Without even turning back, the energy was pulled under his control, forming a curtain that Crystal braced herself to storm through. Her speed picked up, her hair singed and her fury bellowing as loudly as the hissing steam. She couldn't understand how a mere Tier 1 could blast a hole through the walls of this ship at such a critical point. How could channels carrying such hot fusion core energy not be heavily reinforced? But Leonel had burst through them so easily that she hadn't even been able to catch up after he slowed. Watching her subordinates die one after another, her blood threatened to boil over. The frustration of not being able to unleash her full strength for fear that she might cause more damage felt like she had been wrapped in plastic, her nose and mouth in all. She couldn't even run with her full force because her legs would blast through the floors, destroying whatever was below. The other Cross Elders had told her many times that she had to learn to be more delicate, but she had never expected that it would come back to bite her like this. She roared out in frustration as she turned a corner. As though a dragon, a line of force shot out from her lips, aiming for Leonel's back. Earth Force? Leonel sneered inwardly. Trying to use Earth Force as though it was Fire Force is amusing enough. Trying to use it against me, though, when you haven't stepped into the impetus stage, despite being an ancestor, is even more amusing. The breath of force split around Leonel's body, being ripped from the Cross Elder's control. Leonel turned back as he continued to glide forward, his steps just as light. He raised his fists, the Cross Elder's 8th dimension-backed force pulling into gauntlets on his fist. He could feel their rage, shaking and quaking as he struggled to control them. In the end, an ancestor's full strength was still beyond him, but this wasn't her full strength. He inhaled a breath and his spear force surged before he punched out twice. He turned around and continued to rush forward, not even looking back. Crystal's expression changed once again, feeling a slight sense of danger. In the back of her mind, another question rose. Just how had Leonel used spear force with a punch? She had seen other masters use 2 fingers before, but that was still with the intention to treat their arm as a spear. But Leonel clearly hadn't had that intention. He had been thinking about punching all the while. Doing that should have caused his spear force to scatter. This boy is dangerous. Bang! Cross Elder Crystal stumbled back a strong step. The ground beneath her crumpled slightly as though it was aluminum foil. Her palms stretched out as she caught her own attack. She thought that she could deal with it easily, as it was her own force added with a mere 7th dimensional expert's force. But the spike of pain was immediate. She retrieved her palms after the force had vanished, looking down to see a spiral of blood trickling down her hands. She was astonished. A 7th dimensional brat had injured her? Crystal realized at that moment that this matter was far more serious than she knew. If she kept holding back, then she would have to stand here and watch as every Shield Cross Stars member on board died. Even if some died beneath her rampage, they would just have to be sacrificed. Leonel sensed the towering aura behind erupt moments later, but a smile spread across his face. It seems that she's quite smart, and cruel at that. Unfortunately, Leonel's figure flickered to the side. Dream step. He slid by Crystal's blow by a hair, her fist gliding just over his shoulder and by his cheek. In fact, if all he did was shift to the side, her equally as monstrously sized chest would slam into his back. But that was exactly what he wanted. Star fusion, combustion, boom. An eruption of red force flooded out of Leonel's body, his strength increasing so explosively that his bones cracked and his skin splintered. His hands reached up and he grabbed Crystal's elbow with 2 strong hands. The Cross Elder's eyes opened wide, but Leonel had already dropped his hips, twisting his core and powering through his legs with his greatest might. Flares of foggy crimson force billow out from his armor as he roared. Crystal flipped over his shoulder, arms flailing as she tried to fly to change her momentum. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough. She flew right into the fusion core, blazing with energy. Boom. Chapter 2242 Danger. Chapter 2242 Danger. Leonel raised up his hand, his mage core flaring as he roared. If he left things like this, then he and everyone else on this ship would die. Throwing someone into the fusion core wasn't enough to set it off. It was designed to be far more stable than that, and the entire ship was built around this design. However, a rampaging ancestor trying to save her own life was a completely different matter entirely, but he was prepared. The moment he had scanned through the ship, he had already been ready to deal with this particular outcome, as he had already deduced that this would be the easiest method he could use to deal with an ancestor. While it was true that he had improved greatly, it wasn't enough to close this sort of gap. He could now read and react to ancestors, but if he wanted to deal a death blow to them, he could only rely on this sort of method. His dream force flourished, rushing into the channels of force arts that maintained the fusion core and solidifying them. He roared as he poured 90% of his force into the closest lines and then began modifying those on the outside, morphing their structures and forcing them into more and more powerful states. The explosion was suddenly contained. Heat blasted into Leonel's body, threatening to rip him to pieces. But once again, this was what he feared the least. A wide grin spread across his face. He had gained a Tier 1 starship so cheaply. He had already improved enough to modify the Tier 2 starship, but now this would be yet another boon. He really wanted to see who would be able to stand up to his fleet of improved starships. He could see Crystal's face as she continued to struggle. Her armor had already melted, pouring over her skin and melding into her bone. Her limbs had vanished as she focused all of her force into the most important organs of her body and her head, and this woman actually continued to roar. If nothing else, she was a fighter. Your soul will do me nicely. Boom. Crystal vanished, burned to ash, and the fusion core collapsing under her might, only to be reined in by Leonel's own. The starship rumbled and dimmed, its power constructs fading as the channels were interrupted. It tipped over, but it continued to stay in the skies. The real problem was that without its protective force fields, its effect on gravity was immense, and instead of it falling toward the planets, it was instead the planets that began to be pulled toward it. Leonel's gaze flickered. He had been forced to disrupt the channels so that he could stabilize the core. He knew this would happen, but one problem at a time, right? He had to re-establish the channels, and that would take time. By then, the planets below would be ripped out of their usual alignment. Although he was confident in succeeding before they came crashing into the ship, it would still be too late to save the original balance. Unless, at that moment, a familiar gray-blue-skinned little boy god appeared in his senses, raiding the hourglass and freezing the planets in place. Leonel's lip curled and he got to work. It took him a few hours, much more than he had thought it would. But that was the thing with destroying things. It was far faster to do so than it was to build them back up. After he was done, he rushed out, still slaughtering all of the S.H.I.E.L.D. Cross-Star members that he came across. They weren't innocents, they were shoulders, and he didn't have the room nor the care to take prisoners. He appeared before a particular door and saw Aina, or rather the Emperor, within. She didn't seem to notice that he was there until he opened the gates. When she saw Leonel, her reaction wasn't as Leonel had expected at all. Aina opened her mouth to say something, but then she hesitated, forcing herself to calm down. She didn't know what kind of state Leonel was in, but the last time she had seen him, well, it was safe to say that their usual banter wouldn't fly. Aina Brazinger holding her tongue? I think I need to document this momentous occasion, Leonel said, nodding to himself as though seeing something spectacular. Aina was caught off guard and then suddenly furious. What are you trying to say? Am I a woman who doesn't understand propriety? Leonel coughed. Well, let's just say I only dared to say as much because you're in chains. There's really no better time, no? Aina glared at him, one part relieved, another part feeling that this change was far too easy, and yet another part feeling like ripping his face apart. You absolute idiot, do I look like the type of person who gets caught so easily? In this body, I could have ripped that foul woman apart 10 times over. I'm doing something important, and you just went and ruined it. Leonel smiled. He had guessed this the moment he saw Aina's expression after noticing him, but he didn't feel too bad about it because what was done, at least in this case anyway. Also, he could tell that her frustration didn't really come from him either. It was likely that upon her capture, she had suffered quite a lot, but she had forced herself to hold back her usually violent temper. That straight-laced ancestor he had just killed would have definitely made her life a living hell. She was probably looking forward to turning things on their head, but then he had appeared. Then what's your original plan? Leonel asked. I have a helpful little boy outside. It might make things easier on us. Listening to her speak in such a rough and deep voice, when he had grown used to that sonorous, siren-like melody of a voice, was far easier than Leonel had accepted. It was as though the moment he realized this was Aina, he fell in love again. Of course, he would never tell his boys that he was looking upon a middle-aged man with such fondness in his eyes, he'd have to take that one to the grave. Forget it. This matter is bigger than you know. I don't know why you're in your original body, but if you only have 7th dimensional strength, you're in danger. Chapter 24-3, shredded to pieces. Chapter 24-3, shredded to pieces. Leonel's gaze flashed. I just killed an ancestor, you know. This lack of belief is hurtful. Aina rolled her eyes. Even in that body, it seemed that she oozed feminine charm. It was funny watching a middle-aged man act like this. He would probably be mortified if he were anywhere in there. He had spent all of his life being a dignified emperor, only for this to happen. Poor guy. I don't have many details, but I know that someone was waiting and expecting all of this to happen. More than half of the Silver Empire's galaxies were wiped out in an instant, and our fighting force was crushed. Even those that survived were suddenly ripped apart by the wild shift in gravity. I barely managed to hold on to the capital as it was. You know this. I entered the Silver Empire's zone before, and I got a technique out of it. It's the technique that allowed me to assimilate with real demon blood and create my own demonic form. For whatever reason, these people are very interested in this technique and are doing whatever they can to get their hands on it. I was originally in a battle with them before S.H.I.E.L.D. Cross-Stars came on official business, and they vanished. You don't know who they are? Leonel asked. I can't be certain, but they felt a lot like the people we met in the Cataclysm Zone, but more mature and stronger. Their foundations were incredibly solid, and their force manipulation, as you called it, was off the charts. Luckily, the Silver Emperor's body was incredibly powerful too. Leonel frowned. He felt confused, like countless stories were piling together in a manner that didn't quite make sense to him, and he still didn't understand how this matter might be related to the timeless event. According to his understanding, the Dream Project couldn't be created by the Cataclysm Zone's families and pavilions on their own. Instead, they relied on a favor the Plutos owed to the Fox, gaining the incomplete worlds, and then using it for their experimentation. There was likely some point in that timeline where they stabbed the Fox family in the back, and Earth became his grandfather's contingency plan, or maybe it was his plan all along, he wasn't certain. The likely purpose of the Dream Project was to strengthen the Cataclysm Zone so they could deal with an upcoming threat, likely demons that were adjacent to their world. As such, it made sense that they might send people in to steal a technique capable of allowing them to assimilate with demons. This wasn't what confused Leonel. He wanted to know how these matters were woven into one another and how they might come back to tie into the timeless event. He felt like he was missing just one kernel that might weave all of these things together. Were they wrapped in black chains and golden runes? Leonel asked. Aina, who was about to continue, stopped. How'd you know? She hadn't been there to witness the death of Leonel's father, so she didn't know how Leonel could possibly know these things. But yes, it was true that they had looked like that. I've seen them before on that day, Leonel said lightly. Aina fell into silence. She knew what Leonel was talking about before he even explained. She wanted to comfort him, but he spoke before that. Continue. I realized immediately that there was something wrong with the appearance of Shield Cross stars. Their appearance was too timely. Wouldn't they want to deal with the Silver Empire too? Leonel asked. According to the history of the human domain, the Silver Empire was always a scourge. They were just too powerful to deal with immediately, so they were tolerated. Of course, this all wrapped back to the fact that they were demons. I would have thought so too, but I've learned a lot, speaking and questioning attendants and such. I assumed that all of this was related to the zone, which was why I was following it all to the end. According to my understanding, everything in the human domain has been peaceful for a long while. Everyone accepted the Silver Empire's demon status as something that was just part of their power. Leonel nodded slowly. Indeed, it had always sounded like an excuse to him. The Morales and the Swihard both had clearly demonic characters in their lineage factors, so why weren't they treated the same? Something didn't add up. It seems that no one turned on the Silver Empire until they were suddenly greatly weakened, and then they swooped in. If what you're saying is correct, it's even odder. Those people who were capable of battling, your father should be supremely powerful. There's no reason for them to fear the appearance of Shield Cross stars unless there was another reason. The pieces were slowly coming together, becoming clearer in Leonel's mind. Of course, he had been not AV. If the four great families could target the Fox family, destroying them, even though the latter was the reason they had a chance at all to grow powerful, then who was to say that there wasn't more internal strife in the Cataclysm's own complete world? Even further than just that, they had the tablets that could grant them the Northern Star lineage factor. And on top of that, somehow, in the past, the Fox family had been strong enough to have the Pluto race owe them a favor. How else could they have been that strong if not by the most obvious answer? It all lined up slowly. Those henchmen of the god beast of destruction had yet to vanish from the world. They were still making their presence known, and they were trying to sink their claws into one of the few remaining human bubbles. It was almost obvious. After such a war, how could there be many humans left if even the god beasts had practically gone extinct? Any that remained would be first on the chopping block. They were probably being ripped apart by the sheer number of forces trying to take control of them. At that moment, it happened. The veil that El Rion had put upon the planets in order to keep them in alignment was shredded to pieces. Leonel's gaze sharpened. Chapter 2244 Horizon. Chapter 2244 Horizon. Leonel stomped, disrupting the force arts beneath him and releasing the shackles that had bound Aina. Her expression couldn't help but change. It definitely shouldn't have been so simple. She might not be a crafter, but she had some understanding of the profession, and though she knew Leonel was excellent, he hadn't reached the point of being able to ignore everything, or else it wouldn't have been so difficult for him to deal with the starship of the Oman family. But now, it felt like he looked at this level of craftsmanship as though it was child's play. It had only been less than a day since the last time she saw him. Her expression flickered with a hint of a complex emotion. Leonel's greatest fear in the past was that his compassion would vanish and his truest self would be unveiled, causing him to disregard the lives of the people he had once wanted to become a king in order to protect. However, the fears of everyone else should have been very different. If the Leonel of the past was gone, and he spent every day seriously plotting to improve himself toward a goal, then just what would he accomplish? She had always been a hard worker, but Leonel always seemed to keep up with her steps effortlessly. This wasn't something that she had ever told him about, but it left her feeling a bit uncomfortable, not because she was jealous, but because she felt that he might very well leave her behind one day. It was an odd emotion for her, especially since the reason she trained so hard wasn't for the sake of keeping up with Leonel, but rather to gain revenge for her mother. The fact she had such thoughts left her feeling guilty on two fronts, one being that of Leonel and her hope that he would slow down somewhat, and the second being that of her mother, who she felt should be her sole focus. These were things that she could never bring herself to speak about with Leonel because she felt that they were just as ridiculous as the thoughts that had caused her to leave him in the first place, a decision she still regretted to this day. Also, what kind of girlfriend would she be pouring her problems onto Leonel when it was he who needed support now and not him? In all of her swirl of emotions, triggered by a simple action of Leonel's, she shook when Leonel suddenly vanished. She saw that smirk on his face and snorted. Leonel appeared on the outside of the starship with great speed. However, when he got there, he found the back of a broken silver armor. His lip couldn't help but twitch. "You're slow," Aina said lightly, hiding away her grin with her broad shoulders and back. Leonel opened his mouth to respond, but he closed it. Aina snickered, loving every minute, but soon neither of them could focus on their banter at all because what was happening below seemed to be nothing. They frowned. Aina obviously didn't know who El Ryan was just yet, but she had sensed it as well. There had just been a large and sturdy barrier, but it had vanished. No, it had been unceremoniously shattered by an overwhelming strength. So who had done it? Where had it gone? Aina's first instinct was the large gray-blue man who made her heart skip a beat, radiating a danger that put her on guard. But when she saw that Leonel didn't mind him, she knew that there was something deeper going on here, and it had nothing to do with this man. "You know him?" Ina asked. "Ah, the little boy. Yeah, he's all right, I guess." "Little?" "Don't say that with so much shock, you'll make me think I'm lacking something," Leonel pouted. Ina rolled her eyes. Was it just her, or had this man become more insufferable? How he could still flirt with her when she was in this body was beyond her, but it also somewhat warmed her heart. "I didn't think you'd be so flirty. Is there something you want to tell me?" "Ah," Leonel placed a hand to his chest. "If this is your way of asking me if I want to introduce a third to our bedroom, I'll have to reject, thank you. I'm not a fan of Sharon." A kick landed on Leonel's chest, sending him flying back into the flagship. Elrion caught this matter in his periphery, and he really wanted to be happy about it. But it was coming. "Can't you choose your words more carefully?" Ina put her hands on her hip, another amusing sight. "If someone else had said something like that, you would have probably put their head on a pike." Leonel coughed between his laughter. She wasn't wrong, but that only made it funnier. Boom. Leonel's eyes widened. His internal sight hadn't caught on to what was happening at all. It just suddenly appeared, a hand the size of a planet, extending out from one of the many factories beneath. He realized that it wasn't that he had been neglectful, but rather the very same protections that the rampages had against his senses. He deployed his dream domain instantly, but to his shock, even this was useless. Even the rampages couldn't hide from the deployment of his dream world, but then he remembered. His lineage factor had changed. How could he still deploy his dream world at all? He no longer had the 3 domains of the starry-tailed fox. His perception changed, and the way he used his dream world changed once again, but he realized that even then, it was still useless. All of this happened in an instant, even as he was rushing to his feet. When he laid his eyes on it, his heart grew stone cold. It wasn't a hand at all, it was a shadow that seemed to cover the skies to infinity, reaching up like it had no limits and appearing before Elrion in an instant. The Pluto was set flying back, his still injured chest caving in even further as he flashed so far into the distance he looked like one of the many stars on the horizon. Leonel was certain. One of the god-beast of destruction's henchmen, the Shadowtail, had appeared. Chapter 2245, Damned Woman. Chapter 2245, Damned Woman. Leonel's pupils constricted into pinholes. "Aina," he roared. Up until this point, aside from his father, Elrion was simply the strongest person he had ever come across. Although he had been injured by the entity and only had a fraction of his peak strength remaining, he had attacked that very same man with the full brunt of his modified starship and hadn't even managed to cut his wrist off completely, what should have supposedly been one of the weakest parts of his body. But now, that very same Elrion, while holding his family's strongest treasure at that, was blown away as though a leaf in the wind. The strength of this monstrous creature wasn't something that he could fathom, and the most horrible part was that even after he had attacked, the regulator showed no intention of taking action. Ina had already acted. In fact, she was happy that she had sent Leonel flying into the starship as well, because even though she was shaking in fear currently, she couldn't imagine what would happen to Leonel if he was struck like that. Leonel stood in a fury, but Ina was already attacking. "Damned woman, how'd a?" Leonel caught him, surprised by what he had been about to say, but that didn't calm his rage at all. He was far too furious to think about it with much depth. His thoughts were entirely occupied with how to get out of this situation. But that only lasted a second before the rage spilled over once again. Why didn't she listen to him? There was clearly a huge gap between them, a gap that couldn't be closed with her style of battle. The smart thing would be to rely on his style of battle instead, no matter how much she hated it. It was clear and obvious that his more devious, long-game, calculation-intensive approach to battle was the far better approach here. And yet, she had just stormed in as though he needed to be protected to her back. It was cute, funny, even when they were in normal settings and he allowed her to take the lead. It was lighthearted, and he didn't mind because he was confident in himself not to care. He loved her, and that was enough for him to allow her to do as she pleased in 99% of situations. But in this 1%, in these dangerous situations, in times where their lives were on the line, she had to listen to him. She had to let him stand in front of her no matter what she perceived her strengths to be. Leonel dashed forward at his greatest possible speed. The appearance of the Shadowtail and the destruction of the barrier of time and space had been far too volatile and violent, causing his spatial force to be useless. He ran forward even though he knew it was foolish, even though he knew it would change nothing. His best weapon was the ship he had just been in. Even his modified ships were at least 20% weaker than a true Tier 1 starship, and yet he ignored it all. But he was far too slow. Without the use of external force, he was just a Tier 1 of the 7th dimension. He wasn't a member of the god races. He wasn't even one of the many races just a step below. He was a human. He was weak. Ina punched out with the full strength that she could muster. All of her previous injuries seemed to have vanished, but they had only been that, facades she used to let the members of Shield Cross Stars think that they had been able to catch her. In reality, she had already long since surpassed the former Silver Emperor, and not just by a small margin at that. It gave her confidence. Confidence that vanished in the face of this beast, but she had to stand before it. She gave her everything, throwing out a strike that was the greatest of her life. It was far too similar, a strike that gave everything to protect the person they cared so much for to their back. Leonel's gaze turned a furious shade of red, trying to tap into a power hidden deep within him, but then he saw a smile. It was just a pair of cherry lips, graceful and beautiful, enticing and soft, so gorgeous it could make a man forget everything in his life to worship at the feet of its owner. He only saw it for a brief moment, and then the power that he couldn't even control, power he wasn't confident in pulling out of himself in the first place, vanished like a puff of wind. It was as though that smile was teasing him, holding a piece of meat right in front of his face. It was insulting, patronizing, the lowest form of instigation. And it worked. Ina's fist landed, and an overwhelming force swallowed her up. Leonel couldn't spot anything but a mist of blood. Bits and pieces of something shattered, sent flying so far into the distance, and at such a fast speed, he didn't even have the time to catch her. Dead, dead again, another one, so quickly, he had just, Leonel roared, his fury rising like an overwhelming tide. I'll kill you. I swear I'll kill you. I'll shred apart everything you care for. I'll grind your pride into the dirt and make you face that sick smile. It didn't matter how loud he roared, how violently his blood boiled, that same overwhelming power didn't come. That smile didn't even appear again. It was as though it couldn't be bothered to stick around to listen to the tantrum of a child. She had already seen the amusing expression she had wanted to see. She was bored now and wanted to entertain herself with something else. However, none of this stopped Leonel's furious bellow. What did was the Shadowtail suddenly turning on him, curving through the air as though it didn't have a form, and smashing toward him. Chapter 2246. Fear. Chapter 2246. Fear. Leonel watched the Shadowtail come toward him, his body and his very soul seething. The veins in his eyes popped and seemed to roar all on their own, breaking and pulsing. They shattered, blood leaking from his eyes and splitting over. However, just as quickly as they appeared, they erupted into a burning flame. Streaks of fire ran down his cheeks as he watched the Shadowtail get closer and closer, but he didn't move. He didn't even seem to react at all. The flames dripped down his body, blazing with greater and greater fervor. She called me a destruction sovereign, Leonel suddenly said, as though he was speaking to the Shadowtail that approached him. In the vastness of space, their distance between one another couldn't even be described in simple kilometers and miles any longer, and yet it crossed this seemingly impossible distance with such speed that it only seemed normal that Leonel couldn't react. She said I shouldn't exist, that she felt the need to kill me for that. Is that what your people told her? Did you use a similar reason to target my father? Was he too great a threat to you? A variable you couldn't deal with? So much so that you had to use a coward's path to deal with him? Couldn't even face him yourself? Too scared to fall to a single spear strike? The Shadowtail was moving even faster, the distance closing with such speed that it was already upon Leonel. It didn't even seem to respond, as though it never understood his words, but Leonel continued speaking as though it didn't matter to him one way or another. Is that all you mighty races are worth? All the backbone you have? Are you that easily scared? Leonel looked up. His gaze no longer even seemed to be a gaze. It was rather two blazing balls of red-gold flames, flickering with the brightness of a twin pair of stars. In that case, I'll give you something to truly fear. Remember this promise, you and the rest of your kind. I, Leonel Morales, will not rest until every single last one of you is wiped from existence. Do you think it matters if I don't have a fraction of your strength? The blazing fires in Leonel's eyes seemed to catch the surface of the Shadowtail, but they did absolutely nothing. They might as well have been a pair of gently blowing winds gliding across its tough black skin. The raging heat was worthless before its might. However, as insignificant as they were, the fires continued to flicker weakly, as though in sheer defiance, as Leonel spoke one last time. I swear that I will do these things, and I will do so as a human. That power, he would never use it again. Not until he crushed that smile beneath his feet, not until she understood, with or without it, she wasn't worthy of mocking him. No one was. Not even this Shadowtail. Not even while he was merely in the seventh dimension. Not even when a Pluto could do nothing before its might. Still within the range of the starship, having not moved nearly fast enough to get out of its way, Leonel suddenly stretched his dream force out, solidifying his dream world once more, but not to observe this Shadowtail. Instead, he activated the defensive formation once again. Bang! The Shadowtail shot through it as though it was nothing but a thin pane of glass. It was so swift that if not for the shattered motes of force, it would have been impossible to tell that there had been a barrier up at all. However, Leonel didn't even seem to care. In fact, Leonel wasn't standing in the same spot at all. He had already moved. He had deployed the barrier not to stop this monster before him, but rather as a stabilizing force. He used the power of the starship to still the raging force in the surroundings and allow him to use his spatial force once again. He appeared a long distance away, deep within the range of the starship and hovering over its body. His gaze only seemed to grow colder and colder despite the raging flames only becoming hotter and hotter. Veins of red tore across his skin, and the space around him cracked and fractured, collapsing and fissuring. Boom! The Shadowtail tore through the Tier 1 starship as though it was papier-mâché. The strongest weapon of the human domain was worthless before it, a piece of tinfoil trash. It didn't matter what materials it was made out of. What could it do against an envoy of destruction? The ship was ripped to shreds, even the fusion core was absolutely useless. It flew through it as though it was nothing more than a slightly warm breeze, causing a deafening explosion that could be heard across the galaxy. It flung out so much matter that sound even traveled normally. Little Leon. Leonel finally heard his mother's screech. He had already sensed her appearance, but her force couldn't reach so far, and the vacuum of space hadn't allowed her voice to travel. It was only then that he registered her voice for only a moment before it was overwhelmed by the boom. However, his only thoughts were simple. He was here, so why was she worried? Leonel stretched out his hands. The bits and pieces of the starship, or rather the force arts that had once formed them together into a single existence, responded to his call even as the shadow tail closed the distance once more. You will be the first. At that moment, the scattered pieces of debris, flying out in all directions, wildly and uncontrolled, froze into place under a mysterious power. They were linked, one after another, in a pattern that would be oh so familiar to anyone who had completed the trial puzzle of the dimensional cleanse zone. The power of the destroyed fusion core flooded into the surroundings, pooling away, and much of it being pulled into Leonel's control under his Scarlet Star Force, strengthening the connection between the nodes. The world froze, and then Leonel and the Shadow Tail vanished. Silence fell, and a vast emptiness was left behind. Leonel didn't know how long he watched the scene. Watching the Shadow Tail writhe in pain and horror, being slowly torn apart by the collapsing world around them, didn't move him. A godlike creature was being tortured beneath his schemes, beneath his own power, and yet he only felt that it was natural, a dense emptiness within his heart. He reached forward, grabbing its shredded body as it slowly breathed its last. It was enormous compared to his body. It was like an ant holding up a silverback gorilla, looking down at it like a hunting trophy. He could finally feel some emotion coming from it. It was palpable, hanging in the air like a thick curtain of heavy rain. Rage, fury, humiliation, fear. Yes, Leonel spoke lightly. That's exactly what you should feel. It's what I'll make every single last one of you feel. Chapter 2247, Stunned, Speechless. Chapter 2247, Stunned, Speechless Leonel walked out from seemingly nowhere, a corpse as large as a moon, and only getting bigger, hanging from his silver, white-gold arm. The Shadow Tail's body seemed to be losing its form slowly, or what small bit of form it had once had, the longer it spent dead. Its billowing dark force spread out, and as it did so, its large, mangled body expanded as though there was a balloon within it. He was so small compared to the corpse of the Shadow Tail that it was almost impossible to tell that the former was being carried at all. It seemed more like the beast was languid, beaten and battered with injuries, and it was only now slowly making its way back. As for Leonel, his gaze was vacant and empty. They held an unfathomable depth, one worn and torn by the ages. There was one person, though, who noticed him immediately. Alienor, or rather Alienor in the body of a woman he didn't recognize, rushed forward with her greatest speed. However, in the devastation, and especially after being blown so far back by the destruction of the fusion core, just how far was that distance? Who could stop a grieving mother, though? It had been hours since Leonel had disappeared, and Alienor had already pried herself forward, looking through the debris of the destroyed Tier 1 starship. When she saw the Shadow Tail suddenly appear, she rushed forward in a fury, but when she noticed its startling lack of a reaction, and then saw that it was actually being carried, her tears spilled forward in a torrent. She rushed forward and buried Leonel's head into her chest, holding on to him maybe more tightly than she should have. She seemed to have completely forgotten that to Leonel, she should have just been a random woman he had never met before, but she couldn't be bothered to deal with this. She didn't care how Leonel had defeated the Shadow Tail. She didn't care where he had gone. She didn't care about the zone or what challenges they had passed or failed. She just pulled in her son as tightly as she could, and Leonel let her do as he pleased. He stood there, silently listening to the sobs of his mother. After a long while, he spoke. "There's never a need to worry when I'm here, I promise." Alienor only cried harder when she heard this. These words, they were all too familiar. She had tried her best to not show Leonel her tears, to not show weakness, to be the same strong pillar that her husband had been, but the loss was weighing heavy on her, and just now she thought that she had lost even her son. She wasn't strong enough, not nearly strong enough. Her son shouldn't have to say such words to her. Her husband shouldn't have had to say such words to her. She should have been able to stand in front of the former and stand beside the latter, and yet all she could do was hold them and cry. "I'm sorry, little lion. Mom is sorry." Leonel didn't say anything. He had already said all he needed to say. He might understand how his mother felt, or how Ina had felt, but soon there would come a day where their hearts could lay to rest and their calm could return, a day when their confidence in him was just as high as his confidence in himself, and if not, then the day where there was no one left to threaten them would come first. Alienor pulled back, teary-faced, looking into the abyss of her son's eyes. She didn't seem surprised to see this. She had observed Leonel for far longer than he knew, at least until recently. She understood him better than most, which was exactly why she had never tried to coddle his feelings. But it was ironic. She said that she would be a true mother, and yet she had indulged her son instead of doing the opposite. It was embarrassing. She wasn't all that far from 100 years old, relatively speaking, but she still didn't quite understand how to be a parent. It was hard to accept. She had been talented all her life, and it could be said that she rarely came across any roadblocks, but this, she didn't quite know what to do. "I'll be back," Leonel said lightly before Alienor could make up her mind. He took a step and vanished into the distance. Alianor's shoulders trembled, but she bit her lip hard, so hard that blood dribbled down her chin. She didn't have a decision, but the one thing she knew was that her tears wouldn't fix anything. Leonel moved into the distance, crossing large distances. "Anastasia," Leonel said. Is the snow globe large enough to take this thing? You want to keep it?" "I can't leave it lying around just anywhere, and I feel like I might be able to use it to strengthen my lineage factors with—" His voice trailed off. He wanted to say Ina's help, but his intention switched. If Ina's skill increased enough, she could definitely succeed. If he wanted to use it to form an armor, he didn't know if even his current self, with all the improvement he had made, was enough to process this envoy of destruction into a divine armor. It was a task so complex he couldn't wrap his mind around it, and he had yet to ever use living existences in his armor. He didn't even quite know if it was possible. "None of the current snow globes can contain it, but I can do something about that." "Thanks," Leonel said lightly. The corpse suddenly vanished from his hand, but not before a certain Pluto caught sight of it from the distance. Ulrion's tongue felt both tied and frozen. That creature that had shaken him to his core was dead? It was dead, and by the hands of this human? No, the timeless event, it surely revolved around this creature, no? What did that mean for it, then? Just how? He was stunned, speechless. Chapter 2248, what good was it? Chapter 2248, what good was it? The Pluto race youth was in a sorry state. It was already odd seeing someone so heavily injured not bleed even a drop of blood, but that was maybe the constant state of the Pluto race. On the rare occasion that they were actually hurt, that is. You, what happened?" Leonel walked by the Elryon, ignoring him. He could spare a few words for his mother, but Elryon wasn't such a person to him. In fact, if he could kill Elryon and take the hourglass, he would do so. Unfortunately, he would have to waste his best opportunity to get his hands on that item until he could figure out a method to take it away without it ripping his arm from his shoulder. Elryon's gaze flickered, but he didn't say anything. Leonel had already been in a bad state when he met him, but this, Leonel continued to walk. The further he got out of the range of the original battlefield, the further he could blink ahead. Eventually, he made it. In the depths of space, there was no wind, no resistance, and the forces in action were so weak that once something started flying in a certain direction, getting it to stop was just hoping that it crashed into a planet. But in the vastness of this emptiness, that was like hoping a sewing line would thread itself into a needle cast into the ocean off the back of a wave. There was too much darkness, too much emptiness, but that also meant that if something flew in a single direction, you would almost always find it continuing in that said direction, at the same speed, at the same pace. The first thing Leonel saw was red. A blob of rouge that surged through the skies, scattered like a smear of paint. There wasn't even the semblance of a body remaining. There was nothing body blood. Even the flesh was minced so fine that it looked not much different. The fact there was anything at all remaining, though, was quite surprising. Leonel had begun his journey, thinking that he wouldn't find anything at all. Maybe he would walk in this direction to the ends of the universe and never find the remains of Ina. He felt his heart lurch as he stood there. He didn't even know why he had come. It was just as foolish as his actions had been previously. He knew that if he found anything, it would be exactly this, a spattering of blood drawn across the endless darkness of space, a ghastly gore that even the twinkling stars in the distance couldn't seem to brighten. There was no breath, no life, nothing. And why would there be? There wasn't even a body to hold it. That rage that Leonel thought he had vented, watching the shadow tail writhe and squirm in its last moments, came back even more furious. They should have grown old together. They should have had a school of children. He should have crowned each one of them little princes and princesses, allowing them to live a life of freedom and leisure. He gripped his fists so hard that the small bones in his hands cracked one after another, his nails splintering, but he couldn't seem to feel it at all. He knew it was all useless. He had allowed Ina to separate her soul. The destruction of her body shouldn't have been the end of her, but how could such a blow not shatter any semblance of an ethereal glabella that she had? And even if it hadn't, this zone would have forced her soul to fuse with the body of the Silver Emperor. There was no telling if the benefits would still be the same. Without an ethereal glabella, her soul would have dissipated from her body even quicker. After he had spent hours battling the Shadow Tail, it was impossible that there would still be a soul here for him to awaken. He gripped his fists harder. The Shadow Tail was targeting everyone. It targeted him immediately after dealing with Ina. He didn't have the strength to ignore it and go after Ina immediately. He could only sit and wait for it to die, dancing on the edge of life and death until he could finally return. But he knew it was useless. Even if he had been able to go after Ina immediately, the speed of the blow was so great and she was moving so fast that by the time he finally caught up, her soul would have already dissipated. The only reason she had even slowed down enough for him to catch up at all was because her body had dispersed into countless pieces and the force was distributed across them. Ironically, the reason he could see her again, even in this case, was because she was nothing more than a mist of blood. Leonel closed his eyes, his heart threatening to beat out of his chest. Suddenly, his eyes opened wide. His actions seemed to be a step ahead of his thoughts as he opened a palm, a golden tablet appearing within. He had taken it out of Ina's room, or rather their room. Ina had stopped staying in her own room a long time ago. Something clicked for Leonel. He reached forward, his vital star force blazing to life, and it sparked like blue lightning, jumping from his finger and toward the first blob of blood. At the same time, his hand that held the tablet pulsed. As though a magnet, the globules of blood, connected by vital star force, roared to life and surged into the tablet. Leonel frowned. He had acted practically on instinct, as though his body wasn't his own. He knew that vital star force was the life force of the body, but what good was it if there was no soul or ethereal glabella? The root of one's life was one's soul force and dream force. He had seen many examples already of people living with their bodies destroyed but their souls intact. It didn't even make sense to him that the vice versa could happen. What did it mean to have a body without a soul? Wouldn't it just be an empty carcass? What good would it be to regain Ina's corpse? In fact, it might not even look like Ina. It would just be a middle-aged man's naked body, Chapter 24-9, A Pair of Sovereigns. Chapter 24-9, A Pair of Sovereigns. Leonel's pupils constricted. The blood came together, forming a connection with the tablet, but what shocked him the most was the form it took. It was Ina, most definitely Ina. Although it was like a liquid mass of crimson, and it was a body formed entirely of blood without the slightest hint of flesh and bone, he would recognize that body anywhere. In fact, he recognized it even before the details of her face fully formed and strands of long, blood hairs took shape as well. However, after being shocked for a moment, Leonel closed his eyes and sighed. It still had no soul. He had gotten a foolish rush of hope just now when even someone from third-dimensional Earth would be able to understand what was going on. A single cell of the body carried all the DNA information one needed about a person. That sequence would be able to decide everything. It was probably possible from those of higher dimensional worlds to reform a body out of a single drop of blood, and even take some guesses as to what kind of personality the person in question might have had. Of course, this was possible in higher dimensional worlds, because it was possible even on modern Earth. It quite literally meant nothing that this blood was able to take the shape of Ina's real body. In fact, if a blood sovereign tablet wasn't capable of at least this much, then what worth would it have? How would it still dare to call itself such a thing? The only real oddity is that it managed to pull out Ina's body from within the Silver Emperor's body, a feat that Leonel had only seen the entity accomplish so easily, but even that made perfect sense. The human race was one connected to the god-beasts of both creation and destruction. Leonel didn't believe that it was a coincidence that this golden tablet shared the same color as the Fox golden tablet, and most importantly, what he assumed would be the Northern Star lineage factor's 2 golden tablets. For them to share the same form as the Northern Star lineage factor, it wasn't too large of a leap to assume that all of the tablets originated from the god beasts. The humans were able to retain some of them even after the war, and for whatever reason, the other races hadn't targeted them for possession. Though, even that might not necessarily be true. From Leonel's understanding, the Cataclysm Zone was in great danger, and that was the reason for the existence of these simulation worlds in the first place. It could very well be that these tablets were precisely what their enemies were targeting. That would also explain why they had held such a competition when Leonel had been there, and why they allowed the youths to trade for them. Though Leonel hadn't exactly traded for this golden tablet, he didn't gather nearly enough points. This was all to say that if there was a treasure that could accomplish what that entity had, then it was these very golden tablets. Even this wasn't too surprising. Leonel's gaze softened somewhat as he looked at the bloody mist that had formed into Ina. He felt a pressure on his chest increase before he pressed it down. It was exactly while he was focused on this that Ina's figure was sucked into the tablet. His heart skipped a beat and he pulled the tablet back hurriedly, but it was already too late. He felt a panic in his heart. He had no idea what this tablet wanted to do, and his understanding of the blood sovereign path was far too limited. Even so, from his understanding, devouring blood was practically the baseline of how all of these abilities worked. What if that was exactly what this tablet wanted to do? But it was too late. He couldn't do anything as it rushed in, even ripping away a large portion of his vital star force and practically sucking his 3 vital stars out of his body. His body went limp and he stumbled in the air, almost falling over entirely. Beaten and haggard, he looked toward the tablet with a listless expression, unable to even see straight and proper any longer. And then everything fell into silence. There was no magical revival, no sudden change, no earth-shuddering, jaw-dropping transformations. There was just nothing. Leonel drifted in the emptiness, not saying anything. The despair on his face had already faded, and he simply did nothing, thought nothing, not moving at all. He probably should have felt rage, and that he did, but he had already reached such a peak that it simply simmered and smoldered over the hot, ashy coals of his heart. He had reached such a depth of wrath and fury that it simply became nothing but a bright sheet of white, reflecting on his face as indifference and coldness. He didn't know how long passed, but he simply stood, placing the golden tablet back into his and Ina's room. He walked back slowly, not noticing the smoky blackness under the soles of his feet. When he turned, he realized that Elrond was still there. He seemed to be trying to keep a respectful distance. Not that that meant much when he could quite literally see for thousands of miles away, as though it was all right before his face. Looking at the soles of Leonel's feet and the smoky ash coming out from the sides of his eyes, Elrond paused. "You are a destruction sovereign?" Leonel didn't answer. He simply kept walking. Destruction sovereign? God beast of destruction? He wouldn't be surprised if they were related somehow, and even less if Elrond tried to kill him for it. However, he was truly not in the mood. If the Pluto race wanted to lose a junior today, he would gladly oblige. She's a blood sovereign? Leonel, who had ignored Elrond to this point, looked toward him, his eyes carrying a smoldering sharpness. Elrond could even feel the heat on his own eyes. Had he not been a Pluto, his eyes would have already combusted. Then you can probably save her. Chapter 2250, A While. Chapter 2250. A while Leonel didn't say anything, and his expression didn't change. He simply stood there and waited. Blood sovereigns are different from the rest of us, sovereigns in general. Being a sovereign is like catching a glimpse of the life state before stepping foot into it truly. The life state was the second last state of force manipulation there was. It represented, apparently, the so-called second dimension, a dimension in which only the regulator could exist in. It was apparently where the spark of life, and the way Little Nana's elder brother had described it, it made Leonel think of the Big Bang Theory of Earth. An instant of time that was both instant and yet infinite. It was a beautiful picture that he wasn't in the headspace to admire. It's that faint hint of the life state that allows your force to have seemingly inexplicable properties. It's why your spear force can recognize what is and isn't a spear, and it's also why it can swallow up lesser spear forces. Though, if your enemy was of the life state, this ability would be rendered useless unless you were likewise in the life state. Elrond shook his head, feeling that he was explaining too much. For some reason, beneath Leonel's gaze, he felt that he was in the presence of his father, and he wanted to over-explain himself rather than under-explain. But even this thought felt ridiculous. His father was an existence the like of which could force existence itself to tremble. He couldn't fathom comparing him to Leonel. And yet here he was. Each sovereign is special in their own way, and you can either be born with the ability, or you can comprehend it yourself, though the latter is far more difficult. The blood sovereign is special in that its sovereign state is a physical manifestation of its body, same for similarly titled sovereigns that don't fall into the usual weapon force categories. The reason ninth-dimensional existences are so hard to kill is because the life state is birthed into their bodies once they enter that realm. The separation between powerful ninth-dimensional existence and weak ones is whether or not they've comprehended this kernel of life state or not. For many ninth-dimensional existences, especially the ones you'll come across, this kernel is the only sense of the life state that they'll gain in their entire lives. Even for those that do comprehend this kernel, many of their forces will still be stuck at the impetus state. However, this won't stop their strength from being elevated to an extreme level. You might have guessed it by now with this explanation, but blood sovereigns gather their power from their own blood. They're adept at manipulating it and using it to swallow the blood of others. In order to do that and not lose themselves, a part of their soul is always dispersed within their blood, but that's not important. Even if it wasn't, she could still be saved. That's because her very blood is laced with the life state already. She is essentially like a ninth-dimensional expert in that she can't be killed so easily without the help of someone of a regulator, or someone that can somewhat ignore a regulator. She's only really missing one thing. Elrond looked off toward where Ina's body had been, as though remembering the sight of something. But it seems like you already have that one thing. She's like a ninth-dimensional expert, but she isn't truly one. Her force hasn't reached a high enough state to exist for long periods of time. If too much time passed, she would truly die. However, you have vital star force, the life force of the body. So long as enough of her blood remains, and you're able to get to her in time, you can use your vital star force to stimulate her revival. You also seem to have the perfect vessel for her too. The only problem is, your vital star force has to at least be in the impetus state, and you're only half a step in. That's not enough. At best, your vital star force can sustain her, but it can't revive her, and you'll need to give her quite a large amount every day. You're lucky that you happen to have the perfect force, and it's at just the right level too. If it was only at the fourth layered state, it wouldn't be enough even to sustain her. Unfortunately, I do not have expertise in vital star force, nor do any of the companions I've brought, or else I would try to help you. Leonel looked at Elrond for a long while and then nodded slowly. The smoldering smoke coming from the edges of his eyes and the soles of his bare feet edged away slightly and became almost imperceptible to the eye, though they didn't fade entirely. "Anastasia," Leonel said lightly, "you know, I don't like your tone, young man. I can even count how many times older than you I am." She probably wouldn't have said this had Ina been definitely dead, but knowing there was a good chance to reverse all of this, she was in a good mood. "How far away can you sense force?" Leonel asked. "In this broken world? Anywhere," she replied. "Can you find out for me if there's a spiritual with a vital star force innate node, or any race for that matter?" She blinked, but she immediately understood. Although Leonel was just a half step from the impetus state, it wasn't so easy to cross. Having taken a half step, he could feel that impossibly vast chasm, and he knew it might very well take even him years to cross that line. He refused to leave Ina in that state for years if he didn't have to. Innate nodes were cheat codes in increasing your force manipulation. So long as he fueled one for long enough, it would definitely be able to help him to cross that half step, but he needed the node first. Elrion's gaze flickered, but he didn't say anything. I can check, but you should know that even among spirituals, not all of them have innate nodes, and those that do usually just awaken normal, middle-of-the-road, elemental innate nodes. The odds that one would have a vital star force innate node, especially given the fact that this isn't an aspect spirituals excel in, is very low. I will look, but just manage your expectations. It will also take me quite a while, probably a few days. Leonel nodded lightly. Chapter 2251. Smoldering Leonel truly waited for those days. He didn't move, he didn't check on his mother, he simply meditated in the depths of space, without thought for water or food, or even entertainment. His entire mind was focused on comprehending the path of the vital star force, the very path that he had maybe neglected the most until this point. He didn't rely entirely on Anastasia. In fact, he smartly made the assumption that she would fail. If this was the case, then he would have to do whatever he could to speed up the process as much as he could. He could not, would not, leave Ina to be in that state for even a second longer than he had to. Elryon didn't move either. He might have been 14 years old, but time seemed irrelevant to him. He had the patience of a monk that had lived for an impossible number of years. He didn't say anything, and he even only seemed to breathe a few times a day. Slowly, though, his injuries were becoming far better. By the end of the 4th day, he had actually recovered a great deal. If others saw how long it was taking to be fully recovered, especially those that understood the true majesty of the Pluto race, they would be stunned speechless. This was a man who had healed his arm and leg being severed in an instant of time as though nothing at all had happened. It could only be said that those that had harmed him were truly monsters. I'm sorry, Leonel, there's no such innate node here. Leonel's eyes opened and he nodded lightly. He had already expected this. He rose to his feet, or rather let his feet fall from their meditating position and stepped forward, crossing the distance to Elryon in an instant. He raised his foot again to take another step, but Elryon's large hand had landed on his shoulder. Or rather, half of his palm had. He was so much larger than Leonel that the other half of his hand hung off. I know you won't listen to me, but I feel like I should say this anyway. Absorbing the innate nodes of others will never be perfect. There will always be some hidden flaw, even if you use the best methods available to you, or even me for that matter. When it comes time for you to become to enter the 9th dimension, it will only hold you back. If you want new nodes, the best course of action is to form them on your own. Leonel's turned a smoldering gaze toward Elryon. Streams of black smoke, hot to the touch, were still coming out of the corners of his eyes and the soles of his feet. Though they were much weaker than they had been before, Elryon still felt that searing pain when he met Leonel's gaze, and it was even more exaggerated now than it had been in the past. And Elryon hesitated again. Killing is already a heavy enough burden on one's path forward. If you snatch things of importance from those that you kill on top of that, it will make things even more difficult. If even on top of that, what you snatch is of enough importance that you rely on it heavily to progress, the burden will be even heavier. And that's not just for you. If you use this method to help your loved one, she will suffer as well. Elryon was talking about a concept so abstract that it was for anyone to wrap their heads around it, but he had already known it existed the moment that Anastasia had told him it was impossible to revive Ina's mother because Ina was too powerful. Those lines of time, of fate, of karma, whatever you wanted to call them, could bind anyone, and the more powerful you became, the heavier the burden became. There's no burden I can't carry, Leonel said before vanishing. Elryon's lip twitched. He didn't even ask about how to forge his own innate nodes. But in the end, Elryon sighed. What would be the point if he had? One could only do such a thing when given an extremely special opportunity, and even that wasn't necessarily without risks. Leonel was learning firsthand just how dangerous it was to have powerful innate nodes. If he took one from others, as he already had, or if he forged new ones, it would be even more dangerous. This was such an important rule that even Elryon himself only had a single innate node. His father refused to allow him to forge more, although he definitely could. He could even replace all 10 of his nodes with innate nodes if he so wanted to. Author's note, not a typo. Leonel returned to the location of his mother. She sat in a meeting with the remainder of the Luxniks, or maybe what the Luxniks would become. They seemed to be in the middle of a war against an existence they couldn't even quite name. But Leonel appeared out of nowhere, causing the Luxniks to suddenly stand violently, ready to fight. Stop! This is the man who defeated the creature. You should be thanking him, Alienor said with a powerful voice. The Luxniks were astonished and then froze in place. Leonel looked around, still not quite understanding what was going on. It's time to return home, Mom. Alienor's gaze flickered, and the expressions of the Luxniks changed. When had their matriarch had a child? And when had he grown so large, and so powerful at that? In the end, Alienor nodded slowly. She had only continued this farce because she thought it would still be important to the zone, but since it wasn't, that would be fine. Come with me, Alienor said to Leonel. Though they would be leaving, there were still certain things she wanted to show Leonel first. Halt. A man stood with a furious gaze. He was practically spewing hot fire. This was his wife they were talking about. How dare. Bang. Leonel's fist was like a tide of smoldering heat. Chapter 2252, Violet Wins. Chapter 2252, Violet Wins. Leonel could guess what the problem was. He just didn't have the time to care about it, or coddle this man's feelings. Just because there was no vital Starforce innate node in this time, didn't mean there wasn't one in his time, and he wanted to find out before he decided what his next step would be. Every second someone delayed him was another second that Ina would spend dead. This person was lucky that they were a member of the Luxnix family, or else he would have just directly killed him. Though he knew that time didn't work linearly, he still didn't want to risk what might happen if the wrong person died, but his message was clear and obvious. Eleanor looked at this scene with a complicated expression, but didn't say anything. She knew that her son wasn't in the best of moods, and though she didn't know what he had gone to do in the last few days, she knew that it was definitely related to Ina. Be kinder to them, they don't understand, Eleanor said after some hesitation. I think they understand more than they've told you outright, Leonel responded. Or, more accurately, they haven't repeated it before you in these last few days. But the Luxnix family here isn't the same as the ones we know from our timeline. The man coughed up a mouthful of blood, his situation quite haggard. If not for the fact he suddenly felt a rising heat charging through his nodal pathways, he would have already tried to get up and charge forward. However, he realized that if he was any more reckless, he would burn to ash from the inside out. Eleanor's gaze flickered, but she didn't say anything. After a moment, she turned and began to lead Leonel away. She knew that his words were correct too, but it was difficult to just outright ask questions that she already knew the answer to. It would cause suspicion and make her task more difficult. But that didn't mean that she hadn't done her own research, and that was precisely what she was leading Leonel into. I'm not sure what was going on here, but there was a powerful beast located in this region that was overseeing a great deal of things. For whatever reason, though, it never took action personally to wipe the rest of us out as though it was wary of something. But this... Eleanor stepped out from the underground passageway and into a room of lightly glowing violet. Leonel's gaze sharpened. As far as the eye could see, there were countless tubes filled with a thick, pale violet liquid. It was far more like a gel than anything else, and it was sturdy enough that it held the humans inside them in place. This violet liquid, he recognized it. He had definitely felt it from Richard. In the last several years, these 3 planets have been like a farm. That's the best word that I can use to describe it. 90% of it were factories just like this one, while the remaining 10% were lands more like the ones we're just in, and the latter was ruled by our Luxnix family. In reality, we were more like farmers, having children, raising them, only to have the majority of them chosen for this sick science experiment. I felt the weight of this force before, from that Richard boy. I know I told you that you might be interested in it, but now I'm quite happy that you didn't pay attention to my silly words. I don't know what this force is, but it is incredibly dangerous. It's quite clear to me that they don't even trust themselves with this power, which is why they've instead chosen to experiment on us, though I don't know why. Leonel knew exactly why. The human race was the very same race that succeeded in accepting the powers of the god beasts. Who knew what other kind of potential they might have lying dormant? This violet force, it felt powerful, extremely so. But it was also something that he felt no one person could possibly control because the words came to him like a tide, because they broke the fundamental laws of reality. In these few days, he had only split his attention away from improving his vital star force for a single reason, and that was to talk to one of his prisoners, Richard. In that time, he found out exactly what the ability of Violet Force was. It broke the laws of causality, the most fundamental rules of equivalent exchange. Whatever you gave, you always received more in return. If you punched with 100 elves of force, you would explode with one with 200 elves of power. If you ran at 10 kilometers an hour, you would find yourself at the end of that hour having run 15 kilometers instead. You could exchange years for more years, time for more time. It was fundamentally impossible in nature, no matter how strong you were, and definitely regardless of how weak you were. The violet winds rise north. Leonel felt his body quake, and he suddenly violently bent over, his body shaking. He coughed, feeling something within him stir. "Fuck off," he said coldly. The stirring figure in the pool of crimson came to a stop, its connection to Leonel being violently ripped apart. Leonel stood to his full height as though nothing had happened. "Mom, I'll take these factories with us." Eleanor, who had just gone from worrying about Leonel to confused, couldn't say very much as Anastasia appeared and began to swallow up the factories as though nothing at all had happened. These were all failures, Leonel knew that. In fact, the fact Richard continued to live in the dimensional verse at all meant that the entire project was a meaningless failure, so much so that they had abandoned them altogether. However, Leonel still took them. As for what he wanted to do with them, maybe only he knew. Chapter 2253 deserved. Chapter 2253 deserved. "There's something else I want to show you," Eleanor said after Leonel had finished. Eleanor led Leonel through the somewhat familiar catacombs again, but this time there was a barrier up ahead, one formed by the Luxnix family. It seemed that they had almost guessed that this was where Eleanor would go, or rather, they had assumed that this would be the first location she brought Leonel, and had even begun doubting their own judgment until they finally appeared. Leonel moved, but Eleanor held his shoulder, stopping him. She didn't use a lot of force, but Leonel wouldn't just casually brush off his own mother's arm, at least she thought so. And luckily, he didn't seem to be rage-fueled enough to do so. She lied lightly. Leonel was too smart to casually let something so detrimental to them slip. He probably only called her mom so that he would have someone to fight. It was uncharacteristic, but what it told Eleanor was that her son was still very much a child. Leonel might be 26, but it was hard to grow and mature when everything came so easy to you, and even more difficult when you had to fake much of your outward appearance. Eleanor knew exactly what that felt like. This wasn't just because she was a princess with a father like Emperor Fox, but it was also because she was extremely talented from a young age. It took her a long while, and meeting Velasco, to finally mature into the woman she was today. But even then, she had had her mother. Velasco's method of raising Leonel had grown into a self-confident and perfect warrior. He could face the battlefield without a change to his expression, and even smile at that. He was a true Morales. Eleanor didn't hate what her husband had chosen to do. Velasco had likely known the kind of situation they were in, and that very soon, they would have to face a world far larger than their own. However, it had still neglected Leonel as a person. Not entirely, of course. Because Velasco knew the type of person Leonel was, he was able to mold Leonel's character with just 2 words: respect and persistence. Another child wouldn't understand such an abstract thing, but Leonel had grown around those 2 words, slowly molding their definitions into his own understanding until he became a level-headed man who could see right from wrong. He still knew right from wrong. His mind was more than sharp enough to grasp it. He just didn't care right now. And that was what was missing. When logic couldn't lead Leonel to why he should care, then something else had to. Eleanor ignored everyone else and looked Leonel in the eyes, cupping both of his cheeks. The billowing black fog that came from the corner of his eyes singed her hands and burnt them slowly, but she didn't seem to notice, looking toward Leonel deeper and deeper as though she was trying to understand something. "Little lion, my father said something about you that I can't quite understand, but I still believe to be true. He said you and your father are the 2 greatest men he's ever met. Do you want to prove the both of us wrong?" Leonel didn't say anything, looking at his mother. He would feel much better if he could just steamroll them all. He knew he would. He hadn't vented nearly enough against the Shadowtail. It just wasn't as satisfying when it wasn't his own raw power. It wasn't as pleasing. Your father was a man who held this sort of rage within himself. But do you know what happened when he lost control over his own mind? He harmed Anastasia, a companion that had been by his side for countless years. The Void Palace, the deeper hidden branches of the Morales family, the Three-Finger Cult, these were all existences that your father could have destroyed whenever he wanted. It would have been easy, just a snap of his fingers. Do you know why he didn't? Why he let them insult him behind his back? To show fear in his face, and yet scheme against his interests in the dark? Do you believe that your father was stupid, little lion? Leonel's fists clenched, the billowing trail of smoke becoming thicker and thicker. Eleanor's hands were practically black now, but she still didn't release Leonel's cheeks, her eyes looking at him with a slightly watery look. It's because they weren't worth his time. It's because he had a bigger, larger goal. It's because he was able to place down his temporary satisfaction for the sake of something larger than himself. He couldn't gain satisfaction from others. He could only find it within himself. There'll no doubt be many who speculate about your father's death, many ignorant people who don't understand what he truly faced and believe that he had simply overestimated himself. Did he ever spare a thought for those people? Did he even care to look at them? Leonel's fists were clenched so hard that they twitched despite his usual steady control, the space around them splintering beneath a roaring wave of destruction. Leonel took deep breaths, the winds and the surroundings growing agitated before he slowly calmed down. He had lost count of the number of people he had killed to vent his rage. He had once always kept track of the exact number, but it was lost to him now, dancing within a dense blob of memories beyond him and only accessible to his enlightened self, and it was possible that even he hadn't bothered to count. The number was easily in the trillions, an impossible number, vast and endless as the rivers of blood. And yet the rage was still there. It was still smoldering, it was still overflowing, boiling and rattling as though his body was a lid it was trying to pop off. He hadn't made those that had actually attacked his father pay. They were already dead at his hands. It had all been meaningless, a vast chasm of emptiness that only deepened with every death, many of whom had done nothing at all and were as innocent as could be. Did he feel bad? No, he really couldn't bring himself to. He didn't have the capacity anymore. Did he know it was wrong? That, at least, he could admit. He closed his eyes, and the smokiness ebbed into a slow stream once more. Did he want this wrath to disappear? No. But he would direct it to where it was deserved. Chapter 2254, Key. Chapter 2254, Key. Eleanor smiled lightly, pinching Leonel's cheeks as though he was still a little boy. She hadn't gotten to do this, and took pleasure in every second. Unfortunately, she didn't get to see Leonel's embarrassed expression. She was certain that a 26-year-old having his cheeks pinched by his mom like this might react with a blush, but Leonel only stared at her with certainty and stability. Inwardly, she couldn't help but laugh to herself. Confidence and self-assurance wasn't something that Leonel lacked. Half of her speech was probably useless. Her son didn't gain validation from others, But the problem was that he was walking down a path of cruelty that was almost impossible to turn back from, and she wasn't sure that she had helped him turn back. She could only hope that he would have more control over his emotions. At the very least, exposing their relationship so that he would have a reason to get into another fight was far beneath him, and he likely knew this as well. Leonel released Leonel, and the latter raised his hand. With a flash, his body changed, growing about half a foot. His eyes turned golden, and his pupils became sharp, slit lines. His hair turned a furious and aggressive white-gold color that shone like the sun, and his usually facial hair-free face gained just as aggressive sideburns. His canines lengthened and claws grew from his hands. His heart thumped like the growl of a wild beast, and the bloodlines of the Luxniks before him seemed to cool into an icy flow, their bodies freezing in place. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't seem to muster up the courage to fight back. Eleanor nodded slightly. Leonel had indeed had a non-violent method of dealing with these people. What was the Snowy Star Owl lineage factor to the Golden Tiger lineage factor, especially when one of his arms was coated with the god beast of creation? The two walked by, and the members of the Luxniks seemed to resign themselves to the situation. What else could they do? It was clear that this son of their matriarch was far beyond their understanding. When they had entered the temple, one that was once again extremely familiar to Leonel, his expression couldn't help but become serious, if it was even possible for his current self to become any more serious. In the position of where Leonel had first found the bronze tablet, it was still there. The difference was that there was a silver tablet present as well, and on top of that, a golden tablet. Confusion painted Leonel's thoughts. Why would this be here? And if it was here now, then why wasn't it here in the future? Logic would tell him that it was because he had taken it here and now, so how could it be here in the future? But then why didn't everything else work like that? He had just destroyed the world of dimensional cleanse, so how was it there for him to benefit from in the future? It was clear and obvious that time didn't work linearly, so something else must have taken it. But then, what did that mean for the timeless event? Leonel's pupils constricted. Elrion had said that there should be a timeless event that occurred here, so where was it? Unless the Shadow Tale. Leonel's thoughts spun. The time around a timeless event should be stricter in flow than other points in time. It was easier to snip, loop, and rearrange normal points in time, but a timeless event was fixed. What happened here would definitely reverberate into the future. It seemed that Leonel was very much correct to not kill that man with a single fist. Had he, depending on what relation he had to himself, he could have very well ended up ending his own life. Leonel didn't have the cold shiver of a reaction one might expect from such a revelation. If anything, it had only emboldened him because it only meant that he was correct once again. Something had told him to be cautious, and listening to his inner voice and his calculation abilities had never failed him. Then, what does it mean if I took those that should have become the members of the Viola family? What would change? The moment Leonel had this thought, he immediately sat down where he was. Without a word, he entered an intense state of meditation. Eleanor wasn't to say something, but she held back. She had tried meditating on the golden tablet as well. She thought that with her talent, it would be a simple thing to see what was on the other side. She had already formed the starry-tailed fox lineage factor long before anyone else in the Luxniks had. As she had expected, things flowed smoothly from one step to the next, and she formed the twinkling light bear lineage factor, and then soon succeeded in forming the golden tiger lineage factor, although it had taken her much more effort. But when she got to the golden tablet, she couldn't even sense what the creature hidden deep within was, let alone comprehending it. She even felt, for the first time in her life, even if she dedicated years to it, she would never succeed. What she didn't know, though, was that Leonel wasn't attempting to meditate on the golden tablet at all. With a single glance, he knew his current body didn't have what it took. It would be nothing more than a waste of time. If he had to guess what it would take, he would have to do one of three things. Either become a light and star sovereign, raise his Scarlet Star Force innate node to at least the 8th dimension, probably nearer the pinnacle and close to the 9th, or comprehend both light and star force to the life state. He would reach that level one day, but that wasn't today. His goal was different. Chapter 2255, Good Luck, Master. Chapter 2255, Good Luck, Master. These were just guesses on his part, and it could very well take more than that. But what mattered most to him now were what changes would occur in the future. Half a day later, he opened his eyes with a confident light. Indeed, the changes that would occur in the future should have already occurred. Otherwise, the silver and golden tablets wouldn't have been missing already. But that wasn't why he had meditated for half a day. He had already concluded that in the first couple of minutes. Instead, he was confirming something else. He was certain he could use timeless events to change the future. This might be the key to reviving his father. If he played his cards correctly, he could most definitely change those events. Of that he was certain. Whatever the rest of the details were, he didn't care. But he would need to be able to do one thing. He would have to be able to predict a timeless event before it happened. And if he couldn't, then he would have to trigger one himself. He was sure that he could do it because Elrion had made it quite clear what it took for one to appear, and that was any event that caused the Northern Star to come closer. These were the thoughts of a madman. Everyone wanted to avoid such events to the best of their abilities because it would mean that existence itself was one step closer to being destroyed. But Leonel didn't seem to spare a thought to this at all. Hadn't he just stopped a timeless event? then the world owed him already, and even if it didn't, so what? In his mind, he would already sacrifice the world for the sake of Ina. He had already done it before. If it was for the sake of his father, he would sacrifice existence itself. Leonel looked up to find that his mother was still standing there, patient and unhurried. When she saw that Leonel opened his eyes without any change, she smiled understandingly. It's very difficult to comprehend. Don't be too hard on yourself. From what I can tell, you need something beyond just light and star affinity to succeed. You need an in-depth comprehension of the two that exist beyond this realm. I don't believe that even those outside worlds would find it easy. There were definitely many life and star experts out there, Leonel was sure. But they lacked the flexibility of the human body. It was this in conjunction with proper affinity and force manipulation that could allow them to touch upon that power. It was still beyond the current Alienor, but Leonel was confident that she would reach that level soon enough. As for him, he felt that it was guaranteed. Leonel didn't correct his mother about what he was meditating about. It was true anyway. He did, indeed, have no ability to claim the highest level of his lineage factor just yet. With a wave of his hand, the silver and golden tablets were taken with him. Is that everything? He asked. Yes, we can go now, Alienor confirmed. Leonel led his mom into the segmented cube. He looked around, trying to see if he could spot anything. In an unknown number of years, Y-Star Order would come here and then bind himself to the bronze tablet. He had already checked the tablet, but there was definitely no sign of Y-Star Order, and he had long since vanished from the segmented cube, even taking Vice and Candle with him. It was almost amusing how he hadn't used the two in order to save them as a trump card, but now he would never be able to. He didn't find himself caring much. Y-Star Order had at least never hurt anyone around him. Though, whether that was because Leonel was ignorant to when he had tried or not, that was a matter that only time would tell, along with what goals Y-Star Order truly had. When he truly couldn't find anything, Leonel turned and left, stepping into the segmented cube and streaking toward Earth. Not long after he had done so, the matriarch's husband stepped into the temple. Looking around and seeing that they had left, he surprisingly sighed a breath of relief, stretching out his back while leaning backward and pressing against his hips. Damn, I'm getting too old for this. You're young right now, though. Fuck you, damned brat. You have the time to contact me from the future now, but what about the last 3 years? Were you too busy on vacation? Too busy fucking everything with 2 legs and a pair of breasts? I resent that. I don't have long to live, you know. I thought you'd be nicer to me. Ah, bah, you're not getting any sympathy from me and my old bones. How many times have I experienced death because of you? Now you fear it? Where's your humanity? Fear it? The voice laughed boisterously. I fear nothing. Easy to say that when you know some part of you will live on, but I'm glad you finally made this choice. I told you when I met you that it was a fruitless endeavor, and you just refused to listen. Instead, you've put me, not to mention that poor girl, through hardship again and again. She won't remember it, but I will. And there you go again, using logic over everything. What happened to humanity? Have I taught you nothing? The voice chuckled. You've taught me plenty, old man. Humanity isn't on the list, though. Have some respect. Need I list off some of your greatest hits? The list is quite long. Let's see. Ah yes, here there's stealing that emperor's wife. And then there was the time you pissed over that city wall. Oh, right, there's also the time that woman pissed you off so much that you rap. A nug. You describing those things so simply makes it seem like I wasn't in the right. You should have more respect for your master. In fact, you should actually call me that for once. Oh, would you look at that? Your 1327th death is on the way. Good lucky. The matriarch's husband practically pulled at his hair. Talking to this brat was truly infuriating. From the skies above, a shadow suddenly appeared from a gaping, spinning black hole. A second shadow tail had appeared. It seemed that changing timeless events wasn't so simple after all. Good luck, Master. Chapter 2256, Godchild. Chapter 2256, Godchild. The matriarch's husband stepped out into the air, facing the monster in the skies. His hands were clasped behind his back without even the slightest intent on defending himself. Was there a point? His death was inevitable. No one could ever tell what the trigger of a timeless event was. It was also impossible to tell just how many people would be allowed to die, or how many you could save before the backlash of the timeless event made the event far worse. Many had tried to fight against timeless events before. The strongest of them sent armies of entire worlds at these timeless events, losing an uncountable number of experts, all in a vain attempt. What was clear through all of these attempts was one thing: it was hopeless. The more you fought against a timeless event, the worse it became, the more bloody, the more violent. The best way to deal with a timeless event was to slow it down and minimize risk, hopefully finding out what the center point of it all was and allowing just that event alone to happen. While doing this wouldn't change the fact the Northern Star would most definitely come closer, it would still help those related to the event feel somewhat better. Rarely, though, did a timeless event necessitate the death of just a small number of people. Usually, it required at least several hundred, each one changing the course of history in their own way and causing a tsunami tide of changes in the far-off future. Even rarer was it that a timeless event necessitated the death of just a single individual, but this was exactly such an event. And this single individual who had to die was none other than the matriarch's husband, or more accurately, Y-Star Order. He didn't go by any other name, or maybe he had just lived for so long that he had forgotten what his original name was. He might have asked these people what his name had been the first few times he was revived at the whims of that terrible disciple of his, but he couldn't be bothered to any longer. He no longer had the patience for it. Plus, he preferred Wise Star Order. He was indeed very wise, and very handsome at that, though that had nothing to do with his name. Wise Star Order suited him, it also suited his duty. He had long since become indifferent to these deaths. You could become numb to anything if you experienced it enough. But this time, he had a wide smile on his face. That disciple of his had finally gotten his act together. It was a beautiful day indeed, a beautiful day to die. To others, death was the end. But in reality, to Wise Star Order, his death on this day all those years ago, or actually today, yes indeed, it was today, how had he forgotten that? That brute was descending from the skies, he couldn't forget that. Regardless, death for him was just the beginning. To the people of this world, savants were extraordinary. They were talents that needed to be hoarded away and saved. But they were deeply flawed, and they obviously weren't so extraordinary if they could be so easily captured in the first place. To the wider world, the whole of existence out there, savants were defects. Poor imitations of the real thing, poor imitations of existences born to be gods. Wise Star Order raised his hands and laughed toward the skies as the shadow tail descended. Come here, you big brute. In the future, I'll slaughter you kind like children. I'll bathe the seas in your blood and I'll dye tea. Bang! Wise Star Order was hit out of the skies, crashing through the entire planet. His body only seemed to hold its shape for a small moment on the other side before it burst into a rain of blood, leaving behind nothing but a small, transparent ball, his ethereal glabella. Son of a bitch, that bastard never lets me finish my speech. Wise Star Order drifted like a speeding bullet through the endless depths of space. It wouldn't be until a long while later he finally came to a stop on a planet with force, so that he could finally be reborn and become the god that he was always meant to. The so-called spark of the dimensional verse was another bastardization of a concept that existed in wider existence. It could even be said that it was only half of the puzzle, the existence of savants being the other half. There was only one problem. In order to touch onto all of this strength, you had to die first. No one knew why this was. Some speculated that it was because you had to come into contact with the first dimension in order to display your full strength. Others said that the body could only stimulate its greatest potential when it had been pushed over its limits. Others said that this was simply a reflection of the ultimate force manipulation, a state where you were able to reach enlightenment of the complete opposite of your path. What could be the opposite of an untimely death if not a life far more bright and blazing than others? It was unknown if anyone would ever find out. But there was one thing that was known for absolute certainty. For every death and revival of a god Childi, existence would grow one step closer to a forever death. Without fail, every new god Childi meant the existence of a new timeless event. By now, things might very well be becoming clear to many. Cynthia Oman died and was revived, forming a timeless event. The good news was that Velasco Morales' death had occurred several days afterward, and there was hope that it would be considered a different event. The bad news was that Velasco Morales had a great number of ties to Cynthia Oman, and the hatred Cynthia Oman held for Velasco was maybe one of the few things that actually drove her. Ina's mother couldn't be revived even by Anastasia due to their connection. Compared to the seventh dimension, the birth of a godchild was so impossibly beyond that it was impossible to put into words. Anastasia, the world spirit of a complete world, could not revive Ina's mother because this fallen woman's daughter had entered the seventh dimension. Cynthia Oman was a godchild. Even those with faint connections to her would be out of Anastasia's reach. And as for Velasco, even existence itself wouldn't be able to bring him back as it inched toward destruction. Chapter 2257, Farewell. In a location separate from time and space, a man sat. His face was hard to see, but it didn't seem to be because he made any attempt to hide it. It was rather that the dream force radiating from him was too strong. It made him look more like a dense mass of potential rather than what he truly was, a man that had reached the limit of all things. Sometimes he too forgot who he was, not that it mattered much to him. He had reached the pinnacle of the world, but he had lost everything along the way. His father, his mother, the love of his life, his brothers. One by one, they left him, all so that he could sit here, at the end of existence itself. This was the only location in the world that remained whole. While he was thinking about his family, everything else had already crumbled. There was no more concept of family, no more concept of personhood, or life even. He should probably be dead too, but he was strong enough to resist things that others could not. It was quite amusing, actually. It was only because he was here that the world couldn't be erased and start anew. Not until all things faded away, until there was nothing left to destroy, until destruction itself reached its very limits, could creation bloom once again. His home of Earth had called it the Big Bang. He had heard it called several things throughout his life. He had too many different names for things floating around his mind. He hoped to actually forget some of them, not that his mind would allow it. An infallible memory was probably the wish of many. None of them thought about what kind of curse it was, though. He envied that master of his. He had experienced so many years of life that he had even forgotten his own name. Ah, to forget, what a wonderful thing. The faceless man waved a hand, a bottle appearing. The world around him trembled with rage and squeezed down, but he ignored it as though existence itself was just a child throwing a tantrum. It didn't like the fact things were still being created. Just this bottle of liquor had cost him half his remaining strength to conjure. He took a swig of the strongest alcohol left, staring into the northern star ahead. He had never liked alcohol very much. He avoided it. He liked having perfect control of himself at all times. The idea of a substance that could alter his perfect thought filled him with disgust. He hated it. And yet here he was, allowing it as part of his final meal. Disgusting, he muttered, can never tell why men like this so much. I much prefer those fruity drinks. He waved his hand again, and pina colada appeared in place of the bottle of hard liquor. This time, existence didn't protest, probably because he had changed what he had already created instead of creating more. It was a nice little loophole. Compared to the first that had taken half of what he had, this time it wasn't even a drop in the ocean. His deep well of force was so vast that he could probably consume this northern star before him, not that he cared to. What would be the point? Was there something beyond this star? They say that it represented existence, but what did that even mean? The human consciousness was so frail, it couldn't fathom something like this, and even now, having shed all that weakness, it overloaded his mind to think about it, maybe because he knew the answer. He was the only one with the strength to go beyond this northern star, to see what was behind it. He had given everything he had to see his loved ones again, twisted fate and time in all kinds of ways. He had thought that maybe, just maybe, if there was something beyond this world, something stronger, something beyond even himself, he could finally do it. He just wanted that chance. He was certain that even if he popped into a world where even he was somehow the weakest ant of the hill, he could climb to the top once again, then he might be able to finally see those faces again, those smiles. He took a sip of his pina colada. Delicious, he said with a smile, taking another sip. A hand reached up to his face, pushing up what seemed to be a pair of glasses. Who knew why a man of his stature needed such a thing? It didn't seem to make much sense, but he didn't care to remove them. These glasses and himself were the only things that had made it to the end of all things. You're a funny joke, you know that? He laughed, raising his glass to the northern star. Did I reach the top of the world, or was that always you, Siect? There was no response. Of course there was no response. The northern star wasn't a person, it had no will, no intelligence, and beyond it there was absolutely nothing. He remembered how he had felt the first time he learned that vast emptiness in his chest, as though existence was telling him that there was nothing more to chase, and he had already left behind everything that would have made this painful life of his worthwhile. But worse than that, it was frustration. Frustration of not understanding, frustration of an unanswered question, frustration of a logical inconsistency. How had existence come to be? How could there be nothing beyond? How could something come from nothing? What caused this repetitive cycle of life and death, of creation and destruction? Why did they exist? It was so frustrating that he laughed, drinking the last of his drink. He could keep existing into perpetuity, looking into this star and staring down the existence that even the gods could do nothing again. Well, he couldn't do anything about it, but it couldn't do anything to him either. But he was tired. Sitting in this very spot, he had tried everything, poured out every potential solution the strongest mind in existence could think of, and it had all never mattered. He was still alone. He tipped the glass one final time and threw it into the air. It didn't last even a second before it was destroyed. You win. I, Leonel Morales, accept my loss. Farewell. There was no fanfare. In one moment, there was a single kernel of life remaining. In the next, there was nothing. Chapter 2258 Youth Leonel froze, a discomfort coming from his chest. For some reason, he felt both a lot lighter, a slight hint annoyed, and a huge amount confused. When he checked his surroundings, his pupils constricted and his breath caught in his throat. What just happened? At the speed the segmented cube was moving, they would reach Earth in less than an hour. Anastasia could push it even faster, but that would require personal energy use that extended beyond the force she was pulling from the surroundings, so it wasn't a worthwhile expense. But that wasn't really the point. Because they were moving at such speed, even the slightest deviation could throw them way off course in just a few split moments. He could have allowed Anastasia to pilot things herself, but because he wanted to take his mind off of something, he chose to control the segmented cube himself. 3:29 seconds. There was a gap in his memory of exactly that long, as though he had been reset and rebooted, and no matter how hard he thought, he couldn't understand what had happened. He had only experienced this 2 other times, 3 if he counted his first interaction with Dreamforce, while the other 2 times were the only times he had entered that enlightened state. But he was certain that it wasn't that this time, unless that demoness could, if she could remotely stop him from transforming, could she force him to transform? But for what purpose? He was still in perfect control of himself in both states. There was no purpose other than to spite him, his jaw set. That wasn't beyond that woman in the slightest, slighting him out of pure spite? It seemed that she might gain a great amount of satisfaction out of doing that. Leonel took a breath and calmed himself. Surprisingly, it happened much faster this time than it had before. He felt more in control of his state of mind. He felt a lot more like himself all of a sudden. He felt that he could shut off the valve of that emotion again, just like he had when Ina left him. It was so easy suddenly. Instead of doing so, though, he stopped, falling into a deep silence. He never acknowledged it because he didn't want to. That future version of himself, he chose to see it as just one possibility of many, a possibility that he would surpass. But now, feeling the difference in his control over himself, he felt that he had disappeared. It seemed that he had falsely accused the demoness. Was that why he had lost those few seconds? He had heard of the future affecting the past, but was it supposed to be so exaggerated? He had even thought once that this was simply a quirk, or rather a flaw, of incomplete worlds like this one. He didn't think it would be such a prominent thing in the real world. Leonel sat in silence, closing his eyes after a while and allowing the segmented cube to drift. There was too much he didn't understand. Why did his future self's influence suddenly disappear? And did it actually disappear? Or was it just that deep well of despair that had? He had a feeling that it was just the latter, but that only made it more odd. Why had the despair vanished? Toppingly OKTC, Leonel wanted to believe that it was because his future self had finally succeeded, but he felt like that wasn't the answer either. What was there to despair about if you had already given up everything? There was no despair because there was only apathy left. No, something deeper than apathy, nothingness. Leonel opened his eyes, a blazing light within. His future self had failed? He didn't care. As far as he was concerned, that wasn't him at all. Leonel's fists gripped the controls before him tightly, suddenly flooring the segmented cube and zipping through the skies. The smoldering smoke coming from his eyes and the bottoms of his feet ebbed again and again until they vanished entirely, a wild grin spreading across his face. He was eager to get home. He would have Anastasia check one more time, and if there were no innate nodes, then he would break free of this simulation. There was no doubt that he would find someone with the innate node he needed in wider existence. Once he saved Ina, he could turn his attention to his father again. A timeless event was all he needed, just one timeless event. Leonel's eyes carried the brightness of youth, a brightness that wasn't worn and torn by the vicissitudes of life. He had the fire and drive of a young man. He felt that everything could be in the palm of his hand so long as he worked hard enough. He would see his queen again. He would see his father again. He would see his family whole again. He raised his head to the skies and roared, having the joyride of his life. An unknown number of years later, a certain ethereal glabella finally crashed and landed into a barren planet. It was so small that one might assume that it was a moon instead, but it had enough, just enough force for the dim ethereal glabella to finally flash. Very quickly, all the force of this small planet surged toward this small crystal. It was said that all godchilds had their own trials to face in order to successfully awaken. Regardless of what it was, death would always be observed in some form. For Y Star Order, his fate was to drift through the endless depths of space, weathering countless years of torment. The first time he experienced this, it had nearly broken him. But now, he found it to be an interesting journey. It was as though he had lived hundreds of lives, each one just slightly different from the last. At first, he blamed that disciple of his. Due to the nature of his power, he had grown too enlightened to not experience others toying with his timeline. So, every time Leonel tried a new method to save his father, he had to experience this death again. Chapter 2259 Lab, setting naked, but happy, Wise Star Order stretched himself out, feeling exuberant. He got to experience life again. That much was a small bit of happiness. But then he sighed, remembering how much work he had to do. That brat surpassed me again. I really have to figure out how he does it. Something's not right with that little monster. He had experienced over 1,300 lifetimes due to this quirk of time and his status as a godchild. It was an oddity in the timeline that was caused for reasons that he still wasn't completely certain of. He was sure that disciple of his had an explanation, but what kind of master asked their disciple for pointers? He would rather die, again. Every time he was revived, he would find new insights, and he would tweak his progression path just a little bit to increase the efficiency. But there was only so much he could do, honestly. He was already in the 8th dimension in this body, so to say that his foundation had already been laid was a huge understatement. But there were obviously ways to overcome this. If not, Leonel wouldn't have been able to become so strong either. And he, who had taught and raised that brat a bit, obviously knew his fair share as well. He just had to do it all again. Plus, between now and when he would meet Leonel next, thousands of years would pass, and that was just in this incomplete world. The true first time he met Leonel, the time that occurred before Leonel's first attempt to save his father, happened even longer after that, and it didn't occur in this incomplete world at all. He laughed to himself. He was looking forward to it. Beating down that arrogant little boy was one of the many guilty pleasures he would get to enjoy in this lifetime again. But this time, I won't let you surpass me so easily, Wise Star Order thought to himself, a flash blazing in his eyes. He had been carefully preparing himself for this lifetime. There were certain things that those at the very top couldn't see, but those pitiful people at the bottom could see clearly. Of course, if his enemies heard him describing himself in such a way, they'd have him stripped naked, hung upside down, and whipped, and his beautiful, pert bottom would be swollen red. Wise Star Order subconsciously grabbed his own butt, shuddering. I should get to work. I'll need to be strong enough to stop that brat from destroying the world. Years from now, Leonel would most definitely try to trigger that timeless event, and he wouldn't care about the casualties at all. In fact, that was also the first time he met Leonel on the original Timeless. There were some burdens that an elder would have to alleviate from his juniors, and he was determined to take this one on. He shook his head. Where did that brat find an infinity beast, though? My work is cut out for me. Jext.ca. With that thought, Y-Star Order put his hands on his hips. It was time he got out of there. As for why he had chosen to change so much about the Luxnix family's true history, maybe only he and that annoying disciple of his knew. The segmented cube shuttle appeared above Earth, and Leonel stepped out. Down below, the Pluto race was still building the pyramids, and up above, the corpse vessel of the Void Beast was still floating aimlessly, the Void race members that had stayed behind waiting for judgment to be cast on them. Leonel looked toward the Void Beast's corpse and took a leap forward, landing on it. The Void race reacted to this quite violently, but remembering how Leonel had been with Elrion, they hesitated. One part wanted to shred this human apart, and another part wanted to appease the Pluto. The two sides of themselves crippled their own movement entirely. Anastasia. The little floating spirit appeared, a hint of surprise. Leonel's voice sounded brighter. You know, you never really explained to me how you work. The fact you're a world spirit makes sense to me somewhat. But the lab setting and abode setting, not to mention that odd vessel, what does that have to do with what you are? Anastasia fell into silence for a long time and then just chose to explain things simply. I'm the world spirit of a complete world that was destroyed by the god beasts of destruction. I should have fallen with my world, but I was saved by the Minerva race. Minerva race? They're similar to the Pluto race, but they were destroyed a long time ago. Anastasia fell into another silence before she continued. They crafted me into this vessel, and the hope was to help their race live, but I wasn't enough and ended up being crippled. I've passed through many hands, dormant, until I was lost and forgotten, eventually falling to this world. Falling, huh? Leonel said. What's that supposed to mean? I don't know, just sounds suspicious. A treasure like you. I'm not a treasure. Yes, okay, a beauty like you. Much better. Wouldn't just casually fall to a world like this one. Feels like a scheme. What a stupid scheme. Do you not see how valuable I am? Leonel chuckled. That explained his question. The lab setting and abode settings were just add-ons. The main function was probably to turn the power of a complete world toward crafting. In that case, there was a workbench within Anastasia, one of the most valuable tools at a crafter's disposal outside of their world spirit, but he had never realized that Anastasia herself was probably one of the greatest workbenches in all of existence. I haven't paid nearly enough attention to all the special quirks of the lab setting, especially after your evolutions. What do you have in there that can dissect a corpse? Leonel grinned ear to ear. Chapter 2260, Easy. Anastasia's brows shot up, then she looked toward the void beast below. Processing materials and alleviating the more troublesome aspects of force crafting, like gathering materials, refining them, preparing them, were all matters that the lab setting was created for. But on top of that, it was also a force multiplier. It allowed for experiments on large levels, and without even Leonel's input, she had already integrated all of the test subjects of the Violet Force experiments. It was something that came second nature to her. Processing a beast, even if it was a void beast, was well within her power. After all, this void beast had long since died, and its vitality had been crushed to a point even these lessers of the void race could stand within it just fine. As a complete world spirit, it was well within Anastasia's prowess. The reason she was a bit shocked was because this wasn't what she had expected Leonel to do. Didn't he plan on passing this down to little Blackstar? Why did he change his mind? Anastasia shook her head hard. What was she thinking? This was a huge problem just thinking about this matter. Leonel was already marked by the god races. Stealing their ship was tempting fate. They obviously feared the Pluto, not Leonel. Also, it was impossible that they wouldn't fight back against this attempt. They already seemed as though they were ready to fight it out with Leonel to the death, just overhearing this conversation. These might be servants of the Void race, but many of them were actually stronger than Shanrei and Elrion. After all, those two were exceptionally young, while they had already matured. They were on an unfathomable level in comparison to a human. Of course, that also meant that if they used their strength, the regulator would react, and unlike their entity, they wouldn't be able to escape it so easily. In fact, it could be said the only thing protecting them from such a fate was the Void Beast ship itself, which did wonders for masking presences. Everything about Leonel's intentions sounded wild and ridiculous. But by this point, Anastasia was used to it. She mostly wanted to know why Leonel didn't want to help little Blackstar out. I would expect a mighty world spirit like yourself to already understand, Leonel said, reading Anastasia's thoughts. Don't you like doing reckless things? Why would I care to consider that stuff? Leonel chuckled, finding it all amusing. Assimilate allowed him to take the strength of an external item and pass it into a living being, whether that be himself, another, or his soul constructs. Breathe allowed him to give life and permanence to an object. That could be done through giving it a soul he commanded, or it could be done by allowing it to integrate with a living being after the use of assimilate. The problem, then, wasn't the powers themselves, but rather the limitations. When he used assimilate on himself, the cost of Dream Force was higher than when he used it on his soul constructs, and it was even higher when he used it on a living being other than himself. This had been fixed with little Tali because of Anastasia's help he obviously had access to. But then came the second limitation, what one could handle, or more accurately, what their foundation could in this case. Little Tali had been in a state of hyper-evolution, preparing to set its foundation by fully integrating itself into the sixth dimension. It couldn't have been a more perfect time to integrate with such a beast, and it gave the little guy a world of benefit. As for little Blackstar, he had already entered the seventh dimension, and he was already well into his own path. Although he had integrated with a large portion of Void Beast blood, from what Leonel could tell here, that blood had not only been greatly diluted, but it was a drop in the ocean compared to the true amount of blood this creature had flowing through its veins. If he were to use Assimilate and Breathe on little Blackstar now, while it might still work, he would lose much more to breathe than he would have had he been just entering the sixth dimension or just deciding on his path. No, Leonel had something different planned. He knew that his King's Might lineage factor wasn't infallible and it had its weaknesses. If he wanted to maximize this Void Beast corpse, he had to take it slow and give little Blackstar the chance to slowly change his fate on his own. The little guy had already fallen well behind Leonel, and for a beast that had once almost killed him on their first meeting, he knew that little Blackstar was very much not satisfied with just this. At the same time, the approach may also aid him in helping much more than just little Blackstar as well. Who knew what kind of treasures were hidden within a Void Beast's body? Of course, the Void race probably took out all of the most valuable things before turning it into a ship, but he was already prepared for that reality. A little guy like him was just perfect for the scraps. Leonel grinned again, and Anastasia rolled her eyes. What was this guy thinking about now? Then, how are you going to take it then, cheeky brat? Leonel laughed. How? Il Rion. Leonel's voice came out in a roar that sounded like something matched between a dragon's roar and claps of thunder. It boomed so loudly that his throat shredded to pieces, but on the surface he acted as though nothing at all had happened. The infuriated Void Race members froze and began to shake in fear. The Pluto Race members below froze as well, but they looked up in astonishment rather than fear. A human could speak their language? Leonel strolled in and kicked the Void Race members out one by one. They didn't even dare to resist. They suddenly feared slighting Leonel. Nix See? Easy. Chapter 2261. A name. Anastasia watched everything, speechless. She didn't know what to say. That language had frozen even her for a moment. It held the weight of command and an undeniable majesty. Coming from Leonel, even without his King's Might lineage factor activated, it felt as though the shadow of a true king had appeared, albeit it for just a moment. But after a moment, seeing the sneaky smile on Leonel's face, she couldn't help but ask, "You, what did you say?" "Oh, that?" Leonel grinned. "I said that little boy's name." Anastasia froze. You said a name?" "Well, yeah. I can't actually speak that language, and if I copied anything else they said, wouldn't it be embarrassing if I said a word like and, or the? They'd laugh me out of the ship. Plus, I assumed that whatever his parents named him meant something bold and powerful. It was impossible for even Leonel to learn an entire language just based off of a short conversation. But picking out a repeatable series of sounds within that conversation was all too obvious. When Elrion was leaving, they had all saluted him with that sound, plus a prefix that he assumed meant something like young master or young ruler. By process of elimination, picking out Elrion's name was as easy as breathing. "You are unbelievable," Anastasia muttered. "I know, right? I'm pretty gray." Anastasia slapped the back of his head. "Not in that way." The Void Race servants who had been kicked off of the ship quickly felt the suppression of the world around them. They quickly took out several items to fight back against the suppression, and unlike the individuals who had come down from the four great families, the black chains didn't appear around them. Clearly, whatever items they had taken out to protect themselves were far beyond what the four great families had had. They looked around in fear, but seeing that no one came for them, they took out other treasures and began to escape quickly one after another. Leonel rubbed the back of his head. "I don't know how a race like that can be so cowardly. I don't know what you're so angry about. When have I ever been wrong? Would you like me to list them one by one, in alphabetical or chronological order?" Leonel was stunned. This was very much not the response he had expected. But, just as quickly, his one mind began to subconsciously form the list, and he had to shake his head to get it to stop. By then, he was already one longer than he cared to admit. Never mind. After a while, Anastasia burst out with laughter. She laughed so hard that twinkling crystals of blue came from her eyes. She felt like she was even dying of laughter. A name, they had been scared off by a name, it was cracking her up. The funniest part was that they probably had no idea. She knew a little bit about the Pluto race, mostly due to the Minerva race, and she knew that their language wasn't understood by many outside of their races, and definitely couldn't be spoken by anyone so casually. They had probably run because they thought they had mistaken Leonel's identity. After all, Leonel had been expelled from Elrion's body, who knew if he was closer to the Pluto race than he seemed. Just imagining someone screaming Leonel in English and then scaring off a race of gods was killing her. Leonel smiled. "When you're done, we should probably get going in case one of them realizes they've been duped." Anastasia wiped her tears, though they had already long since floated away. This was a nice idea by you and all, but moving this corpse in isn't exactly easy either, you know. It won't be as difficult as the hourglass because the difficulty is set and won't just infinitely increase, but it's beyond the current you for sure. GXT.9. GXT.9. Isn't that why I asked you if you could process it first? Leonel smiled. Anastasia looked down with a hint of hesitation. Could she? Maybe if she had a few months, probably a few years actually. That's okay, my favorite water boy is finally here, Leonel perked up. Elryon rushed in from the distance. He was still quite heavily injured, and he hadn't fully recovered, but when he heard his name called, he rushed forward with all the speed his could muster. Plutos were the god of gods. So long as their name was spoken in its truest form, no matter the distance, they would hear it. But what Elryon didn't expect was that the person who called out would actually be Leonel. Hey, you're finally here, good. Do me a favor, use that little hourglass thingy to help Anastasia put this corpse inside. Elryon froze and his lip twitched. Hourglass thingy? He had only just learned this language recently, but he was pretty sure Leonel was being absolutely ridiculous again. Y-Star Order streaked across the skies with great speed. This timeline was already long after Leonel would have left this zone, but it had taken him quite a long time to finally revive. It was unknown whether all godchilds would definitely revive, but it was also obvious why. Those that were dead couldn't exactly tell tales, now could they? But Y-Star Order theorized that so long as a godchild died with an intact ethereal glabella and around enough force, they would most definitely come back. Every time he died and Leonel did something dangerous, it was becoming more and more difficult to make sure his ethereal glabella remained protected, but this was a master's duty to his disciple. Ah, finally back. Y-Star Order looked down toward the devastation of Planet Luxnix, Viola, and Montex. He remembered how heart-wrenching it had been the first time he saw it, but now he was simply numb. On the bright side, his wife survived in this timeline. On the unfortunate side, how would he sleep around now? He descended, his mind swirling with thoughts. Chapter 2262, Put Me Down. Y-Star Order chuckled to himself. He didn't know why he was thinking about that woman. Which life was it that he learned how she betrayed him? He was a Y-Star Order, and that sounded great, but compared to a Northern Star Order, it was worth next to nothing. The reality was that the truth of namesakes of the Luxnix family was much deeper than others knew, and it was something that Y-Star Order had allowed to be buried. Y-Star Orders were the bookkeepers and zookeepers of the god beasts of creation. It was their job to document all of the races, worlds, and natural phenomena of existence, not to mention taking care of all species. There was a time where the god beasts of creation had at least one pairing of every plant and animal to ever exist. Of course, that catalog had long since been destroyed, but the ultimate purpose of Y-Star Orders was their mental capacity to remember a lot of things. That was all. So, one could imagine why it was Y-Star Order's wife who was the matriarch and de facto leader of the family, and not himself. Northern Star Orders were the true warriors. They were existences that, so long as they came into contact with an adequate well of light and star force, would be guaranteed to touch upon the golden tablet and claim the truest lineage factor of the infinity beasts. Of course, in this incomplete world, you would be more likely to enter the ninth dimension without the regulators striking you down than you would be to find a strong enough well of force. Even in complete worlds, they were nigh unheard of, mostly destroyed by the god beasts of creation. Not that Y-Star Order would ever allow a Northern Star Order to take such a step even if they had such a thing available. That would be nothing short of suicide. If the other races knew that humans still had this capability, the small quarter that they had been given to continue to live as a race would be crushed. It could be said that this was the most foolish thing a human could do in this day and age. And then there was Snowstar Order. This was actually the fault of the English language. The translation wasn't nearly bold or sharp enough. Snow referred now to one of ice water, but rather one of soot and ash. Snowstar Orders were the executioners and messengers of the infinity beasts, and they were meant to remain as snowy star owls. Compared to other humans, they could exhibit much more of the snowy star owl's real strength, and they too could cross a galaxy with a single flap of their wings. Unfortunately, none of the techniques that Y-Star Order had left behind had allowed the Snowstar Order of Leonel's time to display any of that power, which led to her dying at the hand of Velasco. Then again, Y-Star Order thought to himself, knowing that he probably had enough strength to deal with the situation regardless. It was a shame that such a monster was born in this incomplete world. Of course, he too was born here. But unlike Velasco, his Luxnix family didn't originate in this world, and he also knew how to get out. And with the project abandoned and the Shadow Tales gone, he could leave with his own methods whenever he wanted. But first, he had a treasure vault to leave behind in the spirituals domain. Was it smart to give this kind of strength to the very disciple he would have to kick the ass of in a few millennia? No, definitely was not. But he would do it anyway because this was how the first timeline had gone. Originally, he had left that treasure vault behind in the spirituals domain out of sentiment. He knew what was coming, and he had a fondness for the human race. Plus, he was leaving behind some of his Luxnix family, so he hoped that they would be able to benefit from his teachings. As for why he had left it in the spiritual's domain and not the human domain, it was a test. If the people of this incomplete world wanted any chance of crossing the coming trial, they had to at least dominate this incomplete world, or else they wouldn't stand a chance against the others. Very soon, the vast bubble would run out of time and they would have to cash in on the bet that the Fox had made. In a final push, they would pit the juniors of the incomplete worlds against one another, taking advantage of the time dilation for one final spurt of accelerated growth. Incomplete worlds were like rolls of the dice. There would be many that evolved down a path far weaker than the dimensional verse, but there would be some that had evolved in special niche ways that placed them on par with even some complete worlds, despite lacking the ability to take the final step into the ninth dimension. These latter worlds were what the vast bubble were banking on. They wanted warriors that would be useful, and the dimensional verse was far too weak. And then, once they gave them a path to the ninth dimension, they would have these warriors in the palm of their hands forever. Velasco was supposed to become one of these warriors, but he had grown too powerful on his own. As for whether they would allow the son of such a man to live, well, Myest xt.Nyanst. Y Star Order laughed into the skies as he landed in the courtyard of his and his wife's abode. That brat was harder to kill than a roach. He'd find a way, probably. The only question was, how many would die before he did find that path? The answer to that question was more important than anything else. XXX, you're here? Y Star Order's mind seemed to filter out his name naturally. At this point, he felt that he did it on purpose. Seeing the face of the woman he knew would betray him, and just how gorgeous and equally annoying she was, he felt an amused thought bubble up as a bulge in his pants shifted. The matriarch of the family looked as though she was about to launch into a lecture. She had only married Y Star Order because he was the most eligible bachelor, but she usually took out the stress of her position on him. Y Star Order had never been a pushover, but he couldn't defeat this wife of his in the past either, so it was useless. Now, though, Y Star Order took a step forward and grabbed her by the waist, hauling her over his shoulder and storming into their bedroom. XXX, you, put me down. The protests were soon drowned out by dense cries for mercy filled with a lustful undertone. Y Star Order had an excellent time subduing this wife of his. It wouldn't change much about the future, but he didn't care for it to. It would be even more interesting later. His life was just getting started. Chapter 2263, Creation Tablet. Y Star Order stood with a stretch, sliding his robes on. Ah, it was good to be young. Last time he had gone so hard, his back had ached for days. He ignored the limpid words of his wives. She was hardly intelligible, her speech slurring and her eyes half closed. She was probably saying something about why he wasn't staying in bed, but it was more funny than anything to him. Before this day, he had bedded this woman a single time, and she hadn't even let him finish. She only did it out of a sense of duty and to officially consummate their marriage. Of course, the most important reason was because of her ability index. She'd been trying to take on his Y Star Order abilities for herself. As much as he would like to play with this heartless woman some more, he had some work to do. Right, valiant heart. Y Star Order took a step as his wife's gargled mess of words were becoming sharper and louder. He luckily didn't get to listen to whatever nonsense she was definitely trying to spew. Instead, he had appeared deep within the catacombs of the Luxniks. These catacombs were built by the envoys of the god beast of destruction. There hadn't been an active void beast in countless generations, but that didn't stop the creature's lessers from doing their best to stir up trouble. Despite their usual brazenness, they were somewhat cautious in this world. That was because of the appearance of the Pluto race, and its relation to the existence of these incomplete worlds was something worthy of being wary of. The void bubble was far too weak to even have a single incomplete world for this sort of experiment, let alone dozens. It could only be done by the god races. But at the same time, this world was too valuable precisely because of its variability and potential for evolution. It was the perfect place to experiment with a new force. Since the experiment was a failure, and the youth of the Pluto race had appeared, they chose to abandon it. The place had already been stripped bare by Leonel, but why would they care so much about failures? No, it was probably more accurate to say that they couldn't spare the risk, and the failures weren't valuable enough to put themselves on the line. Y Star Order appeared in the temple once more. Now, all that remained was a bronze tablet, and he didn't seem surprised. He had allowed Leonel to take the silver and golden tablets. It would be a long while before Leonel could use the latter, so he wasn't worried. Of course, he didn't expect that foolish disciple of his to understand propriety and not use the tablet even when he could, not in this state anyway. That was Leonel's fault. He would be under a lot of pressure soon, and he might take power from anywhere he could, but if he took it from this source, he would only die sooner. Y Star Order stepped forward and toward the bronze tablet. He looked as though he was about to crash right through, but the moment his shin looked as though it would crash into the altar, a ripple of space flashed and he disappeared. The Luxniks would probably rush in soon enough, but find nothing at all. The space Y Star Order appeared in was a vast darkness. There was only one thing floating in silence, a single tablet, a single silver tablet. He reached forward and grabbed the creation tablets. As a Y Star Order, he had a duty to these tablets. bronze, silver, golden, and he waved the hand with the silver tablet in it and its body rippled, the words on its surface forming into a force art that rolled and foamed with light until it became a blinding crystal color, star crystal, the crystallization of the purest, attributeless star force. It was the energy that was the very foundation of existence itself. He might be a glorified librarian, but the books he oversaw were far beyond the imagination of most individuals. In incomplete world, even a silver tablet like this one had infinite power. It could bend and twist reality as it pleased and had very few restrictions. To the god beasts of creation, though, this was simply a simulator. It was used to document experiments. It was these creation tablets that were the center that allowed the god beasts of creation to succeed in passing down their bloodlines to humans, and all the while, they killed not a single person thanks to it. Why Star Tapia, it's a decent gift, Why Star Order thought to himself. He'll be pretty aimless in his life because of the influence of his future self. Why chase anything when you feel like you have already achieved everything? This should help him get a taste of what it means to have drive and purpose. It'll make the moment his future self vanishes more manageable as he'll have his own sense of self. But this isn't quite enough. Why Star Order stroked his chin. Leonel had no idea that his master, a master he didn't even know he had and wouldn't acknowledge until years later, was diligently laying out a plan for his improvement step by step. However, that wouldn't stop Why Star Order from being as diligent as he could. Right, I'll use this to influence a few zones then. He shook the silver tablet again, and it went back to normal as he vanished. Streaking across the skies, he felt leisurely, a smile on his face. He guessed that he owed his disciple a small bit of advantage. He had made it so far without any, so Why Star Order wanted to see what he would accomplish now. Why Star Order appeared above Earth, prepared to make some alterations to the timeline. Enough time had passed that the Plutos had long since gone, and Earth was slowly building up its own civilizations. Interestingly enough, the true history of Earth seemed to be completely wrong, not that that mattered. Ah, right, I need a name. I can't exactly use Why Star Order 2 on the nose. He looked at the tablet. What was it that stupid woman kept calling me? Nilrim, right? Alright, let's go with Merlin then. Chapter 2264, Maze or Nyxt. Chapter 2264, Maze or Leonel appeared back in his timeline. His gains this time were quite great. He had gained the odd beast that fused with Little Tali, he had gained a void beast's corpse, and his vital star force had taken a half step into the impetus state. Beyond that, he had been informed about a great many things and even gained the silver and golden tablets. He wasn't too eager to pass down those two tablets to the Luxniks. They had had them for so long back then and accomplished nothing. Giving it to them now wouldn't magically change anything except for his grandmother. Even so, he was hesitant to give it to her either. He had too many questions for that grandfather of his, and his grandmother was practically wrapped around his finger. He was very good at reading people, and he could tell that his grandmother was entirely googly eyes for the Ascension Empire's emperor. She would stand on his side almost no matter what. In a situation like that, he wasn't sure what to think. Did he hate his grandfather? No. Did he distrust him? Not exactly, though it was close enough to that. Did he want to take unnecessary risks? Also no. So he kept it to himself. Instead, rather than returning to the Morales family, he was far more interested in two things. First, Anastasia's second search, and the second, and also the reason they returned home so easily, he wanted to fully understand Little Tali, or at least understand him to the greatest extent he could. He stood in a familiar location of the lab setting. It was the first room that had ever formed, his simple workbench ahead, the walls were lined with snow globes and simple shelves. This was the room that he had learned to craft in. The room he had started the first of his father's lessons and gained an understanding toward how he should treat his spirit partner. He sat at the bench and pointed out a hand. Little Tali stretched out, peeling off of his skin and forming a perfect ball. Silver was still the little guy's main color, but the dense runes of white gold that made his head dizzy to look at. Little Tali rolled on the table between Leonel's fingers, making booping sounds that made it seem like it was having a great deal of fun. Interesting. Spirits usually choose a favored form and even a gender after entering the sixth dimension, but Little Tali has done neither, choosing to stay like this. Is this because of the way I evolved him? Is it because of the best he assimilated, or is there another reason? Tolliver should have a perfect fusion of all paths. There was a ore refinement path, a creation path, a universal force path, and of course the jack of all trades. The first allowed the ease of processing of ores, but not just this alone. This seemed to sound like a spirit would just clear an ore of impurities for you, but it was deeper than that. When one had entered the life grade, you began to appreciate the intricacies of each and every ore. Even when they shared the same name, they weren't exactly equal, and you had to account for all of these little changes when you wanted to create something whole and new, something that had a life of its own. This path was like a cheat code to the life grade. Rather than relying on your personal skill to learn and adapt, you could rely on your spirit instead to force the ores into a predictable path. This lowered the bar to forge life grade crafts considerably. You only had to worry about the blueprint and not the whims of nature. This was the first thing Leonel tested. He took out an ore that went by Maze ore. It was a light domain type ore that could project a large amount of illusions as it refracted the light around it. It was an interesting ore he had been playing around with, as he thought it would be interesting to form a troop around this kind of armor. However, it was very difficult to work with despite being a sixth-dimensional ore. This was because even the slightest deviation in a cut to the ore could drastically change how it warped light around it, and it could trick the eyes of even its crafter and their spirit, so getting precise cuts in the first place was a nightmare. It was a problem ore that most completely ignored. Only those with exceptionally high light force affinity could hope to deal with it, and it was rare enough to have an affinity of such a rare force to begin with, let alone having the skill in crafting to match it. Unless, of course, you had a dream world like Leonel. This ore could fool even internal sight, but what it couldn't fool was Leonel's dream world. Even so, there were other problems aside from trying to get perfect cuts, and that was related to the actual and slight differences between the force densities of the ores themselves. Even if he cut them perfectly, these small differences would throw him for a loop. He held out 2 maze ores and handed them to Little Tolly with a simple command: make them identical in every way. To Leonel's surprise, Little Tolly only tapped each one of them, once then went back to rolling around and having fun. Leonie's brows shot up before he deployed his dream world. He sat in silence for a long time. He scanned everything about the ore, the cuts, the force balance, the size, the weight. He didn't miss a single detail, even down to its chemical structure. It shouldn't have been anywhere near that fast. Chapter 2265 Lighthouse Ore. Chapter 2265 Lighthouse Ore. Little Tolly was supposed to be a jack of all trades but master of none. However, this speed was even faster than a true master of this purification path should have found possible. He didn't have much of a reference outside of what he had read in the Void Library, but he was certain of this. It wouldn't have been a surprise even if it took days, and the spirit in question should have had to swallow the ores first, process them, and then expel them once. Leonel knew that the beast would cause some great changes in Little Tolly, and he even expected that the little guy would be more of a master than he knew. But this was greatly exaggerated. Of course, the ores weren't perfect. He only commanded Little Tolly to make them identical, but he didn't specify how or what parameters he wanted. So, he assumed that the little metal spirit had chosen the easiest path, and not the path best for his army, but he didn't care very much. He took another ore. This one was another sixth-dimensional ore, and it was a vein-type ore that directly light force. It could be used to dampen and expand the maze force of the maze ore, shrouding a much larger area than that of the troop with the maze armors, or it could be used to do the opposite and shrink the illusions to contend against a small number of enemies, or even one powerful enemies. This vein-type ore was known as Lighthouse Ore. It was the best ore in this category at controlling light force. The reason for its necessity was quite obvious. Maze ore, once its cuts were set, could be confusing to look at, but not much about it would change over time, and it lacked flexibility. This would fix all of that. However, Leonel felt it would be better if they were the same ore, containing the characteristics of control and confusion. Of course, that was easier said than done. Leonel had never bothered because, considering all the effort it would take, he might as well just forge the both of them into a life-grade armor. It would be the same thing, mostly. Unless. The second path of the spirits allowed one to fuse ores into one, creating all new effects and combining abilities. This was yet another cheat code of the life grade, making the ores perfect for crafting into a holistic and whole form. I haven't studied these two enough. I need a third maze ore. Leonel mumbled to himself, prepared to take out a third, but then he froze. Little Tolly's white gold runes lit up and a maze ore suddenly spit out from thin air. There was only the slightest fluctuation of force in the surroundings, as though the little one was pulling on something, and then it appeared, just like that, in a flash of light. Leonel reached forward, slowly picking the ore up. It was a maze ore, perfect and whole. He squeezed it, and it was crushed between his palms. Everything about it was exactly the same, even the resistance. It wasn't an illusion at all, or else he would have sensed the dream force by now. He looked toward Little Tolly. I need another. Little Tolly didn't think much, making a cute bloop sound and forming another. Leonel picked it up, and he was completely shaken. This one was slightly different from the last one, and the last one was slightly different from the two that he had originally given Little Tolly. I need a lighthouse ore. Little Tolly sat in silence for a while, confused. Then, suddenly being enlightened, it reached forward and touched the lighthouse ore in Leonel's hand quickly, then pulled back, acting innocent before it flashed with light. A perfectly whole lighthouse ore appeared, slightly different from the one in Leonel's hands. Little Tolly didn't even seem to be struggling at all. Leonel immediately put the little metal spirit through a countless series of tests, pushing the little one to the limits, or so he tried. Nothing he did seemed to tire Little Tolly out at all. He assumed that it was because he didn't go far enough, but this alone was shocking. Little Tolly could perfectly replicate ore at the 6th dimension and below without much effort at all. It was completely stonewalled when it came to higher ores, and it more so seemed like a yes or no switch rather than an effort switch. Each time he created one, he pulled from the force in the surroundings, causing each one to be just a little bit different, just like real ores you would find in a mine. What was more shocking than that was that after creating the new ore, a fusion of maze ore and lighthouse ore, Little Tolly became like a database, remembering the new ore and being able to create it even without the two base ores any longer. There wasn't even a point in testing the third path, that of using universal force to supplement crafting, because Leonel could already feel it passively when Tolliver stuck to his arm. But he chose to do so anyway, just to cover all of his bases, and this was maybe the most shocking of them all. When he used universal force through Tolliver, he could sense something beyond, or maybe it was on par, he wasn't entirely sure. It was like he could touch upon the veil of the world, and he discovered something absolutely shocking. He could sense the constellations of the dimensional verse. Those of the human domain, those beyond the human domain, it didn't seem to matter in the slightest. Not only could he sense them, but he could use Little Tolly as a bridge, connecting to them, and using these constellations to directly power his creations. The implications of such a thing were beyond what Leonel could even fathom currently, especially once he stepped outside of this verse. As he was thinking, Anastasia's voice drifted to his ear. "I'm sorry, Leonel. There is no such innate node in this time either. All, Nozick Stepter Erdiel's note, of course, lol. Chapter 2266A suit. Chapter 2266A. Suit Leonel fell into silence for a moment before he closed his eyes and exhaled a slow breath. When he opened them again, there was a resolute look within. The plan remained the same. Crush this dimensional verse into his fists as quickly as possible, open a path to the outside world, and if he was lucky enough to enter the impetus state before then he would forget about this matter. If he wasn't, then he didn't believe in the whole of wider existence. There wasn't at least one such person. He didn't care how powerful they were, what their background was. If it would save Ina, he would do it. With me, Tolliver. We'll finish this within a day with your help." The sound of popping bubbles and bubbling water echoed. It sounded much more complex than the noises Little Tolly usually made, and Leonel even felt that he could even somewhat understand the little metal spirit far better. While it hadn't seemed to mature exactly as he had expected, it had definitely still matured. Confidence and excitement radiated from Tolliver, and Leonel even felt like the metal spirit was a miniature version of himself, at least somewhat. Good. Leonel got to work. A day later, he stepped out from the lab setting, sharp-eyed and radiating a suppressive aura. The first thing he did was go and speak to his mother. After confirming that she had already formed the Golden Tiger lineage factor, he asked her to follow him. It was about time they returned to the Morales family and saw what the situation was. Not much time had passed. The time allocated for the mission within the zone should have taken years to finish, and the time dilation was, as a result, quite forgiving. Due to this, Leonel and his mother had only been inside for a few minutes. Overall, it was only a single day if his time spent crafting was. On that day, not only had he completed the final sets of armor for his demon troops, but he had also reformed his divine armors. Again, "If you want to return to the Morales family, you can't wear that," Alienor suddenly said as Anastasia set off. Leonel looked down at himself. His robes were decent enough, though not as elaborate as the ones he had worn to match Ina as they entered the Air Wars. But they were still decent enough. He had wanted to wear his sweatpants, but he felt that he should be a bit more mindful of his image. That said, he wasn't exactly in tune with the fashion sense of the wider dimensional verse. He just randomly picked something out. Now that he thought about it, it was Ina who had decided on their matching robes as well. He was much better at designing cool uniforms, but now wasn't the time for that. Alienor shook her head and patted Leonel's cheeks. "I didn't want to overstep my bounds before, but I won't let anyone stop me from being a mom now, not even you." She waved a hand, and a white robe appeared. Leonel's expression became a bit weird. It wasn't that he hated the color, but he would prefer something bolder. What about black and gold? A nice gray and blue also sounded nice. "Don't doubt your mother, little lion. Now come, strip." Leonel's face became weirder. "What are you doing? Hurry up now, I haven't got all day." Leonel coughed and stripped off his outer robes. He wasn't a shy person, and had gotten into his fair share of wild battles that had practically left him entirely naked. But for some reason he felt a little uncomfortable standing in front of his mother in his boxers. Alienor looked at his body and nodded, patting her own shoulder as though she had done a great job. Leonel's physique had already been exceptional ever since he entered the fourth dimension. He had gone from an elite athlete to a man that seemed more like a fitness model than anything else. But now, whether it was in vascularity, leanness, or definition, he was levels above. She threw a pair of white pants and robes at Leonel. When Leonel caught them, he felt that the material was incomparably soft, almost like silk and clouds had a baby. On top of that, looking a bit closer at more than just the color, there were faint patterns of a gray so subtle that it almost looked white as well. But together, the subtle embroidery made it look quite noble and elegant. When he put them on, he was actually quite satisfied. The material even made his force flow with a smoother cadence. He made a mental note to study up on fabrics and how he could incorporate them into his crafts. His father's teachings had had sewing lessons, but he hadn't applied them anywhere but the beast skin armors he had made for his companions during the Void Palace True Selection. However, his mom didn't seem to be finished. She had yet to help him accessorize. By the time Leonel was done, he was wearing a golden chain around his neck and wrist, the latter of which was just barely hidden beneath his love sleeve, and the former of which was just as subtle beneath his collar. His hair was slicked back in a formless gel that he couldn't even feel, and he actually wore shoes for a change. His white suit with faint gray embroidery reminded him of an Indian-style suit, a Jodhpuri if his memory hadn't failed him. As for his mother's nods of satisfaction, they were even more exaggerated. Now, your father's glasses, Eleanor commanded. Leonel froze, but his mother's tone didn't seem to leave room for negotiation. With a deep breath, he slipped them on, and Eleanor beamed. Prediction. There's my little lion. Go on now. Leonel shifted the crystal-framed glasses on his face and then stepped out, a vibrant violet color in his eyes. When he stepped out, he found the Morales family in chaos. Chapter 2267, Gifts. Chapter 2267, Gifts. The Morales family wasn't under attack, at least not officially. Rather, the ships of several powers were in the surroundings. Each one had come with gifts, these gifts being Leonel's demands of them in exchange for the lives of their juniors. Due to the matters that had happened the moment the air wars ended, they hadn't had time to gather up these materials. But Leonel's ability to read the intentions of people, and further these powers, only got sharper the stronger his mind became. He could see the difference between those that had come with the intention of actually paying up, and those that expected the gesture alone to be enough. The Morales family elders had simply said that Leonel wasn't here, but how could these people believe that? So, they had started pressing, leaving their warships up in the air around the Morales capital. Of course, if it was aggressive enough for a war declaration, the Morales would have never come this far, but the intention was obvious enough. However, as bold as the threat was, Leonel's lip curled. He could sense the hesitation, the fear, and why shouldn't they have such reservations? The momentum of the Morales was unlike anything they had ever seen. If not for his father's death, maybe they wouldn't even dare to do this much. This was a test. They wanted to see how much they could push the Morales. Porting axed. As Leonel walked toward the capital, his mother a half step behind him with a doting and caring expression on her face. His presence seemed to loom, becoming taller and taller until the world fell into its own sort of silence. The engines of the warships still blared, the raging winds caused by their presences, and the distortions in gravity were still heavy. However, in the end it still felt as though there was only one person that could be focused on. The members of the Morales, who were just passively observing this situation from the outside, not quite knowing of the internal conflict between Leonel and their own elders, felt a sense of pride well up in their hearts. This was the champion of the air wars. Not just any air war, but an unprecedented air war that would be remembered for generations. A man that stood atop the strongest collection the human domain had seen since its inception. And he was a Morales. He was their patriarch. The will of the Morales seemed to solidify, and the flickers of their constellation in the sky dimmed the momentum of the surrounding families considerably. The faces of their messengers fell. Never did they expect that the appearance of just one person would have such a profound effect on the situation, but they steeled their hearts. They had already expected much of this, though not all of it. It was the reason for their partial caution in the first place. But even so, they still represented the whole of the human domain, and even the Swayard family and the spirituals' religion had suffered at the hands of Leonel, not to mention the Oman family. 3 organizations and families, all on the same level as the Morales, had come for compensation. No matter what the future of the Morales looked like, it was still the future and not the present. It was impossible for them to have taken full benefit from their constellation and new lineage factor already. This was their best chance to suppress them. The so-called messengers were all among the strongest these families could call forward without sending their ancestors. If they sent their ancestors, it would have a much different connotation, and they didn't want to take that step just yet. Instead, they sent the very strongest of their 7th-dimensional elites. The Constellation families, the Constellation Bow Alliance, the Swayard, the Oman, the Spirituals' religion, but they were just the beginning. Once again, the smaller families became a pawn in the game of the bigwigs, countless smaller 7th-dimensional families, and even a minority of 6th-dimensional families appearing as well. They all had the intention of stepping off their ships and questioning Leonel directly, but the latter waved a hand. All of a sudden, the strength of the world trembled and their ships were locked in place. All of the Force Arts no longer responding to their call as though they were cut off from the laws of the world. Guests should wait to be invited in. You wouldn't want to be rude, right? Leonel asked lightly. The messengers froze as Leonel strolled into the planet-swallowing palace of the Morales. Within, the elders were in heated discussion. They hadn't even gotten time to implement many of Leonel's changes before this happened. They all realized they hadn't improved nearly enough yet. While their pride wanted to fight it out with the rest of the human domain immediately, the cost of this was heavy, especially since they had already sent much of the evacuees back to their homes due to Leonel's orders. If not for Leonel's almost blinding presence, they wouldn't have even noticed someone enter, something that was a hint embarrassing. Some found themselves subconsciously exhaling when Leonel appeared before catching themselves. Since when had they trusted this brat so much? He hadn't proven anything but how rude he was. Leonel scanned the region, but the Overlord was nowhere to be seen. Ancestor Isa and Ancestor Alvaro seemed to have taken over the proceedings, but because the other families hadn't sent any ancestors, it would be a sign of weakness if they took direct action, so they were trying to find some workarounds. Seeing Leonel, the two had their own complicated set of reactions, but in the end, they exhaled. Patriarch. They greeted at the same time. Of course, they weren't unduly respectful. The word patriarch coming from them sounded no different than had they said Leonel's name directly. They noticed Eleanor as well, but they chose not to say anything. For one, they were quite familiar with Leonel's temper by now, and he might do something ridiculous if they really said something, and secondly, well, she carried the Morales name too. Is there really all that much to talk about? Let them come and bring us great gifts. The expressions of the ancestors and elders changed. Chapter 2268, Junior Ancestors. Chapter 2268, Junior Ancestors. The elders were truly stunned by Leonel's words. Their first assumption was that Leonel didn't understand what he was talking about, lacking in too much experience to see what the problem was. Take, for example, two individuals of vastly different standings, one of which was a man of average class and fit well amongst the common people, and the second of which was a noble existence, an emperor or king even. Would the man of average class be able to make a deal of equal with the king? According to the rules of society, they would be, by their very nature, two existences of vastly different worths. Making a deal of equals first necessitated being equals in the first place. A king could order a man of average class to do as he pleased, the vice versa would ever be true. How this applied to the current situation was obvious. The Morales might be a king if it was dealing with any one family, but the problem was that it wasn't dealing with one family or even one organization. It was dealing with the entire human domain. How could they match up? What did it mean to make a deal of equals? It meant that if one party should default on their word, the consequences the opposing party could force them to pay would be too great for them to ignore. This would force both parties into upholding their word. What could a man of average class do to a king? And in this situation, in an exchange of life for treasure, if these families defaulted on their words, they would lose one genius, true enough. But they would also be able to gain a reason to retaliate in kind. But what about the Morales? If Leonel didn't follow through, then he would bring down the wrath of the entire human domain on the Morales. This was fundamentally not a deal of equals. So when Leonel spoke of just accepting the gifts, it sounded like a joke, like a peasant trying to force the hand of a king to give him treasures for doing something easily within his power. However, Leonel didn't seem to notice their reactions at all. He walked forward, taking his seat at the helm, his mother standing to his back, though only for a moment. At an unknown time, a flash of green surrounded Eleanor and she vanished into thin air as though she had never been there. It was impossible to tell if she was still behind Leonel or if she had gone off to some other place. Leonel smiled. Ancestor Isa, Ancestor Alvaro, I'll have to ask you two to leave. Our guests have only brought forward seventh-dimensional experts. It would be beneath your station to appear here, no? Leave this matter for a junior like me. The eyes of the two ancestors flickered. Leonel's words just now was probably the nicest thing he had ever said to them. Well, it was at the very least not as rude as the usual, but it was clear what his intentions were. If they really left, then what happened from here on would be dictated entirely by Leonel's temper, and they didn't know if they could trust such a thing. However, what they didn't expect was that they wouldn't get a chance. Leonel tapped a finger subtly after he spoke, and the world's power descended. In the eyes of others, it looked as though the two had disappeared under their own power. The other ancestors looked toward one another, and one by one, they too vanished. Leonel radiated a confidence that left the remaining elders a bit stunned. In the end, they too took deep breaths and found their positions, taking a seat. Elder Chris. A middle-aged woman with a stern face and short-cut hair stood immediately. Yes, Patriarch. Leonel tapped his armrest for a moment, in thought. Do we have any promising youths in this coming generation? Elder Chris was one of the head commanders of the Divine Guards, and also one of the strongest among the peak 7th-dimensional Morales. For those like this, the Morales had their own unique names for them, and they called this group of elders the Junior Ancestors, though there was nothing junior about them at all. She would be among the best in knowing what promising youths there were, at least in combat. The Morales had yet to get used to the fact that the Spear Domain lineage factor and the Metal Synergy lineage factor had now become one. All SX tot 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 tot. Among the post-Nova generation, there are indeed a few good seedlings. She nodded in affirmation. Pick one, call them here, Leonel said. Her gaze flickered, but Leonel had already moved on. Elder Aria. Yet another older woman stood, straight and tall. She didn't look nearly as stern, but there was still a hint of authority between her brows. Her hair was long and tinged with deep hints of silver that alternated with the usual deep brown of the Morales, and from her neck hung a pair of glasses. She was one of the head crafters and led the crafters of the family in many things. She wasn't a junior ancestor in raw strength, but rather in the power of her divine armor and how cleverly she implemented her crafts. In this way, she was a lot like the Radix family, but on a completely different level. Unlike Elder Chris, though, she didn't call out to him as Patriarch, not that there was a rule for this. Do the same as Elder Chris, call one here. She frowned. Patriarch, she said slowly. This matter is quite delicate. It isn't very appropriate for... Leonel looked over and met her eyes. Elder Aria could see an almost indifferent sort of gentleness within, but it still froze her. The weight of the world bore down. Inappropriate? I think it will be fine, Leonel said with a smile. We just need a few flower girls and ring boys. The hearts of the elders skipped a beat, but everything was quickly put into motion. Soon, the doors of the Morales Palace were opened wide, and at the forefront, two teenagers, one young man and one young woman, stood forward, their pride beaming and the arrogance of the Morales blooming out from deep within them. "The Morales family welcomes you," they roared. Chapter 2269, Guest NXT Chapter 2269, Guest 2269 Guest Tommy Morales. A bright spark of the Spear faction and a young man of 15 years old with a pair of eyebrows that looked like a flare of fire. His face was just as stern as his instructors, but the hints of immaturity on his face were clear, but it carried a vibrancy of youth. Nora Morales, a bright light of the crafting faction, she too was 15 years old, and she had an interesting style herself. Her metal spirit held her hair up into two ponytails. It couldn't help but remind Leonel of a certain faction leader from Valiant Heart Mountain. She too used her fire spirit to hold her hair up. It exhibited quite a level of control, but Leonel only smiled when he saw this. Though it was well hidden, he could see a special fabric and clip separate Nora's hair from her metal spirit. It was clear that Leonel was still one of the very few, if not the only one, in the human domain that dared to touch his metal spirit directly. Even so, it still took quite a bit of control to stop her metal spirit from eating through the metal and getting at her hair, which was worthy of a great deal of praise. Together, they were two of the brightest stars of the next generation. Considering their age, it wouldn't even be much more than 5 years before they were meant to participate in the Air Wars, but the timeline wasn't on their side this time around. The two held up their spears and slammed their butts into the ground, a soaring spear force coming from them. It was quite weak. You couldn't expect much from fifth-dimensional existences like them, and yet the constellation in the skies appeared once again. Their strength soared, from the fifth dimension to the sixth, and from the sixth the seventh, but by the time their spear force reached the height of the surrounding battleships, they sang like a pair of dragons and phoenixes. Shaken, the various family messengers entered the hall one by one. Their edge had been filed down to a dull tip, and the hesitation in their steps was clear. The only ones that seemed to carry the same sort of confidence were those of the strongest families, with the standouts being that of the Swihard family, the Spiritual's Religion, the Oman family, and a special, unexpected visitor, the Void Palace. Leonel didn't react much to this. The loss of the Void Elders, or at least most of the Void Elders, wouldn't be enough to crumble them entirely. An organization like this would have its trump cards, but even more importantly than that, the Void Palace was the symbol of humanity. Even if it fell, it would be held up by the various families of the human domain. Of course, whether or not the mission of the palace would stay the same after this, that was a different story entirely. If they were anything more than a puppet, it would be an amusing surprise. The leader of the Void Palace, obviously here to play the role of mediator, was actually quite a young man. Leonel recognized him almost immediately, and he found it even more amusing. This young man was a member of the Unfettered Blade Party, Mykarth. The last time Leonel met him, he was a galaxy-ranked disciple just a couple weeks away from the sector rank. Now, he was nearly a domain-ranked disciple. For the Void Palace to not even send a domain-ranked disciple to mediate the situation was funny enough, but even more importantly than all these other identities, his last name was Swihard. Mykarth had a deep hatred for Leonel. He first found trouble for the latter after his father severed Rosen Swihard's arm, Mykarth's uncle, and it only became personal after Leonel personally defeated him in battle. Honestly, Leonel had to say that Mykarth was the perfect choice. He was the absolute most talented among the Swihard family. That was a title that went to a Mary. He wasn't a step below that, as there were 3 others who would have been part of the Swihard family's Air Wars that were passed up for a Mary. He was just a step below that. He was a great talent for sure. But he wasn't prominent enough to be said to be a representation of the Swihard family, and he was just talented enough to have a great position in the Unfettered Blade Party and the Void Palace. It would be geniuses like him who likely held up the foundation of the Void Palace now, and in the future the Void Palace of the past would be no more, controlled like a puppet behind the scenes by these powerful families. In fact, that future might be here already, or else the likes of Mykarth would have never been sent first. Mykarth cleared his throat, a slightly prideful expression on his face with the comfort of his family's backing to support him, but before he could speak, "Patriarch Morales has yet to ask you to speak. Please be mindful of your position and only speak when spoken to." Tommy spoke with a crisp voice. While it was slightly immature, it carried the same hints of sternness Head Commander Chris had. Much like his mentor, he was a stickler for rules and etiquette. He would never allow a guest to speak before his patriarch, nor would he allow his patriarch to have to be the one to correct this guest. He and Nora stood to Leonel's back, one to each side, arms clasped behind their backs. As a pair of youths, they did surprisingly well in this atmosphere, and it was clear that much of their confidence came from the man on the throne before them. The older generation might be hesitant about Leonel, but the feelings of the youth were quite clear when it came to him. He was their idol. Mykarth's face flushed red. Never did he expect to be reprimanded by a child like this, but he also wasn't in a position to argue with one either, especially when said child was in the right. Leonel smiled lightly and slowly opened his mouth. Some thought he might say some fake words to reprimand Tommy, but he did no such thing. "Welcome, dear guests. I assume that you've come with the offerings? Chapter 270, what cost?" Leonel's words were grating on the ears. Offerings? It was like he was implying that he was a king, and they were his servants come to pay the taxes for a year out of a faint hope that he might give them enlightenment. They had seen Leonel battle. His schemes, his intelligence, there was a next to 0% chance that he had misspoken. He picked this word on purpose. Every step of the way, he was showing his indomitable will. He wouldn't take a step back before these families. Your XD Mykarth's expression darkened, but he reined in his distaste. He was already in a partially compromised position, although the Swayard family had sent him here precisely as a show of strength and power. They now had the greatest influence in the Void Palace and the future generations of the human domain's protectors, and no one else could do anything about it. The momentum of the Morales was something they had to cut down at all cost. Although the Oman and spirituals religion was seen to be on the same level, the reality didn't exactly play out like that. For one, the most powerful families and organization was 6, not 4. There was still the Void Palace and Shield Cross Stars. Everyone knew that though they were neutral, they could tip the scales whenever they so chose. Secondly, the Oman family had the shield of being a crafter's family and normally stayed out of most conflicts. The Air Wars was a rare instance of their participation, and it was fairly well acknowledged that this was a combination of both extenuating circumstances. Leonel taking control of both Earth and the Morales, in addition to the Scorn Queen Beauty's more personal feelings. Then there was the spirituals' religion. Their reputation had taken quite some hit after the Emperor of the Spirituals was defeated by Velasco, even while having the aid of so many experts. Not to mention the fact that Velasco had very clearly been injured by some mysterious force. This could even be why they had chosen to come, despite the fact their heiress hadn't died at Ina's hands, she had only lost her body. But the truth was still the fact that the spirituals' religion was almost always neutral in all matters, and the Air Wars was yet another exception. Due to all of this, the families most used to butting heads for supremacy over the human domain was the Morales and Swayard families. If one surpassed the other obviously wouldn't be able to tolerate it. This was why the Swayard family had pulled so many strings to place Mykarth in this position, and he had to represent them well. Mykarth had matured a great deal in the last over 20 years, and his control over his temper was more fit for a middle-aged man, although he did still look not much older than Leonel. So, he spoke with far more calm than what his heart was experiencing. Your words are a bit inappropriate, Morales Patriarch. These are not offerings. They are not gifts either. They are payment in exchange for the lives you've ripped from the human domain. Oh? Leonel's brow shot up. Indeed, I guess that is the case. I seem to remember that I gave quite a fair warning, though. And some people overestimated themselves and chose to ignore it. Leonel's smile was just the same, and everyone remembered exactly what he was talking about, and yet as though to drive home the point, he waved a hand. The words he had spoken that day rung again. As many as he saw was as many as he would kill. As I see it, Leonel continued, it's an act of kindness on my part to provide this opportunity. So, before I take it away, I would advise that you curb the edge in your tone. I use the word offerings because that is exactly what they are. The lives of your lost geniuses aren't worth even a single hair on my head, and yet they all entered with only 2 purposes. The first was to trample the dignity of the Morales by proving that the geniuses of your families were superior, and the second was to kill me. Leonel's smile was just the same, but his words were cutting. Inwardly, Mykarth was flustered. Leonel continued to be far more direct and scathing than he expected. He had come here with the thought that the sharpest words spoken would be under cloak and dagger, hidden in trap-lace sentences and paragraphs of subterfuge, but that wasn't what he received at all. Leonel was coming right at them, and his words and expression might be coated in a thin layer of politeness, but it was exactly that, thin. These offerings are to appease my anger, to allow your families and organizations a chance to raise your heads and attempt to compete with me again, as ill-fated as your geniuses will be if they should choose to do so. But don't misunderstand the situation. The power to return their lives to you lies in my hands and my hands alone. The choice to use said power lies in my hands and my hands alone. Do you understand? Leonel's Emperor's charm was so imposing that Mykarth almost cracked, involuntarily mouthing the word yes. But luckily, in the last moment, he managed to stifle his throat, choking down the sounds of the coming word and instead entering a fit of coughing as though food had gone down the wrong pipe. Now, I'll repeat myself for the only time today, Leonel's smile beamed. Dear guests, I assume you've come with the offerings? A silence fell. The elders of the Morales had mixed reactions, though they were sharp enough not to show it on their faces. Many felt a bone-deep satisfaction, many more felt that the end of the world was coming, and even those that did feel satisfied began to tremble inwardly afterward, experiencing what one might after an extremely greasy meal. It was delicious, but at what cost? Chapter 2001. A proud Swayard Mykarth no longer knew what to say. All of this preparation flew out the window, and his experience, or lack thereof, was showing plainly. To make matters worse, his cough still hadn't disappeared, and the more he tried to stop it, the worse it became. Every time he held the cough back, there would be a slight few seconds of silence before the fit began again. He was making his own situation worse and worse by not allowing it to see itself through to the end. It was when the situation seemed unsalvageable and his face was as ripe as a tomato that a young man stepped forward. This young man was handsome, almost too handsome. It reminded Leonel a lot of wise Star Order in that regard. His hair was a flickering bluish gray that shone more like light than filaments of hair, and his eyes were a dreamy sort of violet, not pale like Leonel's, but rather cool in hue and deep in resonance. It was easy to get lost in them, and it was only made more potent by the fact this violet faded to sky blue near the edges of his irises. It was clear with a single look that this man was a spiritual, or at least half of one. He was the representation of the spiritual's religion, Ivan, a powerful junior ancestor himself, and the backup plan in case McCarth fell flat on his face. However, before Ivan could even speak, Leonel held up a hand. A law of sorts seemed to bind Ivan's mouth. He could still move freely, but even when he moved to clear his throat, no sounds came out. It was as though he had been made a functional mute. Forgive me, but I'm still in the middle of grieving. If a spiritual speaks in my presence right now, I can't promise I won't kill them, Leonel said lightly. His tone was far more somber and light than it had been previously. The edge of cheeriness and carefreeness had vanished, and even without saying it in so many words, the position of the spiritual's religion became precarious. Unixtd.unixed. They were supposedly the neutral party, but the race they worshipped had acted against the human domain. Velasco was clearly a man that could hold up the skies, and yet the spiritual emperor had come to attack maybe their greatest hope. At least, that was how the smaller families saw it. The situation was going from bad to worse, and even the Morales elders were beginning to fidget in their seats. The only ones who seemed emboldened and prideful were the two youths to Leonel's back. They were beaming, feeling intoxicated by the prowess of their patriarch. And that was exactly why they were here. All of these messengers were so focused on Leonel and the two youths that had humiliated them that they couldn't catch on the micro-slips in the expressions of the Morales elders. However, the situation was only becoming more and more tense. Leonel didn't seem like he had a plan. It looked as though he was just venting his frustration. But even if it made him feel good for now, what would they do afterward? A man cleared his throat. This was of the Suillard family, dressed in silver robes that radiated a sword light when reflecting the sun in just the right way. Excuse me, Morales Patriarch, but I believe that the spirituals race is the only one that didn't take advantage of our situation to attack. It's a bit inappropriate to treat them like this, no? Also, the spiritual religion is quite misunderstood. They do not worship spirituals, but rather their way of life, their oneness with nature, their balance with the elements. It is not the same as worshipping the race. And even if they did worship the race, I do not believe it is as big of an issue as the Patriarch makes it out to be. There are many half-spirituals in our lands, but have you ever seen any half-nomads, or half-dwarves, or half-rapacs? The spirituals are the one race that do not treat us as lessers, but rather as equals enough to be life partners and mates. I cannot speak to why that spiritual chose to attack Hero Velasco. I do not wield that kind of power, nor do I claim to understand the thoughts of ancestors. What I can say is that during the day of that battle, it wasn't any one person that killed Hero Velasco, but rather the workings of the heaven themselves. Hero Velasco was a loner, a man who completed a great deal of experiments that he never shared with anyone, maybe other than you, his son. It is impossible to tell how he might have enraged the heavens, but I hope that you can put your personal biases to think about why else a noble spiritual might have chosen to attack your father. That was it. Those words were finally spoken, and everything would be over. The elders of the Morales were quite sharp people. They could see the willingness to die in the man's eyes. He was old and wrinkled, even more so than the Overlord had been when he first appeared before Leonel. He might not live for more than a few more months or a couple of years, even if he was able to walk out of here. But speaking these words alone was what he had needed to do. Leonel would lose his temper, maybe even kill all those here using the power of the Morales. Once he had spoken out this sentiment, it would boil and fester, and soon the title of Hero Velasco, he had used to soften Leonel's position so that the latter would allow him to finish, would become nothing more than a joke. Locke Suillard could already sense it, the shifting tide, the skepticism of the smaller families he had brought with him, and even the faint anger radiating from the elders of the Morales. His mission was complete, and he could finally close his eyes, a proud Suillard. And that he did. He closed his eyes and waited for Leonel's strike, a smile of pride on his face no weaker than that of the children to Leonel's back. He was a Suillard of the sword. He would die with his back straight, a smile on his face, and a hand on his sword. His hand slowly reached up, gently descending toward the hilt he had known all his life. Chapter 2272. No, Locke's hand missed, swinging at the air. He was inwardly stunned, so much so that he opened his eyes. His sword had always been there. It was the one thing that never failed him, and even with access to all the spatial treasures he could ever hope to use in a single lifetime, he still chose to hang it by his waist. He was so used to this sword that he could find it blindfolded in the depths of a black hole if he had to, so how could he have? The sword wasn't there. Locke's eyes snapped open and he looked at his waist. It was all gone. His trusted sword wasn't there. The blade of that sword had changed over the years, but the hilt was always the exact same. He asked every swordsmith he had ever worked with to transfer it over. It was the blade hilt his father had passed down to him, and a blade hilt his grandfather had passed on to his father before him. This was tradition of most of the Suyard. They didn't believe in keeping the same blade all your life. That wasn't being a swordsman, that was being stupid. No one could deny the strength of a weapon, and how much it aided your combat prowess. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that this sword hilt was as important as his entire lineage to him. The only reason why he had even brought it when he expected to die was 1, because it gave him courage, and 2, because he believed that the protective measures Mykarth had with him would allow him to bring the sword out. But now, Locke looked up to find that the sword was in Leonel's hands, being lightly swung with a grace he didn't think should have been possible for a spearmaster, and that Leonel was. There was no denying that his spearmanship had surpassed even more of the elder generation, but the sword didn't look out of place in his hands at all. I've always found swords to be interesting. If it wasn't for the fact the weapon of a man I killed when the metamorphosis first descended upon Earth was a spear, I might have actually picked up a sword first. Though, Leonel swung the sword again. Maybe not. I was also quite a prudent and calculated fighter back then. I would have probably concluded that a layman like myself would do better with a longer stick. Better chance of not dying, and all. Leonel looked up with a smile. The sword rang, and the echoic sword force manifested with almost too much ease. It was sharp and powerful, though silvery white unlike his spear force and his bow force. However, it was 7th dimensional. That's the kind of person I am, Leonel continued. I like to be prudent, cautious, I like to calculate out every step, and while that wasn't the case in the past, I no longer hesitate to kill. I find that doing so is a waste of my effort, trying to figure out the worth of a life, who deserves to live, who deserves to die, it's all very tiresome. And not to be rude, but if I can't figure it out, all of you most certainly can't. Your plan is filled with far too many loopholes. Send the bushy-eyed youth forward first, let him stumble. Then, attempt. A save with a person you were quite certain I'd never let speak, before you follow through with your real plan. And it's even better for the Suyard, isn't it? After all, it would be your real representation and not this pseudo-representative doing the speaking, right? And then what? You would use the rage I showed as an excuse to attack? Maybe if try to rope me and my Morales family in with the demons like you did the Silver Empire and find an excuse for Shield Cross Stars and the Void Palace to act too, is that it? The silence was palpable, but Leonel didn't seem to need to bounce his ideas off of anyone. At the same time, you have something to tell the masses. Hero Velasco was just a joke of a man who experimented with what he shouldn't and brought down upon himself the ire of the gods. The spirituals and the other races weren't attacking the human domain at all. Rather, they were just doing their best to stop Velasco from bringing down the wrath of the gods upon you all, right? They weren't cowardly scum at all. In fact, they were trying to save everyone. And the cherry on top was that maybe if Hero, Velasco had shared his research and spread the truth of how he had grown so powerful so quickly and how his wife and son seemed to do the exact same, then none of this would have ever happened. Everyone could have resisted the gods together, and rather than striking down Hero Velasco, you could have worked together to fight against the oppression and lead the human domain to a brighter future. Leonel tapped the sword with his other hand, running his finger along its blade toward its hilt. With every inch that he passed, the blade crumbled. It looked as though it was being burnt to ash, and yet there was no heat in the air at all. It was like Leonel had simply commanded it to crumble, and it heated. Locke's chest constricted as his treasured sword was suddenly left with nothing more than its hilt. Leonel spun it in his hands, letting it land on the tip of his finger as it continued to spin. Is that all about right? It's a pretty stupid scheme if you ask me. It lacks any sort of cleverness or flair. It relies entirely on the ignorance of the people to the truth of the situation, and even relies on your own ignorance as well. Not that you care very much to correct whatever those misconceptions were. Leonel caught the hilt in the air and his smile vanished. He didn't do anything, but those messengers that were present suddenly wanted to fall to their knees and plead for mercy, the weight on their souls nearly crushing them. You've all miscalculated though, unfortunately. You can all return. I think the purpose of this meeting is over. When you go back, tell your people that the Morales will be coming to clear the name of both their hero and the stain you tried to place upon us. Leonel crushed the hilt in his hands, letting it burn to ash. Leonel's smile returned as he looked toward Locke. He didn't speak, but a voice echoed in Locke's hands. Kill you? You value yourself too much. I would much rather kill whoever told you to speak those words. It would be much more interesting if you were alive to see your treasured Swayard family burned to the ground, no? Nakes DXD, Chapter 2273. Much better. The silence was palpable. No one knew what to say. How correct were Leonel's words? 100%. How much did saying it aloud change? Practically next to nothing. In fact, they could take their chances by using the fact that Leonel had exposed them as a method he was trying to use to absolve himself and his father of wrongdoing. But something about Leonel's smile made them feel uneasy, uncomfortable, and shaken, and it only became worse when his smile vanished. Tommy suddenly stepped forward and his glare looked down on them all. Didn't you hear what Patriarch Morales said? Scram. His words, as though they carried mysterious powers of their own, blew the envoys out of the large double doors. They rolled along the ground, their clothing being wrinkled and dust kicking up in their wakes. Interesting enough, the smaller families were spared the same fate. However, they got the message well enough as they rushed out, not wanting to be implicated in the same way. Mykarth's expression was black as a pot as he rose to his feet as quickly as he could while pretending not to be in a sorry state, but even this wouldn't last for very long as he looked up into the skies. Their ships, they were gone. He wanted to roar out and demand an explanation, but he noticed that no matter how he strained his voice, no sound seemed to come out at all. It was as though the laws of the world were restricting him, suffocating his voice and muting him for all to see. It was just them. The sixth-dimensional families still had their warships very much intact, and they rushed away. Inwardly, they understood that this was Leonel giving them a chance to turn to his side, and they even had the offerings prepared for their youth. But now they didn't dare to complete the exchange. The implications were very much different now, and soon they might be forced to pick a side, but they preferred to sit on the fence for as long as possible. As for the loss of their youths, the honest truth was that if it gave their families a chance to survive this coming storm, the cost of a single genius or even many was a worthy price for these small families to pay. That was the harsh reality. A single genius would have never changed their fates. Their best couldn't compare to the likes of Amory, or Simona, or Armand, or any number of the other members of the Cataclysm Zone. It wasn't worth it to risk the whole family for them, at least not without the consent of their own upper echelon. The seventh-dimensional families that had come to pressure Leonel grit their teeth. They had been robbed in broad daylight, and they couldn't even voice their complaints. They tried to send messages to their families, but they realized that even this was blocked. It seemed that without Morales' territory, there would be absolutely nothing they could do. Unisixd. They could only go the long way, leaving by foot and through air under their own power. The laughter and jeers of the Morales citizens echoed through the skies as they rushed away. Their faces burned and their anger was palpable, but they didn't dare to attack. Even if they had the balls to, they felt like an all-seeing eye was bearing down on them from above, observing each and every one of their actions. And even if it wasn't there, what chance did the small handful of them stand against so many Morales? The elders wouldn't even have to take action. They would be drowned by sixth-dimensional experts. This seemed like a great victory, but after the doors of the Morales Palace closed, the elders seemed to boil over with all of the emotions that they had kept bottled up, the leader of which was Elder Arya. Leonel could already read her impression of him from a mile away, and right now she couldn't seem to control herself at all as she exploded. Patriarch, this was highly inappropriate. You've put the entire family on the brink of destruction. Tommy and Nora Morales, who had just been in exceptionally high spirits, looked around in confusion. Wasn't this a great thing? What was happening? Elder Arya realized that there were still third parties here and that she had exploded too soon. She made a move to dismiss the two children, but before she could, Leonel held up a hand. His smile had returned, and she met her eyes. What would you suggest we do? Arya took a breath and regained her composure, her eyes becoming more piercing. They were just messengers. Since things have come this far, we'll catch them, detain them, accuse them of disrespecting the Morales family name, and jail them. We'll send a message to their families and organizations demanding compensation. This compensation will be less than what you asked for their geniuses. When they come forward with this compensation, we will return both their messenger and their genius as a sign of goodwill. To the public, we will appear both strong and magnanimous, while politically we will sow more relationships than enemies. It will fix all of this. The elders fell into silence, and Leonel even saw many of them visibly relax. This was an excellent plan, and a win in all directions. It was the kind of plan their patriarch should have been the one to come up with, but there was a reason they were a council. Their patriarchs were often young and needed guidance. Their help would fix everything. Even Leonel's brows rose up, and in the end he happily laughed and even clapped. That is very much not the response I expected, Leonel said cheerily. I thought that your solution would be to have me step down and give the excuse of grieving to deal with this situation, but I must admit that I was wrong. I apologize, Elder Arya. Elder Arya snorted. What a joke. Even if she wanted to do that, it would make the Morales look weak to have their patriarch step down due to the pressure of other families. She would never allow that. However, I still like my plan better. Chapter 2274. You don't believe me? Elder Arya was stunned silent, and then her expression twisted. You! Leonel held up a hand. Do not misunderstand. I respect my elders and your experience. I am not casually dismissing your plans out of malice or anger, nor am I acting out of emotion. Though, even if I was, it really wouldn't make much of a difference, Leonel thought to himself with a smile. Whether he was being emotional or not, he didn't believe there were many, if any, who could outmaneuver him in this world. Victory would be certain one way or another, but since he had his wits about him, he might as well be calm and calculated, taking the best and most perfect course of action. Arya grit her teeth, but since Leonel had spoken so clearly, it was her duty to calm down and listen to him. She really wanted to hear what he could possibly say that was better than her plan. First, you all need to understand something. If we cannot get on the same page, we will never be in harmony, and if we lack harmony, you all will fight me every step of the way. You need to understand that these choices I'm making aren't only because they will benefit the Morales family the most, but also because there is no other choice. Leonel looked through them one by one. I know you heard my words. I know you feel that they are reasonable, and I know that in your thoughts you believe that the only thing we can do against such allegations is to stall. But do you know what these families fear the most right now? Arya's jaw tightened. That's right, you're all very experienced. What they fear the most is us having time. They fear us unearthing the potential of our new lineage factor, of birthing more talents that have acclimated to it from birth, of me potentially sharing whatever illusory and mysterious plan my father has to help others improve greatly in a short period of time. This month or so they've given us since the death of my father wasn't out of courtesy. It was the time they needed to prepare, to line all their ducks in a row, to make sure that they were ready for war at any given time. Second Nova, Leonel suddenly called out. A subtle portal of spatial force opened up, and Orin appeared. He was slightly confused at first, but he quickly focused and bowed to the elders around. Leonel grinned. Your information networks are some of the best in the human domain, no? The best, Orin corrected out of habit. He hesitated afterward, but then he felt that being humble right now wouldn't suit him. If anything, it would just annoy him. He had his own pride as a Morales and a demon, for that matter, and what would you say the odds the seventh-dimensional families are preparing for war? Orin blinked in confusion. Well, 100%, but isn't that obvious considering the sudden invasion by the other domains? Of course they're. Orin trailed off, and his heart jumped several beats. Having information was one thing. Interpreting it properly was a completely different matter. If information was enough to understand every and all things, then who would ever fail to answer a mathematics problem? Who would ever mistakenly answer a reading comprehension question? It was all too easy to get lost in the weeds of unimportant information. And Orin, too, had made that mistake. He had gathered quite a bit of intel on the movements of the families and how much preparation they were doing for war, and to him, and the rest of the Morales for that matter, it was just a matter of simple logic. The human domain had just suffered a devastating attack. Why wouldn't the most powerful families be preparing? What he had neglected was the fact that this was also the perfect shroud, the perfect wool over their eyes, the perfect misdirection. Were these families really preparing for another invasion? How had the Morales prepared? They called all their citizens, huddling them up in their capital solar system, and deployed sentries to scout and make sure that no one encroached on their territory. This was how you might best prepare for a coming invasion. But what had those families done? Nothing of the sort. They gathered resources, called back their warriors, tightened control over various human domain organizations, and then they sent out envoys to pressure the Morales family, a family that would be one of their biggest allies during an invasion. When it was put like this, even a fool could see it. Orin almost felt like an idiot for not seeing it sooner. Looking at Leonel, he felt that he understood why he had lost so handily. Of course, he had never entered the air wars for victory. His only goal was to deal with Third Nova. But even so, something told him it wouldn't have mattered even if he had intentions for victory. Orin took a deep breath. They want to strike us a blow. Leonel smiled, and Arya and the other elders remained silent. They understood even without it being said in so many words. There was never room to compromise, and there was never room to stall. War was already on their front porch, and Leonel seemed to be the only one who had noticed. Then, Leonel suddenly spoke. The second thing you need to understand is that even if this wasn't the case, I would still attack. Why? Because we are in an undefeatable position. The elders frowned. No? You don't believe me? Leonel waved a hand, and countless runes appeared in the air. The elders suddenly felt light as air, as though they could run at double the speed. But then they suddenly felt as heavy as boulders, their arms and legs not moving like they wanted them to. And then their force surged, rushing through their nodal pathways like raging rivers, but then the reverse almost buried them into their seats, and an instant later. Controlling their abilities to speak or not wasn't a parlor trick, Leonel beamed. It's an ability that requires fundamental control over this world's very laws. If they step within our borders, they die. This was already shocking enough, but this wasn't what Leonel was banking on at all because he felt they still didn't understand exactly what this meant. Instead, he had something they would understand with far greater clarity. Chapter 2007-5 Undefeatable Position.uxt. Leonel looked at them, and he could see that they didn't understand. Or maybe they did, and they just didn't understand how far it could go. Sure, seventh-dimensional existences would be the backbone of any powerful army, but how many of them could Leonel use it on at once? And let's say that he could use it on an infinite number and practically cripple their battle strength. What good was it against ancestors? Even if the Morales wiped the floor with every seventh-dimensional expert the others could throw at them, when their ancestors were all defeated beneath the sheer numbers they would be forced to face, what good would it do? Once all the Morales ancestors were dead, the ancestors of the opposing families would just turn their attention toward them, and then what? They would all be massacred to the last man. No amount of advantages and help would close the gap between the seventh and eighth dimensions. Your worries aren't warranted. You know as well as anyone that the ancestors didn't want me to become patriarch, at least not so easily, and yet what happened? The elders froze. Indeed, Alvaro and Issa weren't happy at all. An overlord had even appeared. They had forgotten about this matter because they just chalked it up to the overlord taking favor upon Leonel, but was that really what happened? It doesn't really matter whether you believe me or not, though, at least not for now. Because you've understood the first point well enough, there is no taking a step back, there is only forward now, and we can only walk that path together. Leonel grinned. What I can help you with, though, is all that worry. He snapped his finger, and a soul appeared. It took shape and quickly formed a vibrant violet armor. It was a behemoth of a man, and they immediately recognized him as the genius of the Tor family, Armand. But now, Armand took a knee before Leonel, his gaze filled with subservience. Greetings, King. Tell me, Armand, what is the structure of the Tor family armies? Yes, King. The Tor family has a total of 200,000 Tier 9 God Path 7th dimensional experts. They're led by the General of Earth, the General of Love, the General of War, and the General of Strength, each one a junior ancestor with exceptional combat prowess. We have 6 ancestors. Ancestor Orion, Ancestor Pleiades. The greatest trump card of our Tor family, at least as far as I know, King, is the constellation formation, as it is for all constellation families. Gathering together all 6 ancestors and the pride of our family, the constellation can enter a sort of berserk state that allows the ancestors to tap into greater power. This trump card can only be used while within our territory, but it is exceptionally powerful. The time of use should vary from family to family, but it lasts about 3 hours for us. Some other trump cards include the first ancestor's battle axe. It is a life-grade weapon, and it has a life steal ability. It is said that our first ancestor was a blood sovereign and had exceptional earth affinity. He was able to forge this weapon despite not being a crafter, and when used in the hands of an ancestor, their stamina is as unlimited as their number of kills. So long as the blade tastes blood, the ancestor will never falter. Another trump card, Armand continued to talk, holding nothing back and filling the hall with so much information that even the elders felt overwhelmed. Was there such a thing as too much information? How would they even take advantage of all of this? But seeing Leonel's laughter and remembering what he had done during the air wars, they felt a unique weight being lifted up and off their shoulders. Leonel didn't even wait for Armand to finish. This was all a farce. He had already documented and stored all this information, both physically and in his mind. The plans he had for each and every family were on a completely different level. But what was more amusing than this was what he would do first. With a thought, Leonel brought out a powerful ore that exuded a great amount of pressure. It was an 8th dimensional ore, one that had only been produced in Morales lands, and of course he had taken it without asking. But very soon, they would understand why. With a smile, he spoke. Breathe. Armand shuddered with excitement, and his soul was suddenly absorbed into the orb. This ore was known as Blood Diamond Ore. It was one born in the depths of thick combat and blood, and it carried aspects of blood force and earth force, ironically an ore that was a perfect match for the first ancestor Tor's weapon. The ore boomed and expanded, and soon a fully armored, and more importantly, flesh-covered Armand appeared. This was the true use of Breathe. With an adequate sacrifice, a soul he forced to arise would gain permanence beyond the 24-hour period. The more talented the soul, the more powerful it was, the higher the required sacrifice. This blood diamond ore was actually far more than what Armand needed, but Leonel could also use Breathe as a proxy to strengthen his souls as well. When the process was complete, he could decide the new construction's level of autonomy. If he wanted its growth potential, he would have to give it more autonomy. If he wanted its immediate strength and complete loyalty far more, then he would restrict its autonomy. Though, he could change these matters later so long as he did it within a certain time frame. And of course, he had chosen to restrict Armand's autonomy. Leonel grinned. Return to your family. Yes, King. Armand rushed away without even glancing toward the Morales ancestors. Leonel beamed, raising up the silver tablet. I can resurrect people with this tablet and they'll be complete and whole. Or I can resurrect people with a sacrifice and my strength, in which case they'll be completely under my control. I think you've all forgotten. I meant it when I said we are in an undefeatable position. No matter how many below ancestor-level brothers and sisters die, so long as they are a Morales, I can bring them back. The Morales elders were beyond shaken for the final time that day. Chapter 2276 goal, there's no time to wait. The attacks will begin within the day. And by attacks, I mean our own. Leonel stood to his feet, the shock of the elders not moving him. But the others. Elder Arya tried to speak, but she was far more hesitant and unsure. Nora had never seen her mentor like this, and it made her respect for Leonel skyrocket. Her eyes sparkled as she looked toward Leonel's back, but her discipline was strong as her expression remained professional, imitating her mentor. I only retained Armand to show you all. Before I even came here, I had already sent the other geniuses back, and I also noted down all of the information that I needed to as well. I have a perfect battle plan in place for each and every 7th dimensional family. We will attack in one sweep and I will lead every charge. You will? Leonel's figure flickered and clones of himself manifested one after another. However, these clones didn't seem normal. Instead, they were like a cross of soul constructs and something beyond. Were they crafts? How was that possible? Elder Arya's heart skipped a beat. As a crafter a step from the life grade herself, her experience was great and untold, but she felt wholly inferior just seeing this scene. She couldn't even begin to tell just how Leonel had done it. Nothing she thought of made sense. And of course she couldn't. This craft was a combination of little Tali's help, his King's Might lineage factor, and his crafting expertise. It was impossible for a crafter alone to accomplish this, at least not at Leonel's current level. The first thing he did was intimately understand breathe. He couldn't do this without his enlightened self, but what also made it far easier was the help he received from his vital star force, raising it to a half step from impetus state. Breathe was ultimately a bridge from inanimate to the animate, a connection that gave something dead life. The second thing he did was create the perfect ore for himself. Compared to the blood diamond ore, it was far more valuable, and it drained his wealth. This ore didn't have a name, so Leonel simply named it the King Ore. It was the perfect representation of him, carrying every aspect of his affinities and skills. This obviously relied on little Tali, but what relied on little Tali far more was what happened next. Leonel had to place a small part of himself within every King Ore, and then use breathe on himself. He wasn't quite sure how to succeed in this, and everything he tried only harmed himself to no benefit. But then little Tali, as he always seemed to do these days, made it impossibly easy. .uxd to .uxd.uxd, little Tali simply latched onto each piece itself, carrying with it its connection to Leonel. Then, when Leonel used breathe, each clone gained a small bit of himself and an aspect of Tolliver. Originally, he thought that this might harm the little one, so he did just one as a practice run, but to his shock, it was like nothing had happened at all. Before, there was a limit to how much he could split Tolliver, and he could only work on 1,000 or so crafts at the same time. But now, Tolliver had completely shed those limitations. Though Leonel hadn't tested it, it might as well have been infinite to him because it was over the capacity his own mind could even handle. As a result, forming one copy of himself to lead each army was impossibly easy. This, the Morales ancestors might have usually already complained. Leonel was the least experienced of them all, but now it seemed that he wanted to take control of everything? Were they going to trust a youth to decide the destiny of a family that had existed for thousands of years? But none of the elders remaining had the face to do such a thing. They remained silent and let the ancestors make the choice, their silence speaking for itself. It was then that a voice echoed. Littlest Nova will be the supreme commander of this war. Listen to his every order. The elders shuddered. They wouldn't normally recognize this voice, but they had learned who this man was just a day or so ago, the overlord of their family. Leonel had already walked out from the palace even as the voice sounded. It seemed that he had already expected as much, and nothing about this matter could surprise him. The elders rushed after him, the first to appear being Elder Chris. Please command me, Patriarch, she spoke in a low shout. Build me 12 armies. Each must have a size of 10 million. 7th dimensional experts only. All 12 Leonels spoke in unison. Within each, there must be an organization of sets of 10, then 100, then 1,000. Do not organize beyond that. Elder Chris inwardly questioned this kind of order. If the organization stopped at 1,000 with an army of that size, it would be a mess. That would mean 10,000 independent minds trying to work on their own. There wouldn't be any forward momentum whatsoever. The other problem was that 10 million was too small a number for a war on this scale. The numbers should start at billions. What was a scale of millions going to do? There were billions of Morales who had awakened at least one lineage factor in the Nova generation alone, let alone the others. But her discipline caused her to not even attempt to question it. Split the Tier 9 7th dimensional experts evenly, and do not add any junior ancestors. You all will anchor the home base. You have exactly 6 hours to accomplish this. Go. Elder Chris saluted and then vanished. Patriarch, what is our goal? Elder Arya tried to remain in line, but she wasn't raised in the military like Chris was. Her discipline was nowhere near the same. The goal? Within a week, the Constellation Alliance will be brought to their knees. Chapter 2277, Falling Sky. The location was the territory of the Constellation Bow Alliance, more accurately, that of the Terius family. The Constellation Bow Alliance was one of the weaker organizations, at least compared to the Spirituals' religion, the Void Palace, or Shield Cross Stars. Originally, the Terius family was a powerhouse that stood toe-to-toe with the Morales and the Sweards, but after losing the Bow Domain Ring, their strength plummeted in the coming generations. In order to stave off this downfall, they brought together their subordinate families, many of which were branches formed by Terius family members that had married into other families, and formed a single alliance behind a single bow constellation. The result of this was their influence remaining relatively the same, although far more spread out. It was a sacrifice that allowed them to maintain their power, but it was still a sacrifice. The Terius family of today could no longer do as they pleased, and the loss of Nazag, the youth meant to carry them back to their true prosperity, had caused them to hit rock bottom until he suddenly came back. This should have been a joyous occasion, but the elders of the Terius family didn't feel that way at all. In fact, they were very wary. The timeline matched up. They had just sent an envoy to pressure the Morales family, and an envoy that would have had the backing of all the most powerful families and organizations of the human domain as well. They received reports not long afterward that Leonel Morales had been enraged, stolen their warships, and then kicked their people out, which had caused a delay in the message. But then soon afterward, Nazag returned home. It all lined up. According to the reports, Leonel had acted on his own, and the elders of the Morales didn't have a chance to stop him. It made sense for them to take this course of action as a peace offering to buy themselves more time. But these old men and women were very experienced, and they hadn't forgotten Leonel's abilities. Namely, they were worried about the Cloud Race infiltrating their ranks. Exposing a Cloud Race member when you were unaware of their existence was impossible. This was a technology of scope the human domain didn't have. However, when you had a suspicion, exposing the Cloud Race member was incredibly easy. And so, while pretending like they welcomed him back with open arms, the Tarius family had actually trapped Nazag and began to test him ruthlessly. But to their shock, or maybe their relief, it truly was Nazag. His soul was the same, his body was even stronger than it had been in the past, and he seemed to have even gained a sort of enlightenment, coming back with a more powerful momentum than he had in the past. It seemed that he had taken the loss to heart, but not enough that it would affect his future advancement, and it filled the hearts of his father and the elders with pride. Marcelo Taria stood before his son, a beaming smile on his face. "It's good that you're all right, it's good." His eyes glistened with unshed tears, but he held back. Both he and his wife couldn't possibly be bundles of emotion. Even now, Teresa Tarius refused to let go of her son, holding on to her tightly. It had been hard for the two of them these last few days. They had understood the intentions of the elders, but they also wanted their son back. At the same time, they didn't want to treat a member of the Cloud Race as their own flesh and blood, as that would only hurt more. It could only be said that they had been greatly conflicted in recent days, and they couldn't be happier now. Nazag smiled. "There's no need to worry, Mom, Dad. I've learned from this. I'll only come back stronger. Leonel Morales released me this time, but next time, I'll make sure he'll regret giving me this opportunity." He wanted to slap his son's shoulders, but his wife was in the way, and he could only settle for a hearty laughter instead. "Nazag," Marcelo suddenly said, getting serious, "we'll be going to war soon. Although I don't want to put you in danger so soon after you've returned to us, there's no other choice. The Constellation families and much of the human domain have already decided to make a move on the Morales. We must be swift and surgical. You'll get your revenge very soon." Nazag nodded. "When will we move out?" Marcelo grinned with pride, seeing his son's eagerness. If Nazag had shown any hesitation, he would know that his previous bravado about learning from this loss had been nothing but a fat facade. But now, he was certain his son had come back stronger. "The war preparations are already finished, however the date of attack hasn't quite been settled yet. We need a sudden and swift attack, one that deals the Morales a devastating blow. Their momentum right now is far too fierce, and we need to knock it down several levels before we take any further course of action. Families like the Morales and ours have extremely deep foundations. It's easy to deal a blow, but it's much harder to eliminate them from the roots. If we act, we need to do the latter." "Understood, Father. I'll be ready." "Good. Now go off. Elder Moody is waiting for you. I and your mother have our own part to play, and as do you. You are in the 7th dimension now. You have responsibilities." Boom. XDW Marcelo never stopped speaking, but it might as well have been as though he had. The cacophony of sounds was so vicious and violent that all noise aside from it was washed away in a tsunami-like tide. The expression of the entire family changed, and they rushed out onto their large balcony, looking up into the skies to find that it felt like it was falling. Chapter 2278A. My King Marcelo was shocked. This was the capital of the Tarius family, the core of the Constellation Alliance. How could there be an attack here without any further information? How could they not have been alerted? Any family worth their salt would have countless outposts stretching from the edge of their territory to the very core. Even if dozens failed, there would still be dozens more. It simply didn't make sense for anyone to get this far without their knowledge. Marcelo's expression changed again as he realized something else. The planet's protective formation, a formation that had stood for hundreds of years and was maintained with the full force of the family, had fallen already. The quaking of the planet was none other than a sign of its collapse, and at this moment, the noblest of the Tarius family were on the chopping block. A single string from a Tier 2 warship could destroy the entire planet. Even if the ancestors took action now, it would still be too late. Just how had this happened? The worst-case scenario that Marcelo was expecting didn't happen. In the skies, half a dozen starships surrounded the planet. They were far smaller than anything Marcelo had ever seen before, but the power of their lasers was so precise that they perfectly targeted the weaknesses of their formation. Each was about the quarter the size of a normal moon, and their swiftness was unlike anything he had ever seen before. They moved with such fluidity out of the way of the retaliation of the Tarius family, and then flew to one another's sides, forming a large force arc between them that repelled another onslaught back toward the planet. And then they appeared. Armored like a rainbow, battalions and troops of all kinds of solid colors. Marcelo had never seen an army like this one. It was normal for an army to have a single banner they flew under, and a single uniform they all shared. But he had never seen an army that had so many different armors at once, at least not when attacking as one unit. It felt disjointed, unprofessional, even a bit childish, until it suddenly wasn't. A troop of 1,000,000 wearing shimmering white gold armors flickered, and before Marcello could even understand what was happening, the next volley of attacks to the army passed right through them as though they weren't there. In fact, the volley flew right through the starships to their back as well. It wasn't until there was suddenly a devastating boom on the ground that Marcello realized what was happening. It was all an illusion. Maybe they had never been in the skies in the first place. No, maybe it was that they had been in the skies. But while they were all focused on what was happening above, the battle on the ground had already begun. The retaliation of the Tarius family was swift. There were already several powerhouses of the Constellation Bow Alliance present, all focused on planning for the coming war. In addition, like Marcello's family had said, they were very ready for war as well. The moment their enemy didn't choose to destroy their planet with a single laser strike, they were able to recover and begin their counter-assault. However, even as they did so, they found their options being whittled down one by one. First, their large-scale war machines became useless because they couldn't pinpoint the starships in the skies. On top of that, the army made it to the ground, and targeting them with such weapons would mean targeting their own citizens as well. Second, they realized that their greatest advantages as bowmen suddenly vanished. Their bow force couldn't gather at all, and this was the most devastating blow they could have faced. Their most powerful weapons and large-scale force arts all relied on bow force. Without it, they couldn't even communicate with their constellation. And that was when it settled in. Where had they seen this ability before? The Morales are attacking. A young man far too big and burly to be an archer roared into the Hall of Elders. The elders looked toward this messenger, their gazes dark. They already knew this. They had figured it out the moment their bow force stopped working. There was only one person that they had ever seen do this, and they had already decided on a course of action. They would send an ancestor to kill Leonel, no matter what the cost. And they did exactly that. Unfortunately, the moment this ancestor appeared, they were cut down by the starship. They sent a group afterward, but they were cut down by the starships as well. By the time the regular populace and the leaders of their armies realized that the Morales were the ones attacking, the Constellation Bow Alliance had already lost 4 of their ancestors. In the entire alliance, they only had 9, 4 of which were the ancestors of the Tarius family, and the other 5 of which came from their allies. And now, the Tarius family had lost 2, while the various families had lost 3. This was the most devastating blow they had taken since the loss of the Bow Domain Ring. They almost lashed out at the messenger for bringing them news they already knew, but they didn't even get the chance to. Deep within Tarius territory, even deeper than the Elders' meeting room and in a location similar to the Morales Holy Land, the Tarius family had already begun to evacuate their future. Among this number, there was Nazag, and he had been the first on their list of priorities. So long as he lived, everything else could be negotiated. USXT. That was why it was so surprising when Nazag suddenly tapped his forehead and a resonating force art suddenly formed. Beneath the astonished gazes of the escaping Constellation Bow Alliance members, Leonel suddenly appeared with a smile on his face by Nazag's side. "My king!" Leonel ignored him, waving the hand that Tolliver wrapped around. In that moment, a woman deep within Tarius territory stirred, and the world spirit of the Tarius family was ripped from her body. Chapter 2279, 2 Choices. The Tarius family members were shocked. The strongest of them were out fighting the Morales army, but that didn't mean that those they had left behind were weak. In fact, it could be said that this was the strongest collection of geniuses that the family had. Even those that were in Tier 9 were among those with the highest chance of one day entering the realm of ancestors. They were shocked into almost not reacting, but that only lasted for a brief instant before they all rushed Leonel. Unfortunately, that brief attempt was all they got. Leonel crushed the world spirit in his palms and raised it into the air. In that instant, every Tarius in existence felt as though a part of them had been violently ripped away, many of them feeling their eyes tears well up for reasons that were far beyond their control. An overwhelming pressure descended from the distance as the individual Leonel assumed was the overlord of the Tarius family reacted. She rushed forward with a great amount of speed, but her expression sank when she understood the situation. No, when she felt it. The Tarius family territory, even while they were still fighting with everything they had been stripped away from them. A new and foreign energy swept in, far weaker than the first had been, and far more subtle as well. Each member of the Tarius felt a small suppression on their abilities. It was minor, but it remained uncomfortable. Almost as though a thin and moist paper towel was placed before their nose and mouth, making breathing just a bit more difficult. Overlord Tarius saw red. She didn't know how this had happened, or how an outsider had so easily entered their territory. But a scarlet-red bow that looked as though it had been carved of rubies took shape in her hands. Even as her wrinkles deepened, her fury rose up, flames sparking in her eyes as she unleashed a roar. She hadn't spoken in several years. She didn't have to. Her only duty to the family was to cycle her energy, protect the world spirit, and remain alive for the event that they were placed in an existential crisis. And now, she had already failed in one of these tasks. her arrow released in an instant, appearing before Leonel's forehead as though it had teleported there. She didn't hold back in the slightest, not even minding the life and death of their family's future. If there was no world spirit, there would be no future to be had in the first place. However, under her astonished gaze, the arrow, even wreathed in flames, vanished. No, it didn't vanish. It crumbled like a moist cake. Then it quickly dried out and drifted into the air like fluttering ash. Leonel turned to gaze toward Overlord Tarius, his expression indifferent. The Overlord had seen this young man before. As an Overlord, her and her many companions across the human domain never cared to pay attention to other air wars, except for this one. They knew the face of this young man well, but never did she think she would come face to face with him so very soon. Soon, all of the former strength of the Tarius family will vanish. At that time, you'll have a choice to make. It's either you'll subordinate yourselves to those four powers, or to me. I can tell you that the smart choice is the latter one, but I have a feeling that you're all going to make a decision out of emotion. All I can say to that is that I don't give second chances. If you don't want to live, feel free to choose the wrong side. Adios, Leonel gave the Overlord a mock salute and then vanished in a twinkling starlight. The instant he did, Nazog paled. He used me. His words were full of grief and indignation, his legs buckling beneath him and his wails echoing through the holy land of the Tarius family. No one knew what to say. Some of them had seen the light come from Nazog, but they found it difficult to blame him. It seemed they didn't know that they didn't know just how intentional it all was, but they were still children in the Overlord's eyes, and what they would be swayed by wasn't what an Overlord would be swayed by. Detain him, she said coldly, her teeth clenched and her chest heaved. Without the world spirit, she was staring down more than just the mortality of the Tarius family. She was also forced to face her own mortality. Without the world spirit, she would live at most a few more months, and not much more than a year at the very most. All the while, her strength would decrease day by day. It could be said that the function of the world spirit, aside from keeping her and other overlords alive, was for the sake of maintaining a constant outpouring of strength. Without it, their power would decline too much with their old age. Overlord Tarius watched as Nazog was captured and chained, but her reaction didn't change much, other than the biting of her lip. She could sense that Leonel's army was retreating after dealing them a devastating blow, and she felt her rage rising up to her. They had lost their world spirit. They had lost several ancestors. Their future seemed to remain intact, but what good were they without a strong backbone to begin with? The worst part was that she didn't know whether this was all that was happening either. It made sense for Leonel to attack them first. After all, he had a decided advantage against them. She hadn't thought that even her own arrows would be useless against him, and yet here they were. Overlord Tarius took out an item that looked like a talisman and then burned it with an odd white flame. However, her expression twisted when she realized immediately, even before it completely dissipated, that her message hadn't gone through. Leonel was already using their world spirit to interfere with the normal function of their world.uxd.ushi. She ground her teeth so loudly that the echoes resonated through the Holy Land. Chapter 228 couldn't believe Nyext XD Overlord. Overlord Tarius took a breath and calmed herself. She refused to allow herself to remain flustered over a child. After a moment, she summoned the remaining two ancestors of the Tarius family and the remaining two from their subordinate families. The fact that the Tarius family still had an overlord remaining was actually a secret from their subordinates, but now wasn't the time to still retain a trump card. The appearance of Overlord Tarius immediately settled the growing fissures between the Tarius families and their branch families. However, it also made them realize just how bad the situation was if the death of 5 ancestors wasn't enough. Once they appeared, Overlord Tarius began to speak immediately, taking control of the situation. My ability to communicate with the other families has been closed off, and I assume that their ability to contact us has been likewise cut off. I also cannot leave for fear that another attack might be launched, and the Alliance needs a stabilizing force right now. I will lay out the situation as plainly as possible. We have lost our world spirit. Nazog was used as a gateway to enter our Holy Land and locate it, while some method unknown to me was used to capture it. It's safe to say that within a certain range, the Morales family has the ability to steal any and all world spirits. I did not even have the chance to resist, let alone speak of resisting. With the current situation, our constellation will gradually weaken until our connection with it is lost entirely. Our lineage factor will follow it in weakening. As that happens, the hold that the Morales have on our territory will strengthen until this region is no different from any one of their other territories. Within a few years, this location will become an 8th-dimensional world as well, but this boon will have nothing to do with us as we will be beneath the thumb of the Morales. As things stand, there are only 2 options before us. The first is to kneel to the Morales. The second is to kneel to the Sweard family and the spiritual's religion. A family without a world spirit has no right to raise their heads high, and I only have a limited time left to effect change and help position us well for the future. When Overlord Tarius finished speaking, there was nothing but somberness and frailty in the air. The 4 ancestors seemed to sink into their positions, realizing that they were almost helpless to do anything. This very same conversation occurred all around the human domain. These families found themselves stretched thin, their world spirits snatched. Some were in an even worse position than others, not having even a single overlord to rely on and their speaking power being even weaker as a result. The Cancer family, the Ram family, the Virgo family, the Pisk family, the Cornus family. Of these, only the Ram family surprisingly had an overlord, a secret they had tightly held to themselves all the while, but in the end, it did them little better than the chance to jockey for position in the future. Some families were in more complicated straits, though, finding themselves torn in two directions for more than just benefits, but rather emotion as well, one of which being the Corius family. Vega Corius sat in her family's hall, her mind quite blank. Unlike the other families, there was no traitor among the Corius, but that had only made their fate all the more devastating. Leonel's armies didn't pull back. Instead, they were led by the true Leonel. He bulldozed through their ranks with sheer force, and a great number of starships descended onto their planet. Leonel hadn't given the week-long timeline for most families. The families like the Terrius had fallen in just a few hours. In fact, 10 of the 12 constellation families had fallen within a few hours, without even the chance to retaliate. The Gemini, the Leo, the Libra, the Taur, the Cornus, the Cancer, the Ram, the Virgo, and the Pisk families had all fallen. Ironically, it was due to her connection with First Nova that Vega's family had ended up among the worst. Well, relatively speaking. Many more of their seventh-dimensional experts had died, but their ancestors were intact. Of course, that was relative as well. Their ancestors were all bedridden, each one so heavily injured that this meeting could only be led by Vega's great-grandmother and the only overlord of the Corius family. The Corius, the Gemini, the Libra, the Taur, the Taurius, and the Ram families, the six that all had overlords among their ranks. In these past few weeks, Vega had gotten into a habit of blankly staring out into space. After Velasco had died, she had been called back to her family. Truthfully, she hadn't thought much of it. Leonel's mother had spoken out to help her and Adawarth's relationship, but now that Velasco was dead, her words held much less weight. She had had no choice but to return, not wanting to put undue pressure on the Morales. In fact, she had even returned in secret. What she hadn't expected was that when she returned home, she would hear of a war plan. She immediately tried to escape, but that had ended in her imprisonment, an imprisonment she had only been released from today so that her great-grandmother could interrogate her about her involvement and learn of whether she had been aware of this plan or not. She had been spared since she truly had no idea, but her fate in the family was precarious. Not that it mattered much since the family's fate as a whole also seemed to be. Bang! Overlord Corius's wrinkled palm slammed into the throne beneath her, nearly shattering it completely. The Corius family will not stand for this. We will storm the capitals of the Morales and wash them over with rivers and oceans. Her roar thundered. Leonel didn't seem to particularly care about what choice the families would make. At the moment, he strolled through pious territory, his armies around him. In the distance, he could see a furious Simona. She couldn't seem to believe that Leonel would do this to her. Hadn't they been allies? Chapter 2008-1. An ally of mine. Leonel pretended as though he didn't see Simona's furious glare. His senses were focused on the battle around him, sharply directing the movements of his troops. He didn't have the time to baby the emotions of a young woman he hardly knew. The amount that he hoped to gain from returning her puppy beast to her had already been fulfilled. The rest would be decided on very different factors. It was almost without suspense at all. His battle plan for the Pius family had been the most robust, containing contingencies for Simona's paternal family. But it seemed that he had thought too much. They weren't actually taking action at all, and he strolled right up to the gates of the Pius family's palace. At that moment, Simona stepped out from the palace, her mother following to her side and a large number of Pius ancestors appearing with them. High in the skies, the starships rumbled, but Leonel didn't control them to fire. With his dream domain still deployed, Leonel scanned every inch of the planet, not paying attention to the mother-daughter duo immediately. He seemed to be quite calm, and it didn't seem like he was fighting a bloody war at all. The warriors of the Morales were already valiant, but without the fear of death looming over their heads, they seemed to become like monsters in human skin. Their spears sung, and the eagerness in their eyes was palpable. This was the last battle Leonel was fighting. He had actually left it for last, along with the Quarius family, splitting 6 of the 12 armies he had had Elder Chris build toward each one of those families. So, these men and women had already experienced what it meant to fight with Leonel as their general. They had tasted the ease of victory, the thrill of fighting without the worry of death. It was exhilarating. The ancestors thought that their appearance would dampen the spirits of the army they were facing considerably, but what they found instead was a pair of 60 million burning eyes, each one looking as though they would tear even them apart had Leonel not given the command yet. It was shocking. They knew that the Morales would have high morale, but how could it possibly be this high? Their plan was always to dampen it, but it seemed that the Morales had acted far swifter than they had expected, and it all seemed to be due to this young man they had watched systematically dismantle their young geniuses one by one. "Leonel!" Simona finally roared, unable to take the silence any longer. Her violet puppy had grown and barked with a raging moment, but it was still far too small to be intimidating. Even so, sensing Simona's fury, it too lashed out. Leonel finally looked up as though he had finally begun focusing on the situation. Oh, hello, Simona. How've you been? Simona had always been a beauty with an ice-cold disposition, but when she heard these words, she nearly exploded. She grit her teeth hard as her puppy growled. Simona's mother raised a hand, calling for her daughter to take a breath. This was no longer Leonel Morales, and her daughter didn't seem to have noticed this yet. Patriarch Morales, this action of the Morales is indeed a bit inappropriate. The Pius family never has any intentions of taking action along with the other families. If you continue to press, we'll have no choice but to retaliate in full force. Haul, low, 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 low. The Morales army roared, slamming the butts of their spears into the ground. Their cries resonated and echoed, drowning out the threat in Matriarch Pius's words as though she had never spoken at all. Leonel raised a hand, and the roar came to an abrupt stop like a taut string cut cleanly right at its most tense point. The matriarch's pupils constricted, but she said nothing, waiting for Leonel's response. If you don't want me to attack, it's quite simple, don't you think? Leonel asked with a smile. Hand over your world spirit and subordinate yourselves to the Morales, and you won't have to fight any battles today. Simona's temper threatened to flare again, but her mother continued to speak calmly. Is it a tactic of the Morales to try and humiliate their enemies? That's unbecoming of a warrior. Humiliate? Leonel blinked in confusion. I was only telling you what you could do to avoid battle. Matriarch Pius fell into silence for a long while before she spoke again. I see now how the Morales treat their allies. Why would I place my family's fate in your hands? Prepare for battle. This time, it was Leonel who laughed, and uproariously at that. So, you want to use this line of reasoning. In that case, I will make something as clear as possible. Your daughter has never been my ally. She lost that right the moment she chose her life and death over being so. Don't think I forgot that Simona Pius escaped the air wars the moment the Oman family's starship appeared. You speak of the fate of your family as my ally. But why should I care for allies who vanish the moment the situation shows signs of going poorly? See X.9xt. Simona's expression turned a blazing shade of red as her rage boiled over. Was she supposed to risk her life against a ship that could take an ancestor's life in an instant for a mere air war? But, truth be told, I don't care about this matter. Leonel's smile grew brighter. The Air Wars was a child's game to me. I never took it seriously, and none of your so-called geniuses ever stood a chance against me because even most of your ancestors wouldn't. The real reason I choose to treat you as enemies and not as allies is because I don't have a fetish for being stabbed in the back. If today I left here, your Pius family would wait on the sidelines, biding your time. You would face some pressure here and there as both sides tried to force you to choose a side, but you would ultimately resist. And then, when the time came, your true leader, the Godlin family. Matriarch Pius's eyes widened. Would take action at the most opportune moment, and I'd be caught with my pants around my ankles, now wouldn't I? Leonel grinned. So, how about we skip all of that, and I crush you now? Matriarch Pius took a haggard breath, her calm mask slipping somewhat. I think that you've misunderstood something here. You aren't as clever as you think you are. Oh? Is that so? Leonel's smile faded, and the air solidified. The Morales began to slam their spears' butts onto the ground once more, the roar of their spear force spiraling into the air. High in the skies, the constellation of the Pius family seemed to flicker in and out of existence, a pressure weakening it considerably. Then, let me not mince my words so that we won't have any more misunderstandings, Leonel said lightly. No family, no organization, no powerhouse that sat by and watched as the human domain was attacked and did nothing but sit on their hands will be considered an ally of mine. Leonel's voice rumbled. Attack. Chapter 2282, landed the Morales army charged forward, not showing the slightest hint of fear toward the lineup of ancestors. With a rush, a barrier formed over the palace, however the army seemed prepared. They closed the distance to just 50 meters and then came to a controlled stop. Three groups of troops felt their bodies tremble as three large translucent shields appeared in the skies. They resonated with a clear power and prepared a perfect defense even before the cannons of the Pius family cannons took shape and fired. Leonel wasn't surprised by this. He only needed one army for 10 of the Constellation families because he had insider information. He knew about all of their formations, where they were located, and a general idea of what their weaknesses might be. Against the Quarius and Paiu families, though, he had no such information and was forced to compensate with larger numbers. However, larger was only relative. Charging into a Constellation family's territory with just 60 million troops was like trying to eat an elephant to death with just a handful of ants. But that was Leonel's confidence. The formation had only appeared for an instant, and the shields of the army had only been bombarded a single time, but Leonel's gaze had already flickered. He raised up a hand, and another three troops trembled as their armors began to echo with a pulsing energy. UDXD. Leonel aligned his arms as though he was holding an invisible bow even as three large bows appeared in the skies. However, this wasn't the function of the armors. Rather, a large gathering of spear force took shape and settled into the bows. Leonel's body pulsed with a light as a blinding golden wave came from his eyes. The 3 weak points shone to him like the stars in the sky, his heart thrumming with life and power as he released his fingers through the air. Saw you! 3 spears streaked across the skies too fast to stop. At first, the ancestors of the pious family thought it to be a worthless endeavor to even try. That was what their formations were here for. They would crush Leonel from here. While they felt that they could fight this army on their own, they were wary of the starships in the skies. They could sense the danger locking onto them with every step. At the same time, the armies that Leonel was sliced through like butter were recovering. Soon, Leonel would find himself pincered from the front and back, and by then, victory would only be a matter of time. However, shrack. The first spear landed and the formation cracked. The second spear landed and it shattered. The third spear landed and the foundation of the palace was crushed, the quaking of the very core of the pious family territory being disrupted. There, Leonel thought calmly, the most difficult part about any of these incursions was finding the Holy Land. These were regions that seemed to be hidden away in a slice of space, and they were even capable of hiding from Leonel. However, there was a method he had found with some ease. Any formation built into the palace would also be among the strongest that the family could create. In order to do so, the process of building the formation would have to be incorporated into the building plans of the palace itself. By the same token, the Holy Land was most likely hidden in this region as well, stored in the absolute safest place, the core of the family. When one was disrupted, flaws would appear in them all for an instant, flaws that couldn't escape Leonel's senses at all. And when he found that flaw, he would take action. Leonel took a step forward, a squadron of 10 following him close in lockstep. Their movements were in sync, their faces and bodies hidden beneath dark black armor. With a single intention, their force pooled together and began to swirl around Leonel like a whirlpool of water. Leonel grasped at the air and his black rod appeared in his hands. He took another step and vanished from the center of the army along with his squadron of 10. He appeared in the midst of the ancestors to their shock, his spear sweeping out. A feeling of danger touched their hearts and a cold breeze sliced across their necks. They rushed backward, their hands subconsciously reaching up to their throats. Leonel used the opening to step into the palace and smashed his foot down once. The whirlpool of force around him roared and covered his leg in a tornado of energy. That single slam caused cracks to spread out in all directions, a sinkhole appearing right at the core of the most prestigious location of the Pious family home, a sinkhole right to their Holy Land. Matriarch Pius's eyes widened. She had retreated with her daughter the instant the battle began, the both of them still being in the 7th dimension and unable to make any large changes. But that didn't stop her from calling out. Stop! It was too late. Leonel reached out with a hand, and a violent suction force formed from the arm little Tali coated. With a rush, the world spirit of the Pious family was crushed in his palm. The Morales roared as the Pious felt a pressure on their bodies that could only come from suppression. It was clear that victory was theirs, but Leonel was focused on the hole below. It practically looked like it led to another world, and from within it he could feel an overwhelming strength heading right for him. Leonel leapt backward, his squadron moving in unison with him. As he did so, he just barely managed to dodge out of the way of a coming strike so powerful that it tore apart the world. Space tried to stitch itself back together, but it took a great deal of effort. An old man with a grizzled beard that reached down to his belly button appeared in its place, robes of purple and green hanging loosely from his shoulders and revealing the equally grayed hairs on his chest. His eyes flashed and they landed on Leonel. Chapter 2283, Cold as Ice. Chapter 2283, Cold as Ice. Leonel's gaze remained placid, but when he looked down at his chest, he found a thin line of red had formed. It was trying to eat him alive from the inside out, and if not for his powerful vitality, he would have already died from the small nick. His vital star force surged, and he was surprised to find that the aching feeling only slowed somewhat. This old man was powerful. Unlike the other overlords Leonel had seen, this old man didn't seem to have a foot in the grave. Judging by the world spirit, it wasn't being used to sustain his life force either. This was either because this old man had only just become an overlord, or he was an elite even among overlords. In fact, saying that he was elite probably didn't do him justice. There was something else going on here that was going over his head. If not for Tolliver, he had a feeling that snatching anything from this man would never be so easy. The old man stroked his beard, seemingly surprised that Leonel had dodged, or so it seemed. It was hard to tell what his actual expression was, as it was somehow both flat and yet cheery. He didn't look like he had just lost something important at all, but that didn't make sense either. Like father, like son, it seems, the old man spoke after a while. Both doing stupid things that their elders have warned them against. Leonel attacked. His spear's tip trembled and an upswell of spear force seemed to coalesce from the surrounding air. His body shifted and his Tier 1 divine armor took shape. It clicked into place one by one, its pieces looking as though they had been pulled out from the void of space and glued to his body under a mysterious spectral force. Leonel's halo shifted from the top of his head to the back. Then, its inner space flickered, forming a swirling portal of rainbow that eventually solidified into a glorious tree that seemed to uphold the very skies themselves. The armor could only be described as gorgeous. Leaf-like vein patterns of black, gold, and white covered it, crystals forming 25% of it, and a dense black obsidian-like metal forming the remaining 75%. This time, when Leonel changed his spear from the black rod to a spear that looked wreathed in vines of gold and silver, its aura didn't seem to drop at all. In fact, he only grew stronger. The old man's eyes narrowed as he leaned back a step, piercing out with 2 fingers flickering with a foggy green and purple energy. However, as soon as this force appeared was as soon as it was dispersed under a powerful suppression. Little Tali filled the gaps in Leonel's armor, running through the veins of black, gold, and white as though calling those places home. Vital star force erupted from Leonel, and the life force in the region roared to life, suppressing everything that had the scent of death, except himself. The old man's pupils constricted, but it was too late. Leonel's spear gathered the strength from his squadron and shredded the old man's fingers apart, then his wrist, and then his forearm. The old man almost lost his entire arm and just barely managed to dodge back in time. Na, 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 ma. Ma, da, na, na. Blood dripped from the stump of his elbow, his smiling expression having vanished, but Leonel hadn't come to a stop at all. The old man seemed to stop taking things casually, and a sickle with a curve like a crescent move appeared in his one good armor. His chest hair seemed to stand on end, his robes fluttering more like silk bathrobes than formal robes a senior of his stature should wear. The scent of death permeated the air, and this time, Leonel couldn't suppress it nearly as easily. However, Leonel's bloodlines thrummed. He could feel the roar of the golden tiger, and pulses of white and gold erupted from his body, his armor becoming a cross of beast furs and metal that carried the elegant bearing of a beast god. The old man had never seen an armor morph so much and so fluidly. He had seen Leonel's life-grade armor before, but it had never been on this level, and the suppression of this strength, little Tali pulsed, and Leonel seemed to grow an entire foot, his armor following with him. The halo to the back of his head followed suit, and the tree upholding the skies grew more prominent as Leonel's 10 stars appeared to his back. Darkness descended and light bolstered, playing off of one another. They supplemented and played like the moon and sun sharing the same sky. If everything was bright, then nothing was bright. If everything was dark, nothing was dark. Together they cared for another, forming the shadows and the light. That was the natural light realm. Leonel's Void Star Force and Scarlet Star Force spun around one another, his star fusion entering combustion in a single bound as his energy erupted to another level. His spear blade met the sickle, and the wrist of the old man trembled and then broke. Following suit, the sickle shattered as he attempted to solidify his arm with force, and then soon afterward he lost yet another arm. Matriarch Pius's eyes opened wide. Of all those here, only she knew who this old man was, and that was only because of her husband. Never did she think that she would see such a sight. Armless, kneeling on the ground, bleeding out rivers of blood, the old man chuckled as Leonel descended from the skies. The only sight of Leonel's expression was the cold gaze behind his visor. It was clear he planned to kill this man on sight. How nostalgic. I'll remember this just as I remembered the last time. A mysterious strength caused the planet to rumble, and then the old man, Matriarch Pius, and Simona vanished as Leonel descended. Bang! A fissure blew clean through the palace, splitting Pius City in two. Leonel landed on the ground, his divine armor slowly fading, and his expression cold as ice. Chapter 2284, Leonel Morales. Chapter 2284, Leonel Morales. Leonel looked toward the pious ancestor indifferently, but they were just as confused as everyone else was. His gaze changed focus, and he looked down toward the holy land of the pious family, but he knew that it was a waste of his time. If they left so abruptly, so much so that even he couldn't quite figure out immediately how they had, then there was no doubt in his mind that there was nothing of use left. They wouldn't be that foolish. He didn't feel any sort of satisfaction. He would have felt much better if that old man had just died, but next time they met, he would know to watch his mouth. Not that it would matter much. Next time they met, he'd have the man's head on a pike. Just because he had controlled his rage didn't mean that it wasn't still there. That man's words were clearly meant to taunt, and taunting an enraged Leonel was the last thing a person should do. As for who that old man was, it was impossible to tell with the information he had. Even his talks about the Godlin family stabbing him in the back was nothing more than posturing. He had no idea what the Godlin family was or what their plans were. He was only just well aware that they were far more powerful than they let on. He was far too sharp to be fooled by their acting, or what they thought was acting. The youths they had sent to the Air Wars were far too arrogant to be from a sixth-dimensional family, and their lineage factor had far more potential than they were letting on. This and the fact that Simona had abandoned Ina and his brothers in their time of greatest need was enough for him to act against the pious family. He wouldn't blame her for her actions, at least not to the point of punishing her for them, but he also wouldn't continue to treat her like some great ally. Wasn't that a joke? What had the pious family done for him in the Air Wars? If a percentage were to be given, it wouldn't even be one. CXD.CX.WGXD.C, Leonel slowly walked from the palace, his squadron following him. Then he raised his spear. The Morales army roared with victory, and the pious constellation seemed to almost flicker entirely out of existence. It would take some time before all 12 territories were truly Morales. But every day that passed, every second even, and along with every new territory they conquered, the more furious that momentum became. Soon, the entirety would be their territory, and no one in the human domain would be able to stop them. Bang! Matriarch Pius watched in silence as the old man kicked at a mountain furiously, causing it to crumble practically to ash. It was just a false mountain, one created by the hands of man, but it was just as large and sturdy as a real mountain. It was just unfortunate that it had caused the ambience of this peaceful garden to crumble. It was even worse that the old man seemed to have done it with a smile on his face. The old man exhaled as though he felt better and shook out his stumpy arms. Find me something that can heal my arms quickly. I can't walk around like a muppet. Are you really all right, Mauve? Matriarch Pius asked. Don't question me in front of the child, woman. You'll ruin my prestige. I think you've done plenty of that on your own. The old man looked over. You're lucky that you're Mendel's woman. I think we both know it has nothing to do with luck, and also, I am not his woman, I am his wife. Whatever helps you sleep at night, Mauve said casually. Not all of us need to lie to ourselves to be at peace. There's no lying about it. I told the dumbass Velasco that he would die if he continued on his path, and did he not? I told his father before him too, and didn't he also die? Now his grandson and his son will follow the same path. I might kill him myself if he crosses me again. If? You're well aware that you can't kill someone so important, Matriarch Pius said lightly. As for whether or not he'll kill you because you can't control your tongue, well, that would be another matter entirely. Mauve didn't say anything. Also, you know well that the reason Velasco didn't listen to you is because you wanted him to spare the man responsible for his father's death. His father wouldn't have died at all had he just listened to me, Mauve said, with finally a bit of bite in his voice. I have a feeling that these youths, these brats, these young men, as you so like to call them, might be far more insightful than you are. Every word out of your mouth is just yet another lie. Mauve fell into silence again. Neither of them seemed eager to talk, actually, and it seemed that everything would come to a conclusion like this. But then, Mauve actually parted his lips once more. The human race needs some who are willing to make a sacrifice. It can't be the weak. It has to be a sacrifice from the strong, and not just the strong, but the strongest of the strong. If they aren't willing, if they insist on being selfish, if they are so wrapped in their own designs, their own rage, their own grief, then we have no chance. The human race will be wiped out from the whole of existence. Matriarch Pius didn't respond. The news of the collapse of the 12 constellation families, or rather the robbery of their world spirits and the claiming of their territory by the Morales, spread like wildfire. Though this wasn't until weeks later when messengers finally managed to get free of Leonel's suppressions. But by then, Leonel had already prepared the Morales for the next wave. In a certain HQ, though, a familiar cross-elder Avon received the news. He sat in silence for a long time before he suddenly exploded to his feet. Grabbing his indestructible desk, he roared and ripped it from the floor, launching it out of the glass window to his back. He furiously bellowed. Leonel Morales. Chapter 285, Cross-Elders. Chapter 285, Cross-Elders. Cross-Elders. Cross-Elder Avon was absolutely furious. He remembered when he first met Leonel. He could have crushed that little shit immediately. Daring to steal the property of Shield Cross Stars, and such an important property at that, was unforgivable. To make matters worse, he had actually been a fugitive for so long. He deserved nothing but death. What others didn't know was that Shield Cross Stars had been targeting Leonel ever since he exited the Camelot Zone. The failure to claim that zone for them was an unacceptable loss, and it was felt that the best way to gain the benefits they wanted was through Leonel. Unfortunately, there was only so much that they could do while maintaining the same level of caution. He had wanted to throw it to the winds, but he wasn't the only one making decisions. There were several other Cross-Elders, each with their own factions and their own thoughts on the matter. And now, look what happened. He had wanted to launch a full assault on Earth the instant Emperor Fox had thrown him out of their territory, but he had gotten word from above that it was unsafe. He had wanted to strike to kill during the Air Wars, but he once again received word that it was ill-advised. He wanted to send a lone ancestor to ensure that Leonel would die during the human domain invasion, and yet he was once again rebuffed. He was standing here. More than half of the most powerful forces of the human domain effectively crippled and fallen under the power of the Morales, who were already gathering far too much power, and it was already far too late to take any sort of easy but drastic action. Leonel had somehow already gained the ability to protect himself from ancestors, even setting aside his armies. There were those modified starships, and even setting aside those modified starships, there were still the reports that over a dozen ancestors had died in battle, and yet there was no use that Leonel had made use of them yet. The sight of Leonel resurrecting ancestors of the foreign races and then slaughtering over 50 ancestors under his own power was something that was burned into Cross-Elder Avon's psyche. Now, Leonel had even more ancestors than he had had back then, and they were a trump card in his back pocket that he could use at any time. This news was as bad as it could be, or so it seemed, because what came afterward was even worse than that. This news was delayed by several weeks at that. Leonel had immediately used the conquering of the world spirits to restrict information moving in and out of the 12 territories. Although he wouldn't be able to use the full strength of those territories anytime soon, this required almost no strain at all. If information wanted to get out, it had no choice but to move through more normal channels. And how long would that take? How vast was the human domain? How many families were there? How many would fear what it would mean to betray Leonel by leaking this information? And these families, who were cut off from the outside world as well, how could they know that they weren't the only ones to suffer at Leonel's hands? For all they knew, they were the only ones to suffer, and sending this news out would do nothing more than expose the fact that they had lost their world spirits, making them vulnerable as a whole. Ironically then, those families actually helped Leonel keep a lid on his escapades, for fear of what it would do to them until they confirmed that other families had suffered the same fate. No, not just until this, but until they understood that enough had suffered the same fate that it wouldn't be easy to target them all at once. It was only then that they allowed the information to flow smoothly and it finally reached the ears of Shield Cross Stars. And that was precisely what set Cross Elder Avon off. Each one of these territories had Shield Cross Stars branches within, but these powerful families didn't trust those branches as far as their youth could throw them. They were restricted to the outskirts, and Leonel had passed right through most of them without even attacking. However, the same wasn't true on the way back. Leonel left most of the outskirts of these territories unscathed. He used the expertise of the geniuses he had snatched to learn of the structure of their outposts and make it past them without any warning at all, and then he directly attacked their capital cities without any warning. But he didn't do the same for Shield Cross Stars. It was like he was provoking them, like he was spitting in their faces. He unceremoniously slaughtered them all, or so Cross Elder Avon's thought. All he knew was that aside from strips of blood and flesh, their branches were deserted of people, strangled and practically wiped from existence. He didn't respect them at all. He slapped each one of their faces, and it was practically like he was taking a piss over their walls. Cross Elder Avon's infuriated roar echoed through the capital of Shield Cross Stars, and it was like a call that brought all of the Cross Elders together at once. Some young, some old, they rushed into Cross Elder Avon's ravaged office as his eyes spit with flames, literally. Cross Elders, men and women alike, looked around. Some sneered, some were somber, some found the situation amusing, and some were serious. It was clear by this meeting that the numbers given to the public for the number of Cross Elders was nothing more than a lie. In this room alone, more than 36 had gathered, many of whom not a single soul in the human domain would recognize. Do you see what you've all done? Do you see what you all have allowed? Cross Elder Avon barked, the temperature in the surroundings skyrocketing. Chapter 2286, Arrogance. Chapter 2286. Arrogance. There was a slight silence as the roar brewed, until a man with a particularly chilly disposition chuckled. This man was the overlord of the Sith family. This wasn't a well-known face in the human domain, but this wasn't because he was unknown like the others. Rather, it was because he was the greatest assassin in the human domain. What assassin worth his salt would allow the world to know his face? The Sith family led the assassination units of Shield Cross Stars. Leonel had met one of them before in Ronin, a man of the Void Palace that Leonel had once bought information from. He had also tried to stop Leonel and Aina from leaving the Void Palace when DiVincenzo had appeared, but Ronin was far more the man here. Overlord Sith was like a touch of darkness and a slice of ice. His clothing was a dense black, his skin a pale white, his hair was even darker than his robes, and his eyes were a piercing ice blue. Those that knew him realized that although his eyes could be said to be the only beautiful part of him, he absolutely hated them. They made his ability to be stealthy even more difficult than the whites of his eyes. But this was also why he was known as the Blind Sith, the visionless assassin. The number of deaths he had on his tally was enormous, and they included even experts of the other domains. Laugh again, Sith, and I'll slice out that tongue. Please do, Overlord Sith said with another laugh. It would be my pleasure to become a sightless and soundless assassin. I wonder if I would reach the true pinnacle of my path once I have done so. Many felt a shudder down their spines when he said this, but Avon only grew more infuriated and truly seemed as though he was about to attack. He had two others here who were the only ones that didn't fear this man, but whether it was by ability or by ignorance, it was hard to tell. The other two were Overlord Vega and Overlord Layla, both women, both middle-aged, and both beautiful. The latter with radiant blue hair much like a certain Vega, sharing more than just a similar name, and the other had shimmering black. There were 4 factions of Shield Cross Stars. The commanding faction, led by Cross Elder Avon, the Dark faction, led by Cross Elder Sith, the logistical faction, led by Cross Elder Leela, and the Shield faction, led by Overlord Vega. The commanding faction dealt with everything in the daylight. They were the ones that handled much of the politics. This sounded ridiculous, especially considering their leader was also the one with the worst temper. But leaders of these various factions weren't based on merit. They were hereditary, and if one wanted to take it from Cross Elder Avon, well, you'd have to step over his dead body. The Dark faction spoke for itself. They worked in the shadows, and to the public, they dealt with the enemies that normal armies couldn't deal with. If the commanding faction was the broadsword, they were the change weapon, the small dagger pulled out in a pinch. In reality, though, their work was likely far more sinister than this, and they were responsible for the largest and most in-depth information network in the whole of the human domain. No, it was more accurate to say that they had spread even beyond the human domain. As for how deep they had gone, it was likely that Overlord Sith was the only one who had the knowledge to explain this. The logistical faction did as its name suggested, much like the other two. They were the cleanup crew that acted after the commanding and dark faction had finished up their work, and they also had the largest collection of healers and the strongest of this kind in the whole of the human domain. Healers weren't exactly a profession like crafters or force pill crafters, but they could be. Some were true professionals and studied much like doctors did. But others simply had powerful ability indexes that didn't require such effort. The best of them had a combination of both. A point of interest was that the Vire family, led by their young genius who had once had a great deal of conflict with both Leonel and especially Ina for taking her spot on the rankings, had recently joined their ranks. UZXT. The Shield faction was more complicated than the others. Even many of the upper echelon of Shield Cross stars didn't understand exactly what they did, but those here most definitely did. What could be said was that they both had the weakest authority of those present, and at times had authority surpassing even that of the commanding faction. As for their leader, Overlord Vega, she was the quietest of them all. Of the more than 36 cross elders here, they were quite evenly distributed amongst the factions, except for the Shield faction, which both had the largest variety and the largest number of them. That's enough, Overlord Leela said lightly. I still stand by our earlier decisions. The child also hasn't done anything significant, and definitely nothing that relies on himself solely. The main power behind everything is the Morales family, and so long as they are dealt with, the child is still not a problem. Your demeanor is unbecoming of the head of the commanding faction. Speak to me like that again, woman, and see if I don't rip your head off. Avon snarled. I am not worried about a child, but it's been 3 generations now, 3 generations of you all saying the same things. The second was already far better than the first and cost us countless losses, and now the third feels even more powerful than the second was, on top of the fact all monitoring attempts on the once unproblematic uncle has now failed as well. Do you still think that we have control? Your arrogance will be your death. Avon spoke in a low roar. Occasionally missing content. Please report errors in time. Chapter 28.7, Overlord Vega. Chapter 28.7, Overlord Vega. A silence fell, but Avon could tell with a single glance that none of these people had taken anything he had said seriously. And yet, instead of becoming more enraged, his lip curled into a sneer, a reaction that caught them off guard. They showed much more of a reaction to this than they had to anything else. King is dead. The words hung in the air and then suddenly rushed through them all at once. What? Overlord Layla asked with a frown. Did I stutter, dumb woman? King is dead. Explain, Layla said coldly. I was contacted a week ago with this information. And why are you only telling us about this now? Because I both wanted to see your stupid faces and understand what the fallout of that matter is. Also, in case you've forgotten, the head of the commanding faction is me, not you. When I'm contacted with information, it's up to me how it's divulged. How did he die? Overlord Vega, who hadn't spoken until now, suddenly asked. Avon was surprisingly straightforward this time, without any fanfare. Velasco killed him. What? What? Oh? Now you all understand that I'm not just chatting horseshit? I told you all to take this matter seriously, and you refused to time and time again. I've not been fooled. The reason you all dragged your feet is because you feared him, and maybe you were right to. But now his brother is nowhere to be seen, and his son is rampaging across the human domain as the time approaches, and you're still dragging your feet. What, are you going to wait until he's as strong as his father before you act? Avon had a sneer of satisfaction intertwined with his words. He looked like he was on a high horse, despite the fact this problem was one that was on his plate as well. The cult is actually so useless, Overlord Sith said coldly. Oh, is it the cult's fault now? What happened to the mighty assassin? Aren't you in love with a challenge? What better challenge would there have been for you if not that one? Overlord Sith remained silent, but the coldness in his blue gaze deepened as though he might lunge forward and attack Avon right this moment. But Avon only greeted the stare, hoping that the Sith really would attack. He had still not finished venting his wrath. We were placed here to monitor Earth, to gather its resources before they could be made use of by others, and help the great families to stabilize their position and minimize the variables. We failed on all accounts. Emperor Fox grew powerful on our watch. The greatest treasures of Earth are only partially under our control, and now the lineage factor of the Fox is flourishing once again. Avon's brows jumped as he was not the one to speak. It was Overlord Vega, and hearing such words, he couldn't help but become serious. The situation was going well, mostly so in the last 30 years. Over 95% of the greatest benefits that could be gained from Earth had fallen into the hands of the great families, and there was nothing the Fox could do. But then, just 2 years ago, everything changed instantly. The established powers of the great families were eradicated to their last man. The territory of the Ascension Empire expanded wildly and without check. All of the branches of Shield Cross stars, prepared and ready for the worst-case scenario, were eradicated. Then, their borders were stabilized so quickly that future infiltration was deemed nigh impossible. Do you know what happened 2 years ago? Overlord Vega asked lightly. Leonel Morales somehow reversed the schemes of the cult and returned from the vast bubble. A silence fell once more, and this time Avon could sense the seriousness in their expressions, a seriousness they had never given him. Uzxt. In those years, Velasco was occupied by the court, the Fox were restricted by his bindings, and there was no war. There was only a systematic dismantling of everything that was left of our enemies. A single young boy reversed it all, and the sacrifice the cult had made was almost rendered all but useless. It wasn't useless, most of Earth's resources were taken. Overlord Vega gave Avon a glance, and he suddenly felt like his throat was gripped, but his usual temper didn't allow him to back down, and he met the woman's stare. As good as those resources were, they are nothing compared to what is being gathered now. This version of Earth, the one on the verge of the 8th dimension, contains the most valuable of the loot. Leonel Morales has already entered one, and he returned far stronger than should be possible for a 7th-dimensional existence of this world. This is not a matter that can be taken lightly. I've never liked the cult. Their views don't align with our own, and the direction they want to take the human race is abhorrent. However, they, just like the rest of us, understand that these incomplete worlds are our final chance, and nothing can be allowed to go wrong. The existence of Fox in this world has opened us up to a great deal of variables, and each one seems more dangerous than the last. The cult's presence in this world has been ground to almost nothing, and those of the Dream Pavilion have yet to make their presences known. From this moment forth, I will be taking command of Shield Cross Stars, and our next movements will be decided by me. All commanding rights will likewise be handed over, and the full cooperation of the faction leaders will be expected and required. Vega tapped the emblem on her lapel, and the shield began to glow. The kilted skirt of the organization fluttered, and the metal shin guards beneath shone. The overlords felt a flash of anger when they sensed what was happening, but soon an illusory chain constricted their hearts and their movements. Shield Cross Stars was now fully under Vega's control. Chapter 28.8. Wait here. Chapter 28.8. Wait here. Leonel sat in silent meditation. His expression didn't carry any hints of happiness, just focus. He had done nothing in these last several weeks other than meditate on his vital star force. He gave it all the attention he had, or at least this version of him had. When he returned home triumphant, the Morales elders had nothing more to say. To use 120 million soldiers to conquer just one world spirit of a constellation family was shocking enough. Such a number was too far from the number of elites that were present in just one of these families. And yet, Leonel had used that number to take on 12. If the status quo remained like this, in a year, the territory of the Morales would grow by more than 10 times, and there would be almost nowhere in the human domain that they couldn't go without having the advantage of suppression on their side. It was a realization that made them realize just what Leonel meant by saying that they were at an undeniable advantage. But maybe the most shocking part of all of this was that they hadn't lost a single person. Some had died, but they had been revived just as easily. The Morales had essentially given up nothing but a sputteringly small amount of resources in exchange for the most valuable treasure of each and every family. So, when Leonel gave them their next set of orders, they responded to them with sharp precision. When the 3rd week came to an end, everything was prepared, and Leonel slowly opened his eyes. As he did, the sight of himself reflected in his irises. He didn't seem to be surprised by this, and why would he be? He simply touched his own hand, and the two of them became one. All of the insights he had made into Vital Star Force came together as well, but unfortunately it still wasn't enough for a breakthrough. But he had expected this as well. He took a step out of his meditation room and found his squadron of 10 waiting for him. But these 10 weren't just any 10, he knew them all too well. Joel, Arnold, James, Milan, Raj, Franco, Drake, Alan, Gil, and the latest addition, Raelian. These 10 hadn't participated in many battles, and he had purposely had them hold back during the air wars as he never had intention of going all out for that battle. Since then, they had only grown ever stronger. They had benefited greatly from the rewards Leonel had gotten for winning the air wars. Each and every single one of them was already in Tier 9 of the 7th dimension, but this was also because they had entered the 6th dimension using the conventional path. Progressing for them was as easy as absorbing more resources. What was difficult was making it so that they could absorb more resources for the same increase in benefits. This required changing their very foundations, something that was far easier than it should have been, now that they had died before. When Leonel had resurrected Armand and the others of the Constellation families using Breathe, he had done so with an ore instead of the silver tablet. That was more of an experiment than anything, a successful one at that. What he had been testing was how much he could improve someone's talent through the use of his lineage factor. The result was beyond his expectations because it was far easier than it should have been. In Leonel's views, this only proved one of two things. Either the Fox family lineage factor was just that powerful, or the people of this incomplete world were simply that weak. In reality, it was a combination of both. But at the same time, it was also in great thanks to Tolliver. When it came to Armand and the Blood Diamond ore, Leonel had just chosen something that was close enough and tested it out. However, when it came to his brothers, not only did he pick out such ores, but he used Little Tolly's abilities to fuse them together, forming them into new ores that perfectly matched their paths. Little Tolly could only create 6th-dimensional ores, but Leonel had realized after meeting Elrion that dimension was next to irrelevant. In fact, it probably would have been better the lower their dimension was, it would only make it easier to reforge their foundations. The stronger his crafting became, the more perfect the ores he would be able to forge with little Tali, and the stronger he could make his brothers. So long as they were willing to experience death and trust him with their souls, he could take them as far as he could go. And now, while each one wasn't yet as strong as junior ancestors, together with their armor, they could kill as many came their way. Once they settled in with their new talent and their force manipulation caught up, even junior ancestors wouldn't be a match for them, and with him leading them, even ancestors weren't their match. "Let's go," Leonel said lightly. They all vanished at once, and when they appeared outside the segmented cube, they found a sky filled with starships. It wasn't just one or two, it wasn't even just a few dozen, there were hundreds. In the whole of the human domain, even in the whole of the dimensional verse, the number of ancestors didn't greatly surpass this number, and yet just one of these starships could take out an army of them on their own. Overlord Morales appeared by Leonel's side. No one knew who this old man was, and he even looked like Leonel's advisor to most. No one would guess that this man was one of the strongest of the Morales family. "Are you certain, Fiam, XDDA? Why risk the lives of the most valuable Morales?" Leonel asked. "At this point, I think it's fairly certain that the most valuable Morales is you." "I don't think you mean that," Leonel said with a smile. "You're too clever for your own good, child." Leonel's lip curled. "Wait here for news of victory." Chapter 2289, Rude. Chapter 2289. Rude Leonel stepped onto the head starship, his focus trained and his gaze sharp. He didn't rush this time, nor did he hide his movements. This time, they would be cautious, they would be ready. Trying to sneak around would have the opposite effect. It would dull the momentum of his army and scatter them unnecessarily. No, this time they would be bold, direct, vicious, and swift. The scouts that the various families had placed around the territory of the Morales noticed the movement instantly and made their reports one after another. The entire human domain seemed to be lit on fire. Many had speculated about what the Morales would do. Even some smart strategists thought that it would be best if they took their time, waiting for the Constellation families to bleed out, so to speak. The closer the Morales came to those territories truly being theirs, the less chance the rest of the human domain would have in dealing with them. At the same time, they were the most powerful within their own territory, especially now that they had formed their own constellation. But how could they know? The news of the Morales victories had only just disseminated to the public, but to Leonel, it had been a foregone conclusion for weeks already, and in these weeks he had done nothing but prepare. All the while, the first target was already decided. The Suiyard family would crumble today. The Suiyard family, a family standing at the peak of the human domain, unsurprisingly had a long and storied history. Their mastery over the sword had begun long before the sword domain ring landed in their possession, but it had only gotten stronger since then. What was surprising, though, was that the Suiyard family had once been a collection of Buddhist temples. The Suiyard Temple, the Sina Temple, and the Suave Temple. Most who would learn of this history would find it to be ridiculous. Buddhist monks practiced in the art of killing, and what of their secondary lineage factor, one that seemed steeped in the aura of demons and devils? What about them could be related to Buddhism, and what had happened since then for them to be in this situation now? To the Suiyard family, though, these things were just a matter of course. They were Buddhists who focused on the art of severing, to reach nirvana and escape suffering through severing all things that weighed down their lives. This was the way of the Suiyard, Sina, and Suave families. It was hard to say how many of these teachings remained, but what was more curious than that was how the Suiyard family evolved to their current state from where they had begun. The God path was an interesting one, but the Suiyard family had once had their own path, only to conform to the ways of the rest of the human domain. Was this by coincidence, or were there other reasons? Maybe only the ancestors of the Suiyard family would understand why it was that they had abandoned the path of their own, or maybe that history would be buried on this very day. "Ishmael, your grandson is as annoying as you were," an old man muttered. This old man was Amari's grandfather, and he seemed far too unworried for a man whose grandson was still very much missing. Maybe he was well aware that Amory was still alive, but even so, this sort of nonchalantness wasn't what one would expect from a situation like this one, especially since news of the Morales charge had already reached him. By now, the families knew that Leonel had used their geniuses to pry into all of their secrets. No amount of willpower would save Amory from the fate of having his thoughts and memories read like an open book. Amory wasn't just a normal genius, he was the future of their family, the hope that they had placed everything in. There wasn't any part of the Suiyard family that he didn't have perfect information for. He even knew quite a great deal about the spiritual religion too. There was nothing that the Suiyard family could do in a short time that would change the situation. Any tricks or trump cards they had were useless. There was no point in trying to hide them, and it was impossible to come up with anything even remotely as good or effective even given 10 years, let alone the few hours they had. However, even now, Max Suiyard reclined in his rocking chair in the tallest tower of the Suiyard family palace. He looked out over the approaching starships, his gaze unreadable. A young man met his gaze. He had translucent, pale violet, short-cut hair. His demeanor was quite sharp, yet subdued. His gaze, though, seemed to hide the tip of a spear, a blade capable of piercing through all things. Same annoying gaze, too. Max shook his head. The brat had actually picked him out already. Out of all the other things he could have been focused on, he was focused on this one in particular. He didn't know whether to be flattered or annoyed. Max stood from his rocking chair slowly. His eyes were as black as night, and his robes looked like they were knitted of thick, off-white thread. His feet were bare, and he looked completely unadorned. There was no spatial device, no sword, not even a belt for his waist. He didn't look like he was heading out for a fight, and rather looked like he was going to bed. And yet, when he seemed to still be taking his first step, he had already appeared before the starship. The lasers fired the moment his foot raised, but he had already passed them by as a searing hole was torn through the Swayard family palace. A flame sparked, and Max's rocking chair was lit ablaze along with the rest of his room. "That was rude, young man. Is this how you treat your elders?" Chapter 29.9, I see. Chapter 29.9, I see. Leonel looked toward this elder before him without much of a reaction. However, the calmness of his expression had nothing to do with how alert he was. The starship had never failed up until this point, at least not in such close proximity, or what would be considered relative close proximity. Even El Ryan hadn't managed to dodge it. Though, granted, not only was the Pluto not harmed to the point of lethality, but he was also far closer to the strike. Even so, the feat of dodging the starship's attack, and most importantly, the starship under the control of Leonel's skill, was absolutely ridiculous. This person must be Ameri's grandfather, Overlord Max Swayard. Leonel had learned quite a bit about this man in recent days, or at the very least, he had learned everything that Ameri knew about him, as much as a grandchild could know about his grandparent. That could either be quite a bit, or nothing at all depending on the temperament of the grandparent in question. And judging by the reaction of this old man, Leonel had a feeling that it was by far the latter. "Don't be like that. I used to know your grandfather, you know. We could be considered good friends. Why don't you step out and we can have a chat?" Leonel didn't say anything, continuing to look at the old man. The more he did, the more he felt that the words, "old man," didn't really fit Max. He was too vibrant, too full of vitality. He seemed to have as much life ahead of him as a newborn. Comparing him to the older generation felt wrong. Max sighed when Leonel had no intention of taking him up on his offer. There were quite a number of things that he couldn't talk about so openly, and this brat insisted on making things hard on him. What an annoyance. What an annoyance indeed. Overlord Swayard took another step, and he vanished. This time, Leonel saw it clearly. This man wasn't a spatial force expert at all. Rather, his attainments in the sword were so high that he might as well have been. Leonel was certain with a single glance that that sword force was, at a minimum, at the impetus state. He wasn't crossing space, his sword quite literally sliced reality apart, shattering any concepts of distance until his destination was just a single step away from him. To call this man an overlord felt like an insult to him. He had already met the requirement to enter the 9th dimension, and the only reason he hadn't was likely because of the restrictions of this world. By the time Leonel's mind had finished processing all of this, Max had appeared within the starship, sitting across from Leonel as though he had always been there. His expression was quite casual, until he seemed to realize that Leonel's was just as casual. But after a momentary gaffe, he calmed down again. "Has anyone ever told you that you're very annoying? I'm glad that you're not my grandson. I'd have to spank your bottom red every day just to vent a bit." Leonel's gaze narrowed. "Don't you have any refreshments here? Really? I'm sure your grandfather taught you better than this. You're just ignoring his teachings." Max shook his head. "Forget it. This is a waste of time. I'll keep things to the point. How much about this situation do you understand?" Leonel didn't know how to respond to this question. He knew what Max was referring to, but how much of his assumption was correct, he didn't know. Also, this didn't seem like the kind of question this man should be asking him. He should have been on their side, no? Was he wrong about that? Everything the Swayard family did seemed to side with them, most pointedly of which was marrying Ameri off to the spiritual's religion as though he was some damsel. Suddenly, Leonel's pupils constricted. What was he thinking? What a stupid mistake. He had already learned that these incomplete worlds were set up by the humans of a complete world in order to survive some sort of calamity. But he hadn't thought about something very important. If this place was created for humans, then what did that mean for the other races in these incomplete worlds? What would happen to them? Would they be seamlessly integrated? That sounded very unlikely. It was more likely that they would be pulled into slavery and forced into subordination, used for the purposes of the humans of the complete world, and then, well, if the humans had as poor of a position in greater existence as El Ryan and Shanray had made it seem, then they would likely get rid of these pawns as quickly as possible so as not to attract the ire of species and races far more powerful than them. The spirituals of this incomplete world were already so powerful. What about the spirituals in greater existence? What about the rapax, or the beasts, or the nomads? And how would they react to knowing their race of people was forced into submission by the humans? Leonel only now realized just how much of a gamble this was. It wasn't just them gambling their future existence within these incomplete worlds, but if they dared to use the other races, even if they survived the first calamity, they might invite upon themselves countless more. He was so used to humans being in the weaker position that he had almost neglected the fact that in this small corner of existence, they were the ones in control, and as a result, the races that usually pinned them beneath their heels were in a precarious situation as well. Him assuming that the Swiard family was just like Shield Cross Stars or the Void Palace or the Three-Finger Cult, all because they had sided with the spiritual's religion, was foolish. He had simply taken their being an enemy to be natural, as they had always been the rival of the Morales, but he was only making false assumptions. He also wondered just how much of these deductions could be translated to the hidden branch of the Morales as well. I see. Leonel spoke his first words. Okay, hand over your world spirit and give me information about your cooperation with the spirituals, and I will handle the rest. Mox Swiard didn't even know what to say. Chapter 2291, Losers. Chapter 2291, Losers Overlord. Max had asked his question perfunctorily. He knew, or at least he thought he knew, that Leonel didn't know the truth of the situation. But in just a few seconds, he watched Leonel pause, ponder, and then respond as though he had just seen right through him. It was a feeling that he had never experienced before, not even from Ishmael. Topcher. XT he truly didn't know how to respond because he was rendered speechless. He felt that he had underestimated this boy a bit too much, but he was still far too arrogant to. Leonel waved a hand, and Max felt an uncontrollable force pull at his heart. He didn't realize that by entering the starship alongside Leonel, he had already sealed the fate of his world spirit. There was no need for battle, no need for Leonel to find the location of their Holy Land, because what he wanted was right before him. Overlord Max's expression changed, and he reached forward with a deft swiftness, but it was too late. The world spirit landed in Leonel's palms, and he crushed it. In that instant, the Swiard family's world had been conquered, leaving much of the family stunned. Let alone them, even Max didn't really understand what had just happened. The Overlord probably should have been enraged, but he didn't even know what emotions he should be feeling in the first place. This brat, Max mumbled. Unlike the others, Max wasn't a fool. He could tell that for some ridiculous reason, the Morales had actually let Leonel hold on to their world spirit. Instead of fretting like the others did, if he really cared about the world spirit so much, then it would be as simple as killing Leonel and taking it. Of course, there were some problems with that choice too. For one, this brat seemed to be far too confident. But in Max's views, Leonel understood too little about his own strength. If it wasn't for the fact that he was less hot-headed than the Morales men, Velasco wouldn't be the only one they were all intent on killing. But that matter couldn't really be blamed on Velasco honestly. In Max's opinion, this was the case of the son paying for the sins of the father, and it seemed that that cycle was trying to replay itself here. He couldn't help but sigh. This isn't a worthwhile path, Max suddenly said. Maybe it's hypocritical of me to say this because I'm not sure how I would react if I ever lost my wife, but hate me or not, I believe your grandfather was a fool. Your father after him was a fool. And now you're being a fool. Max hoped to see some anger in Leonel's eyes, some rage, but he saw nothing at all, and it was precisely that made him realize just how hopeless it was. Rage would imply some irrationality, some emotional instability, some lack of forethought or awareness toward the reality of the situation he was in. But the fact that Leonel showed nothing, and didn't show any signs of attacking him either, meant that he was of his right mind, and that only made it worse. All those years ago, your grandfather fell in love with the wrong woman. Honestly, if it wasn't for the fact that you have the Morales family lineage factor, I wouldn't even be able to say with any more than 10% assurance that you are your grandfather's grandson. In fact, even though you have the lineage factor, I still can't say it with any more than 50% assurance. I have no idea what that woman is capable of. He was arrogant, believing himself to be infallible, believing that it was only natural that such a woman would fall for him. And maybe had this woman been from this small world, it would have made sense. He was truly excellent for a person born to such disadvantages. I warned him many times, but he didn't listen. I had never known him to be a man infatuated by beauty, but you never know what a man is capable of when he falls in love. In the end, what was likely a childish game to her became a life-and-death situation for him. He offended those he shouldn't have, and turned far more attention to this world than he would have otherwise. Do your grandfather's love for that woman, the last bastion of the Fox family, was exposed. The cult entered this world, and Shield Cross Stars was infiltrated by another party. Right now, they've probably already taken control. In the end, he still didn't even blame her. He blamed himself, finally saying that he had overestimated himself, all for that worthless woman. Max seemed to become more and more enraged as he spoke, but in contrast, his voice became more subdued. It was instead the sword force in the air that crossed and echoed like sharpening blades. A woman can help a man to do great things. A woman can also destroy a man, and sometimes that can happen whether she's a good woman or not. Max looked at Leonel. The latter could feel the blood vessels in his whites popping one after another, causing a stream of blood to stream down his cheeks, but he still didn't look away. I don't know how many female powerhouses lie with random men and have children with them. I can't say whether she was one such person, if I've misunderstood her, or whether she's a spawn of Satan. What I can say is that there's a cycle you have the chance to stop so long as you will it, and I would advise that you take that chance. Silence fell. It was a long one that lasted upwards of 10 minutes as the two met each other's gazes, one indifferent and the other bleeding tears of blood. All right, return my grandson to me, Max suddenly said. Leonel just waved a hand, and Amory appeared, looking just the same. Useless brat, Max scolded, slapping Ameri with a palm to the forehead despite the distance between them. Ameri, though, didn't react to this. Even after his grandfather stood and pulled him up by the scruff of his collar, he still didn't react. If you can win, I'll consider supporting you. But I don't invest in losers, Max said as he turned and left with Ameri in tow. I would advise you to be careful, though. They've sent one more powerful than me. Chapter 2292, a warning. Chapter 2292, a warning. Leonel didn't say anything even after Max had left, but his senses relaxed somewhat and his hold on his brothers loosened. The reason he had insisted on not closing his eyes when he faced Max's stare was because he didn't want to be distracted for even a moment. Against such a person, even a split moment of distraction would mean death, and if Leonel died, there would be no one to bring him back to life. He didn't miss any part of what Max had said, but that was less because he was listening for his advice, and more so because he was searching for clues about other matters. His grandfather's lover was one person that he needed to know more about. Usually, this would be a person he directly ignored, but she had crossed his bottom line. Since she wanted to stand opposing him, then she would have to die. Myenext.ext. Leonel didn't move immediately, though, even after the meeting had concluded. He had planned to spend quite some time on the Suyard family, and he didn't quite know what it meant to let them go like this. Until now, he had simply taken the world spirit and left. In his opinion, that was all that was necessary for the weaker families, at least relative to the other powerhouses of the seventh dimension. However, the Swayard family was different. They were a true powerhouse, and the blow they could deal Leonel if he was caught off guard was heavy, especially if Max took action. It was more difficult than not to leave them be like this. His finger had even twitched somewhat as he felt that killing Max here would be easier on him. He wouldn't have this constant lingering insecurity in the back of his mind. Letting him leave essentially barred some of the path he would have taken otherwise, but then again, it opened up others. By now, everyone assumed that he would be attacking the Swayard family. This was a move that would definitely surprise them, as the Morales and Swayard had been battling one another for so many years that they should know just how evenly matched they were. They were widely known as the two most powerful families in terms of pure combat, so starting with them might not seem to be the smartest thing to do. But now that they had, everyone would be expecting a battle that would rage on for days at the very least. Catching the off-guard now would be even easier. However, the matter of who to catch off guard surprisingly stumped Leonel. Should he attack the spirituals' religion? But they were allies with the Swayards, and now he was in a tentative relationship with the latter. Did it still make sense to attack them? But then again, while he might have some reason to think that the spirituals would stay on the sideline, what about the religion? Could Max sway them to not? If he didn't attack the spirituals' religion, then who should he attack? Shield Cross Stars? The Void Palace? It was difficult to choose. Leonel seemed aimless right now, but that was precisely because this situation was so baffling to him. Originally, he planned to cut the Swayards down in about a week or so. Although he had cut right to their capital, he expected a very difficult battle, and he also prepared contingencies for being attacked from the back. He knew that it would only be a matter of time before the rest of the Swayard family's forces caught up and joined the battle. In that time, he planned for his scouts to pay attention to the situation in the rest of the human domain and had at least 3 different maneuvers prepared for various situations. But now, Leonel shook his head. He almost had half a mind to believe that Max had given up his world spirit on purpose just to catch Leonel off guard, because he had never thought that gaining an ally would confuse him like this. This isn't a normal sort of confusion, Leonel thought pensively. He had felt something like this before, or rather, it was similar, but not exact. When he had first thought of the demoness, he could sense her gaze on him, and now he was feeling something similar. Someone could sense him thinking and was obstructing his vision. Despite this thought clearing things up for him, it made things even foggier. Leonel's gaze narrowed further. Then he remembered what Max had said. Someone even more powerful than him? Was this person powerful enough to know that Max had mentioned them? Because if they were, then the fact that Max had said anything at all could have alerted this person to what was happening here, and in the case they were alerted, that meant that any intentions he had of using a surprise attack had already failed. Leonel's confusion lifted and his gaze glowed. The Dream Pavilion, it seemed that whoever they had sent had the capability to use Dream Force on a far higher level than his own, and it was likely that any schemes or plans he had prepared would all be useless. But that also confirmed something else. Max was helping him. He didn't believe that someone as powerful as Max would mention this person without reason, and it couldn't possibly be such a foolish mistake on his part. He had mentioned it hoping that Leonel would pick up on the problem. Max was letting Leonel know that if he continued like this, he would fail, and he would fail miserably at that. The way that he had learned to wage war until now was playing around in a kiddie pool while the adults had been surging on raging tsunami-like waves for generations already. I see, this level of Dream Force is still out of my reach. Leonel tapped a finger on his armrest, his gaze growing sharper and sharper. He needed a method to protect his mind. Unless he could succeed in finding such a method, the only path forward would be brute strength. And right now, he didn't have nearly enough strength to succeed with that method, not outside the bounds of Morales territory. Chapter 229.3, Dream Force and Star Force. Chapter 229.3, Dream Force and Star Force. Leonel took a breath and closed his eyes, taking deep and slow breaths. He had spent all of this time completely focused on Vital Star Force and hadn't spared time for his other force, but now it felt very necessary to do so. The trouble was that he didn't have a cheat this time like he had with his Vital Star Force. Leonel was certain that the one who was obscuring his path forward was far weaker than that so-called grandmother of his. For one, his person was in this incomplete world with him, while the demoness most definitely was not. In addition, the demoness only allowed him to sense her out of sheer amusement. That was something else Leonel was certain about. If she didn't want him to know of her gaze, he wouldn't be able to sense a single thing. This was to say that while the manipulation of this person that was opposing him now felt far more subtle, and he wouldn't have noticed if not for Max's hint, it wasn't impossibly beyond him, he was just ignorant. The most important thing he learned was that Dreamforce could be used in this way. He fell into the trap of always thinking about Dreamforce as an internal thing, and the fact that his ability index was designed the way it was made it even more difficult to break free of this thought. But it could be said that Dreamforce was the most abundant force there was, or at the very least, it was among the top few, sharing the spot along with Neutral Force and Star Force. Where there was life, there was Dreamforce. It underlied the very fabric of reality, and it was probably the very foundation of the second dimension. The same way, Star Force is the foundation of the third and higher dimensions. When Leonel first learned about Star Force, he didn't understand what it was. What did it mean for there to be Star Force? Light Force was straightforward enough. It was light. So was Dark Force. So was Earth Force or any other elemental force. Most forces made perfect sense to him, except for this one. Stars emitted light, so why wasn't it a kind of light force? Or what about the heat they emitted? Why wasn't it a kind of fire force? Why was there a need for a distinct and separate category? And why was it that all of the most powerful forces seemed to have a foundation of Star Force within them? It was only after meeting El Ryon that it clicked for Leonel, and it was due to a single like the Pluto youth had spoken. Complete worlds have just a single star, a single land, only incomplete worlds are so scattered. It all made sense, and it was even more obvious by the fact the representation of existence itself was none other than a star, the Northern Star. Fire Force wasn't the representation of the spark of life like Leonel had thought. No, that was a Star Force. It was something even more fundamental than Fire Force, even more fundamental than Light Force as well. It was why there was no Star Force, like there was Fire Force or Light Force. It was always accompanied by something else. And this wasn't because it was weak, but rather because it was the strongest. It was the very foundation of all that was. After the Big Bang, there was an endless soup of energy, and it was only when these soup of hot energy organized into stars that the planets that formed afterward could begin to teem with life. More accurately, without Star Force, there was no Life Force, and without Dream Force that came before it, there was no potential for Star Force to spark life in the first place. If Dream Force was even more fundamental than Star Force, which represented all things, then why was he treating it so separately? Why was he treating it like his mind was separate from everything else? His mind was just one kernel in a sea of kernels, and his Dream Force wasn't as separate as he thought it to be. Not being able to expel Dream Force out of his body didn't equate to it being separate. Rather, it just meant that his Dream Force didn't need to exhibit such skills to display its understanding of the wider world. If he took an extremist view, his Dream Force was just a borrowed strength from this world. Dream Force was never separate, not at his level. Much like Star Force, it was always attached to others, always infused into a fabric that existed within the second dimension, the fabric of everything, the life state. His Dream Force rippled out and he stepped past the fourth layer and entered the impetus state. His thoughts seemed to enter a completely separate plane, and within it he could sense countless swimming minds that seemed to immediately sense him and then attack. Leonel felt a shuddering pain and his nose began to bleed. He pulled his mind back as quickly as he could, but still fell to a knee, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Looking inwardly, he saw a hairline fracture run through his ethereal glabella that left his gaze burning. That plane, he didn't know what it was, not exactly, but he felt that it was all too similar to the shadow world of Shadow Sovereigns. He didn't think himself to be a Shadow Sovereign, or rather a Dream Sovereign. But then again, wasn't this situation very similar? Little Black Star wasn't exactly a Shadow Sovereign, but rather received it as an ability index. Madrid, however, was a true Shadow Sovereign as her ability index, and her Shadow Sovereign abilities were separate. .nixd.nixd.ni, Leonel was more like Little Black Star, having an ability index that could tap into the abilities of a Dream Sovereign, but he seemed to have suffered for it. His burning gaze became surprisingly cold, and the temperature in the surroundings plummeted. He took a breath, and a large amount of Dream Force from the surroundings flooded into him. And then, his Scarlet Star Force stars began to rotate with a pulsing vibrancy, and as his ethereal glabella was coated with destruction runes. He wasn't a Dream Sovereign, but he was a Destruction Sovereign. He wanted them to dare to destroy his soul again, he would crush them. Without hesitation, Leonel entered the dream world again. Author's note, just 2 chapters today, everyone, and no chapters tomorrow, unfortunately. Chapter 2294, Shortcut. Chapter 2294, Shortcut. This time when Leonel re-entered the odd plane, he came in like a blazing inferno. He could easily remember the energy signatures of all those that had attacked him previously. It might as well have been like looking at a face for him. But he realized almost instantly that those people were no longer around him. He realized what the issue was soon. The movement in this odd plane was incredibly fast, but it was also a great deal restrained. The further he traveled, the greater burden he felt on his dream force reserves, as though his soul itself was being stretched thin. The more soul he had, the further it would be able to go from his current location, but if he moved too recklessly, he could find himself having killed himself before any of these people could get around to him. However, what Leonel learned immediately after that was that it didn't seem to matter who was around him at all, or more accurately, he hadn't landed in the midst of a particularly sinister bunch. It instead seemed that everyone in this plane was a complete jerk. He had only appeared for a few fractions of a second before he took everything in, and yet the new group of individuals around him had attacked without hesitation again. It was as though they all had a keen sense for fresh meat and they wanted at Leonel immediately. But this time, they paid the price for it. The destruction runes lit up, and a raging, violent aura shredded everything in its path. Sovereign. It felt like someone had roared this into his ears, and yet it felt instead like it had echoed out from his very skull. It was an odd and disorienting feeling, the kind that almost made him think that this was some sort of soul attack instead of what it actually was. But more importantly than that, he was shocked. Someone had pinged him as a sovereign immediately, but they didn't really say what kind. That was interesting enough that Leonel felt that he could make some extrapolations from it. In fact, Leonel believed that it might be the case that the only method of using a force outside of Dreamforce in this plane was to be a sovereign. To XT, if that's the case, Leonel tried to think in a more solidified way instead of the quick pictures and images he usually thought in, but the instant he did, his voice came out like a roar, even louder than the various souls around him. His reaction was quick, and he stopped immediately, but the damage of doing so was even more devastating than his destruction runes had been. His voice blasted the surrounding souls away, and their dream force dimmed considerably. Some of them even became motes of light floating into him. Leonel was stunned. He hadn't experienced this feeling since the last time he had killed an invalid, so it had been quite a long time. The more he integrated into the wider dimensional verse, the less invalids there seemed to be, but this made sense. The powerful families that had managed to survive would have long since gotten rid of the invalids that threatened them. As for variant invalids, well, the last time he had come across one was in the Rapak's nest, so they should be part of the cult, but since then there had been nothing at all. But why was this feeling so similar? He could even feel that his dream force had gotten not a small boost either. It seemed that whoever he had absorbed was quite decent. But what was even more shocking than that? Their memories? Leonel was rendered speechless once again as his voice roared out again. Just what kind of place was this? He could kill souls to increase his strength, and he gained their memories on top of that? The shadow world of the Shadow Sovereigns worked similarly, but it didn't directly increase their strength. From his understanding, as they defeated other Shadow Sovereigns, their shadow world became larger and their ability index became stronger as well. But it wasn't a direct addition to their strength, at least not like this. Is there a destruction plane like this, Dream Plane? Or was this a unique thing? If this was something all sovereigns had, then Aina would have found her own long ago, but she hadn't. Leonel felt like he was sitting on the edge of something big, but he couldn't quite understand it. He chose to immediately go through and organize the memories he had gotten. He had just killed what should be 7 people, and they were a jumbled mess of collected thoughts and feelings. He created a new dream ability on the spot and called it Dream Filter. He organized their memories into dreamscapes first, and then used Dream Filter to pour out everything that was useless. He wouldn't waste his time on the thoughts and emotions of these people. What he needed was information. Very specific information about what plane he had just tapped into. Dream Plane. Leonel got his information with a great deal of swiftness, and the more he assimilated, the higher his brows arched. He had long since left the plane and was still sitting within his starship. The Dream Plane was a world that anyone who had entered the impetus state could access. It was a fold of reality and represented the second dimension, and within it, at least in certain locations, it was practically a free-for-all. Leonel was only in a corner taken over by incomplete worlds. It was known as the Incomplete Wilds, and often experts of lesser worlds gathered there for quick power-ups because it was their only option. If they stepped into the lands of the complete worlds, they would be shredded to pieces. This wasn't because they were far weaker. It could be said that anyone who had entered the impetus state was a powerhouse. The problem was the suppression and the rules. Though there was one more thing, absorbing the strength of others, looking for quick shortcuts, had crippled many of them. Chapter 290-95, Obscure. Chapter 290-95, Obscure, Crippled. It was something he probably wouldn't have thought of if not for these memories, but he was happy that he had. His Dream Force was the best ability he had. If he lost it, his combat effectiveness would take a huge plummet downward. In reality, though, it wasn't that his Dream Force would become weaker. It would grow stronger, to a point. But after that point was reached, instead of growing stronger, it would instead grow faster. He would gain access to a larger pool of Dream Force, but the amount he could use in a single sitting and the amount that could output in a single moment would remain the same. It would be like restricting the funnel of his body, but this funnel would be toward the outside world. He wouldn't grow any smarter or sharper, and his ability index wouldn't increase either. To make a complicated matter simple, he would be stuck in the lower impetus state for the rest of his life. Interestingly enough, there wasn't a known reason for why this was, or more accurately, the memories of those he had absorbed had no real idea. It was hard to tell if this was because they were too ill-informed, or if it was the case that everyone was in the dark. That said, there were a few theories, the best of which stood out to Leonel because it sounded like something Elryon had warned him about. But interestingly enough, what Elryon had said back then was related to innate nodes and not this matter, but Leonel's dreamscape sparked with lightning and linked them. Taking on the strength of so many people would weigh down his ability to progress into the future would hinder you far more than it would help you. You might benefit in the short term, but going into the future you would find yourself weighed down by chains you didn't even know you were carrying. Even though he had learned of this, Leonel felt fascinated by the plane. The idea of being able to steal the memory of others and assimilate all of their thoughts was more intriguing than he ever thought it could be. Just a single soul absorption had been enough to heal the crack on his ethereal labella, and the remaining few had made him feel like he was already on the verge of breaking through again. It was an intoxicating feeling, and he realized why those of the incomplete worlds took this path. They couldn't progress anymore due to the cap of their worlds anyway, so why not search for other methods of strengthening themselves? Why should they resign themselves to being weak? Leonel frowned. It had a strong pull for himself as well, but he likewise didn't want to cripple his future. He was willing to do it for Aina, but quite frankly, when it came to his dream force, he was supremely confident in himself. Just a small clue from Max had allowed him the ability to enter the impetus state. If he had had this much affinity with Vital Star Force, he would have already taken that final step. Unfortunately, he didn't. He shook his head and focused. First, he would go through the rest of the memories to see if there was anything useful. Once he was done, he could begin investigating just how that hidden expert was confusing him. He finished the first quickly, and he learned a great many things. One of the 7 he had killed came from an incomplete world that Leonel believed was better than 70% likely to be among the several dozen under the control of the vast bubble. In addition, this person was actually aware of their state as well. This wasn't surprising to Leonel. After the Spear Domain trial, he realized that the other incomplete worlds that had become part of this simulation had unearthed their plight as well, and were preparing for the other shoe to drop. That made Leonel wonder if the domain rings were dropped into this world for that specific purpose. Was it the design of the Dream Pavilion? Or maybe it was the intention of the Fox family? TX'd. He wasn't sure. Either way, this man came from a family that had an Axe domain ring, and he had an illusion-type ability index. Leonel was less interested in the domain rings these days, as he felt that forming a weapon sovereignty on your own was much better. The rings were just glorified storage rings that only housed one type of weapon in his eyes. Even the spears weren't as attractive. Of course, there was one more thing the rings were good for, and that was their lineage factors. If he came across an Axe domain ring, he would be certain to try and get it for Aina. The Raider family, he took mental note of this. This was only a side project for Leonel, though. When it came to these memories, what he focused most on was the unique insights these men had toward the Dream Plane and their use of Dream Force. It turned out that these 7 only really used the Dream Plane to hunt. It was too risky to go after veterans, so they waited around for newbies like Leonel before taking action. Using the more complex functions of the Dream Plane took more effort and could be more dangerous depending on the situation. The Dream Plane was something that linked all beings across the cosmos whether they were aware of it or not, much like how everyone had a shadow, but not everyone could access the shadow world. In incomplete worlds, the Dream Plane would have various weaknesses. Usually, one could only enter the Dream Plane after forming a life-state Dream Force, or by being a Dream Sovereign. However, in an incomplete world, you could do it from the impetus state, and it also gave you great control and pull in your world. You could use it to spy on the thoughts of others and read their intentions ahead of time, reading their thoughts and memories while they were unaware. Or, you could obscure their vision and make their thoughts muddled and confused. Chapter 2296, Ignorant. Chapter 2296, Ignorant. Leonel's Dream Force affinity was far too high. Even if one hadn't gained access to the Dream Plane yet, having high affinity would allow you to sense its pull even while unawares. Due to this, whoever was trying to mess with him had to be extremely subtle and couldn't just dig through his thoughts and memories as they pleased. Of course, you could avoid this sort of probing in other ways as well. One way was through the use of mind-protecting treasures, something that was far more common in complete worlds. In addition, you could avoid this by just being extremely powerful yourself and having a force within the life state. Having the life state force made you more sensitive to the matters occurring in the second dimension, and you could fight against them. That way, even without protective treasures, you could be immune to the probes of a Dream Force master. Of course, only those with crafters of a certain caliber could hope to have such protective treasures. The likes of the Void Bubble had to buy such treasures from other bubbles, and since they had been cut off from the wider world for so long, they had very few remaining and they were concentrated in the hands of the most elite. That said, since Leonel wasn't in the life state yet and was only in the lower impetus state, he was very far away from being able to affect the dream plane of a complete world, even if it was a weak one. Even so, this sort of understanding blew everything he had come to know out of the water. What was more important than that was that his own mind wasn't the only thing he had to worry about. There was also the minds of everyone else. .urxd.urxd. Luckily, Leonel hated explaining himself and usually kept his plans to himself aside from a few irrelevant tidbits. This weakened the possibility of others probing those around him for information considerably. A thought flashed in the back of Leonel's mind. Was this the influence of his future self again? Had he been aware of the pitfalls and grown to keep his thoughts within the only mind he could protect? Leonel shook his head. He wasn't going to think about that person. You didn't need to give me that clue. I would have figured it out on my own. But this was indeed faster. Due to the demoness, Leonel was already familiar with this kind of probing. The moment he sensed the confusion in his mind, the odd, contradictory sort of confusion, the kind he had never experienced before, he would have realized that he was missing something. Whoever was trying to mess with him had underestimated the level of confidence he had in himself. The question now was, how would he counter? He understood how to after reading the memories of 7 experts. Each one of them had their own unique theories on how to manipulate Dreamforce, and in an objective kind of way, each one was the pioneer of their own unique fields. Being raised in an incomplete world and making it to the impetus state on their own made each one of the geniuses. Had they been born in complete worlds, they would have been high-class experts without a doubt, and that sort of unique insight was invaluable. If not for the dangers of absorbing too much, he would have wanted to take more advantage of this. There were clearly some unique paths in incomplete worlds that complete worlds hadn't thought of yet. There wasn't a gap in intelligence between the worlds, but rather a gap in time and resources. There might very well be some unique magic system, or style or force manipulation method that existed in an incomplete world that existence couldn't even fathom. Leonel sat in silence for a long while, tapping his finger on his armrest. I don't know who you are, but you just made this war 100 times easier for me. I'll thank you with a swift loss. Leonel's mind reached out into the second dimension, taking advantage of the weakness of his incomplete world. Then, he began to send messages to each one of his people. They wanted to find a chink in his armor, right? Well, find a way. After he was done, he stood. Countless galaxies away, a middle-aged woman with flowing blue hair snapped awake from her meditation. Anyone of the Shield Cross Stars organization would recognize her as Cross Elder Vega. Her blue eyes glowed radiantly for a moment before she calmed down. She closed her eyes once more, then double-checked, and then triple-checked. This method of Dreamforce manipulation is so crude. Whoever this is only recently came into contact with the dream plane, and their strength is weak. An early impetus state expert. Using an array of commands to try and confuse my sight, Vega slowly shook her head. It was meaningless. In this world, there was no existence with Dreamforce manipulation better than her own. She had felt Max warn Leonel the moment he mentioned her in passing. This wasn't because she was as sharp as the demoness, but rather because there were certain minds she always paid attention to, and the overlords of this world were all on that list. That list, though, had an odd entry that stood out as the only 7th-dimensional existence on it, and that was Leonel Morales, and it seemed it had done her good. That boy used a single offhanded and subtle clue to grasp the secret of the dream plane, and now he was actually trying to use it against her. This sort of seedling was exactly the kind the Dream Pavilion would fawn over. Not even 30 years old, and yet had entered the impetus state and touched upon the dream plane, there were only 2 on par with him in the entire younger generation of the vast bubble. Unfortunately, he had made the wrong choice. Vega waved a hand, and several protective talismans appeared. Leonel had learned from the memories of the 7 that protective treasures existed. What he hadn't learned was that there were other methods of protection, and one of them was a direct shroud by another expert who could enter the dream plane. Toying with an ignorant boy was child's play. Chapter 2297, Extremely So. Chapter 2297, Extremely So. The human domain's forces began to move around like pieces on a chessboard. A complex and intertwined network, layered in the push and pull of politics, relationships, and benefits, bent and twisted, all of them converging toward the spiritual's religion. Leonel sat silently in the cockpit of one of his many starships, his gaze somewhat lazy and his focus trained on the endless sea of stars before him. His fleet continued to move with great speed, reading and reacting to his organs as they slithered by one outpost after another. He didn't seem to feel the sense of looming danger that he should have, his expression as cool as a frigid lake. Soon, he had made it into the airspace of the spiritual's religion, and the location could only be said to be bright and beautiful. The planets ahead all had gorgeous planetary rings that looked like angelic halos, as though the asteroids had been dusted with gold eons ago when they had taken shape. However, there was a keen sense of danger hidden within that beauty, countless force arts hidden within. The spiritual's religion was ready, and their force arts were the strongest that Leonel had ever seen within the human domain. Even the strongholds of the Morales didn't have such grand force arts or protective arrays. The Morales might be crafters, but that didn't translate to all skills. There was quite some difference between crafting treasure, concocting force pills, and drawing large-scale protective force arts. The Morales shared the title of best for the first with the Oman family. The Oman family was practically a lone wolf when it came to the second, as far as he was aware, and as for the very last, he hadn't known of anyone who was truly a master of this craft until now. Leonel didn't place the large-scale force arts of the starships in the same category, honestly. Although many of them were truly large, they relied on crafting as a foundation, and it was the strength of the treasure, not the force art itself, that gave it its strength. That was different from a force art that could be used to protect a planet, or even a chain of planets like this one, unless of course one wanted to replace their planet with a forged treasure. There were many reasons this wasn't done though, the leading of which being the fact that starships required too much power to use even on occasion, let alone as a permanent living arrangement. It was much smarter to rely on the resources of the wider world to provide you with what you needed. And it was precisely because of that the Morales didn't have such high attainments in this sort of art. Crafting treasures required taking control of the elements and bending them to your will. This was even more so for the life grade where you were practically giving birth to an item with its own sense of existence, at least in a more philosophical and tangential way. USX.USX.USX.USX.USX.USX. However, these large-scale force arts required working with the elements, not bending their will but rather understanding them and then working together to mold them along a particular path. Ryu got when he saw natural force arts, and it was why just meditating upon them allowed one to feel and experience auspicious air. This was the beauty of listening to the insights of nature, and who could be better at that than the spirituals? Interesting, Leonel thought to himself. One of the 7 minds that he had absorbed had some insights into this matter. He might have thought of it himself after seeing this scene, but knowing it ahead of time made him feel enlightened as though he had truly come to understand it himself. There was no ability that could make one better at understanding the insights of nature than being able to enter the dream plane. His real sight could see the majesty of the formations before him, he could feel their power. He still had the partial and incomplete Bow domain lineage factor, and even from so far away he could lay eyes on it himself as though he was right in its midst. His dream sight, or what he had chosen to call it, could see the complex swirls of runes that swam among them. Usually these runes were in a jumbled mess, exposing the more erratic nature of the world and existence. But under the care and attention of the spirituals, they had to line up perfect, fitting into one another like the pieces of a puzzle or countless tiny dots spaced and shaded so perfectly that when one zoomed out, only a masterpiece remained. It was truly gorgeous in a way that Leonel had never seen before, and the feeling of being able to see the world in this way made him smile involuntarily, his cool expression giving way to a gentleness. He wished he had been able to see the world like this long ago. Go back from whence you came. The voice was gentle but firm, and it carried a power that made Leonel's heart skip a beat. He couldn't help but wonder just how many hidden powerhouses of this level there were in the human domain. First there was that man in the Pius family, then there was Max of the Suillard family, and now there was this older woman who still managed to exhibit the air of a supreme beauty. Even though she was getting on in years, Leonel wouldn't be surprised if there were several young men who would be willing to fall at her skirt even to this day. Her hair was a dazzling arrow of pink and lavender, her eyes matching the hues. Her skin carried slight wrinkles here and there, but they were often interrupted by patches of beautiful, smooth flesh that was no less elastic than a 20-year-old's. Her figure was hidden beneath a modest robe, but her exposed hands carried not the slightest hint of age, and it made one feel that whatever was underneath was just as well maintained. But more important than all of that, she was powerful, extremely so. Chapter 2298, Devastating. Chapter 2298, Devastating. Leonel didn't respond, or rather, he didn't respond with his words. 3 laser beams shot out at once, their speed so great that the echo of the older woman's voice hadn't even faded before they appeared around her, pincering her in from all directions. The half-spiritual overlord was taken off guard. She had been ready for the strikes, and she had been perfectly ready to dodge using a method not too dissimilar from Max's efforts earlier. But seeing them coming, and barely registering their speed at that, she realized that all of her efforts at dodging would be in vain. All of the angles she could use were cut off, or more accurately, the ones that she could use with great enough speed were. Her gaze turned serious, and a pendant on her chest danced as though a rush of wind had just passed by. The rising winds of force echoed across the chain of ringed planets as the force art lit up, an overwhelming strength descending and forming a shield around the woman. Bang, bang, bang! The shield of force shuddered for only a brief moment. It showed no hints of cracking, and it was sturdy to the point that even if Leonel concentrated the beams any more than he already had, it wouldn't make much of a difference at all. The spiritual's religion had managed to gather strength beyond that of the Tier 2 modified starships, and even the strongest Tier 1 starships in their home. In the whole of the human domain, they might truly have the most impenetrable walls. The half-spiritual overlord took a step forward, and her hands caused the arrays around her to light up. The runes that were once invisible to the naked eye, only displayed before Leonel when he used the vision of the dream plane, solidified and became corporeal. She looked gorgeous as she stepped forward, the laws of the world rotating around her like a second flowing dress. This time she struck out with a palm, and the energies of the world seemed to resonate, forming a half-dozen palms that descended from the skies above. Boom, boom, boom! Leonel could only watch as his starships were crushed to pieces, killing the several million on board. He had modified the starships personally. Their defenses and their attack strength was only marginally weaker than a full-fledged Tier 1 starship, but they had been crushed like tissue paper, leaving no chance for those on board. His expression became cold. He managed to follow the pathways of the descending palms and moved his starship out of the way, but he was only fast enough to calculate one trajectory and dodging path. While it was the case that entering the dream plane was a great boon to his senses, it also occupied much more of his minds, and the effort in making use of his advantage in thinking speed was also strained. He needed to form a better balance, one between the quantity of thought and another for quality. At the same time, he also came to understand that the strongest beings of existence probably didn't just endlessly increase their number of split minds. They would gain access to the dream plane as well, and they would likely begin to tend toward quality as well. He still remembered that lesson Y Star Order had taught him when they first met. Y Star Order only had one mind, but Leonel already had thousands back then. He thought that he could hide his thoughts from Y Star Order by jumbling up his minds and hiding his intentions in only one, but Y Star Order had blown him out of the water. His one mind back then was worth far more than thousands of Leonel's because the quality of his one was impossibly far beyond Leonel's at the time. He couldn't help but wonder if Y Star Order had touched upon the dream plane as well, but now wasn't the time to think about such things. This was the greatest loss he had suffered since his campaign had begun, and he couldn't take it lying down. He gave over 90% of his minds over to the dream plane, reading and analyzing everything happening in his surroundings. There was no longer a need to deploy his dream world because it was completely and wholly inferior to what access to the dream plane gave him. He needed to grasp the strengths and weaknesses of the force art ahead, target the latter, and avoid the former. Then, he needed to find an opportunity to shatter it. The segmented cube was quickly deployed, and its various jigsaw puzzles fanned out and enveloped the starship. Then, the starship began to rapidly shrink, from a few kilometers in diameter to no more than a few meters. This was a trump card he hadn't used just yet. The segmented cube wasn't a fortress, and it couldn't be used to attack either. But that didn't mean that he couldn't use Anastasia to integrate into his other creations, fusing the benefits of both into one. One of Anastasia's fundamental abilities, and one that he often neglected because of how much of an open secret it was the ability to take large items and put them into a very small space, so why not use that for his starship? Suddenly, the speed of the starship blazed, and it became even faster. Leonel took manual control and whizzed by the attacks of the Overlord, inching closer until he suddenly vanished, appearing to her back. A second one of Anastasia's fundamental abilities was control over time. Whether it was the suspended reality of the snow globes, the dilated inner world of the incubators, or even her ability to peer through the stream of time and even pluck out lives to resurrect, all of them relied on time force and spatial force. Together, they were devastating. Leonel shot through a weak point of the force art like a speeding light beam of his own. It was so fast that the Overlord couldn't even react, the long-standing force art of the spiritual religion crumbling right before their eyes. Chapter 22999 snapped. Chapter 2299 snapped. The surroundings seemed to explode with gold dust particles. As though a child had gone too crazy with their arts and crafts project, the depths of space was dyed with a sparkling tapestry. It was a gorgeous sight, unless you were a half-spiritual, in which case it was probably the most devastating conclusion. The fate of other races in the human domain wasn't always horrible, but it wasn't necessarily great either. And despite the words of Locke of the Swihart family, those spirituals that impregnated humans didn't usually care for their families very much. Though the term half-spiritual was used, the reality was that most of those that were left behind in the human domain weren't even a quarter spiritual. However, they managed to hold on to most of the power and were quite talented anyway, displaying the kind of strength spiritual bloodlines had, though. Leonel had another guess for this. In his opinion, there was probably some strong staying power in terms of the gene of the spirituals that allowed the soul to be born separate from the body. As a result, even when the lineage had long diverged from the original spiritual that had birthed it, the spirituals, or rather half-spirituals, born later still gained almost the same benefits as the original half-spiritual in their line. This, however, wasn't what was important now. To form a power, especially one this strong, while having strong ties to another race, was a very daunting task. To stand where they stood today, the half-spirituals of the human domain had faced all sorts of adversity, and their current strength didn't paint an accurate picture of where they had come from. This was the reality of most other races that were a minority in the domain they lived in. The spirituals' religion just happened to be a success story in what was likely a sea of failures. This was all to say that the force art that protected these lands was more important to the spirituals than just the strength it provided. It was security, it was autonomy, it represented to them the hope to make their own choices and lead their own lives. And now, it was gone. Off on a distant ship, Yuri stood in silence. She too was a half-spiritual, and she didn't know much about her family at all. For all she knew, someone here was her parent, not that it mattered much. The only family she cared for now was Ina and her stepfather. Well, maybe she should include that big lumbering brute too. .urxt. IEXD.urxt. It was funny though, she hadn't seen Aina in what felt like years, still not knowing what had happened to her sister. Her stepfather was just as absent, and now that big brute was off fighting with that annoying man up ahead. Yuri shook her head, not quite understanding why she was feeling like this right now. It was more embarrassing than anything else. The fate of the human domain was on the line, and this was what she was thinking about? It's cruel, isn't it, what he's doing to your people? Yuri subconsciously nodded. Leonel really was too cruel. He didn't used to be like this. In the past, he was so compassionate, too compassionate. She had known that he carried a hidden sharpness within him, and had been hesitant about her sister falling for him as a result, but she had never thought that it would be so dark, so sinister. As a half-spiritual, she was quite sensitive to such things. As good as Leonel was at reading people, she was quite good as well, and her soul force affinity was exceptionally high. Looking toward Leonel's back in the far-off distance, he just felt like a shroud of evil, wrapped in the cloak of a black dragon of sorts and carrying all of the creature's worst vices. Wrath, greed, pride. He was the worst kind of leader. His charisma worked well on those he had been manipulating for a very long time, and it even worked well on those who were hyper-intelligent but lacked the sharpness of EQ. But to a person who could read him like she could, he was just a blob of insecurity, of aimless fury, of malice. She was quite powerful by now, no less talented than either James or that Blade girl who turned out to be a spark, or she guessed both of them were sparks now. But Leonel never used her. He was quite vengeful. Only because she had treated him a little coolly almost a decade ago now, he never allowed her into the spotlight, never allowed her to help protect the only family she had left, never allowed her to display her strength. The big brute told her that Leonel only made use of people he trusted, and that being used by him was actually a sign of respect and nothing less, but that just made her lip upturn into a sneer. Raj had been manipulated by that man for too long. Since when was being used a sign of respect? Since when was it a sign of trust? But she had grown tired of the argument. She realized that she truly did love Raj. She didn't like seeing the pain in his eyes every time she said something cruel about Leonel. Plus, if not for Leonel, that big brute would be dead, not just once, but twice over. Yuri seemed to calm down from the odd voice in her subconscious pokes and prods. She did carry some animosity toward Leonel, but not enough to truly hate him. At worst, they were just on opposing sides and could learn to live with one another. Plus, he had begun to use her now, right? Maybe this was a turn for the better. She looked down at the controls before her. It should be about her turn to act now, right? 3, she counted. 2. How could she not take part in such an important mission? Where do you think she could be? Something within Yuri snapped. Aina is dead. Chapter 2300, in the eye. Chapter 2300, in the eye. A sharp pang cut into Yuri's heart. Somehow, she inwardly knew that these words were the truth. Her sister had died, and that bastard couldn't even take the time to look her in the eye and tell her that he had failed to protect her. Her eyes brimmed with tears, her chest felt like it was being ripped apart, and her blood felt like molten metal in her veins, pulsing about and making her organs feel as though they were being seared from the inside out. And yet, that feeling was only a reprieve from the heart-hollowing pain. What was he doing? Couldn't he resurrect everyone else easily? Why hadn't he resurrected Aina? Was he truly that cruel? Yuri grit her teeth so hard she felt as though her jaws alone might shatter this rattling mortal of hers. The cruelty this man was capable of was beyond her expectations. Or was it? This was exactly what she should expect from him. She could still remember those callous eyes. She had known how Leonel would respond to Aina's outpouring before anyone else had. She could feel the darkness within him. That day, on planet Luxnix, when the selection was taking place and Leonel was slotted to battle Aina, she had never expected that Aina would do such a thing, or else she would have done everything in her power to stop her. In the past, she had never made an effort to stop Leonel's attempts at wooing Aina because she felt that they were people from two different worlds. One was a quarterback, and the other was a 5-star health profession. One had a father born to a world that the other couldn't imagine, and the other was a normal human boy who couldn't even live on the surface. One was a talent destined to bring the Brazinger family to their knees, and the other couldn't even fathom what a family like the Brazinger family was capable of. In her views, he might even become an invalid the moment the metamorphosis descended, and it wouldn't be something to even worry about. But even when he didn't become an invalid, his reaction at seeing Aina kill was all she needed to see. Aina was too focused on revenge for her mother, and there wasn't time to care for all of these other things, especially not the coddling of the feelings of a grown man. However, as time passed, she slipped further and further away, and the feelings of a high school crush she thought would fade with time instead became stronger. It all culminated in that day when Aina told that man the truth, poured out her heart to him, described every secret little moment that she had kept to herself until that moment, secrets that she hadn't even told her own sister. And how had that man responded? So what? Those were his exact words. She could see it coming. She wanted to scream out for Aina to stop, to save those feelings for someone who was worthy, and yet it was already too late. She had to stand there and watch as her sister's heart crumbled to ashes. And then she watched as that night she gathered herself up, cleaned away her tears, and put on a dress she didn't even like to wear, just to go and support the man who had ripped her heart out the very next day. Yuri didn't have words for how furious that made her, didn't have the capacity to express exactly how filled with rage and fury she was. She wanted him to die. She wanted his body to be ripped limb from limb, for him to withstand unimaginable torment and spend the rest of his wretched life kneeling before the grave of her sister. The thoughts steamrolled as she imagined what could have happened to Ina. Why would she not be alive if the man had the capability? What cruelty had she experienced? Could he have lashed out at her in rage due to that father of his? Could they have gotten into another argument and he once again cut her off, not worrying for her life and death? What kind of torture had she experienced at his hands? The wild thoughts just kept churning and churning until her entire body seemed to emit a dense black fog, the forces in her vicinity turning over with an almost solid darkness. Leonel breathed heavily. In order to deal with an existence on the level of this overlord, he had to lean on the dream plane to be able to read and react to her movements. But doing so while keeping a portion of himself lucid drained even his vast stores of dream force quickly. The moment he had shattered the large-scale force art, he had felt a wave of fatigue collide into him like a truck. But he had to withstand the assault of the spirituals right afterward. The segmented cube in this state was an excellent force art destroyer, but its defenses still weren't any better. Having thrown himself into the thick of battle, and within the time to reverse knowing that the Overlord was already upon him, he had no choice but to stand out and take action himself, pulling on the strength of Raj and the others. Now, he had to fight while protecting the segmented cube to his back. Although it would be easier to turn it back into a treasure he could wear as a finger sleeve like he usually did, if he did that, he would be cut off from the strength of his squadron of 10, and by then, he would find himself dying in a single strike to this enraged Overlord. But Leonel wasn't a fool. He had prepared for this exact thing. With the Overlord occupied dealing with him, the rest of the spirituals, or rather half-spirituals, were vulnerable. He didn't like relying on Yuri, but she was the only one under his command with the sensory capacity to do this. In addition, as a half-spiritual, he had yet to be exposed to be under his command. When she acted, the spiritual's religion wouldn't even see him coming. Leonel's ear twitched and he sneered inwardly. Here it came. A beam shot over from the distance, and in the next instant, the confident Leonel froze. He looked down at his chest, a blood hole the size of a bowl having formed. Chapter 201, Heartless Monster. A rush of silence shot through the surroundings. Even the half-spiritual Overlord was stunned. That blast hadn't come from one of her people. Their defenses were extremely powerful, but their offenses could only be directed under the hands of a master. This was one of the weaknesses of such large-scale natural formations. However, she was the only one who could control enough of the formation to threaten Leonel's life, and only one person could use the formation at a time on top of that. And since she most definitely hadn't taken action then, she already knew what the answer was. Someone on Leonel's side had actually betrayed him. Despite the situation, she was too stunned to speak, and happiness wasn't her immediate emotion. There was something sad about seeing a genius like this fall. Even during this battle, she had mostly wanted to capture Leonel and deal with him. She had some inkling about the kind of trouble that was coming over the horizon, and people like Leonel were the kind they needed. It was just that his edge was far too sharp. But now, she looked at the hole that had gone through Leonel's chest and watched as his life began to fade. Even after several moments, she didn't know what to do, and because she hadn't done anything, the other half-spirituals didn't do anything either. Of course, they didn't feel the same way as their Overlord did, they only didn't move out of respect for her. If it was up to them, maybe they would have acted to cut Leonel's corpse into bloody ribbons just to make sure that he really was dead. Despite the fact Leonel was now gone, he had left them vulnerable. His death didn't even feel worth it. Just how much effort had they put into making it to this point? And now the formation their ancestors had put their blood, sweat, and tears into was no more. Would they even have the same standing in the human domain any longer? What about when the other races recovered and began their attack once more? The more they thought about it, the more enraged they were at the dead Leonel. They felt that his death had been too easy. Plus, a man who would be betrayed by his own people had a character that spoke for itself. If he could be cut down at such a time, how could he have been a good, noble leader? Whether it was he or his father, neither were good people. Within the Morales army, the shock was palpable. They had gotten used to Leonel being infallible. They had gotten used to being infallible themselves as well. Even after so many died under the attacks of the Overlord, they felt nothing. After all, Leonel would just resurrect them later and everything would be fine, just like before. But now that Leonel was dead, didn't that mean that all their comrades were dead as well? And what about the future of the Morales? This was a patriarch that had accomplished so much in a short time. Was his life really going to be cut short like this? Was that you? In a corner, hushed voices spoke. No, I didn't take action. That kid practically has 1,000 eyes. It feels like nothing escapes his vision. I wouldn't try to use such a simple ploy to deal with him, but maybe I just overestimated him. Then who? The two looked toward a region. The beams were too fast, and they were all focused on the battle. Only the starships in the immediate vicinity would know exactly which starship had fired, and it wouldn't be long before they reacted. As expected, after a brief pause, the starships in the vicinity all backed away and aimed their cannons toward the same exact location. There was no doubt who had taken action now. It's her? According to our intelligence, isn't she the sister of the first Nova's woman? How could she be the one to betray him? They had all made the same assumption. It only made sense that Leonel had given such an important task to this person. He was aware that there were hidden means within the Morales family that hadn't exposed themselves to him just yet, so he would only trust those closest to him to act as he wanted them to. But now, Yuri gripped the controls, her fury still boiling. In fact, she was furious that she could only kill Leonel like this. He deserved much worse, far worse. However, just as she was thinking this, the skies crackled and boomed, countless shimmering blue shields the size of planets appearing around the two armies. Shield cross stars had appeared, and even several of their cross elders had as well. It was clear what their goal was. In order to jump so far through space and appear so immediately, it would have cost a significant amount of energy remaining in the fusion cores of their starships, upwards of at least 10%, which was worth years of function. There was only one reason they would make such a big move. They wanted to deal a devastating blow to the Morales. The half-spiritual overlord frowned. She didn't believe for a single moment that they would dare to act so boldly in her territory if their formation hadn't crumbled. In fact, such a large jump through space wouldn't have even worked without it. She sent a gaze toward Leonel's corpse. Even dead, this boy was causing her so many problems. The spiritual's religion was its own thorn in the eyes of the cult and shield cross stars. It was a link between the spirituals and the human race that many weren't aware of, but these powers definitely would be. It seemed that the calamity of her spiritual's religion hadn't come to an end just yet. This content of novelfullbook.com. If you're reading this content, please go to website novelfullbook.com to continue reading. Fastest update hourly. Overlord Vega stood at the helm of a Tier 1 starship. She was ready for any contingency plans the Morales might have. She didn't believe that they would send a junior to handle all of their problems like this. The ancestors were probably just a thought away, and truthfully, she hoped they would appear. That would help her to deal with all of these problems in a single sweep. The Morales, as presently constructed, didn't need to exist. Their constellation, however, that was far more interesting. As for the spiritual religion, she knew of their connection to the Swayard family, and she knew that there was another hand making moves in the shadows. It was best if they were crippled as well. She had to thank Leonel for making things so easy on her. "You're welcome." A voice suddenly echoed in her mind that made her freeze. Leonel's corpse suddenly gripped its fist, and the sparkling streams of golden dust stopped dispersing into the depths of space and formed a barrier that solidified around the entire battlefield, trapping shield cross stars within. Overlord Vega immediately tried to activate the mass teleportation of the starships, reacting more quickly than even more ancestors should be capable of, but it was useless. Once again, the spatial lock on the region had returned, and they were trapped. The dead Leonel slowly rose, the hole in his chest seemingly not impacting him in the slightest. He was already a heartless monster. He might as well look the part. Erdiel's note, bitch didn't even hesitate to betray him, LMFAO. And she wonders why he doesn't trust her. Chapter 2002, Leonel's Web. His plot was quite simple, truth be told. Well, at least it was simple to Leonel. The actual thought required not only a deep understanding of his own people, but also how the enemy might be reading and reacting to his actions, the latter of which probably seemed far more difficult when in reality both took quite a bit. After all, he had to understand his own people intimately, and often, the closer you were to a person, the easier it was to shroud their true intentions or what their weaknesses were in your mind. Leonel had known from the beginning that his entering the dream plane couldn't be hidden, and this wasn't quite his fault. This content of novelfullbook.com. If you reading this content, please go to website novelfullbook.com to continue reading. Fastest update hourly. For one, in a world where so few had the ability, any new edition would be immediately sensed. Secondly, there was the fact that just by giving him a warning, Max was exposing Leonel to the elements. As such, Leonel had lost the right to work from the shadows from the very beginning, and he had to approach this in a different way. Since everyone thought him to be an arrogant young boy who thought too much of himself, why not play the part? After just a moment, he made the choice to not only not make a foolish attempt to hide himself from the world, but he also pushed it to the max, leaking out his aura any and everywhere, and arrogantly making his presence known. To Vega, he probably seemed like a brash idiot whose dream force control was limited and crude. Of course, his dream force control truly was like that, at least compared to experts like Vega. He had great talent in Dreamforce, but he didn't have the systematic training that those of the Dream Pavilion had, and he was almost entirely self-taught considering just how rare Dreamforce affinities were in this world. That only made his ploy all the easier, but this was only the first part. None of this was enough to lure Vega in, or more accurately, none of it was enough for him to lure her into a situation where he had the de facto upper hand. That was where the latter stages of his plan began. The first leg came from the information he had gathered. He might have released a Mary, but that didn't mean that he hadn't gotten anything out of him, and the information he did have wasn't restricted to the Swayard family either. As the fiancé to the heiress of the half-spirituals, how could a Mary not have some information about his in-laws? Of course, this information was scarce, but it was enough for Leonel to be aware of the large-scale formation that protected the spirituals, and also be aware of some of its baser functions, like the ability to lock down space. And then it came down to how he would use that information. He had learned from the 7 memory wells that he had absorbed just how useful the dream plane could be. It wasn't just about gathering up clues and knowledge while others were unsuspecting, but it could also be used to subtly suggest people. Of course, this wasn't an ability that could be used casually unless one had the ability index to match it, and even then it was hard to change a powerful person's mind. That meant you had to prey on their basal instincts, pulling at strings that already existed and make them looser, more susceptible to manipulation. This was what Leonel was certain the demoness had done with the relationship between his father and uncle. Maybe she found it to be amusing, sealing away the talent of one and making the other the crown jewel of the human domain. Maybe she wasn't to see how interesting it would be if they fought it out, and maybe the reason she had stopped Leonel from using his own bloodline to save Ina was because she was unhappy with him ruining her experiment. Whatever it was, that sliver of understanding allowed Leonel to understand just how the dream plane could be used. It wasn't as straightforward as hiding what his plans were. He had to also be mindful of the mental state of his people and which of them could be used for what, and that was when he thought of the perfect plan. Yuri couldn't have been more perfect for this job even if she tried. In fact, even if he engineered a person to fulfill just this one role, he would just end up with a clone of her. The specialty of the spirituals array was that it was meant to protect the freedom of half-spirituals. Due to this, it couldn't be used against anyone with spiritual bloodline within them, and the formation ignored all those with that lineage. That said, Leonel couldn't just strap a rocket to Yuri's back and send her in. What good would that do? She was far too weak in comparison to overlords. Let alone an overlord, she wasn't even a match against the weakest of ancestors. However, if she was the one to act, the formation wouldn't retaliate, and thus she was perfect as a tipping point, a final push to get them over the hump. So he gave her a simple task. Once he collapsed the outer ring of the formation, she would take action. While shrouded in the power of the formation, the half-spiritual overlord wouldn't even sense Yuri before she acted. With a single strike, the overlord would fall without even realizing what happened, and then the rest would be easy. It was the perfect plan, and it took advantage of the greatest weakness of the spirituals. From Vega's perspective, it was also perfect. In fact, she would find it amusing how Leonel would try to mask his attentions by giving everyone in his army different decoy orders. With her skill, she could easily tell what was true and what was false, but that would be her downfall. She targeted Yuri immediately, peeling away the layers of protection on her mind. It was all too easy, especially since she knew that Ina was nowhere in this world. Where else could Ina be if not dead? And in the end, she won, or so she thought she did. All the while, she had been intertwining herself further into Leonel's web. Chapter 2303, End Result. This content of novelfullbook.com. If you're reading this content, please go to website novelfullbook.com to continue reading. Fastest update hourly. Leonel didn't seem to be in a hurry to make a move. He had the whole world in the palm of his hands. They moved to his rhythm, not the other way around. He gave the hole in his chest another glance before his force rumbled, and instant recovery activated. Being far stronger than it had been in the past now that he had evolved it to an 8th-dimensional lineage factor, even a beam that could kill ancestors instantly wasn't immune from his abilities. Quite quickly, the hole in his chest was fixed, and he finally gave Vega a glance. The Cross Elder still didn't look like much had changed on the surface, but what good were her facial expressions to Leonel any longer? He could see her very soul in the dream plane, and he knew exactly how shaken she was. "I don't believe I've had the pleasure," Leonel said with a smile, "though I can't say that it is one even now. I've lost count of the number of times Shield-Cross Stars has tried to kill me." The half-spiritual overlord frowned. She could feel that the formation had returned, but it was most definitely not in her control any longer. She suddenly felt like she was stuck between a rock and a hard place. On one side, there was the enemy that had come to take her down, and on the other side, well, there was an enemy that had come to take her down. Now, one of them was trapped within the formation she had thought was largely shattered, and she was trapped with them. Leonel gave her a knowing glance, but ultimately didn't say anything. This formation in his hands, especially now that his mind had connected to the dream plane, was more than enough to deal with all situations. Of course, he didn't plan on destroying the half-spirituals, and they were just another pawn in his game, but they didn't need to know that just yet. He had learned quite a lot in his short life, not the least of which was that people often didn't appreciate the things that were given to them on a silver platter. The spirituals had to understand that he was doing them a favor. The other races might be afraid of what the vast bubble had in store for them, but that hadn't stopped them from teaming up to attack his father, now had it? It was clear and obvious to him that many of them were trying to play both sides, trying to thread a needle that would allow them to live beyond their usefulness to the humans that ruled them from the complete world above. He didn't need fence-sitters. He needed people that would follow his orders properly. If he had to adjust for every possible betrayal like he did today, even he couldn't guarantee whether he would succeed or not. If he suddenly gained a bunch of people who had second thoughts about everything he did, just how much pressure would he be under to keep them all in line? He would be much better off just directly killing all of the people so that they wouldn't be a problem for him in the future. Leonel turned his attention back to Vega, but it seemed that the latter didn't want to speak. Leonel. The shriek was filled with rage, but Leonel only sent a glance toward it. Shut up. A violent pressure descended toward Yuri, and even the outer hull of her starship almost shattered to pieces as she shuddered. She almost felt as though her soul was about to be ripped out of her body, and she seemed to snap out of her daze. But Leonel had already ignored her. He had been doing a lot of that recently. He didn't care to deal with Yuri, and she had always felt like a great annoyance to him. Of course, he understood her perspective and where her thoughts came from. He just didn't care. His own emotions were already wild and unfettered. He didn't have the time to help out someone else deal with theirs. The instant he looked back toward Vega, he raised a hand, and the starships all aimed toward her, each one gaining a clone they hadn't had before. Vega immediately began to shout out orders, causing a linked shield to form, but with a single blast, Leonel perfectly targeted all of their weaknesses, blasting them to smithereens. And then he moved. Golden dust particles danced around Leonel as his arm reached out, a black rod appearing. The black spear trembled, and a billowing black fog shot out from it. Its blade suddenly spanned dozens of kilometers, all wrapped in a nebula of golden dust. He used so much of the formation's power, and so seamlessly at that the half-spiritual overlord felt her eyes bulging out of her sockets. Leonel was actually controlling each individual strand of golden dust as though it was its own weapon. Just what level of mind did it take to do that? The devastation was far beyond what the half-spirituals could have imagined. The ships of shield-crossed stars, each dwarfing a planet in size, were all suddenly split in two. As though a black hole vanished into a scythe's blade, rotating with golden stars, had suddenly decided to manifest between the tops and bottoms of their warships. It was a strike as beautiful as it was destructive, and final as it was pure. It was hard to imagine just how many had died from that strike. Not a single one was an ancestor, but even so, the blow was unimaginable. It might even be said that the very foundation of shield-crossed stars had been shaken. Vega looked upon this scene with the very same indifference, but her mind was in turmoil. She had taken him seriously. She had moved with full force. She had even used underhanded tactics against a child. Just how had this been the end result exactly? Chapter 23:4 Follow my words. Chapter 23:4 Follow my words. It was almost laughable. In fact, if she had been in the mood to do so, laughing was pretty much all she could have done. She had bided her time, waiting in the shadows, and only struck when she felt that she had all the information she needed at her fingertips. But not only had she failed the moment she took a step out, she had done so in such a resounding fashion. She closed her eyes, taking a deep breath. Of the Cross Elders of Shield Cross Star, over half of them were here. There were only 8 remaining at base. If things continued this way, over 20 of their ancestors would fall here, and their ability to continue to control the situation would crumble. She couldn't allow this to happen, but she also most certainly couldn't allow herself to fall here. Selfish or not, her life was by far the most important. If there was no one present in the human domain that could counter Leonel's access to the dream plane, then it would all be, follow my words. The voice was light and sweet, and Vega recognized them immediately. Of the high-profile targets, there was Velasco, and then there was this woman. She was a great talent, and if nurtured, she could become a supreme asset to their cause. In addition, while she was arrogant, she had never painted outside the lines. She could be controlled, and she could be guided. So while Vega kept one eye on her, she didn't make any moves to deal with her like she did the others. This woman was, of course, Cynthia Oman, the scorned Queen Beauty. But what shocked Vega was that she hadn't sensed when Cynthia entered the dream plane at all. Had she been wrong all along to not pay attention to this girl? No, that wasn't in her personality. She had most definitely done her due diligence. It just hadn't mattered in the slightest. Velasco had never bothered to hide his presence because of his arrogance, so she had known he was from the very beginning. In fact, she didn't dare to even probe him, as Velasco was simply on another level compared to her. Unlike she, who could only enter the dream plane in an incomplete world, Velasco was just like a king who could enter the dream plane even in a complete one. Leonel had been easy enough to spot because Max had somewhat exposed him, and the actions he took afterward were purposely bold and arrogant. But this woman, Vega's heart trembled. This incomplete world was always marked as an anomaly. They knew that there was a reason the last remnant of the Fox family had chosen this, one of the dozens of others, and time again, they were proven correct as one monster after another simply appeared. Should she even listen to this woman? Clearly she was just as dangerous as the family before her, but she was also cautious enough to hide her intentions and bide her time for the perfect opportunity. How could she listen to her? What choice do you have? Vega shuddered again. Indeed, what choice did she have? Her heart trembled and her hands shook. Were these her own thoughts, or was Cynthia manipulating her? When had she become so uncertain of herself? As though she couldn't hear these thoughts at all, Cynthia spoke easily and plainly. There is no way out of this situation except for sacrifice. Was that even true? Vega felt her head spinning. Did Cynthia have a way to get them out of here unscathed, but preferred that her enemies not be too powerful? How could she even trust these words? The formation of the half-spirituals is powerful, but not to the point of being untamable. The issue is the son of Velasco has already claimed the initiative, and taking it back from him is impossible. So, the only remaining choice is for you to flee. But you are trapped, and space is locked. Whether it's reinforcements or your own escape, neither will work. Even if you attempt to run out of the encirclement under your own power, the moment you leave the strongest core of your own formation, he will cut you down. He has his eyes on you, and in his eyes, it's people like you who are the reason for his father's death. It is impossible that he would ever let you go, even if he has to let everyone else go. Vega fought hard to control her exterior emotions. By now, she was certain that Cynthia was manipulating her. She was a person who had always been in control of her exterior at the very least. But now her entire mind was focused on it. What else could this be if not Cynthia's efforts? This content of novelfullbook.com. If you're reading this content, please go to website novelfullbook.com to continue reading, fastest update hourly. But it was the best kind of scheme, an open one your enemy knew was there and yet had to fall into anyway. This was the method of the smartest individuals in the universe. In that case, if you want to live, you'll have to follow my instructions and sacrifice your people at timely intervals. Do as I say if you want to live, of course. Leonel looked off into the distance. He had sensed another mind approaching this region the moment it happened, and though they were subtle, they couldn't hide from him. This meant one very important thing, though. This person was close. He knew just how difficult it was to travel across the dream plane while your body stayed in place. The further you moved, the further stretched your dream force became, and it was soon akin to a rubber band on its final legs. If you pushed too far, then not only would the rubber band snap, but even if you pulled back just before it did, it would lose its elasticity. He knew all of this. He had learned it not just once himself, but 7 times over through the memories he had sensed. So, why couldn't he find where this person was even though his senses were expanded across the solar system with the help of the formation of the half-spirituals? Chapter 2035, Overlooked Question. Chapter 2035, Overlooked Question. Leonel's gaze became sharp, and he didn't move immediately. The next sequence of events happened so quickly it felt impossible to stop, but from start to finish, Leonel didn't even move. It was like he was resigned to it already. He stood and watched as Vega seemed to manipulate her own horde of ancestors, riling them up into a frenzy and leading them into a charge she never had any expectations of finishing off. He didn't move even when they seemed to show signs of putting his own life in danger, and he only made some faint and subtle actions when he saw that part of her plan seemed to encompass his starships and their fusion cores. In the past, Leonel hadn't been able to figure out how to separate the control shield-crossed stars had over their fusion cores from his control. Due to that, he had been unable to use the starships to attack other humans and the individuals of shield-crossed stars especially. But since then, he had obviously overcome that weakness with his strength in crafting. However, there was a weakness that couldn't be stripped from fusion cores, and that was their susceptibility to instability. Vega obviously wanted to use this as a method to carve out a path of escape, and he just made a movement to stop this. In the end, the real reason Leonel hadn't taken any action showed itself as his people began to act oddly. Some starships turned to face one another, some began to directly battle without a word, and in the far-off distance, Yuri even seemed to be on the verge of directly killing herself. It was a house of madness. This shouldn't have been possible. The suggestive effects on a person's psyche should only be possibly by pulling at their already ingrained tendencies. Unless somehow every part of the Morales army wanted to kill one another, it shouldn't be possible even for someone in the life state to just suddenly turn them all on one another. At the same time, how could Yuri of all people try to kill herself? Not only was he certain that she had far more to live for than not, even if that was just to confront him about Ina's situation, but she had just broken free of a suggestion earlier. She would be on alert and couldn't possibly fall for another so quickly. This content of novelfullbook.com. If you're reading this content, please go to website novelfullbook.com to continue reading, fastest update hourly. What was most sinister about it all was that whether it was the Morales who had suddenly begun to battle one another, or Yuri who was trying to end her own life but seemed hesitant to do so, each one was targeting an ethereal glabella. It was so obvious and clear that Leonel was certain that whoever was doing it on purpose. If Leonel himself suffered a destroyed glabella, there would be nothing but death awaiting him. As for these people, even if he had the silver tablet, if their ethereal glabellas were destroyed, then their souls would dissipate much faster. If a few hundred died, he might be able to revive them all in time. But if a few thousand died, he knew he wouldn't be able to get to the last of them. So what about a few 10,000? 100,000? What if half of these tens of millions of warriors died in battle with one another? This person was not only showing him that they could do such a thing, but they were also telling him in no subtle manner that they also understood the weakness of his seemingly endless ability to revive others. Leonel continued to look around, a calm expression on his face as Vega rushed away. I see, so that's it. In the end, it was the formation. The spirituals' religion wasn't exactly one that worshipped the spirituals. Unlike the other religions that Leonel had come across, there was no deity, and rather nature itself was the deity of the spirituals. As a result of this, much of their strength also hinged upon this. Back in Valiant Heart Mountain, when Leonel met his first apostle of a god, Goddess Evergreen to be specific, the person in question had been able to tap into the power of their god and emit strength beyond themselves. It seemed that he hadn't understood the formation of the spirituals as well as he had thought. While he understood the skeleton of the formation and the many pillars that formed its strength, he had missed the forest for the trees. It was akin to thinking of a baked cake as flour, eggs, and sugar, rather than as a cake. What did the formation itself represent? Where did its strength come from? Yes, it was a natural force art that pulled on the power of the world, but what was natural about it? Where was the power coming from? The simple answer was a god, the god of the spirituals' religion. If Leonel had followed the god path, he would have picked it up much earlier, but he didn't follow the god path. He followed the path that Dimensional Cleanse had laid out for him, or more accurately, that he had laid out for himself. Due to this, he wasn't familiar enough with the god path and what its strengths and weaknesses were. Now that he thought about it, he had never really separated what empowered users of the god path either. Back in the Void Palace, when he had fought the henchmen of Triana Virer, the god path had manifested in tangible runes and physical signs. But he found that as he battled more powerful users of the path, there was no such obvious sign, or rather, he wasn't really looking for it. This culminated in him overlooking an extremely important question: what exactly was the god path, and what were its strengths? What were its weaknesses? And in this context, how did it interact with the dream plane? Leonel had brought his people into a field of battle that he didn't understand, and his opponent had taken advantage of the terrain. After a moment, he snapped his fingers, and the formation was truly destroyed, but not before he shredded Vega's ancestors to pieces. The hold on his people vanished, but Vega used the opportunity to finally trigger a long-distance teleportation, disappearing from his sight. Chapter 2306, Smart. Chapter 2306, Smart. Leonel's reaction was far too calm, but the reality was that it was hard to act surprised when you had deduced what would happen the moment it started. Had he wasted time trying to stop Vega, the Morales would have suffered casualties, and heavy ones at that. At the very least, upwards of 1 million would have died. For the casualties to go from 0 to that point to this sort of level, he found it unacceptable. But it was likely that whoever was messing with his plans likely knew this and acted accordingly, though it was doubtful that they expected Leonel to be so decisive. Unfortunately, whatever facade of a brash, unruly youth who was too full of himself wouldn't work anymore, but that was the least of his problems. He cast a glance toward the half-spirituals. In order to deal with the immediate problem, he decisively destroyed the formation. This time, it was truly destroyed, and there was no coming back from it other than to rebuild it from the ground up. While he could have taken his time to find a less crude situation, the more time he wasted, the more Morales would have died. His speed of thought was fast, but not fast enough to analyze a path that he had little to no idea about, and then apply that to a formation that spanned an entire solar system. Even he wasn't that mighty yet. His most important takeaway from this event, though, was that this person was smart. Almost too smart. Leonel couldn't remember ever giving this sort of evaluation to anyone. It was a simple one-word description, and it wasn't overly flowery in his presentation, but it held the weight of the word when it was spoken by him. In order for this person to outplay him like this, they had to not only understand the weakness of his silver tablet and his lineage factor in combination, but they also had to be able to use an entire path and a formation they had likely never even seen active in person to create this whole farce. This content of novelfullbook.com. If you're reading this content, please go to website novelfullbook.com to continue reading. Fastest update hourly. But that wasn't the worst of it. That much was still acceptable. The truest problem was that for this plan to have worked, it relied on something else: the weakness of the Morales, their bloodlines, and their origins. To make a complex matter simple, this individual used the strength of the spiritual's formation to target the weakness of the Morales, dealing a blow to Shield Cross Stars, the Morales, and leaving Leonel here dealing with quite a few enraged half-spirituals. As for how that was done, Leonel still wasn't 100% certain on the details, but he had a general framework. The spiritual religion emphasized oneness with nature. Their formation worked by sensing the life of the universe around them, melding into it, and allowing the power to wash over it. But it was also precisely because of this that it was turned around and used against Leonel. Oneness with nature could mean multiple things depending on the location, the person, and even the time. With that in mind, it was beginning to become clearer how this person had done this. There was now a large concentration of Morales in the surroundings, and what exactly was the innate nature of the Morales? This might be a hard question to answer until one remembered one thing: the curse of the Morales. As Morales men and women grew older, their lineage factors seemed to influence their minds, and they became more battle-hungry and less reasonable. This was what had sparked the creation of the current Air War system and the short duration of rulership in the first place. Using the formation as a foundation, and Leonel's lack of understanding of it, this person had used the dream plane to amplify the innate weakness of the Morales, manipulating them into a frenzy. And, because everyone else was also in its sphere of influence, the very nature of the world around them began to change, and slowly people other than the Morales began to be affected as well. For Yuri, who was in a state of emotional turmoil and was both hating herself for what she had done and hating Leonel for putting her in such a situation, it had manifested in a way that it almost certainly never would have before. When things were laid out like this, it almost felt that Leonel's analysis of this person wasn't nearly high enough. Orchestrating this matter took no less than a genius who stood above all others. However, Leonel only felt that it was interesting. He had read through the entirety of the Void Library, and how could there not be explanations of the God Path within? But they were all vague and abstract, as though even people of the human domain didn't understand how it worked. Now seeing it in action, he felt that the path was more interesting than he had given it credit for, and that was partly why his analysis of this person's strengths was so lukewarm. This was a strategy they should have saved, because it most definitely wouldn't work again. Of course, only Leonel would think like this. So, are we going to fight? Leonel asked, looking toward the half-spiritual overlord. The overlord didn't know what to think. The situation had changed so fast, and she didn't have nearly the understanding Leonel did of what had just happened. One moment, Leonel had everything in his grasp, the next his people started fighting one another, and by the time it all ended, their ancient formation seemed to have truly been destroyed. She still hadn't regained her bearings, and yet Leonel was now asking this question. But she was smart enough to understand the implication. Whoever had outplayed Leonel wanted them to fight, so should she follow the plans of that person, or should she fall into Leonel's plans instead? She suddenly felt indecisive even as her warriors looked raging for battle. Chapter 2007, Step Back. Chapter 2007, Step Back. Leonel met the eyes of the half-spiritual, his gaze not giving anything away, though he knew the reality of the matter. If they fought a battle like this one, casualties would be inevitable, and not just casualties that he could casually revive either, true, final death casualties. It would take too much time for the war to end, and by that point, damaged, ethereal glabella or not, the end result would be the finality of death. There wasn't much he could do about this. This was the reality of a war you weren't prepared for, and the striking difference was stark in comparison to the war he was prepared for. The decision would be in the hands of the half-spiritual overlord, but no matter how you looked at it, he didn't receive the kind of benefits he wanted from this battle. If things had gone perfectly, he wouldn't have only dealt a savage blow to the power of Shield Cross Star, crippling their strength by at least half, but he would have also been able to force the spiritual's religion into submission. But now, he might be forced to withstand some devastating losses himself. This content of novelfullbook.com. If you're reading this content, please go to website novelfullbook.com to continue reading. Fastest update hourly. The Overlord's thoughts were one matter, but the thoughts of her people were another. They all seemed enraged, and it was hard to tell how much control the Overlord had over the situation. Leonel doubted that the spiritual's religion had just a single overlord. Much like his Morales family most definitely had more than one as well, that old man couldn't hide such a thing from him. Who knew if the other overlords would be docile as this one? And even the so-called docile overlord was on the fence when deciding what to do. Leonel suddenly looked up and shook his head. Fine. He waved a hand, and a portal manifested. Out from within it, a familiar old man with an annoying, shit-eating grin appeared. He rubbed his beard with a hand and chortled, liking this situation very much. This old man was none other than Amory's grandfather, Overlord Max. Ah, Tricilia, how've you been? Has this brat been annoying you? Max placed a palm on Leonel's head and rubbed just a bit too hard. Leonel tried to move away and even slap it away, but he failed both times, and if he tried a third, it would have been more embarrassing than just letting it be. He found this situation to be unbelievable, and at the same time, he was certain that this old man was doing it on purpose. No matter what, the Morales and Swayard families had been enemies for countless centuries. How could Max possibly miss a chance to humiliate their patriarch a bit, especially since he was here to help out with a sticky situation? Max? Overlord Tricilia spoke a bit hesitantly. Soon, though, she got a bit angry. She might have been slower in thought and duller in intelligence than Leonel or Cynthia, but she wasn't a fool. It was clear that Leonel and Max had some sort of mutual understanding. Were the Suards betraying them? Since when had the Morales and Suards been on the same side? Was there a Suard army on their way here now? And hadn't they already decided to leave the Morales out of their alliance? That family's problems were too volatile. If the spiritual's religion had wanted to team up with them, they would have done so already instead of making such a choice. After all, they had always assumed that choosing one meant forgoing the other, so they had discussed the matter at length, even ultimately choosing to give their best genius's hand over in marriage. Knowing all of this, Tricilia truly did have the right to be more than a little bit enraged, and she almost gave the order to attack right here and now. Listen, I didn't want to do this either, Max raised up his hands. But this brat stole my family's world spirit and kind of forced my hand. I'm not saying to bend over backward, but you saw it yourself how there are powers at play here we can't deal with alone. It's best we work together. How is anyone supposed to trust you? Tricilia said with a growl. She simply didn't believe that Leonel could just take Max's world spirit. He must have handed it over. Were those hidden forces of the Morales stronger than they knew? Unfortunately for Leonel, Tricilia didn't seem to be the one of the spiritual's religion that had their world spirit, which was one part why he knew there had to be other overlords, and another part why she didn't believe Max's words. If you don't believe me, then why don't we go see Poppy, Max said. Tricilia frowned. Was this a ploy? Max chuckled and handed over his spatial ring with a flick of his fingers. Just me and the boy. You have nothing to worry about. Tricilia was stunned. That spatial ring might as well have been Max's wedding band. He never took it off, and it definitely held the greatest of his treasures. This either meant that he was going all out for this ploy, or he was really serious. However, she had known Max for years. This just didn't seem to be something that he was capable of. Just what should she do? Tricilia took a deep breath and shook her head. No, I won't let you in. She threw the ring back, and Max shook his head. Well, you see that? I tried my best. Good luck in this battle, Max said with uproarious laughter. Leonel shook his head. He really wanted to see who had planned all of this. He couldn't wait to make them feel the same level of helplessness. He raised his spear, and he suddenly flickered and vanished. Max's hand, aimed to knock him out, missed completely. Max was a bit stunned for a moment. He had rubbed Leonel's head so easily earlier, so how had he missed? He shook his head again. This brat was sharp, too sharp even. He would likely cut his own hand trying to wield that blade he was born with. You need to learn when to take a step back, Patriarch Morales, Max said softly. Chapter 238, One Last Chance. Chapter 238. One last chance. Leonel didn't seem surprised by the change. This couldn't be called a betrayal. Max hadn't been lying when he said that he had done his best. If Leonel was escorted to this overlord Poppy, as Max called her, then taking the world spirit of the spirituals would be as easy as just thinking it. By then, it would be clear that the Sweard overlord hadn't betrayed the spirituals and simply had his hands tied. This content of novelfullbook.com. If you reading this content, please go to website novelfullbook.com to continue reading, fastest update hourly. But because Tricilia was so cautious, things had turned out this way instead. The best way to solidify this current rocky relationship was to use Leonel as a sacrificial lamb. Of course, this didn't mean that the Sweard overlord wanted to kill Leonel. He didn't have such intentions. Rather, knocking Leonel out would make corralling the Morales army easier, then the rest could be dealt with in the future. Unfortunately, Leonel wasn't as naive of the world as he had once been, and he had never been foolish enough to fall for such a bait and switch. He had already deduced that this would be the most likely result if Max failed to convince Tricilia, and he was prepared for it. The worst kind of scheme to deal with was one you knew was there, and yet had to fall into anyway. It seemed that the schemes of this hidden expert hadn't concluded just yet. Max knew that all of this was only happening because of the machinations of someone else, and yet he had to act in this way regardless. The spirituals' religion and the spirituals had already made their choice years ago. They had already planned to exclude the Morales. And now, this was just the next logical step. Looking into Leonel's indifferent eyes toward his change of address from brat to patriarch, Max almost felt like sighing. He felt as though he was looking into his own grandson's eyes. Even when he did the most ridiculous of things, this was precisely how Amory reacted as well. Overlord Tricilia was confused about the situation once again. She almost made the false assumption that this was all an act. After all, how could the likes of Leonel dodge an overlord's strike without the support of the formation? But all of those thoughts were thrown to the back of her mind when Max took a step forward. The vast depth of space beneath his feet rippled outward like a pond. The chimes of swords echoed and an overwhelming pressure descended. Following that, there came a piercing sense that almost made Tricilia's heart stop beating entirely. Killing intent. I'm not sure I can deal with all your tricks and schemes if I battle you with the intent to capture you, so I will act to kill. This is the last chance I'm giving you to stand down, Max spoke lightly. Leonel wasn't even looking at him. His gaze went above, and then it moved below. This was the problem with battles in the depth of space. On flat land, the worst you could face was a pincer from four sides, and most often pincers would come in pairs. However, in this vast endlessness, where up and down were just figments of one's imagination and far more cultural than they were tangible, the number of directions you could attack from was infinite. Above him, to his back, to his front, upward at an angle, downward at an angle. There were half-spirituals everywhere. The only saving grace was that their formations were just as much of a jumbled mess as his own had become. I'll give you one final chance too, Leonel replied, still scanning the battlefield. For every Morales that dies here, I will kill 2 Sweards. Is that the choice you want to make? Leonel finally looked up and met Max's gaze. The Sweard overlord finally seemed to see it. That endless, unfathomable depth. The corner of Leonel's eyes and his feet began to smolder. The ripples formed beneath Max's feet came to a dead stop over 100 meters from him, then they began to collapse on their own. Attack! Tricilia suddenly roared. The reaction was instantaneous. The powder keg of emotions the half-spirituals had been bottling up exploded forth. Beautiful men and women painted the skies like the descent of angels, a rainbow-like assortment of elemental energies rushing forward without restraint. The confusion within the Morales was high. The different changes to their mental states, followed by sudden combat in a situation they had just believed to be on top of, was devastating. However, before the first wave of assaults could land, a calming voice had already entered their minds. Stand tall. It was just 2 words, and yet their spines shivered and the tips of their blades trembled. Roars escaped their lips one after another, and their force echoed across the plains. Don't be distracted. The whisper of a sword blade passed by Leonel's ear. He felt as though he had been cut in two, the sensory perception coming even before the actual blade, like his mind and his body were being attacked at the same time. He could understand the kind of despair a person would feel facing such an attack. What was the point in dodging if you have already been bisected? But he shattered the mental assault as though it was as fragile as stale bread. His squadron was too far away from him for him to rely on their strength, but he didn't even bother to call them back. Their task was different. As for his task, it was to crush every ancestor that dared to stand before him. Leonel's aura flared, arise. One after another, the corpses of the ancestors he had killed in the last several weeks appeared and then began to crumble as though all the strength of their bodies were being devoured into the rise of their souls. In an instant, Leonel was covered by 5 ancestors, each one emitting a sharp light as they raised their bows. These were none other than the ancestors of the Constellation Bow Alliance. Chapter 2008-9, A Mess. Chapter 2008-9, A Mess. The ancestors of the spiritual's religion, all of whom were ready to take action, felt as though their bodies had frozen. A dangerous aura locked onto them, and it felt like if they took just a single step in any direction, their heads would be pierced through. They were all ancestors, and Leonel was just using puppets. Just how could he have the strength to make them feel threatened to the point that they were immobilized? What they didn't know is that by having the ancestors consume their own bodies during the formation of their souls, they were actually at least 50% stronger than they would be otherwise. They were closer now to overlords than they were to normal ancestors. This was a lesser form of breathe that came from the weaker techniques of the Emperor's Might lineage, known as cannibalize. It could be used on the corpse of a soul alongside arise to make them stronger. This, though, as an imperfect form of breathe, had some drawbacks. Normally, a soul would last 24 hours in Leonel's possession, but a soul that had cannibalize used on it would last no more than an hour. But this wasn't the only reason why the corpses fell so much more powerful. The real reason for that was because of the improvement to Leonel's dream force, namely his connection to the dream plane. Now, he couldn't just perfectly direct his soul constructs, he could infuse his own comprehensions and incorporate his very will into his commands. One could use the dream plane to push people in certain directions, but they would ultimately only act within the bounds of their own personalities. It would take many years of manipulation, and constant attempts to get someone to do something they wouldn't normally do. This content of novelfullbook.com. If you reading this content, please go to website novelfullbook.com to continue reading, fastest update hourly. However, the will of Leonel's soul constructs was to do whatever he wanted them to do. That meant that his control over their impulsions was perfect. On the surface, this seemed like a minor thing. Couldn't he just control them with his mind normally? What was the use of this seemingly extra useless step? But there was an important difference. Not only could Leonel command his souls to act and react faster, he could mold their minds and change their tendencies to exactly what he wanted. When it came to soul constructs like this that already had a foundation that matched his will, he could give them his skill in the bow. The 5 ancestors' auras roared to life. In that moment, their bows, which had just been surging with a silvery white bow force, seemed to shatter, streams of light dispersing and then reforming into a blinding golden streak. Right then, 5 bow sovereigns were born. And not only that, but they each had the power of an ancestor backing them. In a single bound, they went from a half-step to the overlord ranks to true overlords. 5 overlord bow sovereigns. They had never been this powerful in their lives, but in death, they stepped into a realm of strength and power they could never have imagined. Max's expression became serious. He had only attacked once, and yet the situation had changed so resoundingly. Just how, stop, don't. Max roared as he saw that Tricilia had taken out some sort of orb. If he could have stopped her from even taking it out in the first place, he would have. But that ship had already sailed. If Poppy comes here, your world spirit will be taken away in an instant. I wasn't lying. Tricilia shivered and put the communication device away, but then a cold wind passed by her neck. She turned back slowly, and what she saw made her heart feel as though it had been hollowed out. 5 bows, 5 arrows, 5 echoing twangs, 5 deaths of her brothers and sisters. The ancestors of the spiritual's religion were still rushing forward, seemingly not even having realized that they died. But the bloody holes in their heads painted a different picture, one of bleak sadness. Could this have been avoided? Leonel didn't make a move, standing calmly, but it was like 5 of him were aiming their bows. Looking forward, neither Max or Tricilia could even quite feel their individual auras any longer. It was like they had instead become clones of the young man who stood in their midst. Max realized that he couldn't allow things to stay as they were. He moved like lightning, his very body seeming to carry the aura of the sword. 2 arrows appeared to his left and his right, but his absolute sword domain took shape, shredding them to pieces. His thumb rubbed along the spatial ring Tricilia had returned to him, and a rusted sword appeared in his palm. It looked as though a single swing might cause it to collapse, becoming nothing more than flakes of metal dancing in the wind. And yet, when he made his move, it was like the world had been split in 2. Leonel looked into his eyes. People, relationships, complex webs of emotion, nothing was ever simple due to these things. It should have all been easy. He already had Max on his side, his army had already surrounded the half-spirituals, he had already been just a step from victory, but things had ended up like this because humans were complex creatures that rarely, if ever, acted logically. He was no different, that he knew. As much as he tried to peel himself away from those more human layers of him, he couldn't escape it. He was realizing every day just how much pressure his future self had placed on him. He even understood that much of his cold logic came not from the fact that he was some sort of psychopath, or even from the fact that he preferred logic overall. It was just a coping mechanism. Looking at the world like it was an array of numbers, of buttons to push and sliders to adjust, that was much easier than looking at it for what it really was, an imperfect blob of a mess. The 5 archer overlords around Leonel shifted and seemed to form an odd force art with just 5 nodes between themselves. So, is this how it works? I guess so. Their auras doubled once again, and Max's strength was drowned out. Chapter 2010, Two-Way Street. Chapter 2010. Two-Way Street. Leonel didn't follow the God path, but his soul constructs did. It could be said that over 95% of all ancestors in the human domain followed the God path. There was a reason it was the path that the Void Palace demanded of their students. It was the path that had allowed most of the elites of the human domain to rise up like they had. The actions of the mysterious person that had placed him into this situation made Leonel realize that there was more to the God path than what met the eye. But he, obviously, couldn't go back and choose a new path, and even if he could, he wouldn't. His intuition told him that Dimensional Cleanse was a far better bet for himself. But it got him thinking, had he really reached the potential of his Emperor's Might lineage factor just because he had succeeded in comprehending its 3 strongest techniques? The answer didn't feel as obvious as it should. The 3 strongest techniques were meant to build upon one another, slowly building a foundation that could make the next and final steps logical. But Leonel had skipped all of that and went right to the strongest abilities of the lineage factor, ignoring much of its subtleties. In such a situation, how could he know with any certainty that he was pressing his potential forward to the greatest extent? His connection to the dream plane seemed to have only solidified that truth. He felt like he had been a child messing around with a toy, and that toy just so happened to be a loaded gun. That wasn't to say that Leonel was in any danger while using his lineage factor, not that he knew of anyway. It was rather that he still didn't quite understand just how lethal it could be, and he felt that he had just taken a step toward understanding. Not only could he use the dream plane to pass down his own understanding to his soul constructs, but the reverse was possible as well. Like he had said, he might not follow the God path, but his soul constructs had when they lived, and if he applied some of the concepts of the spiritual's religion formation, and also some of the strategy of the mysterious existence that was toying with him from the shadows, then if he sprinkled atop of that some of his own theories on force arts, namely ones used in armies, the 5 soul constructs resonated with one another, and they thrummed with life. The hum of nature echoed, and the golden dust particles that were aimlessly floating in the air seemed to come to life once more. Of course, it was nothing like the truest formation. The use was limited, as it didn't have the core of the formation any longer since Leonel had destroyed it. Leonel's understanding of the spiritual's religion's formation wasn't yet deep enough to simply reconstruct it using his soul constructs, but that was more than enough to send these overlords to their deaths. 5 arrows streaked through the air, and yet it felt like just one. Tressilia's chest was ripped apart, and her body was sent flying backward like a broken rag doll. However, she couldn't even land, or even be sent flying into the endless distance before she was shredded to pieces, even her blood being torn to ash. The soul constructs pulled their bows back once more and aimed toward Max, but Leonel shook his head and sighed as they fired. The arrows had only just left their bows when the soul constructs shattered to pieces. In the distance, their arrows weakened considerably, but still slammed into Max with an undying force. This content of novelfullbook.com. If you're reading this content, please go to website novelfullbook.com to continue reading. Fastest update hourly. Max's chest caved in and his consciousness shuddered. It took everything he had to remain conscious, but he was still sent flying backward much like Tressilia. He was only lucky that he didn't have to suffer the same fate. Leonel shook his head. It seemed that using his soul constructs for more than just their base uses limited the time they could last even further. He had already felt that instilling them with his insight into the bow had shrunk the time they had considerably, but it seemed that taking a step beyond that caused the hour he should have had to fall to just a few seconds. Even so, the outcome was still acceptable. It was unfortunate that he didn't have any more ancestor souls that were experts in the bow in their lifetimes, but the fact Tressilia was dead and Max was on his last legs was a worthy trade regardless. Leonel looked toward the battle of the Morales and half-spirituals and shook his head. The casualties were about as devastating as he expected. It was a complete mess. There were no formations, none of the tactics he liked to use. Things might have still been fine had they been organized enough to make proper use of the armors he had given them, but they were too scattered to even do that. In addition, many of the armors that Leonel had constructed were purely auxiliary in function and only provided help when used in the context of an army. What could forming small-scale light illusions, for example, do in a battle like this? He took a breath, scanning the battlefield so quickly his pupils looked as though they were bouncing around his sockets. On a battlefield this large and expensive, his internal sight wasn't enough. At that moment, he wished for the complete Bow domain lineage factor more than he had ever before. Then, he stretched his dream force into the dream plane, immediately sending out tens of millions of orders, each one specified and unique for the person in question in an instant. It was time to turn this battle around before the other overlords of the half-spirituals could realize what was wrong. Even as he did so, his hand reached and grasped out, pulling the spatial device that Tricilia had taken out the communication device from before her soul or Max could react. Chapter 2031-1, A Best Way. Chapter 2031-1, A Best Way. The battlefield became like a go-board. The swiftness with which the situation changed was shocking, and in as little as a few seconds the casualties went from about equal on both sides to slightly lopsided, and then the Morales began to slowly take a firm upper hand. A Morales sharply thrust their spear, but retreated a moment later. He glided backward across the depths of space exactly 11-12 meters, only to sense a heat behind him as a part of his armor began to resonate. He didn't need to look behind him to know that someone with a matching set to his armor had appeared. They both acted at once, causing their force to roll and their armor to link. They both threw out another spear, the flickering light of illusion painting the skies. Their enemies couldn't dodge at all. How could they when they didn't know which spear was real? In another section of the battle, a single Morales found herself surrounded by 3 half-spirituals. Beaten and broken, there was no chance for her to escape. Her absolute spear domain roared with what felt like the last of her force, causing the enemies to take a step back, but it was only a brief reprieve as they rushed forward. Suddenly, there was a subconscious suggestion in her mind, and she twisted her body. However, the light of hope came to an end as soon as it came. Her body was pierced by swords and a glaive from 3 sides. The pain shot through her like a torrent, and she could feel her life slipping away. But that darkness of death didn't come like she expected. She had thought that she was dead for sure, but only now realized that the blades had missed her vital organs. No, more accurately, what was vital, what wasn't, the line between life and death, that was decided by her, wasn't it? The spear domain lineage factor? No, the Morales lineage factor. What did it mean for the absolute spear domain, a pure offensive ability, to fuse with their metal bodies and their divine armors? She felt that she had a vague idea. She released her spear, causing it to vanish. She grabbed onto the 2 sword blades, pulling down and snapping them before throwing both broken blades into the brows of their owners. At the same time, her spear suddenly appeared behind the head of the glaive wielder, shredding them to pieces. 2 Morales brothers, sharing the same branch bloodline, pressing their backs to one another. They trusted each other with their lives, just like they always had. They would make it out of here just like they had every time before. One of them gritted his teeth with determination, blood trickling down his chin until his heart suddenly felt hollow. The solid back pressed against his suddenly went limp. He could feel the life of his brother draining as a sharp blade pierced an inch into his back. He didn't need to look to see what had happened. Someone had just driven a blade through his brother's heart so far that it had almost run through him as well. The Morales looked down and watched as a familiar spear drifted down beneath his feet. Once again, he didn't need to look to see what had happened. His brother had thrown his spear away, grabbing onto the sword with both hands so that it wouldn't drive through him as well. A suggestion pressed onto his mind as he roared in fury, his absolute spear domain raging like a torrent. The energies of the world were suddenly being swallowed with a vicious momentum. The metal body of the Morales could assimilate metals and earth. This was the foundation for many of their strongest techniques. Metal body, divine armor, countless others. This ability, though, was built off the back of an insatiable greed to devour, a greed that reminded this Morales brother a lot of the metal spirit. He really wanted to be one. He really wanted to swallow everything in his path, to rampage with fury fueling his mind. His absolute spear domain rushed outward, swallowing all the force in the surroundings, assimilating them, and then using that strength to shred everything in his path apart. They would pay for the death of his brother. Leonel breathed heavily, sweat drenching his brows. In the past, he had created a technique to help his brothers improve and keep up with his steps. He called it Dream Path. Unfortunately, this ability was one of the few that he had created with the help of his ability index that didn't work out well. As a result, he had only used it once on his brothers, but ended up abandoning it. This content of novelfullbook.com. If you're reading this content, please go to website novelfullbook.com to continue reading. Fastest update hourly. But after awakening in the dream plane, he had come to understand some things. He still couldn't just draw out a path for a person, and he had overestimated himself far too much when he thought that he had the ability to. Instead, he could sense the small kernels of inspiration they had brewing in their subconscious and push them forward. There were millions of Morales, each with their own ideas, each with their own thoughts on how to progress, but many of them found themselves tied down. Either they hadn't reached the perfect circumstances for enlightenment, or they were so tied down by tradition and hierarchy that they didn't dare to strike out on their own path. However, seeing through their thoughts, Leonel realized that maybe there was no right way or even a best way to use a lineage factor. There was a huge array of application methods, and each one had its own viability. This was only more so for a recently mutated lineage factor like their own. so he gave them the nudge that he deserved. The battlefield became a mixture of continuous breakthroughs and squadrons that quickly became teams, and teams that quickly became battalions, and battalions that quickly became armies. Just when the tide was firmly on the side of the Morales, the overlords of the spirituals' religion finally realized that something was wrong. Chapter 2312. Over Chapter 2312. Over. Leonel sent a glance toward the planets below. His breathing labored. Not far from him, Max and Tricilia were still trying to gather themselves. Tricilia wasn't a threat. As a half-spiritual, after losing her body, while she could survive, she was far weaker. He could probably defeat her on his own, even without relying on a formation or his soul constructs. Max was in a state of great weakness right now. He was nigh incapacitated and only barely managed to hold on to his consciousness. He wasn't a threat, at least not on his own. He could still launch an attack if it came to, but Leonel still held back from trying to deal him a final blow. This old man was definitely not simple. Even if you pressed a normal animal into a corner, they could lash out, let alone an ancient beast. Leonel took a breath, trying to catch his breath, but he realized that he was practically hyperventilating. He was breathing so heavily based on a reflex, not because he needed to. That much was proved by the fact his breath was actually so controlled, rather than causing waves of hurricane force winds like it usually did. The fatigue was soul deep. It was a depletion of his dream force and a fatigue of his mind, something he hadn't experienced in a long time. It was nothing like a bodily fatigue might be. No amount of breathing hard would help him. With a thought, his 3 dream stars took shape and began to rotate with a fierce momentum. Leonel suddenly gasped, and it felt as though he finally caught his breath. His gaze sharpened as he felt the difference, and his plan changed. He had forgotten. The manifestation of his stars wasn't just a method to accumulate dream force quickly, nor was it just a representation of his universal cycles. It was the manifestation of his path, the path of dimensional cleanse. In an instant, he found that he could travel much further in the dream plane, and every action he took stripped away a lesser amount of his dream force. He sent out more commands and suggestions that were more precise. The efficiency of his control over the Morales army skyrocketed even as the overlord of the spirituals, the woman he assumed to be Poppy, rushed out from her hiding spot. He sent out a final wave of orders as he snapped his attention toward the coming ballista. Poppy was another beautiful older woman, but she had a fiery temper that rivaled that of a bubbling volcano. Her hair was a short-cut blaze of red, her eyes just as piercing red. Leonel would have thought her to be a Brazinger if he didn't know better. At the moment, 10 shadows appeared by Leonel's side. "Is it done?" Leonel asked. Joel tossed an orb at Leonel. Leonel nodded, but the confusion on the faces of Max and Tricilia practically formed tangible phantoms. That orb, it was definitely the communication device that Leonel had just taken from Tricilia, but these 10 hadn't been by Leonel's side from the beginning. That meant Max's gaze turned solemn. That meant that Leonel had sent them on a mission before even getting his hands on the communication device, before he had even seen Tricilia take it out. The realization hit Tricilia at the same time, and her heart trembled. Her gaze turned to her fellow brothers and sisters in the distance. Every moment, another one of them fell, and they weren't lucky enough to maintain their souls like she had. The Morales directly targeted their weaknesses. Somehow, many of them had gained the ability to kill them with a single strike. "Easy enough," Joel said. With the orb, the location was as easy as breathing to find. Leonel had sent the 10 on a simple mission. Their goal was to find the entrance of the spirituals' religion Holy Land. Any communication device required a receiver, and any such receiver would give off fluctuations. If the communication device was modified under a crafter as skilled as Leonel, the receiver would become no different from a beacon. Of course, Leonel didn't need to send them for just this. If it was just this, he could have found the location from right here. There were 2 things he needed. The first was to lure Overlord Poppy here. What better way than to send enemies to her resting place? The second was to find the core of the formation that Leonel had been forced to destroy. As he had predicted, the moment Poppy was alerted, she noticed the problem going on outside and had no choice but to rush here. While she did that, these 10 had brought the shattered core she had been forced to leave behind here. As expected, Raj tossed something at Leonel soon afterward. It was just a ring, but within, there was a shattered core the size of a planet's core. Leonel shook his head. Luckily, he had sent Anastasia with them, or else putting such a thing into a spatial treasure would have been impossible. And even further than that, it was lucky that he had chosen the method of shattering the formation core that he had. This content of novelfullbook.com. If you reading this content, please go to website novelfullbook.com to continue reading. Fastest update hourly. Leonel hadn't just indiscriminately shattered the formation. Instead, he had treated it like a puzzle, following along the fissure lines and only breaking them along those weak points. Due to this, it was not only far easier to rip apart, but due to his crafting skill reaching the molecular level, it was also far easier to put back together. Boom, the entire battlefield froze. Every warrior, including Poppy, Max, and Tricilia, felt like their bodies had been marred in cobwebs of time and space. Before, the core of the formation had been light years away, and Leonel could only use an endless chain of commands to control it from an obscene distance. The design of the formation made this possible, as it was designed to be used across the entire solar system, but that didn't mean that it didn't have its weaknesses. Now, however, the core of the formation was right here. This battle was over. Chapter 231.13. Kill. Chapter 231.13. Kill. Everything came to a stop. There was no moving forward, no retreating, and everything danced in the palm of Leonel's hand. After a moment, Leonel exhaled a breath and shook his head. He looked out into the battlefield once more, and his gaze flickered with rage. The casualties were atrocious. Almost 10% of the Morales army was either dead beyond his means to revive, or heavily injured. There was another 10% on top of that were dead, and he might have a chance to revive if he was quick enough. 20% of an army of this caliber and size was a devastating blow, especially when the total had been at 0% for the past several days. These were the most elite of the Morales 7th dimensional experts. The only ones missing among them were the Nova heirs at Leonel's request. Every loss of one was not only one less that they'd have, but it would also be a great detriment to the future potential of the Morales in the short term. It was simply infuriating that something like this could happen when it could have all been avoided. Max wasn't supposed to be his enemy, but he had made such an idiotic choice in the end. When he spoke of killing 2 Suyards for every Morales that fell, he hadn't been lying, but it also wasn't just an act of rage that he wanted to mete out. The history between any two forces had to be taken into account whenever they were moving forward in any sort of conflict or cooperation. This content of novelfullbook.com. If you're reading this content, please go to website novelfullbook.com to continue reading. Fastest update: hourly real Morales had died due to Max. Their parents would grieve. Their wives and husbands would carry that pit in their hearts for a lifetime. Their spouses, their children, their friends, each one would be impacted in their own way. How could they just forget everything and move forward in cooperation with the Suyards? The original cooperation that Leonel had wanted now was dead. He had tried, he had made concessions, he had even laid down his own fury toward these families and their inaction as his father fell on his spear, and yet this was how they repaid him. The smoldering lines of black began to appear around Leonel again, but just as quickly as they had, he snuffed them out, his gaze returning to a cold depth of indifference. His actions might have seemed crude, he might have even been seen to have pushed the Suyards and the spirituals' religion to this point, but he knew what his intentions were better than anyone else. He had left Max alone after taking the world spirit. He had proved himself by entering the impetus state with his dream force and countering Vega. He had had no intentions of slaughtering the half-spirituals when he came here, and the entire brunt of the attention he had given had been focused on killing the ancestors of Shield Cross stars. He had been bold, a bit crude, and a bit strong-handed, but these had all been necessary actions. If he came, hat in hand, trying to form alliance bonds with these two powers, what would the result have been? In the best case, he would have been laughed out of the room. In the worst case, they might attack to kill him due to his role in linking the Morales and Earth, the soon-to-be only 2 eighth-dimensional worlds of the human domain. He had chosen to forgive, to forget, not only their actions in not aiding his father, but also in their intent to pressure the Morales just to keep their families safe. Did the spirituals' religion not send a representative that day? Did the Suyard family not place a pawn in the Void Palace and use it as a proxy to pressure his Morales family? He had been too kind. Bang! Max was forced to his knees under a resounding pressure. There was no land to stand on, and yet the space beneath his kneecaps cracked and shattered, forming a pseudo-land just for him. The golden dust particles around him swam and then formed powerful chains, piercing through his shoulders, his chest, and then, finally, his knees. Then they bound around his body tightly. Soon, the same actions were repeated for Tricilia and the Poppy in the distance. Despite the latter being the only one of them that wasn't injured at all, under the weight of the formation, it was all worthless. Leonel raised a hand, and a strong pull came from Poppy's very soul. Her eyes widened as the world spirit was torn out and brought to Leonel's palm. With a squeeze, it was shattered, and the half-spirituals, all at once, felt a sense of laws that trembled their hearts and caused their eyes to water. Compared to humans, the spirituals were far more sensitive to this sort of matter. Their world spirit subconsciously felt no different from family to them. After he was finished, Leonel began to use the formation to speed up the process. He didn't have to gather force the normal way, since the formation could accumulate so much of it. Thanks to this, the force he needed to revive the members of the Morales were readily available. Luckily, he managed to revive almost the entire 10%, only missing out on a few, a result that was much better than he expected. There was nothing he could do about the ones that were gone before he got his hands on the formation, but this would have to do for now. Leonel looked toward the army. His expression was the mask of coldness, and he could see every Morales looking at him with the same steely intent. He knew that this was exactly what the person lingering in the shadows wanted. There was no better scheme than one your enemy knew was there, and yet had to fall into anyway. Right now, though, it didn't matter. For the sake of the future, this was the best step to take, the only step. Kill. The roar of the Morales shook the solar system. Chapter 2314, satisfied? Chapter 2314, satisfied? The fallout of the battle rocked the human domain. The slaughter of both the spirituals' religion and the Suyards was akin to watching the fall of titans from their mountain. These two powers had always been seen to be on par with the Morales, and yet the Morales alone, after taking out 12 Constellation families just weeks ago, followed through with a campaign that brought these two to their knees, and it was all led by Leonel Morales. It felt like a curtain of silence had fallen over the human domain. It was inescapable. Many felt that such infighting, when they had only just survived the invasion of several domains just months earlier, was inadvisable. If there was a scale of public perception, it had easily begun to swing from fear of the Morales to a lambasting for their actions. How could the public know of the intricate details of the events that had occurred? And even if they had an actual chance at knowing, would that mysterious figure, hidden in the background and spurring on those very same flames of hatred, let it go so easily? This was exactly what they wanted. To paint the Morales as savages, as demons that didn't understand the true weight of the situation, and there was no better mascot for their displaced fury than Velasco and his son after him. Rumors of Velasco toying with the taboo and thus bringing down the rage of the gods spread like wildfire. Watching as his son now led armies to take down families that had lived for countless generations only seemed to bolster these thoughts further. How could a child like Leonel possibly bring down these families if there wasn't something nefarious at play? Many even began to believe that if they really allowed the Morales to take control of the human domain and thus left Leonel to be their de facto leader, rather than the gods coming down to smite Velasco on his own, it might even be the whole domain that was wiped from existence. The moment this sort of paranoia grew legs, it soon grew wings and soared through the skies. It passed through countless ears and affected countless hearts, and it only grew worse as the details of the past events began to be spread in earnest. First came news of just how thorough the destruction of the spirituals' religion was. The spirituals' religion had quite a positive public perception in the eyes of many. They never led crusades like the other religions, and humans always had a sort of innate awe of the spirituals. In addition, such a group of beautiful men and women, how could they possibly be hated? If it wasn't for the fact they only accepted half-spirituals into their ranks, the largest religion in the human domain might actually be them. And yet, Leonel had not only plundered their ancient formation, but he had razed their lands to the ground. The territory of the spirituals' religion was just a single solar system unlike the Sweards that controlled many sectors filled with many more galaxies, and so every act was akin to the impetus of a genocide. Being so small, the spirituals' religion simply had no large group of weaklings that the large families and organizations did. As such, Leonel had gone to each and every one of their planets, waging a bloody, one-sided war until he forced them all to their knees. And it was precisely this picture that the human domain received. But this was nothing compared to what happened to the Sweards. The half-spirituals only suffered a loss of life. The Sweards, however, suffered a loss of dignity, of pride. Even the willingness to raise their heads high had been crushed, no different from when Leonel had kicked down their doors of their sword faction. Max was chained to the front of Leonel's starship. Every battle, he was forced to watch as his Sweard family was crushed and split to pieces. The fervor of the Morales, as though unleashing a wave of countless years of animosity and hatred, spilled over like a tsunami. The Holy Land of the Sweards were razed to the ground and their spirits were crushed. Ameri, their greatest hope, faced off against Leonel in battle once again. Legends of their battles had spread like wildfire, and many believed that another legend would be painted on this day so long as Leonel didn't use his King's Might lineage factor. And yet the result, Leonel crushed Ameri. There was no suspense. He didn't even bring out his spear. It simply wasn't necessary. It wasn't until now many remembered the last so-called legendary battle between these two had taken place when one was in the 6th dimension and the other was in the 7th. They were never on the same level to begin with. One after another, the ancestors of the Sweards were bound and captured, chained up and thrown into the dungeons of the Morales. It could be said that for the first time since the founding of the Sweard family, their capital lands were vacant and empty. Leonel might as well have burned the crops and salted the earth. For every Morales that dies, I will kill 2 Sweards. He had said those words, and he meant those words. Locke, the envoy of the Sweards, truly had to watch as his home was burned to the ground. Leonel speculated that it was never Max that told him to speak those words. It might have been another ancestor of the Sweards, or it might very well have been that mysterious figure that had been goading him into a trap from the very beginning. But none of it mattered. Are you satisfied? The voice was gruffer than before, but that made sense considering Max's state. Leonel glanced over but didn't care enough to say something. If Max wanted to avoid this, he should have never acted against him. This content of novelfullbook.com. If you're reading this content, please go to website novelfullbook.com to continue reading. Fastest update hourly. Your grandfather would have never done this. Max continued, much of his hair covering his eyes. Leonel didn't care to respond directly to that either. Rest up, Leonel said indifferently. From now on, the Sweards will be the vanguard of the Morales. A force art, complex enough to split one's mind if it was gazed at too closely, whirled in his palm. Chapter 2315, Cruelty. Chapter 2315, Cruelty. Max looked toward Leonel's back, his words escaping him. He should have known, someone like Leonel wouldn't be so easily swayed by moral arguments. Even the most caring of people would have their bottom line, let alone Leonel. What Max could have never guessed was that there truly was a point in Leonel's life where the pull of his morality ruled him. Over the years, those thoughts had been overruled, taken over by a man who killed without hesitation and shed blood without blinking an eye. It was difficult to tell for an outsider whether this was the fading of a youthful vigor and naivete, or if it was something else, something deeper. Leonel, as oblivious as he seemed about his own emotions sometimes, was very much aware of everything happening within him. Even if he missed something, with his memory, he could go back in time, so to speak, watching the changes that took place step by step and understanding what had brought him to this place. Max would never know the answer because Leonel would never tell him. The old overlord had his own reasons for doing things, and so did Leonel. Seeing that Leonel was about to walk away, unmoved, Max shook his head. The Morales family was simply not to be trusted. These weren't words he thought of due to Leonel, though at this point even he couldn't deny the animosity that was building up in his chest. Rather, it was pointed toward the hidden undercurrents within that family. If Ishmael was still alive, things wouldn't have gotten to this point, and maybe he would have been marrying his son to an heiress of the Morales instead. But such things couldn't be deliberated over now, especially when things had already reached this point. Leonel had won, for now, and it seemed that his Swayard family would be forced to be hitched to this wagon. Whether they sunk or swam would be all reliant on the shoulders of this cold and detached young man. Leonel stuck to his word. He would turn the Swayard family into the vanguard of the Morales. He knew what kind of words were spreading about him and the Morales now, and since these were the thoughts that everyone in the human domain would have about him, he would simply lean into it. He knew how these kinds of storms worked. No one would believe that he suddenly became benevolent and started to treat the families he had conquered well. Even if he did, whoever was in the shadows could spin it any number of ways. For example, what if that person planted the seed that those captured by Leonel would be turned into his loyal soul puppets? And that the only reason he seemed to be treating them all well was because he had already captured their souls just like he had shown many times before. The abilities of the Fox were powerful, but Leonel had no doubt that it had created quite a number of enemies for them over the years. A family that could one day in the past do a favor to the race like the Pluto, and yet end up regulated to just one descendant locked away in an incomplete world, most definitely couldn't have fallen so far without many powerful individuals wanting it to be the case. And right now, Leonel was watching that play out in real time. He made a mental note to himself that he would likely have to be far more cautious with how he displayed his King's Might lineage factor once he left this incomplete world. But for now, there was no use in fretting about it. It was too late to win the war of public perception, and his actions in releasing the young heirs of the weaker 7th-dimensional and 6th-dimensional families was wasted. But that was fine. One of the markers of a great general and strategist wasn't just how good their initial plots were, but also how they adapted to changes in the field. So he wouldn't try to win it at all. Yes, the Morales family were a family of demons. What were they going to do about it? Leonel got to work not long later. His plan was simple. Right now, what remained in his way was the remainder of Shield Cross Stars, the Oman family, the Void Palace, and the Godland family. Shield Cross Stars was mostly crippled, as was the Void Palace. His greatest worry was that the most powerful of Shield Cross Stars, aside from Vega, hadn't made their moves yet. These were existences like Cross Elder Avon and Overlord Sith. He had been avoiding the Omen family until now because he knew they would be the most difficult to deal with. They were the only family capable of mitigating the advantage of Leonel's linked armies because they had wealth and crafting skills comparable to the Morales. Of course, Leonel didn't believe that there was anyone who could match up to him in this regard, but he was just one person. The Spirituals formation had already threatened him a great deal, who knew what the Oman had prepared, especially since the Tier 2 starship design that he had improved came from them in the first place. The Void Palace was most crippled too, but there were still hidden cards of the cult that had yet to make their presences known. Leonel hadn't forgotten about the large center of variant invalids that they should have, nor the large number of savants that the Void Palace should have accumulated as well. As for the Godland family, they were a complete wildcard. He knew nothing about them, and the souls of the pious ancestors had been completely in the dark. This time, though, Leonel wouldn't be attacking. The time for pushing and launching assaults had ended. He had antagonized the human domain enough, and his next series of plans would only antagonize them more. The next phase of this war would be played on his turf. All were welcome. He would be happy to send them to the grave. This content of novelfullbook.com. If you reading this content, please go to website novelfullbook.com to continue reading. Fastest update hourly. One by one, Leonel began to brand the experts of the Swayard and half-spirituals that remained, turning them into the loyal warriors. As he did so, the final straw that would break the camel's back descended. A group of demons, wearing Morales armors and wielding Morales spears, appeared in the depths of the Void Palace. There were just 100 of them, but each one radiated a towering aura. As for when they worked together, even the sturdy lands of the Void Palace crumbled and shattered. One by one, they killed every elite of the Void Palace. Nominal disciples, quadrant disciple, galaxy disciples, sector disciples, domain disciples, it didn't matter. Rivers of blood ran, and each of their corpses was desecrated. Each had a hole in their forehead the size of an ethereal glabella. The demons didn't even try to hide their movements as they returned, paving a streak of crimson across the cosmos as they made their way back to Morales land. Then, without a word, they disappeared. All that remained of the once mighty Void Palace were the corpses of the most promising youths of the most powerful families of the human domain. The powder keg exploded. Chapter 2316, Names. Chapter 2316, Names? No losses? Leonel looked toward the small troop of 100 demons, somewhat surprised. He had sent this troop into the Void Palace without his support with only a single goal: kill. Of course, there were some other caveats about time constraints, efficiency, and the like, but he had ultimately left it up to them to decide the details. The troop was the first batch of his experiments with the golden-scaled koi fish and the tentacle womb. It was years in the making, but it was finally bearing fruit. It was just that he had been waiting to use it at an optimal time. This time, he decided to use them to provoke the human domain. What could be a better tactic to provoke the ire of these powers than to kill their children and their future? He could imagine just how enraged they were now, and whatever plans they had been making would most definitely move forward. But standing here, right here and now, he was shocked. According to the report these demons had brought back, they hadn't just managed to kill a small number, they killed all of them. Not only did they kill all of them, but they didn't lose a single member of their original 100. This troop, his first troop, was built based on the cobra demon that had eaten Leonel alive. They all had beautiful sapphire scales, and their necks and heads were covered in the natural hood of a cobra. Each one stood at over 2 meters tall, and they radiated a dense cold. Their armors matched this cold, fusing them and amplifying them. Leonel had added some of his comprehension of Void Star Force, but honestly it was limited, and not his best work, as he had created these armors even before his breakthrough in crafting. This content of novelfullbook.com. If you're reading this content, please go to website novelfullbook.com to continue reading, fastest update hourly. His thought process was that even if this cobra demon troop was caught and dissected, they wouldn't look any different from normal demons, and on the other hand, his enemies wouldn't have any idea what his current crafting skill was at. But the end result was beyond his expectations, and his provocation had worked almost too well. Looking at the storage device filled with ethereal glabellas, he didn't even quite know what to say. He had personally created, from one cell to a complete living being, an army stronger than the greatest elites of the human domain? He shook his head and sighed. From the moment he learned of the abilities of the silver tablet, he had felt that life was far too worthless, and here he was confirming those ideas once more. It was hard to accept for someone like him whose journey of morality and its push and pulls had once given him the conviction to save all beings. It was funny, in a morbid sort of way. Back then, he thought that all lives were equal because they were each immeasurable. Now he thought the same, but only because all lives seemed to be equally worthless. It was a foundational difference that led to the same conclusion. But what made it worse was the legend of the Northern Star. Life could be created so casually, it even felt that the life and death of those born in these incomplete worlds was no different from a breeze riding the rays of the sun, fleeting and without substance. And yet the end of the world was looming on the horizon, and no one seemed capable of stopping it. These things, how could both be true? Why were they both true? What kind of sick joke built the fabric of reality as it was? Leonel looked toward the demons, his gaze a bit blank. Right now, he was striving to bring his future wife back to life, striving to see his father stand broad and tall once again. But if he really succeeded in either, just what worth did they ever even have? It was a thought he had been running from, and it was like he was being forced to confront it, ironically due to creations of his own. What was more important to him? That lives were worth something more substantial than an outpouring of resources? Or that he could always bring those he loved most back to life? If he could bring those he wanted back with a thought, if he truly ever reached a level of power that allowed him to be infallible to such an extent, would acting on his power diminish the worth of the lives he had wanted to save so much? He didn't know the answer. It was another question, one maybe even more profound and complicated than the one that had guided his journey until this point, and it came with a depth of suffocation and helplessness that was even heavier than the first. Leonel gazed toward the demons again. They stood tall, none of them knowing what thoughts were running through the mind of their creator. Their intelligence was no less than that of the demon that Leonel had fought back then, the strength no less as well. In fact, they were stronger, having been constructed to the level of the 7th dimension rather than the 6th. What made the reality all the heavier was the fact that this demon wasn't even from an incomplete world. "What are your names?" Leonel suddenly asked. "SKKKKARR, RRSEE, RSER. The roars of the 100 threatened to shatter Leonel's eardrums, and Leonel actually began to laugh. He didn't understand their language, but he no longer needed to. With the dream plane, he could sense the intentions of their words directly. Their names? They didn't care about them. They had never had one. They only wanted to fight, to bleed for strength, to crush the bones of their enemies beneath their feet. All of the more complicated things, even if it was just a name, they didn't care to have one. It was a simple and beautiful existence, and one that he unexpectedly envied. Chapter 2317, A Good Look. Chapter 2317, A Good Look to Not Care, to be carefree. He wanted it, but his mind wouldn't seem to allow him that sort of peace. It was all too easy for many to focus on the next step forward, to chase that next goal, to aspire towards something larger than themselves, but they rarely thought about what it meant to sit at that height. If you really did have the power to wave a hand and make everything you want come true, to force it into being, would it all even be worth it? What a uselessly human thought, Leonel thought, still laughing to himself. He was laughing because he could already see himself taking it for granted, as though he would definitely reach that height, as though he would be proposed with this question one inevitable day, and when that time came, what choice would he make? The question was too complicated, too marred by his own biases, and maybe if not for the level of thought he had achieved, he might not have even considered the question in the first place. I really hate you demons, Leonel thought to himself, shaking his head. Demons had almost killed him more times than he cared to admit. A demon had eaten him alive. Demons were infiltrating his Morales family. A demon was supposedly his grandmother, toying with his life since even before the day he was born. If this was a novel, he'd feel that the author was far too on the nose with his motifs and literary themes. What a condescending whack job. His life truly looked as though it was the greatest joke. How many existential crises was he going to have? Well, this didn't really feel like an existential crisis. He felt calm as he faced these questions, and it wasn't because he knew the answer, or because he felt that the answer wasn't as important, but he was already certain of what he would do. He didn't know whether they would be worth the same, but he knew that he couldn't allow his life to go by without trying to see his father again. He couldn't allow that silly girl who never listened to him to go to the grave without seeing those that had harmed her mother to be buried first. Even if he found out that their worth really had plummeted just by virtue of his actions, he was too selfish to not try anyway. And for the first time, just thinking these thoughts, Leonel felt that he had finally understood something about himself, his true self. For as long as he could remember, he hated to lose, so much so that even if it required crossing the benefits of his own brothers, he would rather win anyway. James had first had experience with this matter. This content of novelfullbook.com. If you're reading this content, please go to website novelfullbook.com to continue reading. Fastest update hourly. That day during the championship game, he had known there was something wrong with James. James himself had tried to bring it up earlier in the day, and Leonel had had plenty of opportunity to ask about it. He just chose not to. He chose not to because he didn't want to face the decision of what to do himself. He didn't want to be split between his own desires and helping out someone he cared for. So he had avoided James. He hadn't allowed James to tell him about his plight. Even up until this day, he still didn't know exactly what sort of issues James had faced that day. And why was it? Was it because he hated to lose that much? No, it was deeper than that. He was selfish. He wanted it all. He wanted his brother by his side, and he wanted victory. He was insatiable, and there probably wasn't anyone who could turn him from his own goals. How foolish was it to ask the woman out over 500 times? Even if you felt that she might be interested in you, wouldn't it be obvious after the first handful of times that she had worries and troubles that went beyond her liking of you? He had ignored that. His charisma had made those around him ignore just how ridiculous what he was doing was, too. They had even begun to cheer him on, looking forward to the day that he would finally receive his answer. He had manipulated them for his own goals, much like he manipulated everyone else to suit himself. He hadn't cared about what troubles or worries that Ina had had, because all that mattered to him was her saying yes. He didn't care about what might have caused her to be hesitant. All he wanted was that answer. It was something that was constant. It was maybe his one constant. He left his brothers behind on Earth, brothers that he had known since he was a toddler, all to chase a woman who hadn't even given him an affirmative yes yet. Their lives were on their line, and they had actually died. Ina told him many times that she wanted him to take better care of his life, that she had already lost too much in her life and she didn't want to lose more, that the lives of everyone he was trying to save weren't worth as much to her as his own. But he hadn't cared, even up until the point she had chosen to leave him. It didn't matter to him. He was on his own crusade. He had a savior complex back then, and he didn't even know how much of that was genuine emotion versus a childish hatred of the fact that he had, well, lost. Thinking about it could make someone quite sick to their stomach. Did he really make the decision to unify the dimensional verse because he wanted to save people? Or was it because his failure in the Valiant Heart Zone stirred his selfish desire to win? How much had it really mattered to him if he was willing to sacrifice the lives of those thousands of warriors that had called him brother, just to revive the brothers that were only dead because he had abandoned them too? Leonel looked down at his hands. They radiated the familiar bronze color of the Morales family, but in his eyes right now, they just looked beaten and bloody. He had finally gotten a good glimpse of himself, free from the restraints of an almighty future self, and his conclusion was quite something. He had never been as good a person as he thought himself to be. Chapter 2318. Worth. Chapter 2318. Worth Leonel wasn't too shaken by the conclusion. He felt that everyone was selfish in one way or another. The problem was that he was selfish, and he also had the ability to enact his selfishness without the burden of judgment. If you could always manipulate everyone into doing what you wanted them to do, what worry did you have to have about backlash? This, though, was still a bit of an excuse, and he knew it. This was his reality, and he had to decide whether he wanted to change or not. But it wasn't that simple, because there was a very strong pull leading him in a certain direction. He still had a strong conviction to save his father and Ina, and he simply didn't see that changing. This content of novelfullbook.com. If you're reading this content, please go to website novelfullbook.com to continue reading. Fastest update hourly. Leonel clenched his fist and suddenly vanished. Leonel stood high in the skies a long while later, staring down at a devastated scenery. This place was familiar to him, and it could be considered his true first stint into the wider dimensional verse. It was Valiant Heart Mountain, the place linked to maybe the most growth he had experienced in his life. It was a place he owed quite a bit, but just like everything else, he had left it quite selfishly. He had taken everything he wanted from it, and then he had directly abandoned it. Bits and pieces of it were now part of his people, those like Rayon and his wife. Emna was also a remnant from this part of his life, but the mountain was no longer anything. The people that had once called this place home, the elders that had given their entire lives to protecting it and helping it to grow, the excited youths who put their lives on the line just for a chance to enter, it was all reduced to dust now, crushed until nothing remained. Leonel descended and landed on the ground, standing along what remained of the wide road that led to Valiant Heart Mountain. In this place, two mighty pillars had once stood. It was they that pressured the disciples on their ascent up the mountain, and it was also they that also opened the Valiant Heart Zone. Leonel closed his eyes, breathing in the air. The planet was weak, so weak that if he took a breath that was too deep, the trees that had managed to survive the catastrophe of this world would be ripped out and tossed into the air. He remembered the first time he had come to this world. He couldn't even make a dent in the ground with his spear, let rip a tree out from it, and yet it all felt so feeble. The faces of many crossed his senses. Roland. It had been a long time since he had thought of that name. He was the best friend of the general, the character he had become in the zone for those 2 years, or was it a character? Roland had truly become his best friend. He was different from James. He wasn't a playboy. He had a loving wife, Elise. He was less braggadocious and boisterous, but he was earnest, and he had a kind pair of eyes that could melt the soul. His wife was a perfect match for him. She was weak and didn't have any talent for improvement herself, but Roland cherished her like a man should his wife, and she had begun to bear his child. When the zone closed, she had yet to give birth, but Leonel knew how hard Roland had fought just to give her and their child a chance to look into the skies with a smile on their face. Goggles. That pragmatic youth who refused to put his life on the line for anything. And why would he? With his ability index, he never had to. But he had chosen to fight for Leonel, to ignore his usual baser instincts, and fight for something larger than himself. Gertrude, that fiery, red-headed young woman. She had once been a noblewoman, but she abandoned her status because she felt that the actions of King Alexander the Apex were vile and disgusting. She had a temper that could rival a dragon's, but a heart of gold. He knew quite well that she was in love with him, but he had ignored her feelings. Even though he and Ina had already been on a rocky road back then, she was still the only woman for him. But she didn't deserve what happened to her. None of them did. He squeezed his eyes shut tighter, but the single tear came anyway. He exhaled a breath. I'm sorry. It was a hollow voice in a silent world. There was no one here to hear it. The ones that deserved to hear it were long gone because it was an apology that was long overdue. Rumble Lionel's eyes sharpened as they snapped open. It was a risk to come here, he knew that. War would break out soon of the Morales world, and yet he was here reminiscing. However, when he saw what was before him, his pupils constricted. A portal, a familiar one. It was the Valiant Heart Zone. He could feel it in every sense of the word. He hesitated, but he eventually stepped in. It was all the same. 2 years wasn't even necessary. A few hours wasn't even necessary. Even a few minutes felt excessive. He crushed the zone that had once taken his years to complete in not even a fraction of the time, but he felt every second as though it was years. What was the trade-off? He was so powerful now that he couldn't build those relationships again. He didn't get to bask in Roland's kindness, in Elise's sweetness, in Goggles' sense of humor. And why would he? He was far above them. He was an existence beyond even their understanding. The tyrant king that they had feared for so long could only be strung up like a chicken in Leonel's palm. And then he stood before the silver tablet once again, entering its world and looking at the endless spirits who this time, instead of seeming illusory because of their deaths, look as real as could be. He had enough force within his own body right now to revive them all. If he wanted, he wouldn't even need external treasures. But that question came back to nag him. If you stood at the top of the world, with the strength to make anything you wanted to happen come into existence, if you acted on that strength, would its worth still be the same? Leonel grabbed the silver tablet and poured his force into it. His body acted without his mind's consent, disregarding the question entirely. All he wanted was this pit in his chest to disappear. Somewhere a long distance away, a sigh that Leonel couldn't hear echoed. Chapter 2019 never existed. Chapter 2019 never existed. Leonel looked at the various souls floating around him and felt a hint of excitement that was doused quickly. How could he remain excited? While it was true a burden that had been weighing him down for so long was finally off of his shoulders, there was another matter that was harder to accept. After a bit of hesitation, he reached forward toward Roland's soul. Roland was someone that Leonel had met long after his falling out with James. After what happened between him and his longtime best friend, Leonel truly didn't think that he would ever connect with a person on that level again. He and James might have been complete polar opposites, but they worked in a way that Leonel simply couldn't describe. That wasn't to say that Leonel thought more of James than his other brothers. That wasn't the case at all. Some parents might lie when they said they loved all of their children equally, but Leonel wasn't lying at all when he said that he loved all his brothers the same. What differentiated his best friend from his buddies wasn't how much he liked James, but rather how well they clicked, how well they played off of one another, how well James seemed to complement him. Now that he understood a bit more about himself, Leonel knew exactly why this was too. Would it even be him if it wasn't for a selfish motive? James was a simple-minded brute, and he was all too willing to deal with Leonel's manipulation. But at the same time, he was sharp and intuitive in a way he himself probably didn't understand. He could pick out Leonel's flaws in a way that others simply couldn't. In a lot of ways, James was like Leonel's litmus test. If he could pull one over on James, then his actions would go unnoticed. In truth, Leonel knew he had probably tipped the scales a bit too far out of his favor. Yet he was a selfish person, but he didn't believe that he had crossed the line to evil, villain, mastermind just yet, treating James like some sort of science experiment. Even so, he knew that there was some truth to this for certain, because although Roland was also a polar opposite of James, he reflected those very same core traits. He could see through Leonel's nonsense. He could cut right to the core of whatever was ailing them, and if anything, he was a bit sharper than James was, at least when it came to actually articulating his thoughts. He actually reminded Leonel a lot of Joel. Their personalities were nearly identical. And it was amusing because if Leonel had to choose which friend he was the second closest to outside of James, it would be Joel. Their drunk escapades and night of cuddling painted that picture quite well. The difference was just one thing. Joel didn't tolerate Leonel's nonsense at all, once again proven by that drunken night. It was Joel that had brought the liquor that day, and it was Joel who forced Leonel to see that he was less okay than he tried to pretend to be. This content of novelfullbook.com. If you're reading this content, please go to website novelfullbook.com to continue reading. Fastest update hourly. Leonel didn't want that kind of best friend. Joel wouldn't just call him out like Roland or tolerate him like James. He would try to force Leonel to change, and it made sense. Joel was a captain in his own right. While on the football field, Leonel had been the captain of the offense. It could be said that when the defense was on the field, the leader wasn't Leonel at all. After all, he was on the sidelines. It was Joel who took control of their defense. He was the quarterback of the defense. When he put it that way, it was almost sad. Maybe if Joel had been his best friend instead, or rather if he had allowed that to happen, he could have saved himself a lot of pain. But why would he? Why would he allow someone to change him? Did a person as selfish as himself even have that sort of capacity? Leonel grasped Roland's soul and it shuddered. He undid the restrictions and allowed Roland to break the final barrier to life. Roland practically popped into existence, looking around in confusion for a moment. When he noticed Leonel, he immediately bowed deeply, and it was precisely this that made Leonel sigh. How could this Roland be the same as the other? Of course, no matter how quickly he had completed the zone, he and Roland were still slated to be best friends. After all, it had to be remembered that it was Roland that had given Leonel the first clues on what his role in that zone world would be. But that was the general, and Leonel was Leonel. Roland hadn't had any time to acclimate to them being the same person, and the Leonel that had entered was so far and beyond the best friend he had known that they easily became two separate existences in his mind. To Roland, his best friend had long since died, and the Leonel before him was a completely different person, a person that had crushed King Alexandra, the tyrant that had ruled them all for so long with absolute ease. If, for no other reason than to ensure his wife remained safe, he couldn't afford to neglect showing proper due respect. Any camaraderie the two had had seemed to have gone up in a puff of smoke. Leonel knew that even if he explained things clearly, it wouldn't change a single thing. The Roland of now and the Roland that he fondly remembered would never be the same person. Leonel stoically resurrected them all one by one, the familiar burden that he thought he had left far beyond weighing him down once more. Goggle's previous gusto was nowhere to be seen as he looked around shifty-eyed. Gertrude didn't have that familiar infatuation in her eyes when she looked at him, and Elise, her stomach was decidedly and glaringly flat. Their baby was dead, or rather, it had never existed in the first place. Chapter 2320, Fuse or Shatter. Chapter 2320, Fuse or Shatter. It took a few hours, but Leonel got to everyone. In truth, this chance had dealt with a problem he had been avoiding all this time, the Oryx. The Oryx Empire had yet to learn that Leonel sacrificed the rest of their people as Leonel had never told them. Elthor would have been an especially important warrior to lose out on as his potential had yet to be fully unearthed. Originally, he thought about what it would mean to have this chance. Would there be two Elthors? Two Oryx kings? But he had overthought it. There was nothing of the sort. This realization, though, made Leonel certain that someone had a hand in this. Thinking back, how did he even earn the right to enter the true Valiant Hurt Zone? He had found a ring on the body of a dead person whose name he wouldn't even remember if not for his infallible memory. That person was as close to a nobody as you could get, and the fact the ring landed in Leonel's hands was still something that felt odd to him. This content of novelfullbook.com. If you're reading this content, please go to website novelfullbook.com to continue reading. Fastest update hourly. But Leonel could only really deal with one problem at a time. There were too many forces in the dark that wanted to bring him down, and there were very few like this one that actually seemed to help him. He didn't have any more attention to split on this. Leonel shook his head. Even this matter took far too much effort on his part. Years ago, the lives of these people would have been a great benefit to him, but whether it was the humans or the Oryx, they were both far too weak. In fact, that probably wasn't even harsh enough. Back then, King Alexandra had killed Leonel just because he had stepped into the fifth dimension. Leone had been completely helpless against him, and these people were even more. He had almost forgotten. These people weren't in the fifth dimension at all. They were all in the fourth. They were so far from being useful in this conflict that it was laughable. And yet, Leonel still took his time to revive each and every one, giving them a small token of his own personal assurance. All of these people were already familiar with him, not in the intimate sense of the first time he had taken the zone trial, but rather in that they had all seen him defeat the king as he had made certain that they would. The person this seemed to impact the most was Norman the Speedster, or as he had been known in the zone, Norman the Cuckold. And it was precisely because of that name that Norman looked toward Leonel with more passion than just about anyone else. It was thanks to Leonel that the love of his life had finally been released from her shackles. Even during the first trial, Leonel had never been close to this person. In fact, they had ended up fighting in the end, and Leonel almost died at his hands. But it was also because of this that Leonel knew how much potential Norman had. The pure speedster ability index was incredibly rare and extraordinarily powerful when brought to its limits. And at the same time, his former fiancée, though I guess current fiancée now, was yet another monster. Norman's fiancée had had her blood drained by King Alexandra for the sake of harnessing her power of life. She had a life force innate node, and just by virtue of that, her lifespan was nigh unlimited. If her blood also carried such power, Leonel also had an inkling that she might also be a blood sovereign, though it was possible that this was just a byproduct of her life force innate node. And then there was King Alexander himself. He was one of the few that Leonel hadn't resurrected, but after he had finished going through everyone, he stared at this looming silhouette for a long time. There was a good reason for that, King Alexander's ability index. The king called himself the Apex. He was able to grant others titles that could strengthen them, and he could also strengthen himself by giving himself such a title. In truth, even when Leonel thought back, he was a shocking talent. Part of Leonel wanted to resurrect him and rein him under his control, but to do that, he would have to first find a resource worthy of resurrecting such a talent. Leonel shook his head. Just how could so many astounding talents be squeezed into this inconsequential zone? It was like, once again, he was being pointed in this direction. He had thought that when he returned, even if he gained such a chance, these people would just become another burden he had to take care of. But the more he thought about it, even when he reframed the things that happened back then with his current understanding of the world, it was hard to accept just how far ahead these people were. Whether it was Elthor, Normand, his fiancée, Alexandra, and maybe the most shocking talent of them all, Goggles, they were each more ridiculous than the last. But Leonel's hesitation about Alexandra went beyond just the mystery of why so many talents would be here, so even whether he should revive such a vile man, it was instead something completely separate. Should he do it? Should he finally absorb a talent that wasn't his own? Leonel hesitated. In the past, he hadn't noticed. His scope was too limited, and his comprehension of Dreamforce wasn't nearly as deep, but now he saw it as bright as day. King Alexander's ability index was a pure Dreamforce ability, maybe the strongest Dreamforce ability index he had ever seen, stronger than even Lionel's despite him not being a savant. The people of the zone had called it Royal Force, and it had completely thrown him off. But ever since he'd come out of the zone, he had never heard another word about this so-called Royal Force, nor did the Void Library have any information about it. Then he thought about his King's Might lineage factor. If there was any ability that would make use of Royal Force, wouldn't it be it? And yet, it was a lineage factor built completely from Dreamforce. And then, the straw that broke the camel's back was his new comprehension of the second dimension and his new access to the dream plane. Breathing life into a word, that was how Alexandre's was described by the people of the zone. But the way Leonel saw Dreamforce now, wasn't it the same? Dreamforce was said to be the impetus of life, but it was no more than the capacity of thought. That alone gave birth to life. It was the core of what created. If one took it a step further than that, force arts were a method of tapping into this sort of language, pulling on the laws of the world with words as well. It was just that they were words the common person couldn't understand. A step further than even that, and his own ability index was just a translation of his own words into an internal change. His ability index highest level was known as control, a perfect internal control that allowed him to, in turn, exert pressure on the outside world. Alexander's, though, was the exact opposite. It was an exertion of control on the outside. Leonel believed that he had found the other side of his ability index's coin. The question was, if he absorbed this ability index, would they fuse and provide a multiplicative effect, or would they cancel one another out and shatter both? Chapter 2301, Goggles. Chapter 2301. Goggles. Leonel thought about it for a long time, longer than he wanted to admit. Considering his speed of thought, he knew the right answer immediately. but there was a sort of thirst for power that was pulling him in the opposite direction of the smart choice. He knew well that it didn't make sense for him to take this risk right now. If his ability index changed too much out of his expectations, he would be screwed. He had relied heavily on his ability index to get to this point. He had spent years constructing abilities around it. Even the strength of his spear force, one of his greatest offensive cards right now, was built with his ability index as its foundation. If not for Dream Class, how would he have mastered his grandfather's way of the spear so quickly? And if he no longer had Dream Class, would his insights hold well? He actually felt that he would be fine even without Dream Class because his comprehension had already solidified. But what about into the future? Would he make his path of the spear easier or harder? There was another reason that Leonel was so hesitant as well. Thinking back to his battle with Miguel, the latter had used words to breathe strength into his swords. In fact, his grandfather's methods did something similar with poetry, pulling strength from imagery drawn by word of mouth. This was obviously nowhere near what Alexander's abilities could do, especially when they were scaled down to the 5th dimension. However, what it did say was that an ability index wasn't the only way to access this power. There was some overlap between ability indexes and other power systems that Leonel was certain of. If there wasn't, then how could an existence like King, who could be considered to be near the bottom rung of greater existence, be capable of converting abilities indexes into force arts and gifting them to people? There was a wider tapestry out there that he was just barely missing out on, and the thought made it easier for him to set aside the idea of fusing with a relatively unknown ability now and rolling the dice. Leonel managed to settle his impulses and look toward Goggles. Almost immediately, the latter shifted into a position that displayed his absolute attention, and Leonel couldn't help but chuckle. Even when this brat was nervous, his antics were still just as amusing. When'd I start thinking like such an old man? Leonel rubbed his nose. Goggles was young, about 19 or so years old if memory served. When Leonel first met him, they were about the same age, but now that they were meeting in these circumstances, it felt like a lifetime had passed. Leonel had matured. Well, he had at least aged, and it made him look at Goggles like more of a little brother than anything else. Leonel chuckled to himself again, wondering if Goggles' infatuation with Roland's wife was still the same now that so much had changed. Is this guy cracked in the head? Goggles thought, watching Leonel laugh to himself for no reason. He inched away, wondering if the man was thinking about all the evil things he'd do to him. Listen, boss, Goggles stuttered. I love the attention, but I'm a strictly woman-loving man. If you must have me, at least be gentle, okay? Leonel's lip twitched. Was that the kind of aura he radiated? Well, to Goggles, who had a somewhat gruff appearance despite his lankiness, and whose idea of fashion was the pain of goggles stuck to his forehead, the shimmering silvery suit that Leonel was wearing did look like only something a man too obsessed with her personal appearance would wear. I've heard that you have a powerful ability? Leonel asked instead. Ah? Who'd you hear that from? Who's spying on me? Leonel smiled, getting a bout of déjà vu. When he originally met Goggles, their first interaction was like this as well. The difference was that back then he had been trying to catch a thief who seemed capable of evading him with ease that was far too great. He only managed to catch Goggles after several months of effort and then recruited him to his cause. Or, rather, Roland's wife had. Leonel could never seem to convince this brat to do anything or take anything seriously. It made sense, though. Goggles was like an orphan child with too much street smarts for his own good, except he also had an ability index that made him fit that character times 1,000. He always looked out for himself and was always looking for a way out. Leonel almost felt it was a shame that Roland's wife had fallen for him instead of Goggles, but he wasn't going to do anything to change that. There were other ways to get Goggles on board. Plus, the kid had his heart in the right place, and that was all that really mattered to Leonel. This content of novelfullbook.com. If you're reading this content, please go to website novelfullbook.com to continue reading. Fastest update hourly. Isn't it obvious? Leonel asked with a raised brow. Your exploits are well documented, including a case of sneaking through a particular open window to take a looking at some hanging. Whoa, 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 whoa. Goggles looked around, his heart beating out of his chest. At the moment, they were all still within the silver tablet, and there were 2 nations worth of people in here who didn't dare to make a peep. He couldn't allow secrets he wanted to take to the grave to be doled out like this. Leonel smiled. Oh, you want to cooperate? Yes, yes, whatever you say. Call me Leonel in private, Patriarch Morales in public. Yes, Patriarch Morales? Leonel's smile grew. Goggles had a unique ability index, one that Leonel hadn't seen documented anywhere else, much like Anna's own. So, he chose to call it the Oracle Simulation Ability Index. With enough background information and context, Goggles could naturally predict a series of events with absolute accuracy and avoid any unwanted outcomes. If there was any trump card he would need to save his father, wouldn't it be Goggles? Chapter 2322, Mass Murderer. Chapter 2322, Mass Murderer. Leonel believed that there was still more he didn't understand about Goggles' abilities, and maybe even things that Goggles himself didn't understand. That was because the parameters of background information and context that Goggles needed were quite broad. When Goggles had been working for him, it wasn't just information that helped him out, but rather an intimate relationship with the events in question. For example, after Goggles bound himself to the army that Leonel led, he had been able to predict certain things about the outcome of various battles. However, Leonel had realized the more specified Goggles' target, the more accurate and clear his predictions became. So, Leonel scaled down Goggles' binding from the army to just a small squadron that had carried the elites of his army, including himself, Roland, Gertrude, and others. After doing that, Goggles' prediction ability skyrocketed, and he began to make them more frequently and with more clarity. As such, there were two necessities that bound Goggles: information and/or relationship ties or bonds. But this didn't exactly seem to just be a simulation. It seemed to allude to that mysterious force El Ryan spoke about, the very same mysterious energy that was the reason why El Ryan didn't form more innate nodes than he needed, and also why stealing innate nodes wasn't something the strongest did. There seemed to be faint ties between the two, and it fascinated Leonel. It also meant that Goggles' ability delved into a force much deeper than what it seemed to on the surface. When Leonel first learned of the ability, he had likened it to his own attempts at simulation. But he was very much wrong about that. Goggles was on an entirely different level. Leonel believed that if Goggles had read through the entire library of the Void Palace, he might be capable of doing something similar to Aina in that he could seek out the perfect path for himself. Even then, the Void Library was limited in its information compared to wider existence. If he fed Goggles this kind of information, just what kind of monster would he become? After all, if stronger relationships and a more focused lens made Goggles' oracle-like abilities sharper and more accurate, what better target was there than Goggles himself? Leonel's gaze became a bit more gentle as he swept a gaze through everyone present. You all may not know me, and rightfully don't trust me very much. You've spent years beneath a tyrant, and those with power aren't exactly the ones you would be willing to put your own lives in the hand of. So, I will give you all power of your own. Grasp the chance I give you, and the King Alexandra, the supposed apex that barred your path for so long, will be nothing more than a stepping stone in your path. You don't need to trust my words now, nor do you need to show me some undying loyalty. You won't believe it, and neither would I. Instead, I'll allow you the time to see for yourself. The approach that Leonel took with this batch of people was much different than he did to those of the Morales or the Constellation families, and definitely far different from the treatment he had given the Spirituals' religion and the Sweards. He felt like he owed these people, and for the first time in a long time, he felt like Leonel. Not the Leonel he truly was, but the Leonel he had idealized himself as, the warm-hearted, caring person he tried to pretend to be, and seeing the visible relaxation of those here, he felt an unexpected warmth. In the midst of that crowd, though, there was a blazing fire as well, and none were more fiery than Goggles himself. The passion in his eyes would practically rival that of Star's, but it wasn't toward Leonel. It was instead toward what Leonel could provide. When Leonel returned, he half expected to find the Morales territory on fire, but it seemed that the other powers were both more cautious and cowardly than he had thought them to be. If they were smart, they would capitalize on the righteous indignation to bolster their morale. Well, it wouldn't work, but it would still give them a better chance. Of course, unless that mysterious figure was planning something else. Leonel gave the odds of that pretty high, though without more information he wasn't too sure of the motive of this person or if they were even human to begin with. What he was most concerned with wasn't the intelligence of this person. He didn't feel that anyone could deal with him on this front. The main issue was that their range in the dream plane seemed unlimited. Even if Leonel was more intelligent than this person, if they could gather more information than him and affect change on a larger scale, he would still be at a disadvantage. But that was precisely why he had chosen to have this final battle on his own home turf. By then, any preparation there was didn't matter. Leonel suddenly smiled before it even happened. "Seventh Nova!" The voice was booming. "Oh my, not even calling me Littlest Nova anymore. That's not very endearing." Leonel walked forward as though he hadn't heard a thing. His current location wasn't the Morales Palace, but rather his personal abode. The residence of the Patriarch was one of the many moons that surrounded the capital planet of the Morales, and he actually had the entire small moon to himself, not that he used most of it. This voice was definitely Ancestor Issa's, though he could already sense the auras of many others. They had actually invited themselves into his home all on their own. It seemed the ancestors were still the ancestors. However, he could also sense the old overlord, and there were actually 3 others that gave off the same overwhelming pressure. How fascinating. Even the Spirituals' religion and the Sweards only had 2 overlords apiece, though Max was on another level even compared to other overlords. But the Morales actually had 4. Leonel strolled into his home, finding that the elders of his family had already made themselves comfortable. Splintered wood flew in all directions as his dining room table was blown to bits, shattering even further even as they flew through the air. How dare you put such a stain on the prestige of the Morales? Ah, so that's what this is about. This content of novelfullbook.com. If you're reading this content, please go to website novelfullbook.com to continue reading. Fastest update hourly. Leonel nodded. Seemed they were mad he murdered the Void Palace down to their last man. Chapter 2323, Terrible Grandmother. Chapter 2323, Terrible Grandmother. Leonel walked in with a smile. What a pleasure. I always love seeing people invite themselves into my home. It's one of the finer things in life. Issa felt her momentum stiffen, as did her face. It was indeed true that it was unbecoming of existences like them to ignore the rules of etiquette so blatantly, but usually when they did so, no one would dare to say much of anything about it. Leonel, though, clearly didn't have this sort of filter. Overlord Morales, or rather the very man who had once held the Morales world spirit, shook his head and sighed. In truth, he was the one who had co-signed to Leonel's actions, but he didn't expect things to go this far. It was hard to defend. Even in war, there were bottom lines that you didn't cross, that you couldn't cross. On the one hand, Leonel had made the Sweards the slaves of the Morales, along with the spirituals' religion. On the other, he had massacred the future of the human domain. Although the strongest of the elites and the youth no longer attended the Void Palace, just how close had they all been to being there? Leonel's actions were simply unacceptable. Was he trying to make them an enemy of the entire world? Is that all you have to say for yourself? Issa growled. Her temper was just as fiery as any other Morales, but it was especially so now. You used demons as an excuse to kill Third Nova, your own blood brother? But now you use demons yourself? Even if you didn't use demons, just your actions alone prove what's in your heart. How dare you? Oh, so it's the moral grandstanding. If that's what it's about, I have all of their ethereal globellas stored. I can revive them whenever I want. Is it really the same when I have the ability to bring them all back? At worst, they'll just be a little traumatized. As for the demons, so what? I used that as an excuse to get you all off my back? I think you know best the real reason why I've kept Third Nova hidden, and now I'm too bored to keep it a secret. Would you like to investigate the matter? Issa froze. This kind of attitude. The problem wasn't what Leonel was saying, but rather that he was the one saying it. It showed disregard, it showed a sincere lack of respect for them, and most importantly, it showed that even if they turned on him right this moment, he would care because he could simply subdue them all. At that moment, it was another overlord who spoke. She was significantly younger than the old man, but this was something that Leonel already expected. The world spirit could only be used to extend the life of one overlord at a time, and that had to mean that if the others were sitting here just fine, their age was clearly much less of a factor. Even so, she was still an older woman that looked to be in her 50s. She had buzz-cut hair that made her look somewhat like a monk, and this was only exemplified by the thick prayer beads that hung from her neck and the even thicker rope around her waist. Leonel smiled toward her even before she finished pronouncing her first words, and it made her shudder. Even so, she was an elite and regained her composure immediately. None of us here are your enemies, Seventh Nova. When did I say that you were? Leonel asked. As I see it, our relationship could go one of two ways. I could treat you all like the grandmas and grandpas I want you to be, or I can treat you like the elders of a power I need to wrest control from. Which path we take will be up to you. The old woman looked at Leonel deeply. Your words exude a confidence that doesn't match your age. I'm sure you've met my father before. I guess it just runs in the family, Leonel replied. Indeed, but neither you nor your father understood our sacrifices. Neither did your grandfather before him. Are you insistent on following their path as well? I won't be following my father's path, but only because I would like to help the Morales family to rise up with me. If, though, I have to fight and pull for every inch from you all, I would prefer to not. I'm sure you understand that the only tie I have to the Morales family is my father, and I guess my uncle. Other ties I don't care much about, and it's becoming very tiresome to have to coddle your feelings, especially after I've already accomplished so much. I've said it once before, and I'll say it again. I don't like to explain myself, and I certainly don't like to repeatedly explain myself, so it could be said that you guys are getting very special treatment. This content of novelfullbook.com. If you're reading this content, please go to website novelfullbook.com to continue reading. Fastest update hourly. I am infallible within Morales territory. If they attack this place, they die. It's really that simple. The Constellation families have fallen. The Sweard family has fallen. The spiritual religion has fallen. Shield Cross Stars has been crippled. Is this still not enough? Silence fell. Even so, I think it's good that you all are here because it saves me the effort of having to go out and look for you all. In the past, I was a bit cautious with exactly how to proceed given that there's clearly a hidden faction within my Morales family, but now I'm much more confident. How about I give you all a chance to step out on your own? The old man seemed to have aged considerably when Leonel said these words. Was he still too young? Had he been too confident in him? Ah, how interesting. Leonel's eyes suddenly lit up. So, you, Leonel pointed out over a dozen individuals instantly, and every time he did, especially from the third one on, the temperature in the room seemed to drop. So, tell me, what did my terrible grandmother promise you all? Chapter 2324, Manipulation. Chapter 2324, Manipulation. Leonel's smile didn't fade even as he said this. The truth was that the difference between now and the matters of the past was his breakthrough in Dreamforce. With the Dream Plane, his senses had sharpened considerably. Maybe on a complete world, experts at this level would be more adept at hiding their emotions even in the dream plane, but on this world they were entirely incapable. It made sense, in a twisted sort of way. Leonel had already made a guess that the demoness was responsible for the hidden faction of the Morales. He didn't know why, if there was some larger plan, or if she just found it interesting. But what he did know was that wherever she was, it was easier to manipulate the happenings in this place if everyone was as ignorant of the dream plane as possible. They were practically an open book. He couldn't read their minds, but with his intelligence, sifting through their emotions and figuring out exactly what they meant was as easy as breathing. They simply couldn't hide anything from him. He had known that he would be able to expose them so easily, so why should he hide the true extent of his knowledge? Seeing them react like this, he almost felt a childish sort of satisfaction. This content of novelfullbook.com. If you're reading this content, please go to website novelfullbook.com to continue reading. Fastest update hourly. His rage toward that woman had been buried deep, but it hadn't vanished. Knowing that there were existences here that were her pawns really made him want to do something he knew he would regret. No matter what Leonel did, the truth was that he didn't want to be surrounded by enemies. It was tiresome to have to plot and scheme everything. He missed having Ina by his side. She was a partner he had never felt the need to question, a woman he trusted without hesitation. At the very least, he still had his mother. She wasn't here now, but Leonel knew that she was likely not far away. If he really needed her, she would be here. It was just that her presence wasn't necessary because, as he had said, he was undefeatable in Morales territory. Nobody wants to say anything? Leonel shook his head, pulling up a seat between his legs and leaning his chin on its backrest. The old overlord looked toward Leonel deeply. Has he underestimated this boy again? Judging by the reaction, it seemed that he hadn't just picked out these people randomly, but how had he done it? Suddenly, the overlord sensed something familiar and his pupils constricted. That ability, the last time he had seen it used, was Velasco. But the difference was that Velasco didn't care enough to do anything about it. Velasco didn't like his mother, but for whatever reason he didn't carry actual hatred for her. Others might not understand this, but Leonel definitely did. Back when Eleanor was nothing more than a vague figure in Leonel's mind, he hadn't thought about her, he hadn't pined for her, he hadn't even cared to meet her. Part of this was because of his own personality, but there was another reason that he never really put into words. His father was his hero, the strongest man he knew, and a mythical figure in his mind. The idea of a woman leaving him wasn't something he even wanted to confront, so he simply didn't. In all likelihood, Velasco was the same. He was willing to give up so much just to take down the man responsible for his father's death. Even if he never said it in so many words, it was clear that Leonel's grandfather's place in his father's heart was the same as his own father in his own. There might be other reasons, but this was the explanation that Leonel vaguely accepted. It probably wasn't something that most would immediately jump to. Your grandmother? The old woman spoke slowly. Oh, Leonel's brows shot up. Now this is much more interesting. You actually don't know. The old woman went by Overlord Guiliana. She was known for her poise and calm, but this situation was making it difficult even on her. I've been wondering for a long time how all this worked. What was your goal? What purpose this all had? So I'll get a few guesses out of the way. The least you guys can do is listen to my thoughts, right? After all, you already invited yourselves into my home. Leonel continued without waiting for their response. A long while ago, I ran into two interesting families. Well, three, technically, though two are basically attached at the hip. They call themselves the Radix, the Midas, and the Florer families. Each one of them had a lineage factor that was fascinating to me. One of them could breathe life into ores, making them react more like organic matter than inorganic. One of them could eat fire much like we can eat metals, incorporating them into their strength and gaining strength from them. And the final one had an extraordinary amount of vitality that could be applied in all sorts of unique ways. Leonel's palms suddenly flipped over, a chalice, a ball, and a flickering, undying flame. They radiated much weaker auras now than they had in the past, a consequence of passing the lineages to so many. But even so, within the walls of the Morales territory, they seemed to explode with life once more, gaining a second and even third wind. Of course, this was because Leonel had helped them along with the Morales world spirit. All of the ancestors present felt themselves stir, particularly those that Leonel had pointed out. These lineage factors didn't seem to have much to do with our own, but I kept feeling this nagging sensation, a sensation that made me feel as though they were linked, that they might even be one and the same. Leonel shook his head, putting the items away. Now, I know that these weren't really my own thoughts. At the very least, I didn't experience them so boldly. It was at best a kernel of suspicion I had. No, the real reason I was so certain was because someone had manipulated me into believing it was so. Chapter 2325. United. Chapter 2325. United. Leonel scanned the room calmly. I thought long and hard about why it was that an existence like the Demoness would care so much about this matter. But then someone told me a little story, a story about godlike beings finding the human race to be extremely convenient test experiments for their paths. Then it all clicked for me. The Morales were convenient lab rats, and my grandfather was probably a man who broke through certain barriers that the Demoness was looking for. So, she chose to sire a child who ended up being quite a success in my father, and she even managed to reproduce the success with my uncle. But it was all so very curious. My uncle was clearly far less powerful than my father, so why was that? Why would she purposely seal away one of her sons and only allow one of them to thrive? I didn't know the answer to this one either, at least not initially. But then Leonel laughed, letting his words hang for a bit. I bet you're seeing a little bit of a pattern here, aren't you? I don't know something, and then I suddenly conveniently do. It's enough to drive you crazy. Is it really because you're so smart, so intelligent, or is it because I'm being manipulated again? Seeing the glare he was getting, Leonel's smile deepened, and he didn't seem to mind it. The charisma that exuded from him was palpable, but all these ancestors could feel was that uncomfortable uncertainty that they too were being manipulated. But then, Leonel continued, I learned of the dream plane. It is worse than a two-way street. It's a street of infinite lanes and paths, ones that can be used by a countless number of people. I wondered if the demoness was making so many moves in this small world, just how many of them could be hidden. If she could even sense her name being spoken, what could bad actors sense should they wish to do so? So, she took precautions. She only allowed one of her sons to thrive. She didn't take action when her sperm donor died, and she even split the lineage factor she was working on into several pieces until the time was ripe. She buried much of her influence into the psyche of the Morales, keeping many of you in the dark, splitting you into factions, stirring the confusion to the point that even you all thought you were on different sides. And now she expects me to pick up the pieces. After all, I was the one that fused her precious lineage factor into one, and I'm also the one that needs to succeed in the trial the Cataclysm Zone has planned for us so I can deliver myself to her in one piece. She can't have any scratches getting on me, now could she? I'm her precious lab rat, grandson. She also can't let me risk my safety any more than I already have, so how could she let me use my bloodline freely? That would make it possible for her enemies to sense me, and that would ruin my chances of staying alive until I fell into her clutches. Leonel's smile was still there, but it was decidedly dark and cold. The chill in the room now had far less to do with the ancestors, and those that had yet to meet Leonel before only now realized just the level of horror they were facing. The entirety of the Morales sector seemed to bear down on them. It was the kind of heart-rending pressure that made them all want to fall to their knees. Leonel waved a hand, and at that moment a startled third Nova appeared, causing Issa's expression to change several times. First came astonished relief, then confusion, then a hint of embarrassment, then rage, before it all came crashing down into a helpless sigh. He really played them all. This content of novelfullbook.com. If you're reading this content, please go to website novelfullbook.com to continue reading. Fastest update hourly. Regardless of what you all think of me, I am not a bloodthirsty person, especially not toward my family. You say that I turned the human domain against you all, but I'll say it again. The human domain is already against you all. There has been no room for negotiation ever since my father died. He was far more of a deterrent than any of you all know. I would like our family to be a united front. But if you can't trust me to do what I need to do, even after all I've already accomplished, then say so now. Because if I learn of it later, and trust me, I will learn of it, my reaction will be as cruel and ruthless as what all the others have experienced. If you want to be a separate faction then I would allow you to be a separate faction, and I would also treat you as such. Third Nova stood blankly, not quite knowing what to say or so. He didn't understand what was going on, but judging by the situation, Leonel had succeeded in becoming patriarch. But Leonel's standing as patriarch seemed to be far beyond anything he had ever seen before. Just why were so many ancestors gathered here? Just what? He felt his heart tremble. You? Where? Leonel gave Third Nova a glance, and the latter froze in place. He regretted that he had spoken immediately. He had wanted to ask about his demon companion, but just what was this presence? Leonel's gaze suddenly flickered as he looked up. It seems that our time has come to an end. By this time tomorrow, the human domain will be united as one. I hope that in that time, the Morales will also be as united, or else I'll have to shed the same blood here as I have outside. Leonel stood, a halo of light descending toward him as he vanished, leaving a stunned Third Nova and a group of elders without the words to speak. Chapter 2326, Wrong Path. Chapter 2326, Wrong Path. When Leonel walked out of his residence, a shadow of swirling dark energies appeared over his shoulder. Little Blackstar's body was almost a meter long by this point, but he still insisted on acting like he was still an infant. Even so, his antics brought a smile to Leonel's face as he patted the little guy on the head. How about it? Did it help you out? Yip, Leonel smiled. Little Blackstar still couldn't and probably would never be able to speak human language, but that didn't mean that the little guy hadn't matured. Leonel could sense his thoughts becoming more complex, and what he wanted to express was likewise much more complex. This content of novelfullbook.com. If you're reading this content, please go to website novelfullbook.com to continue reading, fastest update hourly. The little guy was bragging again, but Leonel knew the truth. Little Blackstar hadn't made much progress at all, though he had already expected this. Little Blackstar had ignored the corpse of the Shadowtail and had instead focused on the Void Beast carcass against Leonel's recommendations. The little guy wanted to take a large leap immediately rather than taking one step at a time as was only natural. It seemed that Ina wasn't the only one consumed by wanting to keep up with Leonel. In the past, if one were comparing talents alone, Little Blackstar had thought that he was even beyond Leonel. After all, those days where they had first met, Little Blackstar had actually almost killed Leonel several times. Of course, the little one hadn't really understood what he was doing back then, but the truth was still the same. If one had to power scale Leonel and Blackstar back then, the latter would have been far superior. Since then, the reverse had become true. What was most amusing about it all was that the way their relationship was formed, Leonel was technically the beast to Blackstar's master. They hadn't formed it normally, and as a result, Blackstar could sense Leonel's state far clearer than the latter could do the reverse. Blackstar watched as Leonel got further and further away every day, and as his thoughts grew more complex, that sort of dissatisfaction he would feel and then lash out toward little Tolly with had become a strong drive to be better instead. It only made it worse that Tolliver had returned with such a great boost to his power as well. Why should he have to take one step at a time when his rival had taken such a large leap immediately? Leonel smiled somewhat bitterly. In the beginning, it was true that Blackstar could feel his state and hear his thoughts far clearer than he could do the reverse. Back then, he was so pathetic that he couldn't even stop this troublemaker from turning him into his beast companion. But how could it still be the same now? Blackstar's mind might as well have been an open book to him. Just think about it, Blackstar. You have the bloodline of a void beast within you, and I have a feeling that I was far too hasty back then, forcing you to swallow that kind of strength. You could have very easily died. I'm happy that you did, but I have a feeling that I stalled your progress as a result. Absorbing too much too early instead of supplementing you just buried what potential you had. That's my fault as your companion, but don't let my mistake be what keeps you anchored for so long. I want you to follow me for a lifetime, so do as I say and not as I do, okay? Little Blackstar's large black eyes, reflecting like two beautiful marbles, blinked. His whiskers drooped a bit and his large body seemed to sink into Leonel's shoulder. Yep, Leonel smiled bitterly. From what he had learned in the Void Library, beasts progressed easier than humans, but time worked differently for them as well. Little Blackstar was an infant when Leonel met him, and even after experiencing a 20-plus year time dilation, he was still an infant. Little Blackstar might have to turn a century old before he could transition into adolescence. Leonel realized that he had been too hands-off with the little guy. If he had never done anything to alter Little Blackstar's path, he could continue to be. The problem was that he had pumped Blackstar full of a bloodline that wasn't his own, causing the usual instincts Blackstar would have had toward his path forward, something innately born to him as a beast, to dull considerably. It was all Leonel's fault. He had messed with things he shouldn't have when he was far too ignorant to do so, and now Blackstar was suffering the consequences. Somewhere within Blackstar, there was talent and potential strong enough to consume Void Beast blood without dying. Blackstar needed to take his time building up through the ranks, starting with the Shadowtail, so that he could understand exactly what the Void Beast bloodline represented. The God Beasts of Destruction had built a perfect step-by-step plan on how to become one of them. The Dark Northern Star lineage factor was that blueprint, and Blackstar had it before him. Once Blackstar perfectly understood what was Void Beast within him and what was his own talent, then he could begin to properly separate them and maximize the use of both. Little Blackstar was special, he knew that. If you could just inject Void Beast blood into a person and gain their abilities, then why was it that they had to experiment with humans? Why not just find a whole bunch of beasts and pump them full of their bloodlines? And yet, he had done exactly that with Little Blackstar. Suddenly, Leonel's eyes lit up. Indeed, Little Blackstar was just an infant, or maybe a toddler by this point. Why was he trying to talk to him like an adult? So, he stopped holding back, telling the little guy of something he had thought of much earlier. As Leonel spoke, he strolled toward the battlefield as though Morales' territory wasn't under threat of imminent collapse. Chapter 2327 today. Chapter 2327 today. You got it? It'll make you really cool, I promise. Little Blackstar's eyes lit up. When he thought about it, what Leonel said made sense. He had always wanted to change shape like little Tolly. That annoying bastard always got the good stuff. But if he did things like this, he really would have a chance at finally one-upping that guy. He was so excited that he vanished in a swirl of darkness, then came back not even a half-second later to lick Leonel's face on the left, vanished again to lick him from the right, before finally disappearing into the segmented cube. Leonel smiled. What he had told Little Blackstar was based on his speculation, but he felt that it was very close to the truth. The strongest ability of Little Blackstar, one that he had from the very beginning, was his mimicry. While it was true that Leonel had triggered it with a bloodline he had traded from his uncle, that was a bloodline that was within Blackstar from the start. The mimicry bat had only helped Blackstar to trigger it, different from the Void Beast blood that threatened to alter Blackstar's path completely. This was only further proven with the ability that Little Blackstar gained after entering the 7th dimension. Rather than using his ridiculous offensive power, or even using the anarchic force he had gained control of as a defensive barrier, Little Blackstar did something that left Leonel speechless. During the Air Wars, Little Blackstar had used his force to form illusions of great beasts like the dragon Leonel had ridden into battle. Of all the methods of using anarchic force, this was probably the absolute worst, and the Void Beast definitely didn't have an ability like this either. The Void Beast was a god beast of destruction. Why would it have to turn into anything else? And could it even mimic other creatures in the first place? Something that was clearly a branch of creation, if it was so obviously on the path of destruction? It didn't make sense. But it was also because of that Leonel was more assured in his assumption of what Little Blackstar's original path was. The Shadowtail was unironically perfect for Little Blackstar as a result. The amorphous, flexible blobs of darkness, that endless curtain of fog that could be anything, become anything, what could be better for Little Blackstar? Of course, Leonel couldn't just explain things so clearly. He had been treating Little Black Star as an equal from the very beginning, and that hadn't changed. But that had skewed his perception. Little Black Star was still a child, and should be guided as such. So, instead of talking logic, he goaded the little guy a bit. Tolliver and Black Star had had a rivalry from the very beginning. Rather than using it as a negative and trying to suppress it, he chose to do the opposite. He bet the next time Black Star came from his seclusion, the little guy would finally show some real improvement. Ah, we're here. Leonel looked up to find death and carnage strewn all around him. But as for how much of that was the Morales, well, zero. Starships of all shapes and sizes lit up the skies not with their lasers, but rather their destruction. Leonel knew what this was. It was just the first wave. Although he had seemed to just be on a light stroll with the strength of the world spirit, he had already traveled to the edge of Morales territory. There weren't any powerful seventh-dimensional families among their number. These were just the sixth-dimensional families, riled up by the losses of their children and then goaded into action as the vanguard of this attack. The truly powerful ones were still watching on, but they had likely never guessed that things would be like this. This content of novelfullbook.com. If you're reading this content, please go to website novelfullbook.com to continue reading, fastest update hourly. This was just the edge of Morales territory, and yet they hadn't even managed to make much headway at all. As for why, that was all too obvious. The suppression of the Morales territory was unlike anything the human domain had faced off against in the past. Sending talents of the sixth dimension here was akin to sending lambs to the slaughter. Not only were they suppressed, but the boost to the Morales themselves was enormous. Even at the worst, many of the Morales fought easily 3 tiers above their strength, which was a watershed in any dimension. Some of the more talented Morales, who could communicate with their constellation on a deeper level, could fight upward of an entire dimension above. To make matters worse, the Morales was only strengthening every day. Usually, just taking over one territory would have a slow process. But combining the slow process of over a dozen territories, 2 of which were on the same level as the Morales, had large cumulative effects. Since the first attack, the Morales world spirit had strengthened by at least 10% already, and the longer this war dragged out, the stronger the effects would be. Though Leonel had no intention of dragging things out. He knew that they would realize that they didn't have much of a choice. After all, if they did nothing as the Morales bided their time and grew stronger, one day they would die anyway. They would come. Once they understood that using these few sixth-dimensional families as cannon fodder would be useless, they would attack. So, Leonel thought that he might as well help them out. A gentle light of silvery gold illuminated his emulation spatial force innate node. The light wafted from the back of his neck, growing fiercer and fiercer. He stretched his hands out and countless clones appeared, each one raising 2 hands into the mock form of a bow without one in sight. Even so, the bow force energies of the world began to accumulate even as the clones continued to appear. Thousands, then millions, then billions, then hundreds of billions. If one had a mind as sharp as Leonel, it would be possible to see that he had formed the exact number of clones he needed to match the changing experts of the sixth-dimensional families and organizations, and then he sentenced them all to death. The skies were washed in a blinding golden curtain of arrows, and the battlefield fell into silence. This battle, there's no need for any more Morales blood to be shed. I will fight it alone. This battle for the human domain would end today. Chapter 2328. Key 2, Chapter 2328. Key 2. The deaths came in a single, world-ending tidal wave. In one moment, the battlefield was flooded with sounds of battle, and in the next it was like a god had descended from above, snapping his fingers and ending it all in an instant. If you want to challenge the Morales, I would advise you to bring the best you have. Gravity warped and flexed, several Tier 1 starships appearing on the horizon. In fact, several wasn't enough to describe it, there was easily a fleet of hundreds. The number was more than Leonel thought possible. Tier 2 starships already took up a great amount of resources. The wealth required couldn't even be counted in terms of normal numbers, and rather had to be assessed with the revenue of capital cities instead. But even then, what was required to form Tier 1 starships was orders of magnitude beyond. According to Leonel's calculations, the human domain shouldn't only be capable of producing 24 Tier 1 starships. This number was almost 10 times that. Leonel's lip curled. The only explanation was that the Oman family hadn't just improved the design of Tier 2 starships. They had made a huge stride in improving Tier 1 starships as well. This wasn't surprising to Leonel, it was within his expectations at odds about 60%. Why would a family like the Oman family waste their best trump card on the air wars unless they had a trump card that was even better? The only reason he hadn't assigned an even higher probability was because it was potentially true that the Omans had found his death to be a worthy exchange. He was the link between the only 2 eighth-dimensional worlds of the human domain, after all. But even so, this was a bit outside of his expectations. This meant that the breakthroughs of the Omans on the crafting front were beyond what he had thought of them. He still believed himself to be the best crafter of this incomplete world, but compared to the Omans had spent too little time at that level. Just months ago, he didn't have the capability of improving the Tier 2 starships like Cynthia had. He had to rely on his enlightened self to do so. Improving Tier 1 starships was even further beyond him. Even so, he didn't change his plans. His clones vanished in a blink, and he clasped his hands behind his back, standing before the strength and power of the whole human domain. At that moment, he couldn't help but close his eyes and take a deep breath through his nose. The feelings within him were complex, not because he feared losing, not because he was worried about the outcome, but because of how far he had come, and yet how far he still felt that he had to go. With his memory, he could remember being 17 years old as though it was just yesterday. So much had happened since he was thrust into that Mayan zone. He had bled, he had lost, and most importantly, he had climbed. For most of it, he was aimless, without purpose and without drive. He never really felt the need to find what his drive might be either, and yet he never really felt the emptiness that should have come from that. Humans weren't meant to be aimless. It didn't sit well with them. It led to a pit of darkness that even the people with the greatest opinions of themselves couldn't easily climb out with. Now that he was finally free of those chains that had bound him for so long, he really wanted to think about it. What drove him? What did he want to get up every day and do? Now that he could truly know what freedom was, he smiled, his eyes still closed. This content of novelfullbook.com. If you're reading this content, please go to website novelfullbook.com to continue reading. Fastest update hourly. Was Little Blackstar the only infant here? If he took a step back, his current mental state had probably stagnated at 17 years old, as that was the day Earth left the third dimension and the influence of his future self descended. If he took another step back, even if he never increased his strength, he could easily live for hundreds of years. So how old could he even really be counted as right now? He guessed that maybe he deserved to be a bit aimless right now. No, he wasn't aimless, not in the same sense as before. Instead, he was looking, searching with an open mind, and all the potential in the world at his fingertips. He might as well aim high, right? You never wanted to be a quarterback anyway. Those words echoed in his mind. They had been said by James all those years ago. Indeed, he had never wanted to be a quarterback. All his life, his next step had been chosen by others. Whether it was the genetic assessment of Earth, his future self, his terrible grandmother, even his father to some extent. Every step had been chosen for him, or forced. Leonel angled his face upward. Even with his eyes closed, he felt that he could sense it, the looming presence of the Northern Star. It was everywhere, and yet located in just one place, the end of all things. I'd like to lay eyes on that one day. Not because I think you'd be beautiful, though maybe you would be, in a sense. I just want to understand, what was a common thread linking every choice he had made? At the very least, what was the underlying philosophy? When he had chosen to be a king, it was because he couldn't understand how to value a life. When he gave up on being a king during the Air Wars, it was because his concept of the equivalency of every life had collapsed. Ultimately, he never really cared about life itself. He wasn't cut out to be some holy saint or savior. He was too selfish. What guided him forward was his will to know, his will to understand, his will to grasp the truths of the world. Leonel's heart beat once, and the echo roared across the human domain. He, too, was a wise star order. A stream of golden light radiated out from Leonel. Chapter 232.9, Wise Star Order. Chapter 232.9, Wise Star Order. Leonel felt a level of strength coursing through his veins, unlike anything before. This wasn't because he had suddenly gained a large influx of energy. If anything, it was the exact opposite of that. The energy in his body was decidedly less, or rather, the energy that he could sense and feel was. As though greedy and finally feeling that they were being put to proper use, Leonel's cells greedily absorbed light force and star force from all directions. And then, in an odd turn of events, it likewise began to swallow large amounts of dark force on top of that. Leonel heard the words Wise Star Order echo in his mind, and he was surprised. He had stated himself to be a Wise Star Order even before he understood the implications. It was as though the title had been buried deep within his soul and had only been waiting for a moment to burst through. And the instant it did, his lineage factors, while remaining the same, somehow also grew leagues more powerful, jumping forward in efficiency by leaps and bounds. He had always felt that his Fire Force and Dream Force affinities were beyond all of his other talents, the latter of which was quite a measure beyond even the former. But now, he felt like his Light Force and Star Force affinities were making movements of their own, rising up until the point they actually began to match his Fire Force affinity. Things that he hadn't been able to quite understand in the past suddenly became as open as a book, and soon afterward, his Dark Force affinity caught up as well. Large swaths of destructive aura exuded from Leonel as he made a breakthrough in his Scarlet Star Force with a mere thought. In that instant, it stepped a half foot into the impetus state. His Fire Force affinity had always been nigh impossible to match, by most he came across, but ultimately, Scarlet Star Force was formed of 3 legs, not just one. There was Fire Force, Star Force, and Light Force. And now, with the power of all 3 gently bobbing in his hands, the complex runes he hadn't been able to see through took shape in his mind as clearly as if he had drawn them himself. At the same time, a memory within himself unlocked, and he recalled, Ah yes, this was a feeling he had felt before, or rather a feeling that his enlightened self had felt. It was no wonder he was able to become a starry-tailed fox back then so easily. It was no wonder he had been able to draw all of those runes on his innate node. It was no wonder his enlightened self had already felt what it meant to be a wise star order, what it meant to cross that final barrier and become the man the god beasts of creation had bestowed the right of bookkeeping to. Leonel also came to understand something else. When he first began his journey, he thought that his insane Dreamforce affinity came from his ability index. When he learned of his so-called grandmother, he believed that it came from her bloodline instead. But now, he understood the true root. His Dreamforce affinity, his greatest reliance, and an affinity he couldn't properly scale even if he wanted to, an affinity that even the god races would likely be unable to scale, wasn't a product of just one series of factors at all. Rather, it was a combination of everything: his ability index, his bloodlines, his title, and, likely the result of his future self reaching such an unprecedented level of control in the dream plane that he came to benefit from it. He was an anomaly, a series of coincidences brought to a head in a single body, a race of sovereign demons, the experiments of the god beasts, and the natural inborn talent of an ability index that could be summarized in a single word: control. This content of novelfullbook.com. If you're reading this content, please go to website novelfullbook.com to continue reading. Fastest update hourly. The Morales territory rumbled and began to change. At that moment, in the core of the planet Leonel stood upon, large waves of dream force began to take shape, taking hold of the large sums of force, bending them and then beginning to mold them into a force art that any expert would recognize quite clearly: the protective formation of the spiritual's religion. The planet rumbled as dust particles began to flutter wildly, dust particles that were none other than the solidified manifestation of force. Leonel punched out a single time and the world froze. A hole the size of a planet was torn through a Tier 1 starship. The strength of the fist traveled across a distance that could be measured only in light years, and yet it didn't lose its strength in the slightest. Leonel, who had been patiently waiting for his enemies to get into range, no longer needed to. Or, rather, his range had increased to the point that everything else was superfluous. They had already entered his domain. He punched out again, and then again. Every time he did so, the hearts of the Morales below would feel as though they were being crushed, and yet the excitement in their eyes was palpable. When Leonel said that he would fight alone, they had hesitated. They had been wary of what this would truly mean. Was their patriarch overestimating himself a bit too much? But their questions were answered instantaneously. It was far too far to hear anything, and they couldn't even feel the deaths of the families that had been their competition for millennia. But that only made it all the more surreal. Tier 1 starships, the greatest offensive firepower of the human domain, couldn't even get close beneath Leonel's might. One after another, fireworks echoed and large shockwaves resonated. It would take several days for them to even reach the planet, but by then would it matter? What could get beyond Leonel's formation? Chapter 2330, Destroyed. Chapter 2330, Destroyed. The final sight of many was nothing more than a blinding flash of light. Never did they think that their lives would end so simply, so cruelly, and yet this was the reality of the world. These large families knew this. Just how many had they snuffed out just like this on their rise to power? Too many. And not a single one of them were acknowledged in the annals of their history, not a single soul. The reality that they would become one such existence in a long line of many only barely sunk in before they were crushed. Leonel stood high in the skies, shaking his head. He had been looking forward to this battle, but the moment he had heard that voice in his head, he knew that it was a waste of time to have cared so much. The truth was that in Morales territory he was, indeed, invincible. However, it was all relative. After he gained access to the dream plane, his ability to control the world spirit of the Morales and their constellation had reached an entirely new level, and the him of then could defeat the him of before without even breaking a sweat. Once he sensed that he was a wise star order, though, the largest changes weren't to his affinities at all, or even his lineage factors for that matter. Rather, it was to his mind. The cells that had most greedily swallowed the surrounding dark, light, and star force were the neurons of his brain. In truth, by this point in his advancement, Leonel had already begun to stray away from what his body alone could provide him, at least when it came to matters of his mind. He found it much more important to strengthen his dream force and increase his intelligence that way than to think about the pathways of his physical brain. But it seemed that he had underestimated the use of the body a bit too much. There was clearly much he still had to learn. If he thought about it, though, this made perfect sense. Why was it that separating the soul from the body was so important if the body didn't also play a great and important role? The unfortunate part, though, was that he didn't get his battle. While his dream force hadn't improved with the sudden superpowering of his mind, his efficiency in its use had skyrocketed. As a result, he was able to fully copy the formation of the spirituals in an instant, then use the Morales world spirit to amplify its function. Like that, he was able to launch an attack that surpassed the bounds of their current solar system and crushed the Tier 1 starships in its wake. He had an inkling of what these families wanted to do. They were likely biding their time, being cautious. They probably had several more waves of warriors to send forward just to probe the situation. Leonel also didn't believe that these families would go down without a fight. He was about as strong as his father before Velasco broke into the ninth dimension back then, or at least the power his father had displayed. This content of novelfullbook.com. If you reading this content, please go to website novelfullbook.com to continue reading. Fastest update hourly. From Leonel's understanding, it was likely that his father had maybe used a percent or two of his strength while at the pinnacle of the eighth dimension. He probably had the strength to kill King without breaking into the ninth dimension. The reason his father had been forced to break through and thus withstood the backlash as a result was because his attack needed to make it through a restriction of worlds and still be strong enough to kill King on the other side. This aside, Leonel believed that he was at least as powerful as what his father had displayed in the eighth dimension with the support of the Morales territory, bolstered by his King's Might lineage factor, the world spirit, and their constellation. At least this was true before he became a wise Star Order. The power his father had displayed back then was powerful, but not infallible. It could easily crush overlords and deal with a few Tier 2 starships, but it couldn't easily deal with Tier 1 starships. That would have required several plans and schemes on his part, not to mention a deep understanding of crafting. By his simulations, he would have needed to withstand the destruction of at least 25% of Morales' territory before he would come out victorious, 50% if Shield-Crossed Stars or the Godlin family managed to take out something that really surprised him. Of course, he still had every intention of coming out victorious, and he wasn't very worried. But even he couldn't expect that he wouldn't even need to risk so much. All of his enemies had been crushed by a sudden breakthrough. Leonel looked up. It seemed that state of mind was more important than he knew. That and that mysterious karma-like energy Elrion mentioned. It looked like he still had a lot to learn. Vast bubble. A young woman, with her head buried in a well of water, suddenly shot back up, gasping for breath. She regained her calm quickly, but she still felt her heart beating out of her chest. She had only been in the water for what must have been a split second of a split second in this world, but she had experienced many months, and the result made her feel completely drained as though she had truly experienced the entire time underwater. If Leonel had been present, he would recognize this person immediately, Cynthia Oman, the scorned Queen Beauty. But what was she doing here exactly? "You've seen what you needed to see?" a voice came. "My family has been destroyed." The voice stopped, not having expected this. In truth, this was quite embarrassing. They had promised Cynthia that the warning was silly, and even gave her a chance to observe, but the result, Cynthia slowly wiped the water from her face. "You can begin the selection now. I would truly like to see how far he can go." Chapter 2331, Mere Mortals. Chapter 2331, Mere Mortals. "Are you sure?" the voice asked. "I doubt that everyone in your family has perished. They will be swept up in this matter as well, especially those of the junior generation. I can allow you some time to return and handle what you must." "No," Cynthia said quite curtly. She couldn't return. There would be no point. So long as Leonel had the support of the Morales territory, she would be sending herself to death. With the experts of the various territories mostly dead, there was nothing that could be done to change the situation, and she wasn't yet strong enough to cover the skies with a hand. On top of that, the smaller the population of experts, the faster the territories that Leonel had conquered would be assimilated. Just in this brief conversation, several months would have passed. If she took the time to send herself in, it might even be years. By that point, Leonel would be even stronger than he was now, and he might have already conquered the entire incomplete world. If that happened, she wouldn't just be sending herself to death, she was sending herself in to be absolutely humiliated. She had already experienced that once, she would not experience it again. "Your family will be unlikely to be treated well," the voice continued, trying just one last time. In truth, they felt quite bad. Not long ago, they had told Cynthia that just a single person couldn't overturn things in an incomplete world, especially not after making an enemy out of everyone, but the situation flipped on its head seconds later. They would prefer if Cynthia had warm and good emotions about them instead of potentially holding a grudge, but after Cynthia spoke again, she could only let the matter go. "Those that I bring here won't be able to survive. They'll live out terrible existences and always be under the thumb of another. I, myself, am not powerful enough to shield them. In fact, I might be the reason they were instead targeted. Only those among them that have the strength to climb up on their own and survive the coming trials should come. The rest of them, I would have preferred if they could have stayed in the incomplete world, but I understand that that won't be possible. Hopefully, quick and swift death is the best thing I can afford those who are not prepared." She hadn't been here for long, not even mere moments, but she had already sensed many things. The suppression in this world was greater than even the void battlefield. Anyone just born in this environment would be countless times stronger, and she was very much correct. When Leonel first entered the vast bubble, he hadn't even been able to defeat those that lived in the outskirts in tribes and small clans. Any one of those people, if placed in the Void Palace, would be guaranteed to become a domain-ranked disciple. Cynthia's words were cruel, but they were the harsh reality. "While you do that, though," Cynthia suddenly said when the voice thought she was finished, "this should be the cataclysm zone that the youths of my world were sent to, correct? In that case, you should have some information on him, no? Can I have that?" Mauve looked out into this distance, still standing within the Godlin Garden. From time to time, he would mumble something unintelligible beneath his breath and then shake his head in exasperation. It's time to go. Matriarch Pius's voice drifted over. Mauve frowned. Are we really going to go, just like this? I've yet to teach that brat a lesson. How old are you? Fuck you. I guess I should report this sort of insubordination. You've gotten too free and loose with your tongue. Did you just forget that I'm your elder brother? Mauve asked with exasperation. You look like you should be my grandfather instead, but you act like you're my son. Mauve ran a hand down his face. This is what I get for volunteering to come to this godforsaken, time-dilated shithole. I would have volunteered myself if I knew you would waste our efforts like this. Come, there's no time to lose. Not every plan can go perfectly, and it's time that we return. You'll have your chance to get back at the child. After all, without us, even if he does defy all odds and places first among all these incomplete worlds, how will he survive? The Dream Pavilion and the cult have lost quite heavily at his hands. They won't let him survive without a heavy price. Mauve's eyes lit up when he heard this. Indeed, there would be a chance after all. He barely stopped himself from rubbing his hands together when he thought about Leonel being forced to ask for his help. Well, it wouldn't be his help, but rather the help of the Godland family. But that was just semantics. Leonel shook his head. Maybe he had been a bit anxious. Those Tier 1 materials could have been useful. Well, it was fine even if everything else was destroyed so long as their fusion cores were still fine. With them, he would be able to do everything he needed to, and that he did. Leonel didn't know exactly what was coming, but his goal stayed the same. Once he finished consolidating matters in the human domain, he would march on to the other domains. What he didn't know was that he wouldn't even get the chance. Not even a day later, Leonel received a message. To his shock, it was actually from his grandfather, Emperor Fox. Leonel had been avoiding the topic of Earth for a while now. On one hand, he wanted to unify the human domain, but on the other, he didn't know if his grandfather would just hand Earth to him, and he also didn't know how he felt about waging war against his own kin. This content of novelfullbook.com, if you reading this content, please go to website novelfullbook.com to continue reading, fastest update hourly. When he entered the Ascension Empire's palace for the first time in a long while, he found his grandfather waiting. However, he didn't even get a chance to speak before the whole dimensional verse rumbled as though it might split at the seams. Prepare for combat, mere mortals. Fight for a chance to serve the gods. A voice blanketed reality itself, seeping into their very pores. Chapter 2332, Downfall. Chapter 2332, Downfall. Leonel looked up into the skies and sneered. They had some nerve calling themselves gods, but he guessed that this made sense. Their goal would be to subdue the powerhouses that came out. Unless they formed an image that would demand absolute obedience, they'd have to expend too much effort keeping them in line. This is what those four great families did best. They hid the truth, making them seem infallible when, in reality, they were weak. They had done it with the ranking system of the demons. Leonel wouldn't even be surprised if all the demons he and Ina had come across in that world weren't even worth ranking to the true demon empires of greater existence. They had done with force manipulation, not wanting talents to rise up and question their rule or their methods. Force manipulation was the way those without talent could rise up in the world and form methods of power for themselves. Keeping such methods hidden away was sinister beyond compare. They had done so with the various lineage factor tablets. If not for Leonel's bloodline, how could he have ever gotten his hands on the Emperor's Might tablet? He did, though, get a small bit of satisfaction wondering how they had reacted to this sudden change. They had probably panicked when they learned that he had taken the tablet. But that wasn't something that he had to worry about for now. He knew how shameless those four great families could be, and he understood their methods quite well. It was probably because of their methods that they were in this situation to begin with. If they hadn't suppressed their populations for so long and with such great effort, would they need to rely on the breakthroughs of geniuses of incomplete worlds to help them out of their predicaments? But those fools probably didn't even see the error of their ways, and if they managed to survive this, they probably never would. So, old man, you finally decided to call and explain things to me? Emperor Fox looked down from the skies, his expression just the same as always. His eyes carried a hint of a confident smile, and he seemed unbothered by any and all things. Old man? What an endearing term. So you don't want to kill me? These words didn't seem like they were exchanged between a grandson and grandfather at all, but since when was the relationship between these two anything like the norm? Kill you? I thought about it, but then I learned some things. Ah, so you know I could shatter your existence with a flick of my finger. It's good that you do. Leonel chuckled. Even if I knew that, it wouldn't matter. If I had the intent to kill you, I'd find a way. This content of novelfullbook.com. If you reading this content, please go to website novelfullbook.com to continue reading. Fastest update hourly. Maybe or maybe not. You're not the only intelligent being in all of existence. Don't mistake these rabble you've been playing around with and anyone worthy of your attention. That Cynthia character is passable, and yet she was already able to put you in quite a bad situation, don't you think? Leonel's brows raised before they relaxed. So it was her? Mother should have killed her already. She's needlessly, well, needy. Emperor Fox broke into an uproarious laughter. She did die. Unfortunately for you, she was revived. Leonel didn't seem too surprised by this. If he could resurrect seventh-dimensional existences of this world with impunity, then he was sure that someone could do the same with someone of the eighth, especially if a golden version of his silver tablet existed. Emperor Fox, though, shook his head. Her resurrection wasn't at the hands of anyone. She simply returned because existence willed it. Leonel's gaze narrowed, but Emperor Fox only smiled as though he was satisfied with this explanation alone. Next time you meet her, I advise that you be careful. If you're as carefree and arrogant as you usually are, you'll suffer another loss. She might not necessarily need to scheme against you either. The strength she has will only grow exponentially from here on out, and I would be wary of that. Interesting. Emperor Fox smiled. You're no fun. Leonel clearly didn't have any intention of asking more questions, and that left Emperor Fox a bit helpless. Whether it was that son-in-law of his or this grandson of his, they were both so stubborn. But then again, wasn't he the same? Then, I guess as your grandfather I should tell you some things. You've met the Pluto race, I take it? I have. Leonel nodded. Still confident, are we? I'll never lack that, Leonel said with a grin. Good. In this world, we humans might be lowly, but we have our own bite. Spoken like a true emperor. An emperor that will rule all humans one day and lead them up to the world of gods. Emperor Fox's voice was far softer now than it had been before, and yet the conviction made it ring loud. When Leonel heard this, he realized just how much he hadn't really cared about becoming a king in the past. The will in his grandfather's voice wasn't something that he had, at least not toward this matter, and maybe that was why Emperor Fox had just chuckled when Leonel challenged his throne. He had known from the very beginning that this wasn't the path his grandson yearned for. As you know by now, the Fox family was once far more powerful than it is now. We led true empires, and we were the only humans with the ability to stand shoulder to shoulder with the envoys of the god beasts. Unfortunately, we fell, and it wasn't because of the attacks of other races like you may or may not have guessed. Our downfall was far more sinister than that, as we fell to none other than our own kind. Feeling that the Fox were too powerful after the fall of the envoys, and that our existence would antagonize that of the other races too much, leading to the downfall of the human race. It was humans that shattered our foundations and orchestrated our downfall. Chapter 2033-3, His Fate. Chapter 2033-3, His Fate. Leonel's eyes narrowed when he heard this. The implication wasn't far off from his assumptions, but it also wasn't that close either. After hearing about humans and some of the politics that decided things in wider existence, Leonel had always somewhat assumed that the Fox had fallen due to the combined efforts of other races. That might still be the case now, but it seemed that their part was more subtle and covert. But this also meant something else. Humans, at least the humans of back then, even without the envoys of the god beasts, weren't complete pushovers either. That meant quite a few things, whether that meant explaining why his grandfather was so cautious, or how he'd decide to take his next steps forward as well. The details of that matter aren't something you need to know. I'm sure in time you'll unearth them yourself, and we also don't have much time. Well, whose fault is that? Leonel asked. Emperor Fox chuckled. You're still saying that after learning how the dream plane works? Do you just spend your time spying on me, old man? And why not? Can a grandfather not pay some attention to his grandson? Why does it feel so gross when you say that? Like it's some sort of sick power play? It's not as though I chose who to be related to. You're a little too arrogant. Emperor Fox got a good laugh out of that. This grandson of his was indeed a little too sharp. It was a bit like that, though. He doubted the current Leonel would understand why fully. That aside, I'm sure you understand that there's some things that are better kept to yourself, and there's also some things that you can't mention without alerting those who have the greatest karmic ties to the matter. If not for you making a sudden breakthrough in your dream force, I would have allowed you to leave here steeped in ignorance. But even if you have taken that step, it doesn't make you infallible. I still have to be cautious with what I can and cannot say. Leonel nodded slowly, understanding. He had already understood this, of course, but this grandfather of his loved his power plays. Since he realized that Leonel wouldn't go out of his way to ask questions of him, he instead made the decision to explain things clearly instead. This content of novelfullbook.com. If you reading this content, please go to website novelfullbook.com to continue reading, fastest update hourly. It was a bit amusing, actually, because this was exactly how Elryon had reacted as well. Was his demeanor really that annoying? What I can tell you is that the human race of wider existence is separated into three main powers currently, all three of which you have met. Though, soon enough, it will likely be just two, as your father has cost one of them a devastating loss. Those three powers are the Cult, the Godlands, and the Dream Pavilion. The Godlands and the Dream Pavilion weren't too much of a surprise. It was more of a surprise that the four great families weren't among the listed, as it had seemed that the Dream Pavilion was beneath the four great families in the Cataclysm Zone. But beyond that, the Cult was the most surprising. Wasn't one of its founders a demon, and wasn't another one born in an incomplete world? How was this one of the pillar powers of the human race? It didn't make any sense. Also, how did Shield Cross stars relate to all of this? Were they just the outward face of the Three-Finger Cult after all? But his grandfather didn't say anything. It seemed that these details were among the few that he couldn't go into too deeply. That made sense. In the past, before he transformed his dream force and entered the impetus state, Leonel couldn't even think about the demoness without sensing her eyes drift toward him. Of course, just the fact he could sense a hint of her attention to begin with went to show just how amazing his dream force affinity was, but it was still uncomfortable, feeling as though someone could take a look into your mind whenever they wanted. This aside, if they started talking about these details in earnest, Leonel wasn't yet strong enough to stave it off entirely. I cannot give you more details than this. The four great families are not to be trusted. The Dream Pavilion will never be as fragile as they seem. The goblins are the most aligned with goals that you might describe as the greater good. The cult can be used, and your best chance at survival is the Dream Pavilion. Leonel blinked when he heard all of this. It felt like his grandfather was talking absolute nonsense. The four great families weren't to be trusted? Well, wasn't that obvious? It wasn't like he would come to them with hat in hand hopping for some handouts. If for no other reason than Ina, at the very least, the Brazinger family couldn't be allowed to continue to exist. The Dream Pavilion isn't fragile seemed like another obvious one. The Godlins were good. The cult could be used was another head-scratcher, and on top of that, if the Godlins were good, then why was his best chance for survival the Dream Pavilion instead? Hadn't King been the head of the Dream Pavilion? Shouldn't they be his greatest enemies? Wait, how did he know that? Leonel's pupils constricted. This matter was far more complicated than he knew, and Fox was clearly driving that home. What will happen to this incomplete world? Leonel finally asked a question. I will be taking it with me. And you aren't asking me to go with you because? You're an annoyance. Leonel's lip twitched. He knew that this wasn't the real answer, but shouldn't this old man be a bit more mature in this situation? Unbelievable. I will be taking your grandmother and your mother with me. Leonel looked up and met his grandfather's eyes, then eventually nodded. He doubted his mother would be very happy about it, but he also doubted that she would get much of a choice in the matter too. He much preferred things to be like this. Your cousin, however, will be with you. Whether he lives or dies will be decided by his fate. Chapter 2334 again? Chapter 2334 again? Emperor Fox looked toward Leonel deeply, but couldn't quite read anything on his face. This grandson of his used to be an open book, but after just 10 years, he was already so closed off and guarded already. Such was the weight of existence. Nothing else to ask me? Leonel's lips curled. There's not much to say. My Gramps is a useless schmuck who can't even allow me the leisure of being a useless, second-generation, nouveau riche brat. I hope you feel ashamed. Emperor Fox was speechless for a moment before he burst into a fit of laughter. Look at this guy, having the time of his life. Leonel shook his head. At least give me some treasures. What treasures could you possibly need? The Emperor's might lineage is already with you. That's already the most valuable thing I can give you. If you're cheap, just say so. Who are you trying to fool? You're not going to con me out of my wealth, brat. If a man can't make his own way, what worth does he have? You know, that's not very progressive of you to say, and quite sexist. If you had your balls snipped, just say that. Leonel didn't even know what to say to that. Wasn't this supposed to be a dignified emperor? Now he was talking about his grandson's balls? But Emperor Fox didn't seem to care as he stood his feet. His aura was quite imposing, and it was almost too easy for Leonel to forget, most because he didn't feel any of its pressure. He had no doubt that his grandfather was quite powerful, at the very least powerful enough to set out what he meant to do. By extension, Emperor Fox probably wanted him to go to the Dream Pavilion because it would help the old man in whatever endeavor he was trying to accomplish. Leonel still didn't know much about this grandfather of his, but he felt that he understood his personality well enough. He was a ruthless man, one with drive and purpose. There was nothing that could shake his resolve, even that was his very own family. In fact, Leonel had no real certainty, but he was fairly certain that even getting married and having children was no more than a means to an end for Emperor Fox. As for whether that meant his grandfather was an enemy or not, Leonel didn't really know. At the very least, for now, he wasn't. Leonel looked away from his grandfather and toward the tall ceilings of the palace. He guessed that he wanted to see more of the world, and while he was at it, he would conveniently destroy all those that had forced the hand of his father. The Dream Pavilion was the best chance of him surviving? So what? King might be dead, but he didn't believe for a moment that he was the only one responsible. The Godlins were on the side of good? So what? Who knew what they had done for the greater good? How many sacrifices they had allowed? How many good people they had allowed to fall? All for the sake of their own visions. The four great families weren't to be trusted? Good enough. He would just make it so that no one could make that mistake again. As for the cult, that grandmother of his would get what was coming to her. It might not be in a year, it might not even be in 10 or 100, but one day he would look down with that same sick, twisted smile as she watched her efforts be wasted. Leonel looked back down to find that his grandfather was standing right before him, barely 2 feet. He realized that his grandfather was actually quite tall, an inch taller than even himself, who was already 6'9", and yet he didn't emit that sort of perception until it was too late. A finger tapped Leonel's forehead before he could react, and a bomb seemed to go off within him. His mind went entirely blank. When Leonel regained his senses, he found himself standing in a bubble. Outside the bubble, there was nothing but a vast blackness, until there wasn't. One after another, more bubbles began to appear, each one with a different person within. What the hell happened? Leonel felt that he had lost several hours of time. His ability index was sharp, and his comprehension of his body was great. Just by checking the energy levels of his cells, he could tell how long he had been unconscious. It was more than half a day. As for where he was, he thought he had a pretty good guess as well. This place was the selection. The event had begun already, and he didn't even have time to properly prepare. He looked down at himself, and he was wearing the same clothing. His finger still had Anastasia on it, at least, which was the first sign of good news. But even so, just what had happened? What did that old man do to him? Leonel's body timer clicked again. This time, it wasn't that the time was too long, but rather the exact opposite. How had he gone through so many thoughts and scenarios in such a short time? His speed of thought was almost 3 times faster than he remembered it being. Inside his body, he even felt like there was another realm within. Inside, there was a man in a lack of blood, surrounded by broken chains, and yet he was moving at all. What the Leonel's thoughts were cut off again as his bubble began to move with lightning quickness, rushing through the bounds of reality alongside the others near him until they all suddenly popped at once and they were flung through the stars. Is it that? Leonel thought. Aina had mentioned his father had a seal of sorts on his mind. Had his grandfather lifted it, or was it something else? Shit. Leonel found himself tumbling through the skies, but worse than that, looking down at himself, he was truly at a loss for words as those that fell from the popped bubbles alongside him suddenly began to charge up their attacks. Why was he in the 5th dimension again? Chapter 2335, True Sailor, Chapter 2335. True Sailor Leonel didn't know how to react to this immediately. He even assumed that his grandfather had screwed him over for a moment before he tossed that train of thought away. Unless Emperor Fox had stolen his progress, what good did it do him to harm Leonel in this way? It was possible that he wanted to use Leonel as a scapegoat, but that was such a stupid idea that Leonel couldn't even quite take it seriously. He refused to believe that there was anyone in his lineage that stupid. Least of all his grandfather, who had a decent opinion of. Plus, even with his original power, even he wouldn't say with 100% certainty that this selection event would be a breeze. He had met those geniuses of the other incomplete worlds during his spear domain trial, and they were all so powerful even though they couldn't use their various race-related abilities. And those were just the spear domain geniuses. What about the other domain ring geniuses? Or what about the geniuses that didn't rely on the domain rings at all? They definitely weren't to be underestimated, which was why Leonel had wanted to have time to prepare, and yet he hadn't been given that grace at all. Damned old man. In addition, if the seal on him had been undone, how could he be weaker? His speed of thought was so much faster as well, and he felt that everything was still in the palm of his hands. Maybe I should deal with this situation first. Leonel looked toward the attacks coming toward him and shook his head. These people were weak, pathetically so. He understood, though. Even if there were some of the incomplete worlds that would be absolute monsters, the law of averages still applied. For there to be a few monsters, there would have to be quite a number of garbage dumps for wider existence to have the poor opinions of incomplete worlds that they did. That meant that the vast majority of those thrown into this life-death battle would be like the weaklings of the human domain who couldn't even make it into the Void Palace. The only reason that they had attacked him so boldly was because they sensed that he was only in the 5th dimension and thought that he was an easy target. He somewhat lazily stretched out a finger, ready to blast a hole through them all with a strand of spear force. But for them to be so eager to kill me, could there be some sort of point system? I wouldn't even know about such rules because of that damned old man. Maybe I should keep one of them alive just to ask. Leonel readied his attack, and then his expression changed. Son of bang, Leonel was consumed by the attacks on all sides. I killed him. All of you, scram. One of the experts barked as a tally appeared above his head before blinking out. However, none of the others even paid him any heed. Just now, they had all gained somewhat of an understanding of each other's attack strength, and no one was far above the other. Leonel had been right. There was indeed a point system that tallied kills. And just now, above the head of the one that had just barked out these orders, a young man with horns that ran from his nose to the very top of his head and back down his spine, a flashing 1 had appeared. However, this was just one of the benefits of a kill. Every kill would net you a +1, not to mention the kill count of the one you had slaughtered, except for those so-called seeded participants. But the true boon would be what was left behind after the death of the person. Somehow, the gods that had sent them here had the ability to turn the participants into quasi-invalid-type existences. When invalids were killed, their strength was turned into motes of light, and those motes of light would, in turn, strengthen the one that had killed them. Usually, it was said that this was a way to balance out the creation of new worlds. The newer the world, the more invalids there would be, and thus the faster the progress of the world. This would make it so that those that had just survived the dimensional descent would be able to somewhat compete with the other 4th dimensional worlds around them and not be immediately swallowed up. At least, this was what those of the various incomplete worlds had spread as the truth. Either way, these gods were able to convert even humans in the same way, and that gave them all a chance to benefit. The difference was that the person that had landed the kill wouldn't immediately benefit from their kill, so why would they listen to this horned young man's barks? They all landed on the ground heavily, some in sorrier states than others. They all warily looked toward one another, no one willing to make a move. That was, until one of them suddenly felt that something was off. This young woman, with skin the color of caramel and eyes as bright as pink diamonds, felt her heart shake. She had a sensory type ability index, and the only reason she didn't run immediately was because doing so when no one else was would draw undue attention to herself. It would be easier if she watched them fight it out and then slipped away in the chaos. She was sharp. That was why she noticed that there wasn't just one person that was missing among their large group of just over a dozen. There were two. The smoke cleared in the dry landscape, and soon they saw two corpses laying on the ground, one face down and the other looking up at the skies, wide-eyed as though he had died with unwillingness. But then this second corpse began to move, curse words flying from his mouth like a true sailor. Chapter 2336, Don't Let Me Find You. Chapter 23336, Don't Let Me Find You. Leonel kicked the corpse that was beside him away, the curse words still flying from his mouth. This was unbelievable, truly unbelievable. Right when he was about to attack to kill all of these people at once, he felt a heart-rending pain tear through him. The last time he had felt that kind of pain, it was back when his bow force had progressed to the 6th dimension while he was still in the 5th. Ironically, he was once again in the 5th dimension, but now whether it was his bow force or his spear force, both were in the 7th dimension. The worst part was that they weren't just in the 7th dimension, but each one was just a step away from the impetus state, making the gap between himself and his forces so wide that even trying to gather them up had almost shredded him apart. In the past, at the very least, he could squeeze out a bow strike or two and come out of it with nothing worse than some fatigue. But now he had quite literally felt that his body was about to be shredded apart. It only made it worse that he hadn't taken out his spear and had instead tried to use his fingers as a replacement. All the nodal pathways in his right arm had practically been shredded to pieces, and it hung limply to his side. He had no choice but to use his left arm to prop himself up, his curses still flying without the slightest hint that it might come to a stop anytime soon. If this alone was the issue, he could still deal with it. It was acceptable enough. At the very least, the chance to return to the 5th dimension was worthwhile at least in some respects, especially since his comprehension was all still very much intact. The issue was that this had clearly not come without a price. Firstly, his Scarlet Star innate nodes were currently both very much dormant as though all the energy had been sapped out of it. Secondly, his King's Might lineage factor was likewise dormant. His mind had been powerful for long enough to see the changes that each one of his lineage factors had caused to his body, and the cells that made up the King's Might lineage factor were all dimmed as though the energy that made them up had been sucked dry. Thirdly, his metal body. Leonel looked at himself, wanting to cry and yet having no tears to shed. If his metal body was still as powerful as it had been in the past, none of this would have been an issue. He would still be able to forcefully use his force comprehension without losing out in the slightest, but his metal body had been completely and utterly drained. He didn't even have a 4th-dimensional body anymore. Had he let those strikes hit him, he would have died 10 times over. Absolutely unbelievable. Leonel understood why these things were happening. He remembered why Star Order complaining in the past about how he wished he hadn't entered the 7th dimension so soon, and somehow Leonel got the ability to return to the 5th. However, having the chance to return most definitely wouldn't come without a price, and his sacrifice was likely much of the foundation that he had built up until now. The only things that remained by his side seemed to be his Northern Star lineage factors and his Spear Domain lineage factor, or rather, the spear aspects of his now fused Morales lineage factor, but it was still a depressing sight to behold. The youths around Leonel didn't know what to say. They didn't know how or when he had grabbed one of them to be a scapegoat for their attack, and that left the smarter ones among them on edge, but if everyone was smart, no one would be. Seeing that there was a corpse with energies to absorb and a second injured 5th-dimensional existence that could be seen as an easy kill, at least half the group rushed forward, the other half frowning as they chose to observe the situation for longer. Leonel didn't seem to see them at all as he continued to curse, his unhappiness clear and obvious on his face. The stupid among them even thought that he was only reacting to his imminent death. But just when the horned young man reached him, grabbing for his head to shatter him at once, Leonel's body crumbled into countless motes of light, causing the youth to swing at air. He only had time to frown before his eyes opened wide as the world began to spin around him. Why was the world spinning? And why was he looking at his headless corpse? Leonel flickered with his every step. His power was weaker, but his skill was impossibly far beyond these people. Even if he couldn't use his spear force, the comprehension of the spear that he had achieved just by raising it to the level he had made him akin to a spearmaster amidst a flock of toddlers. At the same time, even if he couldn't use his body as a conduit for his force, did he not still have his mage core? And did he not also still have his mind and his ability index? These people might as well have been moving through quicksand, their movements so slow and easy to track that Leonel could think of dozens of ways to kill them before they landed even a single strike. When he finally lowered his spear, not even 3 seconds had passed, and yet a forest of headless corpses stood before him before slowly tumbling to the ground. The world seemed to fall into silence, the only noise the sound of Leonel's curses. "I swear to God, old man, don't let me find you." The instant he said this, he flickered again, appearing amidst those that hadn't moved. They tried to run, but what good was it? The pink-eyed girl closed her eyes, seemingly having accepted her fate when she felt something ice-cold press against her neck. Chapter 233-7. How bold. Chapter 233-7. How bold. Leonel looked down at the girl. Even in his enraged state, he had noticed the actions of this young woman before. His connection to the dream plane had been cut off in this place, but he could still read people's intentions with far sharper intent than most could. Knowing this, he targeted this woman because she seemed smart. She would likely know about the stuff he had missed out on. Open your eyes. The pink-eyed young woman trembled and bit her tongue. But after a moment, she opened them, a hint of resolution within. She was, indeed, sharp. Among those that Leonel had killed, there were 2 women who were conventionally more attractive than she was. If Leonel wanted to do that kind of thing, she wouldn't have been his first choice. He didn't seem like the type to use women in that way. He would sooner kill them so that they wouldn't be a burden. Though it was possible he found her to be a bit exotic due to her oddly colored eyes, this was a small percentage chance that she didn't place more than a 3 or so percentage chance upon. There was another important matter as well. The way Leonel fought, the look in his eyes when he swung his spear, it was all precise, cold, and calculating. He probably had a sensory-type ability index much like her own, and as such, he probably felt that she was useful to him for something. But it was odd. It didn't make sense for Leonel to need another sensory ability if he had one of her own, but judging by that old man he was cursing, maybe he hadn't come here of his own will, and as such, didn't know the rules? Leonel hadn't made any attempt to absorb the energies around him, so that made sense. He suddenly smiled. You're clever. Good, I don't want to waste my time talking too much. Tell me the rules of this place. Don't hold anything back, or else I'll know. If you satisfy me, I don't mind letting you go. Yes, she nodded quickly, only stopping after she realized Leonel's spear was still pressed to her neck and she had nearly cut herself. It seemed that even she was a bit flustered in the face of death. Right, she adjusted her mental state. This selection of the gods seems to be divided into rounds. They haven't told us what the next rounds entail, but this one is a point-based system, and it also seems to be an opportunity. You get points by killing those around you, and everyone is worth the same amount of points aside from the seeded participants. Killing a seed participant doesn't net you points, but it nets you their position as a selected seed. In addition, when you kill those around you, you gain a chance to absorb their energies as well. These energies will be a combination of insights and raw strength. It can be either used to push your tiers upward, or you can gain insights on a force that your enemy understands better than yourself. Leonel's gaze narrowed. Was that possible? He didn't believe it for a second. If the likes of Elrion didn't dare to have more than one innate node, which was essentially a hack toward comprehension, how could you just take insights from others? In fact, Elrion had implied that it was bad even to create innate nodes yourself. The gods clearly had a method of forming innate nodes naturally, but they advised against doing so. And on the ladder of trouble, stealing an innate node was even worse, making your future path even more difficult. Leonel didn't believe that the likes of the vast bubble had a method to circumvent these problems. In fact, if his deductions were correct, this method of refining people down into their force insights was likely just a crude method of the god race's ability to create innate nodes from scratch for their descendants. One method was perfect, and yet inadvisable to use. So how much worse would the imperfect method be? Leonel sneered inwardly. This was clearly another scheme by the great families. They wanted their pawns to be strong and also use this opportunity to get stronger, but in line with their usual history, they didn't want them to get too much stronger. If Leonel was correct, they wanted the best among them to become extremely powerful within the 8th dimension, but never be able to become powerful among the 9th dimensional experts. And the worst part was that the method was so subtle that even when the day came that their potential ran dry, they wouldn't even think to link it back to this occurrence, making them remain loyal to those families just for a hope of, maybe, one day, breaking through. It was a clever scheme indeed. The pink-eyed beauty felt her heart skip a beat when she looked into Leonel's eyes. She found it almost impossible to read anything from this young man, but she could still tell that he knew more than he was letting on. She felt like she had to keep talking. Maybe if she proved herself useful enough, she could stay with Leonel. After all, she doubted that only Leonel would be this point. Just how vast was the cosmos? How could she just so happen to stumble onto the only monster participating? Leonel didn't even seem to be a seeded participant. How much more powerful were they? The seeded participants, if you don't know, are the existences that have the backing of their entire world. They were unanimously nominated by their people to lead their batch. You likely don't have a seed participant because one of the benefits of being a seeded participant is spawning with the selected geniuses of your world. In addition, you'll always be able to sense your seeded participant no matter where you go, so you can go off to look for opportunities and always meet back together. Leonel raised his eyebrow. Oh? So is that what that feeling was? Leonel chuckled inwardly. The dimensional verse had chosen a seeded participant, and it actually wasn't him? How bold of them? The pink-eyed young woman looked toward Leonel with confusion. What he said didn't make sense. How could Leonel sense a seeded participant and yet not have spawned with them? Chapter 238, Dimensional Eyes. Chapter 238, Dimensional Eyes. Leonel didn't know what happened to him in the last half-day, but he found this result to be quite amusing. It wasn't that he was so eager to become a seated participant, but it was rather that he really couldn't imagine why the dimensional verse would pick anyone but him. The human domain might not know, but how could the other races not understand the level of strength he had access to? He had massacred them down to practically their last few descendants. How was there anyone in their younger generation a better pick? Of course, one could argue that was the very reason they didn't pick him, but he didn't believe that that was a good enough reason. That was because they should know the rules, just like this little pink-eyed woman should. What did they think he would do if they stonewalled him out of fear of his massacring them again? According to what this little woman said, they should know that he would spawn with them. Why would they put another one of their geniuses in the line of fire by risking the chance of enraging him? Seated participant places could be taken through killing, so only a fool would think that it was safe. Plus, they knew little to nothing about Leonel's power. They didn't know that he could only use it for a limited time, nor did they know that he had sworn off using it to scorn that woman. That meant, from their perspective, he had actually spared quite a number of them. He had massacred the Beast Domain and the Nomad Domain, but he had spared the juniors of the Nomad Domain, mostly due to his uncle's interference. And he had also not even touched the Dwarven Domain, the Spirituals Domain, or even the Rapax Domain. On the surface, then, it seemed illogical for them to even think about picking Leonel. But if you had even a modicum of critical thinking skills, you would realize that it was absolutely foolish for them to not. If anything, they were putting themselves at risk of his ire. That meant that there were only two possibilities, maybe three. The first was the most obvious. Since he had appeared here, that meant that he hadn't been present for whatever gathering of the minds they had had, or maybe he had even been unconscious for it. In addition, his power had clearly seemed to have plummeted, so if they had seen him unconscious, they would have definitely never thought him to still be powerful enough to do anything. Of course, they were wrong, but it was still semi-reasonable. The second was that he had never been there in the first place. Something his grandfather had done had displaced him from the dimensional verse, and that should also be why he hadn't appeared near the others. That would be the best explanation for what was going on. So, with him gone, there were two, maybe actually three, that were potentially worthy of becoming a seated participant, so it made sense that they would pick someone else if one of them managed to show some promise that cleared the others. Of course, the three Leonel was talking about was that Rapax's egg he had saved all those years ago, that nomad youth who had been part of the attack on the Void battlefield, and finally, that spiritual youth he had seen in the Bow Domain Tower who wielded the Bow Domain Ring. Leonel had already met all three of them under various circumstances. The Rapax, even as an egg, exuded quite the powerful aura. Leonel had a feeling that the fact that it was a Shadow Sovereign might even be the least of their strength. The Nomad Youth was the one he knew the least about, and probably also the one with the greatest grudge against Leonel, considering he had genocided his race. If he had become the seated participant, Leonel doubted that the humans would have a very cold time at all. A flash of coldness came across Leonel's eyes before he shook his head. He guessed that this was what they called the consequences of one's actions, but that didn't mean that he would allow that Nomad Youth, Prince Gregwin, to do as he pleased. The last was the Spirituals Youth. Leonel could still remember his aura quite firmly, and he was very powerful. But the current Leonel didn't feel the need to take him too seriously. The real question was if anything had changed since he saw him last. Leonel looked up from his thoughts. Anything else? Leonel asked. Right. They said that whoever manages to retain the seated participant title at the end of everything will gain the right to choose with the gods' factions they join. The others will have to hope that they are selected, and those unworthy will become slaves. And I assume that means a single world can have more than one seated participant then? Yes, that was implied. The little woman nodded. Leonel smiled. This woman was indeed interesting. She looked like a nervous wreck, but when it came to her deductions, she was fully confident in them. Leonel didn't believe that her true personality was one that was so reserved, but rather something that she had adopted so that she could seem as non-threatening as possible. Tell me then, where do you come from? The little woman seemed to have expected this question and already had a response ready. I come from the Dimensional Eye's incomplete world. We focus heavily on ocular techniques, but we are also very divided. Many of us only form our nodes above the neck, so our bodies are relatively weak, but our senses and skills are excellent. I can be considered to be above average in my cohort, but my family's legacy, the opaque radiance lineage, has been cut off and only a few remain. My dimensional eyes give me the ability to remain calm, even when I'm not, and it also enhances my speed of thought and vision. Chapter 2339, Ocular Chaos. Leonel raised an eyebrow. This little woman was prepared indeed. She told me a lot and yet not too much. She didn't try to bog him down with details as though she was looking to confuse him or pull the wool over his eyes either. She told him the most important things. The strength of the people of her incomplete world. She told him what backing she might have and what trouble bringing her along might bring, and she also broke down her potential uses to him. Interesting. Do you have a wielder of the Bow Domain Ring? Leonel asked. Yes, we do. And why are they not the seated participant of your group? With all due respect, young sir, the ocular lineage factor granted by the Bow Domain Ring is inferior to our most powerful lineages. This doesn't mean that it is weak, but rather that ours are more comprehensive. Having the bow domain ring wouldn't guarantee any sort of superiority, as the ocular aspects of the lineage factor are more supportive in nature. The little woman felt her heart skip a beat after she said these words. She felt that she was both too arrogant in her statement and that she had said too much. She subconsciously looked down at the ring on Leonel's finger, hoping she wouldn't see the bow domain ring. She didn't want to offend this powerhouse, but then she remembered that he had used a spear and breathed out a sigh of relief. Leonel's lip curled. Oh? And why do I get the feeling that your ocular heritage falls under much the same categorization, and yet I didn't feel the same sort of disdain for it as you have for the bow domain ring? The little woman froze. She looked into Leonel's eyes warily, and for some reason, he seemed much more large and looming than he ever had before. The height difference between them was already quite large. She was barely 5'3", making Leonel a foot and a half taller than she was. But now, she felt like she was facing a behemoth of a man. She bit her lip before sighing. The calming effect that my eye gives is more expansive than I mentioned. It increases our comprehension and makes it possible to see the runes that make up the forces we utilize. As such, more than calming, our eyes and the techniques we use it with give us greater utilization and comprehension of forces than practically any other force. It is more than just supportive. The pressure upon her vanished and she almost collapsed. Her heartbeat quickened, and she seemed to finally realize how much she was sweating. She felt some relief, but it also seemed that Leonel wasn't finished yet. But it's more than that, no? Part of your disdain came from something deeper. A hatred, no? You have a grudge with this bow domain ring wearer, don't you? And if you have a grudge with him, I have a feeling that you also didn't tell me all of the rules, right? Because you partly expect to be traveling with me? The little woman felt her vision go dark. She barely managed to sustain herself and stop her fall to the ground, but she felt that this person before her was simply too much. How had he known? In truth, Leonel felt that there was more to the domain rings. It didn't make sense for them to connect the various incomplete worlds with one another and yet serve no other purpose. He had even thought about getting rid of his own ring, since he no longer needed it and could forge his own spears now. But in the end, he had chosen to keep it, mostly to get to the bottom of this mystery. It was in the best interest of the forces of the vast bubble to keep their experiments as subtle and secretive as possible. However, those that had lineages who had entered the true trial of the domain rings before all had an inkling of what was going on. Even that human that Leonel had caught in the beginning of the trial had known what was going on, although he refused to tell Leonel what it was. So why would they risk that? There were only two explanations, at least given the information he knew. The first was that the rings had a more sinister intention and would be helpful in making sure the best talents were reined in properly. The second was that the domain rings were disseminated by the Dream Pavilion and the four great families at all, but were rather the work of another one of the human factions. If Leonel had to hazard a guess, he would pick the Godlins. As for why, it was just conjecture. He had no certainty. But what he did know was that if it was the Godlins, then the benefit might not be entirely sinister, but that didn't necessarily mean that it was good either. The little woman was close to hyperventilating before her pink eyes glowed and she seemed to calm down. There are two extremely powerful factions in the dimensional Iverse. One of them is the Ocular Chaos Clan. They are capable of swallowing forces of all types, storing them in their eyes, and attacking with a wild burst of chaos force, or so they call it. In reality, chaos force is just neutral force. It's an amalgamation of all forces. The difference is that it skews ever so slightly toward imbalance, causing it to rip across everything in their path. In the past, the Ocular Chaos Clan was very weak and their lifespans were very short. But the bow domain ring gave them the ability to expel the chaos force from their pupils and thus made them one of the most powerful families in your verse. And the cherry on top, I presume, was nearly wiping your family out, and this is your opportunity to retrieve the bow domain ring and right the injustice, no? That would also likely mean that there are another quest related to the domain rings in specific. The little woman trembled but eventually nodded. Having a domain ring will give you access to special zones. Remember the trial areas I mentioned earlier? There are many with strict requirements for who will be allowed to enter. Some require a certain amount of kills, some require a certain level of force, and some require the domain ring. Yes, there is a chance to strengthen your ring through these trials and by snatching the rings of others and fusing them. It's said that if you do this, you will have a chance to become a true sovereign and gain the true domain lineage factor, a ninth-dimensional lineage factor. Leonel could see the excitement in the woman's eyes. Even the calming effect couldn't control her in the slightest, but he was unmoved. There was a catch. There was always a catch. Plus, becoming a true sovereign, he had already done that on his own. Even so, he was interested in finding out what that catch was. It would decide whether he would be procuring a battle axe domain ring for his future wife or not, which reminded him, does your verse have anyone with a vital star force innate node? Chapter 2340, Decision. The little pink-eyed woman felt her heart skip a beat. What was that question? Well, it was obvious. This man wanted to steal innate nodes. Was he an innate node hunter? Those kinds of people in her verse were especially notorious, but it didn't matter. There would simply always be a market. There were probably many in the Ocular Chaos Clan who fell into this category as well. Was she wrong about Leonel's character? What did she know about this man anyway, and did it even matter what she thought of him? Would it change anything? Even when she tried to be cautious against him, he saw through it and cut right to the heart of the matter with absolute ease. There was simply nothing she could hide. And no, not that I know of. She looked to the ground, unable to meet Leonel's eyes and worried she would expose her own. She made a mental note that unless it was a matter of life or death, she most definitely wouldn't use it. In this world, where killing was already incentivized, she couldn't give others extra reasons to target her if she didn't have to. Leonel could tell that there was something that this woman was hiding, but this time he didn't choose to say anything about it. Her use had run out. And unlike what she was thinking, he didn't go around hunting innate nodes just for the fun of it. Maybe he would have, if for no other reason than to help strengthen his brothers and subordinates. But after learning what he had from El Ryan, he understood that it wasn't as simple. But if he thought about it, it made sense. The vast bubble was middling in the grand scheme of existence, and yet they had a method of perfectly fusing with innate nodes. If that method was truly so valuable and could change a person's outlook on progress in life, why would it be in their hands? There were only so many truly valuable things a place like the vast bubble could have. What Leonel was interested in, though, were the domain rings. He really wanted to see what secrets those people were trying to hide from him. All right, you can go. After Leonel said this, he flickered and moved, only causing a bout of annoyance to well up inside of him. He was much slower than he had been in the past. The level of force he could circulate within himself was limited, and his body was also weaker, so his actual speed had plummeted. That said, Leonel's ethereal glabella pulsed as his mana core thrummed with life. He gathered spatial force from the surroundings, and the ground seemed to shrink beneath his feet. His speed exploded as he rushed ahead. He guessed that the first thing he should try to do would be to close the distance on that so-called seated participant of the dimensional verse. The little pink-eyed woman watched this scene stunned. He was really letting her go, just like that? Like it was nothing? She almost collapsed in relief, but then her eyes drifted toward the corpses around them. Each one had an orb of energy floating above them. She didn't believe for a second that Leonel had just forgotten them. He had heard her explanation about the uses of that energy, but he didn't even give them a second glance before he vanished. She hesitated. This wasn't the only thing that was odd about Leonel. How had he not known the rules? Everyone knew the rules, even the weakest of them. They had it all explained to them at the same time, and they were projected across the verse. Even those not participating would know the rules. Then there was the fact he was in the fifth dimension and yet so powerful. How was that possible? On top of that, he came from a verse that had a seated participant, and yet he didn't spawn with his group. It all pointed to the fact that maybe Leonel wasn't like them. He might be ignorant about some things, but not in everything. In fact, he might know much more than most of them about the situation, maybe even more than those families who had seemed to have begun preparing for this decades ago. After some hesitation, she grit her teeth and went with her gut. She wouldn't take the energies here. With one last look, she too shot in a direction, the exact opposite of Leonel's. Leonel continued to run in the far-off distance, his internal sight still trained on the little woman. When he saw that she didn't absorb the energies, he chuckled. Of course, Leonel didn't just have the task of surviving this endeavor, but he also had some recruiting to do. Although he didn't care very much about being a king any longer, there was still a nudge within him to continue to build. There was something that stuck with him from his future self, even though that vast, overwhelming pressure had vanished, and that was loneliness. Despite his true personality, Leonel had always liked to have people around him. The camaraderie of his football team and his brothers had always been a highlight of his day. He didn't want to be alone. He wanted to experience this world that he was so curious about with others by his side. But in a world like this one, that not only required strength but required backing. Since he didn't have backing of his own, he would just have to make it. Leonel rushed forward, tweaking his spatial force use from time to time. Right now, he was at the very bottom of the fifth dimension. In fact, he was even at the very start of Tier 1. He could feel that if he wanted to, he could shoot right back up to the seventh dimension in one go. It might take a few hours, if that. But then wouldn't that waste his opportunity? Another group of people to interrogate. Leonel caressed his wooden spear. It was the primitive woman's spear, faceted with a stinger-like blade. Wielding it made him feel nostalgic. He didn't think these people ahead would feel the same, though. Chapter 2034-1. Uproarious Laughter. Leonel stepped on the chest of a man whose body was only lacking hair in the upper portion of his torso and his face. He looked very much like an ape, and Leonel would have thought that he had run into an ape race of sorts, if not for the fact the entire party seemed to have different bodily oddities, not to mention gave off a foul stench reminiscent of the oryx. Some had spotted fur, some had twin tails, some were covered in scales. They looked like a completely different set of people, but they also seemed to be of one mind. That was when Leonel understood. These people were likely humans that followed a path of experimenting with their bodies through the use of beast blood and the like. As for how they were already together, it was likely that they had a seated participant as well and started off as one before splitting off into several groups, and Leonel had just so happened to run into one of them. Having a seated participant was truly a great advantage. It allowed you to start with a huge leg up, and rather than ending up in a battle royale like Leonel had from the start, you could be among allies and start looking for treasures immediately. This was obviously done on purpose. The vast bubble didn't want a bunch of stragglers. They wanted to maximize the chances of those that had been powerful enough to curtail their entire verse. More likely than not, those that could come together to anoint a seated participant also had the strongest and most unique paths to benefit from. After all, conquering an entire verse was not easy. Leonel speculated then that those with seated participants would be the most powerful, while those without would be fighting for scraps. There would be some exceptions. For example, verses with more than one powerful path that couldn't choose a seated participant because they had too many powerful paths, but that would be rare for obvious reasons. Really then, Leonel believed that this group he had run into just happened to be among the weaker members of this verse. How many participants were there? From just a single verse, there should easily be billions. That number wasn't exaggerated at all. He had questioned the little woman about many things, and one of the things he learned was that the only requirement was being under 100 years of age. Of course, there were some other caveats so that toddlers wouldn't be running around, but that was the main requirement. There should be a few dozen incomplete worlds, each with billions of participants. The number that would be true elites among that number would be minimal. Hey! Leonel pressed his foot down harder before realizing his bodily strength wasn't enough anymore. Instead, his body trembled and his gravity domain roared with life. The sudden change in weight was so great that the crackling of ribs echoed moments later. A roar of pain came from the ape-like young man before they quickly became whimpers. All signs of resistance vanished from him. The people of the Beastman dimensional verse respected strength of the body far more, and they had strict hierarchies that were divided into beta and alpha. Usually, the ape-like young man would have lowered his head far more quickly, but Leonel had defeated them with speed, finesse, and trickery. That wasn't something he could respect. But now, there was nothing to, good, now we can talk. The ape-like young man spit up a mouthful of blood, drowning as the pressure around him lessened. You're all in a group, so you should have a seated participant. Lead me to them. The ape-like young man's eyes opened wide when he heard this. There was a squirming shift of power within him, one that felt almost cancerous in nature. Leonel frowned. Just now, he had felt the ape-like young man's willingness to comply, a benefit of his dream force. Although he couldn't sense his King's Might lineage factor any longer, his sharpness in reading people had increased thanks to whatever seal had been placed on him being undone. However, just as quickly as that will had appeared, it was actually suppressed, almost like these beastmen were being forced to comply with certain rules. This is a compulsion built on the back of soul force? No, it's not soul force, it's actually blood force, but it seems to have a layer of soul force as well. Interesting. A blood force soul force fusion. Is this just a force I've never heard of, or is it another unique force like the chaos force that little woman mentioned? Leonel was interested. Theoretically, as a life-grade crafter, he could create ores that had never existed from scratch, and by proxy, that likewise necessitated the creation of new forces as well. Who was to say that these various verses didn't have unique forces he had never come across before? In this case, there seemed to be an alpha and beta system in this world. Those that were forced into submission would always be in submission unless they could become alphas themselves. Leonel began to question these beta beastmen, and he soon found that his conjectures were correct, but only in part. There were layers in their alpha and beta system, not that he cared much to parse apart the differences. What was important was that they didn't have any ability to directly help him in betraying their alphas. In fact, it turned out that the only reason they could answer these questions at all was that they were questions that would help Leonel defeat the seated participant, but not their direct alpha. If Leonel had intentions of targeting their pack leader, or rather, if they believed that he had the intention of targeting whoever they were, they would be compelled to remain silent. I see. So their compulsion strength is dependent on how close they are to the alpha in question. These few are so low ranked that they're quite a distance from the purview of the true alpha that leads them all. What a fascinating system, but that's also why I saved this question for last. Leonel grinned. If he was correct, if there was anyone who would be born with a Vital Star Force innate node, it would be a group with powerful bodies. It had to be remembered that Leonel's birth of a Scarlet Force innate node was seen as absolutely ridiculous because a human birthing an elemental innate node made no sense at all. Humans weren't nearly in tune enough with nature to produce such a powerful elemental innate node. Clearly, Leonel and Ameri were the exceptions to this rule. Now, Leonel had a verse of body experts right before him. If they didn't have what he needed, then who would? Leonel's grin widened. Is there anyone among you who has a Vital Star Force innate node? The eyes of the ape-like young man widened, and soon after, they began to bleed as though he was leaking tears of blood. Seeing this, Leonel burst into laughter. He had finally found it. He would have his wife by his side soon enough. With a flash, Leonel vanished, but not before he stored the beastmen into his segmented cube. Chapter 2342, Hunting Leonel flashed forward with great speed. He now had a strong purpose for what he wanted to do and accomplish in this place, but it was still troublesome to figure out how exactly he would do it. With the binds of alphas to betas, he couldn't just have the betas lead him to their alpha, or else they would die long before they go there. Just thinking about helping him had caused their eyes to combust with blood. There was only so much that he could do. Thanks to this, finding them through tracking was impossible, but that didn't make him completely helpless. If he could find another alpha, maybe their compulsions would be weaker, or, let me know how it goes, Anastasia. If you can remove the compulsions, that would be great. If you need me to gather some materials to make it possible first, we can do that as well. Anastasia's voice echoed in Leonel's ears. Removing the blood soul force isn't actually all that difficult. The real problem is that it's tied and intertwined with their very life force. You can't extract one without the other. You might even need to use a method as crude as blood transfusion to make it work, but you'd need to replace their blood and their life force at the same time, something I can't even think of doing without a vital star force innate node, huh? Exactly, Leonel chuckled. What a circular problem he had on his hands. Why couldn't things ever just be simple and straightforward for him? Another method would be to just do what they've been doing themselves all this time. You mean find a beast they're compatible with first, then do the blood swap? Yes. It should work as long as you use your Dream Force to contain the proliferation of the Blood Soul Force into the new blood. It would be easy to do if you still have your King's Might lineage factor, but since it seems to be dormant, you'll need to create a new force art just for this purpose. Leonel nodded slowly. In reality, he was learning a lot from this Beastman dimensional verse, not the least of which was the fact that even his King's Might lineage factor couldn't have saved these betas even if it wasn't currently dormant. Normally, his first instinct would have been to just kill these few beasts, extract their souls, then make them his minions. But according to Anastasia, even his King's Might lineage factor couldn't free them. Instead, they would have been pulled in two different directions, one being a compulsion toward his orders, and the other toward the compulsions of their alphas. This was an awakening for Leonel in many ways. It meant that even when his King's Might lineage factor returned, something he was sure would happen, it wouldn't likely be an unrestrained cheat like it was in the dimensional verse. If even an incomplete world had measures against it, the humans that had been responsible for the fall of the Fox family most definitely had their own methods against, and they were probably far more robust. I'm still far away. At this speed, it'll take me half a day to catch up to this seated participant of the dimensional verse. Leonel frowned. Too much could happen in half a day, and this round technically had its own time limit as well. This time limit wasn't based on actual time, but rather the fall of a certain number of participants, that being 90%. Once 90% had fallen, this round would come to an end, and those with the highest kill rates would be ordered in two tiers. The seeded participants would be in the first tier, while the other would be in the second tier, meaning even if a seeded participant had fewer kills than you, they would always remain ranked ahead of you. These rankings would, apparently, be quite important for the second round, which had rules that had yet to be disseminated. No, I can catch up and kill at the same time. If the round ends before I catch up, so be it. He doubted the round would end so quickly anyway. The rush of battle royales that started the round would take out a large number of people, but the fact there were seeded participants and a large number of allies would be spawned together would mitigate that to a great extent. Plus, since there were opportunities to be found just laying around, he expected that many would focus on these first before they went on a killing spree. It would be at least a month before those 90% figures could be reached. Unless, Leonel looked up into the skies. Something like the demand of a 90% death rate was truly vile, and he had a feeling that those above would do their best to force things along. They were on a schedule as well, and they couldn't waste time even with the time dilation. In fact, since they had brought everyone together like this, Leonel still didn't quite know if there was a time dilation at all. Leonel took a breath, and he suddenly expanded his internal sight outward, far and wide. It crossed over 1,000 kilometers in an instant. He locked onto a particular location and shot forward, his speed becoming faster and faster. If he had run into a beta squad of the Beastmen so quickly, then this was definitely the region they had all spawned in, and as such, there should be a large concentration of Beastmen in the region. In that case, he would go hunting. His aura flourished and rose into the skies as he stopped hiding himself entirely. His stars no longer appeared to his back, but his comprehension of the natural light realm was still just the same. So, when he roared, the daylight faded and darkness descended. For now, he would focus on killing his way through this region until the alphas were forced to come to him. Chapter 234.3. It bites in the depths of a swamp. A meeting was taking place between three individuals. Each one was at least 3 meters tall, and they all radiated a heart-thrumming aura. It felt like the movement of their bodies alone carried enough strength to make space tremble. One had a raging golden mane that connected his hair and his facial hair. His canines were sharp and his shoulders were practically boulders. The second looked no different from a normal human, if one discounted the fact that she was truly a goddess amongst women. Her hair flowed a gorgeous white, the very same as her hair and the fluffy tail to her back, and most importantly, the same as the pair of angelic wings that graced her slender hips. The third, however, was one the two seemed to be stepping on eggshells around. He radiated a dark and ominous aura. Sometimes it seemed to crackle like black lightning, at other times it gained a hint of a dark violet that looked like chaos incarnate, and at other times, these energies would become like wisps of black smoke, tendrils of darkness rising out from an eerie abyss. The man had sharp yellow slit eyes that shimmered like gems, claw-like hands, and his body was a dense smattering of black scales that only dispersed slightly to allow one a good look at his face, a face that was cold, detached, and carrying a creature of the dark kind of handsomeness that could capture the heart of women. These three could be considered the strongest of the Beastman Dimensional Verse's younger generation, at least it seemed that way on purpose. Two of them knew quite well that even if that title was extended to the older generation, at least one of them would still be on that list. 1. There will be billions of participants. One of the advantages we should have with a seed is a territorial one. This surrounding region is covered by our people, and anyone not of us can easily be weeded out. Likewise, all the resources can be controlled by us. The angel-winged woman, known as Alpha Angelica by her people, spoke quickly. However, the response she received was both worth a sigh and expected by her. No. The voice was impossibly deep and made one feel as though their very bones were vibrating. The one who spoke was none other than the strongest of them, but this scaled young man had a name that one would never expect him to carry, Alpha Clown. Neither of the two present knew why he had this name, nor did they dare to ask or even use it. Despite him having introduced himself as Alpha Clown, they simply called him Alpha. What a joke. Which of them would dare to do so? Anyone who had dared to refer to him as such had died a horrible death, including those of the older generation. This is not a territorial war, this is a fight for survival. The existence of a seed is nothing more than a distraction. To them, the seeds are already among the few that they have chosen. Even if I do nothing, so long as I defend my life, my rewards will be just the same. You two have spent so many years toiling in the Beastman Dimensional Verse. Can you not see a cage when it's placed right before you? Alpha Clown swept a gaze between the two, causing them to shudder. He was right. The collars had already been placed on their necks, but they were trying to obediently play the game. Seated participants were spawned with billions of protectors, out of the way another of their power level, and given free reign over a territory to make do with as they please. Even if they didn't get kills, they would be ranked at the top, and all they really had to do was protect their own lives, something that would be impossibly easy given how many of their own kind had been placed around them. But why? If they always planned on opening a back door for them, why not just assure them in? It was a show of power. Who outside of the Beastmen could understand such a thing better? They didn't have clans, they didn't really have bloodlines, they started as humans, and they carved out their own paths for themselves. No two Beastmen looked exactly alike because from the very beginning, they had forged everything with their own two hands. Any Beastman that stood here today had thousands of lives bloodying their palms and an understanding of what it meant to climb out from the very bottom. One shouldn't mistake the chains that bound betas as providing security. As much as it was power, it was a reminder that should they fall behind, they would one day be the ones bound in chains instead. And now, these gods had descended, making them realize that all along they had been the betas of a much larger game. Then what do you want to do, Alpha? Alpha Gold spoke for the first time. Silence fell before a bloody grin spread across Alpha Clown's face. The smile was so wide and jagged that it twisted his handsome face, making him look like much more of a nightmare creature than a man. The same thing we've always done. When an animal is cornered, they lash out. When a beast is subdued, chained, and controlled, it bides its time, it lowers its head, and then when its enemy is within striking distance, it bites. Leonel stood around a pile of corpses. The deeper he moved into this territory, the more he felt just how truly ferocious these beastmen were. He didn't think that it was a matter of bloodline, and it obviously wasn't about race either, as he was fairly certain that these people were just humans that had experimented on themselves with beast blood. This will be troublesome. Leonel looked up from the corpses, a hint of fatigue on his brows. His eyes landed on an inconspicuous cave, but the symbol of a glaive hovered above it. It seemed that he couldn't enter with the glaive domain ring. Or could he? Chapter 2344. Menace Leonel stood before the cave, looking it up and down. He reached a hand forward, and as expected, he ran into a barrier. However, in doing so, he picked up just the slightest hint of something. It was a simple detection, force art. Well, simple to him. It seemed that rather than checking if he had glaive force, it instead directly checked his domain ring to see if it matched or if he even had a domain ring to begin with. Leonel pulled his hand back and then touched the barrier again. Then he repeated. He must have done this at least a dozen times before he finally came to a stop. I got it. He closed his eyes for a moment, reaching his hand forward a few moments later. It passed right through as though the barrier wasn't even there. Leonel smiled. He didn't believe his crafting was beyond that of a complete world. He wasn't so arrogant. However, his level of understanding of domain rings was likely far beyond what these people likely assumed, and more importantly than that, how much effort would they put into hiding their intentions when they thought them all to be country bumpkins? Leonel strolled into the cave. He thought for a moment and then swapped out the primitive woman's spear for another wooden spear. This one had a bone for a blade that looked quite roughly shaped. Leonel had never used it before, but it looked close enough to a glaive. It would serve his purposes. Leonie felt a strong suppression pin him down, but in the end he smiled. As expected, this suppression was designed to stifle glaive force, but Leonel didn't even have glaive force to stifle. The pressure ended up passing right through him, only slowing his steps somewhat as it pressured his body instead. In truth, the pressure wasn't designed to do this. Unfortunately, he was only in the 5th dimension now, so pressure designed for 7th dimensional existences just happened to have this passive effect on him. But it wasn't enough to slow him considerably. He wanted to know what was at the end. Leonel made it to the end quite quickly. It turned out that this cave only existed to suppress and refine glaive force, likely in an attempt to purify it into true sovereign glaive force. It was an interesting concept, and Leonel's senses swept about as he took note of the force arts that were active in making it happen, but in the end he felt that it was nothing special. He felt that if this was a cave for spear force, he wouldn't have even a 1% shot at crossing that elusive threshold. You could only do so if you had an inkling of what that kernel of truth might be. He threw the idea of using this to help Emna out to the back of his mind. Oh? Leonel stopped. At the end of the path there was a podium, and upon it there was a ring. He didn't need to think much to understand what it was. It was a glaive domain ring. His eyes narrowed. This must be the reward, a chance to absorb this glaive domain ring into your own and multiply its strength. Leonel had a small bit of familiarity with this process. After he had succeeded in placing first during his tribulation, his spear domain ring gained a whole new section and the number of spears doubled. In addition, beyond the mountain, a place that once was a vast darkness, another graveyard of spears appeared. This was apparently an opportunity to do the same. But once again, it felt hollow, like he was missing something. After some hesitation, he picked up the ring and tossed it into the segmented cube. How good is your multitasking, Anastasia? He could practically hear her roll her eyes. I'm a world spirit. My duty is to manage a world. If anything, you're not giving me nearly enough tasks. Leonel laughed. Your family. I can't just order you around as I please, right? Don't try and sweet-talk me, brat. I watched you grow up. I'm not some lady you can just sweep off her feet. Leonel laughed harder. I feel like there's something odd about these rings. Their existence doesn't make sense. What can you tell me about them? Well, if you had asked earlier, I could have told you that the rings are just part of a whole, of which there should be 9 total. And what happens when you gather 9? Well, it should be able to create a quasi-true sovereign aura, one that goes beyond what each individual ring gives. It should also give you a pretty much 50-50 chance of truly becoming a sovereign as well. But why? The why is lacking. Leonel didn't really say this to Anastasia. He was thinking it to himself. Something about this wasn't adding up. These were not good people. Such an amazing treasure was definitely something they would have kept for themselves if they had the capability. Leonel stepped out from the cave and found a group of beastmen looking down at the corpses. His eyes narrowed when he spotted one among them, or, more accurately, when he spotted the ring on his finger. Leonel understood. This person should be an alpha, and these people had found this cave for him. He was a domain ring wielder suited for this place. An alpha, huh? Leonel looked toward the young man. He had gray, leathery skin with muscles bulging out from every orifice. He was just 2 meters tall, a bit shorter than even Leonel, but he felt so bulky and large that it hardly mattered. The most standout feature, though, was the sharp rhino horn that took the place of his nose. When he spotted Leonel, he let out a gruff, low grumble that superheated the air. A glaive that looked like it was formed of magma and lava rock appeared in his rough hands, swinging down toward Leonel with menace. Chapter 2345, Sirius. Chapter 2345. Sirius Leonel's thoughts wanted him to grab a hold of the magma glaive. He was practically immune to fire and heat, while also incredibly resistant to earth force as well. This person would usually be someone that he could perfectly counter without even the slightest hint of unease. But the moment he thought to do so, his instinct screamed at him to not be stupid an instant later. Dream step. He took a single step back as the glaive swung, barely missing the tip of his nose. The searing hint threatened to burn a layer of his skin off, and the sharpness caught some of his hair, slicing them off, and then, as though a will of fire itself continued to burn within them, began to quickly burn them as well. What the hell? Leonel was speechless. His hair was truly indestructible. He had tried everything, but outside of the compulsion of his king's might itself, nothing could cut his hair, let alone singe and burn it. He didn't even know what to say, but then he understood a bit later. The metal synergy aspect of his body had hit absolute rock bottom, while his king's might lineage factor was entirely dormant. The reality was, whatever it was that had made his hair special in the past was no longer active. Ah, so you're saying I could end up bald? What a travesty! Leonel dodged again. Despite his internal jokes, he realized that he had to take this matter more seriously. There was a certain threshold of enemy he could deal with right now. So long as they were below that threshold, no matter how powerful they were, killing them was as easy as a single stroke of his spear. Despite how ferocious the beastmen had been until now, this was the category the most of them had fallen into. This was a gap in pure skill. Leonel was no longer that youth fumbling about with a spear, not understanding how to maximize his own strength. He was a true spearmaster, and he put much of the older generation to shame. He could not use any force at all and still kill 6th-dimensional existences with ease. With the help of force and his ability index, he could kill even 7th-dimensional existences. But there was a limit to this. Once that threshold was surpassed, even if there was still a large gap in skill, the weight of overwhelming power would be difficult to ignore. And this alpha magma fell into that very category, weighing him down with oppressive might and charging forth. No divine armor, no king's might, no metal body, no innate nodes. Can't use my true sovereign spear force or body force, can only gather elements from the surroundings. You really screwed me over big time, old man. Before this, Alpha had appeared. A part of Leonel had thought that he would still be able to steamroll everyone. But he knew that this Alpha wasn't even the pinnacle of this Beastman dimensional verse, and yet his momentum was already so fierce and his power was so oppressive. Leonel continued to dodge. His senses swept the surroundings and he realized that the betas had no intention of interfering. This was interesting because in the past, they had no problem with ganging up on him. It seemed that when alphas were involved, the first priority of the betas was to protect the former's ego. That was fine by Leonel, though it wouldn't make much of a difference anyway. All of those betas were below the threshold, so even if they jumped in, they would be a single spear stroke away from falling. If anything, they had saved themselves from death, at least for now. Since that's not a problem, I need to focus on how to win this battle. This man's greatest strong suit is his strength. If I was still using my ability index to put numbers on people's stats, he would be near the limit of his current tier. He's fast as well, though not nearly as fast as he is strong, and he can't synergize his agility and strength all that well. But none of this matters because he's so much stronger than me. Leonel's head tilted to the side, and he dodged out of the way of another strike. I've been slacking too much. I need to use Dream Path on myself. I need to understand exactly what steps I need to take to maximize the chance I've received by returning to the 5th dimension. Sure, reforming my metal body and crafting my divine armors, again, seem like the obvious choice, but none of those things will fundamentally change my foundation. Well, my metal body might, but I don't think this is what Gramps wanted me to do with this chance. I don't think Elryon's current strength, even though he's in the 5th dimension too, is built off the back of techniques like metal body. There's something deeper I have to look for, something that I'm missing. Leonel dodged out of the way of yet another strike. Alpha Magma was starting to become truly infuriated, but rather than making him sloppy, he seemed to become even faster and even stronger. Leonel's brows shot up and he tapped his foot on the ground several times, flashing in a round arc and stabbing out at Alpha Magma's hip. Before the strike even landed, he shook his head and explosively retreated, just barely managing to avoid the fate of having his spear, and likely his arm as well, being burnt to ash. Force. Leonel ultimately decided on this, at least as a sort of pivot point. What was the largest difference between himself and Elryon other than their bloodlines? Well, it was obviously their usage of force. Elryon wasn't just in the impetus state, but he had also traveled quite deeply into it. Could it be that Elryon and Sean Ray had wanted to enter the life state before they entered the 6th dimension? Was that their goal? Leonel's spear tip shook as the surroundings began to tremble. This really wasn't the time to think about this. It was time he get serious. Chapter 234.6 clicked. Chapter 234.6 clicked. Alpha Magma could almost feel Leonel's eyes sharpen. It was akin to a blade being pressed into his skin, like a knife being twisted into his heart, like a searing piece of metal being branded onto his flesh. His senses heightened, and his rhino nose even twitched slightly as he took his first step back. Leonel's spear was swapped out for a rolling wave of killing intent. It was as though the spear itself had already vanished, and instead he was enveloped by a dense web of them, covering him from all sides. Alpha Magma suddenly felt enlightened. Was this what it truly meant to have a domain, to form a glaive domain? The bout of enlightenment was like a fierce wave crashing through his body, and the ground beneath his feet suddenly became a wasteland of boiling lava and searing rock. It quickly covered the distance and instantly became the only ground that Leonel could step on for the surrounding several hundred meters. Several of the betas were caught up in the domain and found themselves burnt to ash or sinking into a puddle of heated doom. But Leonel felt like swearing inwardly. Had he just helped this guy to break through? Then he understood. He was using his dream force to pay attention to the Alpha's every movement and read and react to it even before it happened. But it seemed that, at least in a subtle way, observing someone through the dream plane was actually a two-way street. He had accidentally given a bit too much of his insights to this person. When he had been fighting against the spiritual's religion, this was an excellent thing as it helped many of the Morales to make sudden breakthroughs. Against an enemy, though, he had just shot himself in the foot. The gap between Leonel's skill and that of the Alphas shrunk a small portion. He was still far more Leonel, but when it was combined with his raw strength and speed, it almost felt like Leonel had crippled himself. It can't be force. Leonel shook his head, his thoughts suddenly wandering back to his previous thoughts. His forces were already so powerful, and yet he couldn't make use of them. If he tried to use his spear force the way it was intended, he would end up blasting his own arm to smithereens. If one wanted to return to the 5th dimension just for the sake of comprehending forces, what good would it do them in the end if they couldn't even use it all in the first place? Leonel dodged out of the way of another strike, but his spear found a perfect gap. He had already swapped his spear for a radiant violet one. It was gorgeous and looked as though it had been dotted with amethysts and then carved to be reminiscent of the scales of a dragon. He had never used this spear before, it just happened to be the first one he locked onto that was both of the life grade and had a dream affinity. Since Dream Force was the only strength of his that remained, he would lean into it. His aura flourished, the skies turned dark, and Alpha Magma suddenly found himself surrounded from all sides. At least, that was the feeling this domain gave him. It had been a long while since Leonel relied on one of the domains of his spears, but it seemed that he would have to if he wanted to get out of this one. He spear danced in the wind. the enlightened alpha magma feeling as though he was frozen in time before the feeling suddenly vanished entirely. Leonel landed behind the alpha, swiping his spear at the ground and causing a slash of blood to sprinkle into the air before it was charred to nothingness by the oppressive heat. He was only able to hit his cool pose for but a moment before he jumped up, though. Ooh, oh, ah! Leonel grabbed his feet in the air, blowing at them, wanting to shed tears but having none to do so with. He really needed to get his metal body back in shape, but he didn't dare to take even a step forward in his power progression without understanding exactly what to do. He didn't understand why that old man couldn't just tell him. This was really getting ridiculous. Was this how people felt when he didn't tell them anything? Leonel looked back at the fallen alpha and shook his head. It was a shame. This opponent was about on the level of the average Void Palace genius. No, he was probably a little higher than that. He could definitely become a domain rank disciple. Even so, this was a person that he would have defeated in 2 strokes at most, normally. But now, he had to kill him even though he would be more useful alive purely because he wasn't strong enough to capture him. Think about dimensional cleanse, Anastasia suddenly said. Leonel blinked for a moment before his eyes suddenly widened in understanding. Now, when he used his universal cycles, his stars didn't appear. That meant that they had lost access to them, and, in a way, dimensional cleanse had reset. That wasn't what was important, though. What was important was just how interchangeable the first 3 layers of dimensional cleanse had been. It had to be remembered that the 3rd dimension was meant to set a foundation for force, the 4th dimension for the body, and the 5th dimension for the mind. In the 3rd, you formed the nodes. In the 4th, you formed the nodal pathways to bring energy to the rest of the body. In the 5th, you enlightened your mind and broke the mortal chains that bound you, unleashing your truest and fullest potential. Dimensional cleanse matched that. You were supposed to form stars for your energy first, then ones for your body, then ones for your might. But Leonel, he had formed his Dream Force star first, something that should have waited until the 5th dimension. Then he formed his vital stars for his body, and only then did he form his energy, stars out of Scarlet Star Force and Void Star Force. He had done everything out of order, and it all clicked now. Chapter 2347, Blue Star. Chapter 2347, Blue Star. The conclusion was simple. So long as you were within the first of 3 steps, and you hadn't locked yourself in by entering the 6th dimension, everything was still negotiable. The reason why he could rearrange the steps of dimensional cleanse like that without much backlash was precisely because it didn't matter which of the 3 steps you took first. If he had wanted, he could have focused on his body in the 3rd dimension, his mind in the 4th, and his energy in the 5th. Who knew, maybe there were some techniques out there that did just that. He now also understood why he felt so depleted, why his body was so weak, and why his innate nodes were dormant. The real reason was because he wasn't in the 5th dimension at all. He was in the 3rd. The reason he felt that he was in the 5th was because his mind was fully unshackled. It was also why his dream force was so absolutely powerful. His innate nodes were dormant because he technically hadn't formed his nodes, though they were very clearly in his body. His body was weak because he had yet to form his nodal pathways, though technically he already had. Everything lined up and made much more sense to him. One might be wondering why it was that Leonel was so excited. After all, just because he understood his situation now with greater accuracy didn't mean that anything had changed. He still didn't know how to move forward, and if anything, he had even more questions now than answers. But Leonel didn't see it that way. The first thing he had thought when he realized he was in the 5th dimension, after he finished cursing, was that it was a shame he hadn't been returned to the 3rd dimension instead. But now he knew the truth, and everything had been laid out for him perfectly. How could he not take advantage? Why didn't you say something earlier, Anastasia? Blame yourself. You like to get in your own head as though you're the only one with all the answers. You should try and see what your father thinks about this matter as well. Leonel's heart skipped a beat, but then he slowly nodded. He had gotten some closure the last time he talked to his father, or at least his AI father, but that didn't make him use the dictionary more often. If anything, he had begun avoiding it again. But who knew, maybe his father really would know something about all of this. He seemed to have everything planned out. That seal that he felt had been undone in his mind was definitely something that his father had placed, so once it was undone, maybe? His father hadn't been very helpful to him when his journey began, at least not in terms of the progression of his path. But now that he thought about it, he found it odd. His father had created such a detailed schematic to help his crafting progress step by step. Even now, there were still more lessons in there that he could be taking advantage of if he wasn't so stupidly stubborn. Why would Velasco make a whole training plan for his crafting, but then leave him to his own devices for everything else? Unless he had always planned for this day to come. Leonel smiled bitterly. Whether it was his grandfather or his father, it seemed they both liked to hold up a mirror to his face and show him how truly annoying he was. But they were also the only two he didn't seem to really mind being the pawn of. All right, I'll take a look. But first, Leonel stretched out a hand, and one of the almost feral surviving betas had their throat sucked into his palm. There were a few stragglers remaining that hadn't been killed by the Alpha's domain, and they all wanted to get at him and tear him to pieces, but they also couldn't step onto the magma without combusting and dying, so they had been growling around the outer rim, launching attacks at him. It was a bit sad, but also another part amusing. "Hey!" Leonel roared into the face of the beta, causing their heart to shake and their growls to subside. It felt like a lion had suddenly shouted at him. "Good. Was he your direct Alpha?" The beta hesitated, but when he realized that the compulsion was gone because his Alpha was dead, he nodded slowly. I can take advantage of this. The other Alphas should still have some compulsions on them, but not enough to stop him from answering some questions now that his own Alpha has died. With a flip of his palm, Leonel took out one of the betas he had stored away from his first encounter, the one he had asked about the Vital Star innate node. "Do you recognize him?" Leonel asked. The beta of Alpha Magma shook his head. "Smell him," Leonel commanded. The beta did as he was told. "Do you now?" The beta nodded. Leonel had picked up some things over the past couple hours. With such a complex, interlocking system of alphas and betas, if the Beastman dimensional verse wanted to maintain order, there had to be methods of telling each other apart. Some betas would be above other betas because of who they served. There were even betas more powerful than the alpha he had just fought. Likewise, there was a hierarchy among alphas. It could easily become a mess if you assumed someone's strength just by their prefix. Who's his alpha? His alpha is known as Alpha Blue Star. What's his rank among alphas? Alpha Blue Star is quite young. It's said that he has a chance to become one of the true elites, but for now, he is not. He is still a half step away, but many believe that with the help of this trial, he will take that step and begin to... The beta suddenly furiously shook his head, not daring to finish. Alpha Blue Star rivaling Alpha Clown? Even if one thought it, some things could never be said out loud. Chapter 2348. Together. Chapter 2348. Together, Alpha Blue Star, huh? Lightsy VVL, do you know where this Alpha Blue Star is? When Leonel asked this question, the beta finally began to show some signs of discomfort. It seemed that he finally understood that Leonel wanted to harm Alpha Blue Star, and as such, the compulsion began to kick in. It was a truly interesting technique. It worked on intention rather than a rough set of rules, and the former was far more difficult to produce than the latter. Both had their own pitfalls, obviously, as Leonel was still able to get a lot of the information he wanted even with these guardrails. For example, he was able to learn about this blue star just by avoiding the topic of the Void Star innate node altogether. That way the beta didn't put two and two together until he had already gathered quite some information. But he would argue that drawing a hard line at some rules would have even more pitfalls. Anyone who knew a lawyer could attest to the fact that rules would always have loopholes in them, ones that Leonel was sure he could exploit with much greater ease than he was now. So that's a yes. Leonel nodded to himself. And what is he doing now exactly? I don't know. The beta's lips trembled, and he couldn't quite get his words out, but judging by the shiftiness within them, he definitely knew more than he was letting on. Speak. The beta almost collapsed, but he seemed to be far more afraid of Leonel right now than he was afraid of a far-off Alpha Blue Star. He's looking for entrances to Battle Axe domain caves like the one you just entered. He spread out all of his people to look, but he's staying in the same spot. But that spot, to Leonel's surprise, when the beta tried to talk about that spot, he directly died. Leonel felt like he understood why. It was clear that that spot was related to more alphas than the ones he knew. This beta's alpha had already died, so for the compulsion to be so strong, there was only one of two explanations he could think of. First was that a compulsion of multiple alphas, even if individually weak, was far stronger than that of a single alpha, even if that alpha was your direct alpha. The second was that this information was related to an alpha so powerful that their compulsion outweighed all others, so much so that they could have the compulsion of a direct alpha over everyone. Regardless of which one was, Leonel believed that he had an understanding of what was going on. The beta had said he's staying in the same spot, and that should mean that Blue Star never moved from their spawn point. He's waiting for his betas to come back to him with information on what he needs. In all likelihood, there were probably several alphas in that location doing something similar. Maybe Alpha Magma was among those that had waited, but he was lucky enough to find his cave before anyone else. Leonel's eyes narrowed as he bent down and took Alpha Magma's ring. He didn't think that there was anything particularly special about these domain rings, especially after Anastasia's explanation, but he still felt like they might be missing something. None of what he knew now explained why those gods had taken it upon themselves to hand something so good over. It seemed that he would have to find out later. As much as Leonel wanted to try and use some context clues to find the location of the alphas, he knew that this would be too foolish of him. He had struggled so much with just one alpha, he doubted they would let him stroll into a lair of them, take out one of their best talents, and then raid his corpse on top of that. There were two choices. The first was to wait until Blue Star left his location and was on his own. The second was to grow strong enough to do something as foolish as attempt a raid. The problem with the first was that he didn't even know where Blue Star was now, let alone where he'd be in the future, and right now he was just aimlessly walking around hoping to stumble into something. The worst part was that even if he was lucky enough to stumble into Blue Star, would he be strong enough to deal with him? It seemed like getting stronger first is the best way. There would be time to deal with Blue Star. For now, he would continue heading in the direction of the Dimensional Verse's seated participant, while he, Leonel, took out a small silver disc, running his finger across it. All right, don't disappoint me, old man. 3 looming figures walked out from a dense swamp, and the world seemed to fall into silence along with them. When these 3 alphas appeared, the title that they all shared seemed to become hollow. Maybe if not for the necessity of their current structure in maintaining order, they would have all become betas by now. There was only one who looked up from their seated position with calmness in his eyes. He had eyes slitted much like Alpha Clown, but rather than a reptilian, sharp yellow, they were a radiant and almost blinding blue. The rest of his body, though, didn't have any scales, and he almost looked entirely human. The only signs that he wasn't were those cold eyes of his and the subtly sharp claws that graced his fingers. Who else could this be if not Alpha Blue Star? You are all my people, Alpha Clown said in a rumbling voice, but you all only listen to power, not reason. It's the reason I've been cruel, I've been harsh, I've been murderous. It's all our people know, that struggle. But that struggle will also be the reason we have the best chance to survive. From here on out, we travel together. If any of you have any objections, raise them now. I will happily beat them out of you. Chapter 2034-9, Perfect Balance. Chapter 2034-9, Perfect Balance. Leonel didn't know that his mission had just gotten that much harder. In fact, he was in a state of quite some tranquility as he moved because his father had indeed left something behind. Listen here, oh seed of men. Could you stop with that nickname? Silence, twerp. I'm trying to help you. Oh, that's a change. It took way longer than Leonel cared to admit to get his father's AI to actually start giving him the information it was apparently here to provide. But the moment it did, what he learned quite quickly was that he had too little understanding of what his father had done for him. For one, Leonel learned that his being born with a Scarlet Star innate node and then having it taken away not too long after was actually somewhat of a blessing in disguise. His father had, indeed, gone to Earth to learn about their forms of medicine in an attempt to regrow the innate node and also to stabilize his condition. After losing his innate node, the infant Leonel had been in an extremely precarious state where he could have died any time. The pressure of a higher-level world only made his situation worse, and it was only by returning to a third-dimensional world could he finally begin to heal. The question he had never really thought about was why? The answer seemed obvious. Obviously, it was because he had lost a precious part of himself, but was that truly the case? When he took his innate node back from Michael, the latter had seemed fine afterward. Of course, Leonel had been a baby while Michael had been a grown man. There was obviously a clear difference. But Leonel didn't believe that was enough to explain it. As a child of Velasco and a wielder of the world spirit, Leonel's constitution at birth should have been excellent. Even if he lost his innate node by rather crude methods, it was so small and insignificant back then that unless those few bastards tried to kill him at the same time, he should have been able to weather the storm at the same time. At the very least, he shouldn't have been on the brink of death. Light CMM, but what if this was another ploy by the demoness? He thought back to Anya and how much of a danger she said he would be. Then he thought of how wise Star Order had said that his innate node would consume him if he didn't master it within 100 years. And then there was something else that was curious. His lineage factors, from birth, had a heavy leaning toward life. Whether it was the light side of the Northern Star lineage factor or the portion of the Morales lineage factor. Taking another step back, the Morales lineage factor as a whole had a heavy emphasis on life, so much so that he practically exuded vitality, his single breath capable of causing whirlwinds in the sky. The metal synergy lineage factor, even though only part of the whole, had a heavy emphasis on creation, mimicking aspects of the metal spirit race and forming many things from nothing. Its ties with creation couldn't have been stronger. But then there was his innate node. It could be said to be the exact opposite. It was the embodiment of destruction, and he, himself, was a destruction sovereign. The clash between the two should have been enough to tear an infant apart. It reeked of an experiment, reeked with a stench of subterfuge. Maybe the demoness's experiments hadn't come to an end after all, and she really wanted to see what would happen when she took two aspects and smashed them together. What was worse than all of this was something else that he had neglected, his ability index. Dream Force. It was the impetus of life itself, and his affinity in it couldn't have been stronger, especially with the bloodline of that demoness running through his veins. How would it have clashed with his innate node? It seemed that Leonel's father had seen this as well. As a result, not only was he looking for a way to regrow Leonel's innate node, but he also suppressed Leonel's true Dream Force affinity so it wouldn't affect the formation of the Scarlet Star Force innate node. Leonel's body was truly a ticking time bomb with creation pulling in one direction and destruction pulling in the other. He might have even found it to be poetic if it wasn't for the fact his life was on the line because of it. Ultimately, his creation side had been the far stronger of the two until two things happened. The first was that he gained a second Scarlet Star Force innate node, his enlightened self even having brought it to the same level as his original one after its second awakening. The second was that he had gained the Dark Northern Star lineage factor as well, finally balancing out the light side. Thanks to this, and his demon bloodline still being suppressed within him, he could finally unleash his mind the way it was meant to be unleashed. However, that didn't change the fact that he was a ticking time bomb. For one, having two innate nodes with destruction character meant that he had to grasp destruction to an even deeper level if he wanted to keep them in line. At the same time, as he progressed, his demon bloodline would only grow stronger with time, and it would begin to clash with what he had now. Obviously, as his demon bloodline grew stronger, his dream force would grow stronger, and as his dream force grew stronger, his creation aspects would likewise gain huge bumps in strength. This was the balancing act that Leonel had to play now, and it likely also didn't help that little Tali was giving off incredibly strong waves of creation as well. One would think that if one side was far stronger than the other, then it would just suppress it and flourish. But in the end, creation and destruction couldn't exist without proper balance. Much like the tale of the god beasts of creation had taught him, when you created too much, it would inevitably lead to destruction. If he wanted to survive, there needed to be a perfect balance. Chapter 2030 17%. Chapter 2030 Sprite minimal, though he could probably consider himself lucky. Given the track record of the demoness, the idea of a first experiment subject succeeding was probably next to zero. The fact that he lived and breathed right now was both a miracle, and thanks to a lucky series of events. It could be said that the healthiness he had displayed soon after his birth was more akin to the last dying sparks of a once vibrant life, almost like the second wind and glow one would radiate just before death. That left one question then: where did that leave him now? Well, according to his father, his method would only work if one day he managed to withstand his seal being undone. That day had come, but the method made Leonel's lip twitch. He was used to his father's grueling methods. If his crafting regimen was anything to go by, there would be nothing but pain waiting for him ahead. He still remembered how his father wanted him to reach a perfect grade 1 designation with his fingers before he even began to crafting. Even now, he felt that that requirement was absolutely ridiculous. But then again, wasn't the requirement to start this path of progression equally as ridiculous? But he had made it already, right? He basically had to progress to the 7th dimension before he got all his ducks in a row. Only then could he return to the 3rd dimension and have this unlocked to him. His father couldn't want him to do more than that, right? Wrong. Looking at the requirements, Leonel saw nothing but a long list of question marks. The only thing on the holographic screen that was available for actual reading were 3 things. The first he was lucky enough to have already done: separate soul from body. This made him feel like he could smile. He finally had a leg up and could grin with some pride. Obviously, the other 2 would also be things that he had already succeeded in, right? Reach impetus state in all required forces before forming any stars. Leonel was rendered speechless when he saw this. He had already reached the impetus state for his dream force, so that was one requirement ticked off. But assuming that he followed the very same path he had before, that meant that he would need to do the same for his Vital Star Force, his Scarlet Star Force, and his Void Star Force. This obviously referred to a true impetus state, not one that he could push his force to while relying on his innate node. That meant that even if he found his Alpha Blue Star, it would be useless in helping him to fix his current lack of comprehension. But the third requirement made Leonel want to shed tears. It was simply impossible. He could practically hear his father's mad cackle from the afterlife. Wait, he wasn't imagining it. This damn AI was playing a recording of his father's laughter right here and now. Reach the Constellation Realm. Leonel stopped running, looking around to see if he could find the cameras. There had to be a joke hidden around here somewhere. There was no way that this was an actual requirement. The 4 Seasons Realm, the Heavenly Body Realm, the Natural Light Realm, the Cosmos Realm. And only then, there was the Constellation Realm. The first helped those of the 4th heaven to be capable of fighting those in the 5th, but the last aided those of the 8th to be capable of fighting those of the 9th. Of course, these were the crudest terms, an explanation that Leonel had learned of way back when he was still in the 3rd dimension, and one that was likely only the teachings of the dimensional verse. But this didn't change much. Dimensional cleanse alone seemed to be attached to these comprehension states. When he entered the 6th dimension, his heavenly body realm and his stars had basically fused into one, becoming of one mind, while summoning one meant also summoning the other. Light-CNM, that meant that the natural light realm would attach itself to the 7th dimension, and so forth until the 9th and the constellation realm. His father was essentially asking him to comprehend something meant for the 9th dimension, just to unlock the ability to cultivate his method for the 3rd dimension. Leonel didn't even know what to say. It felt like a practical joke. In fact, for all he knew, these were just the first 3 requirements in order to unlock the right to attempt the next requirement. How long would his father have him stay in the 3rd dimension exactly? He was speechless. Leonel shook his head. Fine, old man. This better not be one of your practical jokes. I'm toying with my life here. The screen before him blinked, and a detection seemed to sweep over him before the first line was crossed out. Leonel faintly nodded to himself before his lip twitched. The line that was crossing out the separate soul from body requirement stopped halfway, as though it was recalculating. Then, a progression bar appeared. Leonel was stunned. For a moment, he thought it was just a normal bar, but it took him looking for a solid few seconds before he realized that there was a tiny sliver of progression, so tiny that he didn't even notice it at first. He hesitantly reached forward and tapped it. Soul separation progress. 0.17%. Leonel's finger froze. Yes, he was definitely being toyed with. Most definitely. He had definitely already separated his soul from his body. How did he know? He had been eaten alive to prove it. He could still remember every single excruciating detail. He felt his bones being chomped into, his flesh being torn off the bone, his heart being squeezed for its pulp as though it was an orange. Why was this thing telling him that he hadn't made any progress at all?